Yang traverses into a foreign realm, commencing his journey in a hellish scenario. The entire village, comprising over 100 souls, is mercilessly slaughtered by the Imperial Wind Capture Division. Only the original Yang survives alone. Upon his arrival, Yang awakens the corpse-touching system. Through this system, he can retrieve one item from the deceased life. From the smallest needle and thread to profound martial arts and techniques, all can be acquired. Most astonishingly, Yang can touch not only fresh corpses, but also the bones of long-dead remains. In this chaotic era, Yang steadily accumulates strength through his corpse touching, gradually enhancing his martial prowess towards the pinnacle. Yang, do not provoke me. I may unearth your ancestral grave before ending your life. Chapter 1. The Ruined Temple. In the Easternly Kingdom, Ping'an County, Changning Town. In the dead of night, 10 miles outside the town, within a dilapidated and desolate temple, a frail figure curls beneath a dust-laden statue. At this moment, the weak figure trembles incessantly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, as if plagued by a dreadful nightmare. Suddenly, the frail figure emits a piercing scream, jolting upright from the ground, gasping for air. Who? Meanwhile, he mutters repeatedly, "Do not kill us. We are not devil worshippers. We are not devil worshippers." In the darkness, time passes unmeasured. The weak youth gradually calms from his body's stress response. He wipes the cold sweat from his brow and surveys his surroundings. With the memories he has just assimilated, he finally comprehends his present predicament. The weak youth is named Yang, a time traveler. His predecessor also bore the name Yang, and is 18 years old. He had lived in a daze, appearing somewhat dim-witted, earning the villagers' label of fool. The predecessor was merely an ordinary farmer, enduring a tough life for 18 years. But with the protection of his parents, he found a semblance of stability and happiness. This tranquil existence was shattered 3 days prior. 3 days ago, the Wind Capture Division invaded the village, declaring the villagers of Jishui Village as devil worshippers and unleashing a brutal massacre. No matter how the village chief and the villagers pleaded, the Wind Capture Division showed no mercy. Ultimately, over 120 souls perished. Aside from the predecessor, no one survived, at least as far as Yang knows. The predecessor, often considered a fool and outcast in the village, had isolated himself in a hidden corner outside the village on the day of the incident, thus escaping the catastrophe. He witnessed the horrors that unfolded in Jishui Village that day and heard the village chief and other villagers refer to the assailants as masters of the Wind Capture Division. The predecessor was so frightened that he was rendered numb, only managing to stumble back to the village after the assailants had departed, discovering that the heads of the villagers had all been severed. The predecessor dared not linger in the village, hastily gathering his parents' remains before fleeing towards Changning Town. Upon reaching the outskirts of Changning Town, he hesitated for a long while, ultimately too fearful to enter. The predecessor appeared somewhat foolish, yet he was not genuinely dull. Changning Town had people who recognized him. He feared that news of his survival would reach the assailants, prompting them to return and eliminate him. He huddled in the ruined temple for several days until today, when Yang Yi's consciousness took precedence. Drawing from the memories of his predecessor and his own knowledge, Yang Yi concluded, the villagers of Jishui may have been wrongfully slaughtered by the Wind Capture Division. Yang Yi could not help but feel a throbbing headache. If his assessment was correct, his current situation was extremely perilous. Should his identity as a villager of Jishui be discovered, he would undoubtedly be hunted down by the Wind Capture Division to his demise. Yang Yi lamented, what a hellish ordeal this is. The Wind Capture Division is one of the violent factions of Dongli, far beyond the capability of a mere farmer like him to contend with. Even as a time traveler, he remains powerless. From the memories of his predecessor, Yang Yi understands that this world is not ordinary. It is filled with formidable warriors. This world is not merely a historical realm. Even in a typical historical context, he, as a mere cog in a machine, would struggle to navigate. Unless he possesses a system. The thought of a system suddenly illuminated Yang Yi's mind. Indeed, a system. He hastily called upon the system's golden finger in his mind. System, golden finger, are you there? Have you awakened? Is the accompanying elder present? What about the accompanying empress? Are you there? If you are, make a sound. Yang Yi called out in various ways for over 10 times, yet received no response. He felt despondent. Without a system or golden finger, how could an ordinary wage slave like him survive such a hellish beginning? Transversing into such a world was already a daunting challenge. And now to face the Wind Capture Division's wrongful slaughter, he gazed through the broken tiles towards the moon hanging high in the sky, yearning to weep without tears. Yang Yi's gaze swept over the rusted iron sword gripped in the hands of the dilapidated temple's deity statue. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Would dying once more transport him to a better world? A more favorable situation? Naturally, Yang Yi would not easily seek death. As a diligent worker accustomed to the rigors of a 9-to-9 and 7-to-7 grind, he may lack other virtues, but his resilience is undeniably plentiful. Yet, having traversed to this place and faced such a dire predicament, his thoughts inevitably began to diverge. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed within Yang Yi's mind. Beep. The corpse-touching system has been successfully loaded and is now at your service, host. Upon hearing this mechanical voice, Yang Yi was momentarily stunned, then nearly leapt 3 feet in the air. He truly possessed a system. He hastily called out in his mind, "System, reveal your functions." Soon after, a piece of information was projected into Yang Yi's brain. The host may touch a corpse to randomly retrieve one of its belongings from its lifetime, ranging from something as small as a needle to martial arts techniques, all within the realm of martial cultivation. Each corpse can only be touched once. The retrieved items will be temporarily stored in the system space, and the host can invoke them by mere thought. Note: the system space can only hold items that have not yet been extracted. After reading this information, Yang Yi awaited the next functional update from the system with great anticipation. However, after a long while, no further information was projected. Surely not, surely not. The renowned system possesses only one function. Not even the standard attribute panel found in other systems. Yang Yi felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he had to accept the singularity of the system's capabilities. Regardless, it was still better than having no system at all. At least now he had some means to survive. Whether Yang Yi would seek revenge on the villagers of Jishui village depended on the system's efficacy. He had crossed over without any emotional ties to the villagers. If the system proved powerful, he would pursue his own interests and not spare the Bureau of Windcatchers. Conversely, if the system was weak, he would have no choice but to conceal his identity. The notion of avenging the Bureau of Windcatchers would remain unspoken. The might of a nation's violent institutions is truly formidable. Without absolute certainty, he would never act recklessly. In the later hours of the night, Yang Yi could not find sleep again. Firstly, he was exhilarated from just acquiring the system. Secondly, his hunger was unbearable, making slumber impossible. Before his arrival in this world, his previous self had merely escaped Jishui village that day with a few bran cakes to stave off hunger, which had long since been consumed. Yang Yi had been famished for an entire day, barely enduring until dawn. He mustered his frail body to rise, climbed onto the altar, and took down the rusted iron sword from the deity's grasp, wrapping it in a tattered cloth and slinging it over his back. Then, he staggered onward towards Changning Town. Yang Yi was not the former self. He possessed a clearer judgment. Although heading to Changning Town was fraught with peril, he was certain that remaining isolated in the wilderness would ensure his demise within 2 days. Chapter 2. The Cemetery of the Forgotten. Yang Yi's body was exceedingly frail. The 10-mile journey took him an entire morning to complete. Upon traversing this distance, he was on the brink of fainting, relying solely on sheer willpower to reach the outskirts of the town. Upon arriving at the outskirts of Changning Town, Yang Yi refrained from rushing into the settlement. Staving off hunger, he sought refuge in a shaded area outside the town to rest while vigilantly observing for any unusual occurrences. After an hour of scrutiny, having confirmed that Changning Town exhibited no anomalies, he prepared to enter. However, there were a few preparations to be made first. Yang Yi loosened his hair, smeared dirt across his face, and fashioned himself into the guise of a beggar. He then procured 2 suitable branches and bound them to either side of his iron sword with tattered burlap, disguising the sword as a rudimentary walking stick. Then, stooping over, he leaned on the makeshift cane and stepped cautiously into Changning Town. The town was not large, and Yang Yi had been here before. He retained a faint recollection of the place. Following his memory, he arrived at the bun shop in the market, intending to purchase some food to stave off starvation. He feared he might perish from hunger if he delayed. Before he could utter a word, he was met with the shopkeeper's disdainful remarks. The owner waved a cloth, shooing him away as if he were a bothersome fly. "Go away. Where did this beggar come from? Such bad luck." At first, Yang Yi felt anger swell within him, but that soon transformed into a sense of joy. The town was small, and the bun shop owner recognized him. The fact that the shopkeeper regarded him as a beggar indicated that his disguise was successful, which was indeed a cause for celebration. Initially, Yang Yi was displeased with the owner's attitude, having come from another world. However, upon integrating the memories of his previous life, he understood that this was a harsh and unforgiving realm, where kindness was a precious commodity beyond the reach of the shopkeeper. If the owner were to grant him food today, he would be besieged by countless beggars, refugees, and even commoners the very next day. In times of chaos, the human heart is not easily fathomed. Certain rules are best left unbroken from the outset. With this realization, Yang Yi's anger towards the shopkeeper dissipated. He cautiously retrieved 2 copper coins from his pocket, his voice hoarse as he spoke. "Good sir, I possess money. I am not seeking charity. This morning, a benefactor bestowed upon me 2 copper coins. Would you sell me a few bran cakes?" The shopkeeper examined the coins closely before accepting them, then retrieved 4 bran cakes, wrapped them up, and tossed them to Yang Yi, stating, "2 bran cakes for 1 copper coin. Quickly take them and do not hinder my business." Yang Yi accepted the bran cakes and hurriedly retreated to a corner by the wall, where he squatted down and began to devour the cakes ravenously, coughing as he ate. The bran cakes were truly unpalatable, if not for the fact that he had fewer than 20 copper coins to his name. Had it not been for the need to maintain the facade of a beggar who would willingly consume this dreadful and unpalatable bran cake. In Changning Town, a few ruffians observed Yang Yi devouring the bran cakes with an insatiable appetite. Once they confirmed that he was devoid of funds, their interest in troubling him waned. Although the bran cakes were indeed distasteful, they served as sustenance. After consuming 2 of them, Yang Yi felt his hunger gradually dissipate. He exhaled a long sigh of relief. Having salvaged his life, after finishing the 2 bran cakes, Yang Yi leaned on his cane and slowly made his way towards the other end of the town, heading towards the cemetery and the potter's field. Given his current frail state and lack of strength, the only option to test the capabilities of the system was to venture into the cemetery and potter's field. Yang Yi hunched over and walked slowly, listening intently for any intriguing tidbits of information. The townsfolk mostly discussed trivial domestic matters. Failing to glean the information he sought left Yang Yi feeling somewhat disheartened. However, just as he was about to exit the market, the conversation of 2 men caught his attention. Affectedly feigning fatigue, he settled down a short distance away to eavesdrop on their dialogue. The first man shook his head as he spoke. "Alas, this world is becoming increasingly perilous. I heard that the entire population of Chishui village, over 100 souls, had their heads severed by cultists." The second man replied, "Indeed, it is truly dangerous now. Yet, Chishui village was somewhat fortunate. At least the wind catchers from Linen Prefecture happened to pass by and avenge them. I heard that they slaughtered dozens of cultists." Upon hearing this, Yang Yi felt a chill run down his spine. The wind catchers were merciless, exhibiting a complete lack of humanity. While claiming that the villagers of Chishui had been killed by cultists, they paraded the severed heads of the villagers as trophies to boast about their exploits, brazenly spreading such tales. This world truly was in a state of decay. Understanding that the massacre of Chishui village had been perpetrated by the wind catchers from Linen Prefecture, Yang Yi resumed his journey towards the cemetery and potter's field. It sufficed for him to know the identity of his adversaries. Other matters could be set aside for now. The pressing concern was to swiftly test the system's capabilities. Once he had gained sufficient strength, he could address the wind catchers at a later time. The cemetery and potter's field lay just outside Changning Town, a mere mile or 2 towards Ping'an County. Naturally, Yang Yi's primary target was the potter's field, as the cemetery was at least managed by someone. Unless the potter's field yielded no results, Yang Yi was reluctant to visit the cemetery so soon. Although he had never been to the potter's field in his previous life, being from a nearby village, he had heard of its location. Following his recollections, he navigated through several obstacles and ultimately found himself at the edge of the forest where the potter's field was located, standing outside the woods. Yang Yi gazed upon the eerily somber forest at midday, a shiver coursing through his body. Having just traversed into this realm, he found such a place deeply unsettling. He could not help but wonder if it harbored unclean entities. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled his resolve and ventured into the graveyard. His current predicament was dire. The graveyard represented a crucial opportunity for his ascent, one he could not afford to relinquish easily. After much contemplation, Yang Yi concluded that the graveyard and the charitable cemetery were the most likely places to encounter the remains of martial artists. Only by becoming a martial artist could he hope to secure his survival in this world. Yet, he pondered whether he could indeed touch the ancient corpses. However, the system had not explicitly stated otherwise, so he presumed it would be fine. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely stepped into the forest. Death begets life, but the living must endure. Upon entering, Yang Yi had scarcely taken a few steps before a nauseating stench assaulted his senses. nearly causing him to regurgitate the gruel he had consumed earlier. The foul odor was unmistakably that of decaying flesh. Turning towards the source of the stench, his revulsion intensified. In the distance of approximately 5 or 6 paces, a corpse, partially shrouded in a grass mat, lay exposed before him. Perhaps it had been discarded with excessive force, leaving a substantial portion of the body uncovered. He could not ascertain how long the individual had been dead. The body was grotesquely swollen and putrid, oozing yellowish fluid, and was infested with writhing maggots. He beheld countless maggots squirming in the eye sockets and nostrils of the corpse. The sight pierced his soul, and he could no longer contain his distress. He turned, clutching a tree for support as he retched violently. The gruel he had eaten at noon, along with bile, threatened to erupt from his throat. His face contorted in terror. Before his crossing into this world, he had merely been an obedient, law-abiding worker. Such horrific scenes were entirely foreign to him. Perhaps it would be better to abandon this endeavor, to find a secluded spot and live a life of anonymity. As long as he concealed his identity as a villager from Chishui, he deemed it would be safe. Doubts began to creep into his mind. Bracing himself against the sturdy tree, he rose, his gaze flickering, unwilling to meet the sight of the corpse, and prepared to flee the forest. Yet, just as he was about to step away, he hesitated, grappling with an internal conflict. It would be easy to leave today, but what would that mean for the rest of his life? Evading the world and living in obscurity might be simple. Yet what if he were to encounter similar perils in the future? Would he have the chance to escape with his life? Even if he never faced such treachery again, could a mere ordinary individual, devoid of any means of defense, truly find peace in this wretched world? Now that he possessed a system, could he resign himself to being a hapless victim? As He wrestled with these thoughts, determination began to solidify upon his countenance. If one were to retreat today, it is conceivable that tomorrow their corpse might be discarded in a mass grave, consumed by maggots. In the depths of his heart, He cursed vehemently. Damn it, having been granted a second chance at life, I shall not allow myself to be slaughtered like a lamb. After much internal struggle, a transformation occurred within Yi's mindset. He turned to face the direction of the corpse, releasing the tree he had been holding onto, and with his cane for support, he approached the lifeless body step by step. Though remnants of fear and disgust lingered in his eyes, and his body trembled uncontrollably, each stride he took was resolute. Upon reaching the corpse, He offered a slight bow and spoke, "I mean no offense. Please do not take it amiss." He then steeled himself against the nausea and discomfort surging within, extending his hand to touch the corpse. The moment his fingers made contact, a message flashed in his mind. Hostess touched the corpse. Randomly acquired items, 20 copper coins. He gazed at the 20 copper coins extracted from the system space. His spirits soaring. Though a modest sum, it confirmed the system's functionality, which was more than sufficient for him. As for becoming a martial artist, He did not delude himself into believing he would be so fortunate as to stumble upon a martial artist's remains on his first encounter. This was merely a remote and impoverished locale, where martial artists were a rarity. Yet, He remained undeterred. According to the memories of his former self, this mass grave had existed for over a decade, housing no fewer than 1,000 bodies, mostly outsiders who had met untimely deaths near Pingan County. Their remains unclaimed by any kin. With such a substantial number, He was confident that a few among them must have possessed some capabilities in life. He carefully stowed the copper coins and continued onward, surpassing the corpse. Not long after, he encountered several more bodies, managing to procure a couple of silver coins, a pair of cotton shoes, and a broken bowl. He tucked the silver coins into his pocket, discarding the shoes and bowl without a second thought. Wearing the shoes of the deceased, or using their broken bowl, was too unsettling for Yi. However, these encounters made him acutely aware of the system's limitations. The range of items he could retrieve from the corpses was alarmingly broad, encompassing coins, shoes, and bowls. This led him to worry that even if he were to find the body of a martial artist, it would be challenging to acquire their martial skills or techniques. With a faint sigh, he resolved not to give up. Resilience was Yi's forte, and he possessed an unwavering tenacity. After several encounters with the deceased, his courage had significantly grown. Continuing forward for another 200 to 300 meters, he arrived at a hollow in the mountain. This was the true site of the mass grave. The previous corpses, he surmised, were likely thrown there by individuals who dared not venture deeper into the grave, opting instead for a nearby disposal. Leaning on his cane, He surveyed the hollow, a chilling sensation coursing through him. The chilling aura emanating from this hollow is far more intense than that found within the forest. It is a bone-deep coldness. This hollow and the forest exist in stark contrast. The forest is overgrown with weeds and dense foliage, while the hollow is barren, covered in desolate yellow sand. Even in broad daylight, despite the sun's direct rays, the chilling presence in the hollow still sends shivers down one's spine. He stood at the entrance of the hollow, his heart racing. Such eeriness. Surely, there couldn't be anything sinister lurking here. This world is not an ordinary one. The existence of spirits should not be particularly astonishing. Although Yi's mindset had shifted, the mere possibility of encountering a spirit still left him feeling uneasy. To enter or not to enter? Thoughts clashed within him. After a long moment, a glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes. He decided to venture in. After all, it was broad daylight, and he refused to believe that spirits could emerge to wreak havoc upon him. He unwrapped the burlap cloth from around his wooden staff, extracting the rusted sword within and gripping it firmly in his hand before resolutely stepping into the hollow. The rusted sword had been taken from the hand of a statue in a temple, though he was uncertain of its deterrent power against any potential spirits. Holding the sword in his grasp emboldened him, as if his courage had increased threefold. Whether it was merely a psychological effect, he could not tell, but it seemed as though the chilling sensation had dissipated considerably. The hollow's ground was littered with exposed white bones. Most of the bones, perhaps due to the passage of time, had turned yellow, with only a few remaining pristine white. With a rusted sword in hand for reassurance, he stepped further into the hollow, approaching the bones and reaching out with his left hand to touch the exposed skulls. As he did so, messages began to flood his mind. Host has touched a corpse, randomly acquired item, a needle for embroidery. Host has touched a corpse, randomly acquired item, 50 copper coins. Host has touched a corpse, randomly acquired item, a raincoat. He continued to touch several skulls, collecting numerous items. However, aside from the 50 copper coins, the other items proved to be of little use. Frustration welled up within him. Was it possible that in such a vast graveyard, not a single warrior's corpse could be found? After such a long time, he had failed to acquire any items related to warriors. This made him begin to doubt whether his decision to explore had been a mistake. Chapter 4. The Mummy. He raised his gaze to the scattered bones, scolding himself inwardly. Why ponder so much? Action was what mattered. There were still many corpses left to examine, and this was not the time for despair. Regaining his focus, he resumed his endeavor to search through the remains. Randomly acquired item, a tattered cotton jacket, moth-eaten and mouse-bitten. Randomly acquired item, a silver note worth 10 taels. Randomly acquired item, a worn pouch. Randomly acquired item, 2 taels of silver. Randomly acquiring items, 10 years of carpentry skills. Gazing at the information projected by the system, he silently uttered the word extract. Instantly, the knowledge and decade-long experience of a carpenter surged into his mind like a tidal wave. He felt a momentary pressure in his head. After a brief moment, he realized he had completely mastered the intricacies of carpentry. A slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth. So, this is the sensation of obtaining a skill-based item. To grasp it all in an instant is most agreeable to me. If I were to acquire a martial technique or a combat skill, I should be able to master that just as swiftly. As for the carpentry skills, he held no disdain. It was, after all, a means of livelihood. He took a brief respite before continuing to scavenge through the corpses. After rummaging through over 50 skeletons, he had yet to encounter anything of value. Exhausted and famished, he found a random spot to sit down, resting while consuming his last 2 wheat bran cakes. He then lifted his gaze to the sky. The sun was gradually tilting toward the west, and it would not be long before darkness enveloped the land. Finishing the bran cakes, he could not afford to linger any longer. He quickly rose to continue his scavenging. This was a cursed burial ground, foreboding an atmosphere. He had no intention of remaining here after nightfall. After examining another dozen corpses, he finally obtained what he sought. The host touches the corpse and randomly acquires the item. Martial arts technique Qingmuju. Eagerly extracted the Qingmuju. Instantly, a wealth of information regarding Qingmuju flooded his mind. Qingmuju was an advanced yellow-grade martial arts technique consisting of 5 layers, allowing cultivation up to the 3rd tier of mastery. At this moment, Yang's understanding of Qingmuju reached its pinnacle. Even if he did not gain anything further, he could rely on his own cultivation to become a martial artist. This acquisition of Qingmuju seemed to unlock a pathway to martial arts. In subsequent scavenging attempts, nearly all items retrieved were related to martial arts techniques and skills. Randomly acquiring item, martial technique conglenswort technique. Randomly acquiring items, body technique, swift wind steps. Randomly acquiring items, 25 copper coins. Randomly acquiring items, martial technique, shadow kill technique. Randomly acquiring items, 1 year of martial arts cultivation. Randomly acquiring items, 2 years of martial arts cultivation. Randomly acquiring items, a steel dagger. After extracting all these items, a surge of internal energy erupted within Yang Yi, flowing rapidly along the trajectory of the Qingmu Ju within his body. In an instant, he possessed martial arts cultivation and officially became a martial artist. With 3 years of martial arts cultivation integrated, Yang Yi's cultivation stabilized at the late stage of the first year. All the martial techniques and body skills he had acquired were now seamlessly intertwined within him to become a genuine warrior. The shadows that had loomed over Yang Yi's heart dissipated completely. Although the first level of martial arts was merely the foundation of warriors in this realm, Yang Yi felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. After his excitement subsided, he lifted his gaze to observe his surroundings. The sun was gradually descending, casting dim light into the valley. As the sun sank lower, the mountain breeze swept through the hollow, producing a chilling sound reminiscent of a wailing specter, sending shivers down Yang Yi's spine. He could distinctly sense the growing chill in the valley. Yang Yi knew that it was time for him to depart. Just as he was about to turn away, a glimpse caught his eye. To his astonishment, there lay a corpse partially buried in the hollow. Had he not looked closely, he would have never noticed it. Seizing the moment before the sun disappeared completely, Yang Yi took several strides to stand before the lifeless body. As he approached, an involuntary tremor coursed through him. The air around the corpse felt even more frigid, and Yang Yi was certain it was no mere illusion. His heart raced with dread as he stared at the body, goosebumps prickling his skin. This corpse held an ominous mystery. Could it be harboring something sinister? Instinctively, he felt an urge to retreat. However, seeing the body remain still, he fought against his fear and continued to observe. Perhaps he could uncover some treasure from his cadaver. The figure was that of a man, impeccably dressed, lying on the ground as if in peaceful slumber. An unknown object hung from his chest, suggesting he had not been carelessly discarded, but rather deliberately placed there. Gripping his rusty sword tightly in his right hand, Yang Yi cautiously reached out with his left. The moment his fingers made contact with the corpse, an icy chill pierced his very bones, as if a living creature was burrowing into him. Alarm surged within him, and he jumped back in fright. This corpse was undoubtedly problematic. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee from the burial ground. Yet before he could act, the once lifeless body suddenly opened its eyes. It began to struggle, attempting to rise from the earth, its throat emitting raspy, abrasive sounds. I crave the vitality of the living. Panic gripped Yang Yi's heart. What kind of world was this? As if warriors were not enough, malevolent spirits were now emerging. Would he ever be allowed to live in peace? Despite his overwhelming fear, he retained a semblance of composure. Seeing the corpse still ensnared by the soil, he steeled his resolve, wielding his rusty sword and executing the Sanglong sword technique, thrusting directly toward the corpse's chest. To Yang Yi's astonishment, as the rusty sword approached, it erupted in a brilliant golden light, piercing the corpse with an unparalleled smoothness, as if a searing iron blade had plunged into glacial ice, creating a gaping hole in its chest. The mummified corpse collapsed with a thud, returning to its original muddy pit, ceasing its struggles. After this strike, the rusted sword shattered into 2 pieces. Yang Yi swiftly gathered the fragments and bound them together with burlap. After a moment's contemplation, he reached out to remove an object hanging from the corpse's neck, then swiftly made his escape. He could not linger here. Dusk was approaching. Who could tell if there were other unsavory entities lurking in this graveyard beyond the lifeless corpses? He possessed no second rusted sword to confront any potential threats. Yang Yi resolved never to return to this forsaken burial ground. At least for the foreseeable future, it was far too ominous. Chapter 5, A Theft. Yang Yi fled with great haste, almost unwittingly employing the wind step technique, fearful that some malevolent entity would ensnare him from behind. Only upon escaping the woods did he slightly ease his pace, taking several deep breaths to regain his composure. Upon emerging from the forest, the last rays of the setting sun had vanished entirely, plunging the land into darkness. Yang Yi, navigating in the shadows, discerned his direction and raced toward Shining Town. situated at the westernmost edge of Pinyin County. Despite the challenges of traveling in the dark, he was resolute in distancing himself from this graveyard. Loning Town lay perilously close. Should any calamity arise, it would undoubtedly be the first to suffer the consequences, and he could not return there. The county seat of Pinyin was not far off. Yet by the time he arrived, the city gates would have already closed, rendering it an unwise option. To reach Xining Town from Loning Town, he would need to traverse the towns of Fengping and Qian. Even if turmoil erupted at the graveyard, Yang would at least have a buffer of time in Xining Town, despite the increased distance. However, as a late-stage first-tier martial artist, Yang Yi's speed had significantly improved. Even on an empty stomach, after approximately 4 to 5 hours, he finally arrived at a village under the jurisdiction of Xining Town. Having traveled throughout the night, fatigue enveloped him, and his stomach growled with hunger, rendering him unable to continue. He decided to pause and rest momentarily. As soon as he sat down, his stomach audibly protested. It was already deep into the night, and in his extreme hunger, Yang Yi's gaze fell upon a chicken coop belonging to a nearby farmer. After a brief internal struggle, he ultimately resolved to make a move on the chickens in the coop. There was no other choice. His previous life had been marked by malnutrition, leaving him with little sustenance. Throughout the day, he had only consumed 4 bran cakes, 2 of which he had expelled. The gnawing hunger had become unbearable. While he had been on the go, the sensation of hunger had not been particularly acute, but now that he had stopped, he could no longer withstand it. After catching his breath for a moment, Yang Yi stealthily leaped over the fence and entered the farmer's yard, seizing a plump chicken. To prevent the bird from squawking and alerting the farmer, he swiftly snapped its neck, and in a final act of desperation, he also took a set of clothes that hung drying in the yard. Before departing, Yang Yi left 70 copper coins at the doorstep of a farmer. Recalling the prices from his previous memories, clutching his garments and a plump chicken, he hastened out of the village, intending to prepare the chicken for a hearty meal. Moments later, he stealthily returned, leaving behind another 10 coins while appropriating a substantial bundle of firewood and flint from the farmer. He had no desire to return, yet circumstances compelled him. It was the dead of night, and gathering firewood was not an option. He could hardly consume the chicken raw, and igniting a fire with flint proved to be quite a challenge. Fortunately, he had acquired some knowledge in this area before his transmigration. Otherwise, he would have faced a night of hunger and cold, lamenting the fate of the chicken. After considerable effort, Yang Yi finally managed to kindle a fire. He then used a dagger he had scavenged to skin the chicken and eviscerate it, performing a rudimentary preparation before skewering it on a wooden stick and roasting it over the flames. Soon, the chicken sizzled, dripping with fat, its rich aroma wafting towards Yang Yi. Ignoring whether the chicken was fully cooked and disregarding the heat, he seized the chicken and tore into it voraciously. In a short while, he had devoured the entire chicken, and a satisfied smile finally graced his face. His hunger had been quelled at last. The discomfort of an empty stomach was a sensation he had never before experienced prior to his transmigration, and it was one he wished never to endure again. After finishing the chicken, Yang Yi leaned against the warmth of the fire and succumbed to a deep slumber. He was utterly exhausted from the day's trials. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, in the desolate graveyard, as he was slaying the undead, a sudden incident unfolded in Pinyin County. In the back courtyard of the Guanjai coffin shop, the kindly-faced, slightly rotund shopkeeper suddenly coughed up blood, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression darkened ominously. My corpse refinement was slain. Who dares to consume the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard to meddle with my corpse refinement sect? It was merely a year away from completion. 10 years of effort wasted. I am filled with hatred. After a low growl, the shopkeeper, Mu Zhenzi, muttered menacingly to himself, "Do not let me discover your identity, or I shall ensure your remains are obliterated." Once his emotions had settled, Mu Zhenzi resumed his former benevolent demeanor, brimming with smiles. After instructing his shop attendants to guard the premises, he hastily departed Pinyin County, heading towards the desolate graveyard in Changning Town. By the time Mu Zhenzi arrived at the graveyard, Yang Yi had long since left Changning Town. Upon entering the graveyard, Mu Zhenzi located the undead. After a meticulous examination, his complexion turned ashen. The corpse-guarding seal has been removed. The lingering aura of the incense divine path lingered in the air. It is the cult of the incense worshippers. They have destroyed my corpse refinement and sever my path. I, Mu Zhenzi, shall not coexist with the cult of the incense worshippers. Mu Zhenzi, no longer shrouded in disguise amidst the chaotic burial grounds, unleashed a thunderous roar. The methods of the corpse refining sect were primarily focused on the art of corpse refinement, with the dry corpse being the pinnacle of Mu Jinzi's endeavors, in pursuit of elevating this dry corpse to the 7th tier of refinement. He traversed the land in search of an exceptional nurturing ground. To his dismay, after a decade without incident, calamity struck in the final year, leading to the transformation of the corpse, coinciding with the weakest moment of his pinnacle 6th-tier refined corpse. The unexpected demise of this dry corpse cost Mu Jinzi a significant portion of his power, igniting a deep-seated animosity towards the god-worship sect. Unbeknownst to Yang Yi, a mere rusty sword he had carelessly taken from a dilapidated temple had inadvertently led the god-worship sect to bear the blame on his behalf, thereby sparing him from a dire crisis. At dawn, Yang Yi was startled awake by a sharp voice emanating from outside the village. It was a somewhat coarse female voice lamenting, "Oh heavens, who has stolen my prized fat chicken? I can't go on living like this." Upon regaining his senses, Yang Yi rubbed his ears, perplexed by the farmer woman's extraordinary vocal prowess that managed to rouse him from such a distance. After comprehending the essence of her cries, he sheepishly touched his nose and hastily donned the clothing he had acquired the previous night. Seizing the moment before being detected, he swiftly made his way toward the town of Xining. The coins he had left behind were more than sufficient to compensate the farmer family for their loss, perhaps even providing them with a surplus. It was likely that the early hour had prevented the family from discovering the coins left at their doorstep. Shortly after Yang Yi's departure, the farmer family finally stumbled upon the coins he had left. Following a thorough count, tranquility returned to the village. Chapter 6. Pursued. Upon reaching the outskirts of Xining town, Yang Yi paused to change into the clothes he had taken from the farmer's home before venturing into the town. The garments, oversized due to his slender frame, appeared somewhat odd, yet he was unconcerned about the judgment of others. In this world, eccentric attire was commonplace, especially among the common folk. A slight misfit in clothing size was trivial. With resources scarce and production rudimentary, acquiring any clothing at all was a feat in itself. In Xining town, where he was not recognized by anyone from his past, Yang Yi felt bolder, liberated from the need for caution that had plagued him in Chongning town. His intention in Xining was to seek a temporary refuge. As the morning progressed, the town grew lively with its bustling inhabitants, and Yang Yi blended into the crowd, keen to gather information about the town and any news that might be pertinent to him. Along the way, he was surrounded by a cacophony of discussions and gossip. Have you heard? Mr. Chun from our town is set to take another concubine. The young girl is merely 16, while Mr. Chun is already 86. Zhang Ye, what were you up to last night? Your pig squealed all night long, driving everyone mad. Last night, Zhang the butcher from the north side of the town was brutally murdered, and his death was truly horrific. His skin was flayed. I heard that the owner of the charity cemetery outside the town is looking to hire several caretakers. Perhaps you should consider it. Upon hearing about the recruitment of caretakers at the charity cemetery outside Xining town, Yang Yi felt a stirring in his heart. With such a fate bestowed upon him, his later years were destined to intertwine with the deceased. The charity cemetery undoubtedly serves as an excellent refuge. Those who unexpectedly meet their demise and are brought to the cemetery for temporary shelter are mostly outsiders. In these times, those who traverse the land are seldom ordinary folk. Most possess some martial prowess, and, at the cemetery, he would have greater opportunities to encounter the corpses of martial artists. There are indeed other professions that offer easier access to the remains of martial artists, such as being a constable or a coroner in the county. However, those positions are beyond his current reach, and it is inevitable that someone from the county has visited Jishui village and knows of him. Aware of the cemetery's recruitment, Yang Yi decided against further wandering. He approached a nearby crepe stall, ordered 2 crepes and a bowl of hot tea, intending to fill his stomach and contemplate the spoils from the mass grave yesterday. After rummaging through over 100 skeletons at the mass grave, he had been in a rush to leave and hadn't had the chance to properly assess his findings. Soon, the crepes and hot tea were delivered to Yang Yi. "Enjoy your meal, esteemed guest," the vendor said. As Yang Yi savored his crepes with the hot tea, he immersed himself in his thoughts, reviewing the information relayed by the system yesterday. Most of the useless items from yesterday had been casually discarded by Yang Yi. Upon reflection, he had indeed gained a considerable amount. In terms of finances, after deducting the 80 copper coins spent on a sumptuous chicken feast last night, he now possessed 13 taels of silver and 31 copper coins. 1 tael of silver is equivalent to 1,000 copper coins, as long as he refrains from extravagance. He need not worry about finances for a long time. Regarding weaponry, he acquired a fine steel dagger. In terms of martial arts techniques, he possesses the green wood technique, shadow killing technique, azure wave sword technique, and swift wind step. Additionally, there is a white jade pendant named Shintian Jade Slip, which belonged to the corpse in its lifetime, though its exact function remains unknown. Moreover, there is also the square object he retrieved from the neck of the corpse yesterday. After spending half a day rummaging through the corpses, Yang Yi has advanced to the late stage of the first rank as a martial artist. With the integration of techniques, skills, and cultivation, Yang Yi has attained a relatively systematic understanding of martial arts. In this world, martial artists are classified from the first rank to the 9th rank, with the first rank being the lowest and the 9th rank the highest. Each rank is further divided into early, mid, late, and peak stages. Beyond the 9th rank, Yang Yi remains unaware of any further realms, as he has not received information on that matter. The techniques of martial arts are categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, each of which is further divided into lower, middle, and upper tiers. The higher the level of the martial art, the greater its power and potential. After taking stock of his gains and organizing the information swirling his mind, Yang Yi had finished consuming his pancakes and swiftly downed a bowl of hot tea. He then inquired with the vendor about the location of the charitable tomb outside the town. Upon acquiring the precise direction of the tomb, Yang Yi counted out 6 copper coins to pay for his pancakes and set off towards his destination. As Yang Yi departed from the pancake stall, a rather unsavory-looking individual, with shifty eyes and a dubious demeanor, nudged his companions and pointed at Yang Yi's retreating figure. "Boss, did you see that kid? He has got money. I just saw him counting coins and even some silver. He is not from around here." At this, a burly ruffian nearby perked up, spitting to the side, and declared, "Let us follow him. It's been days since I've had a drink, and my mouth's getting dry as a bone. We can't let this little fat sheep escape." With a command from the burly ruffian, 4 or 5 individuals trailed Yang Yi from distance. The marketplace was bustling with people, and initially, Yang Yi remained oblivious to being followed. However, once he exited the market, he quickly sensed that someone was tailing him. As an advanced martial artist, his senses were acute. Even with limited experience in the world, the clumsy tracking skills of a few ruffians could not elude him. Feeling the weight of being pursued, Yang Yi's heart raced with myriad thoughts. Who were they? Had he been recognized? Did someone intend to kill him? Initially, he felt a twinge of panic, uncertain of the reasons behind their surveillance. Yet, upon realizing that his pursuers were merely ordinary individuals, a steely resolve flickered within him. He needed to uncover the reason for their following. Otherwise, he would remain restless. With this in mind, Yang Yi feigned ignorance of their presence and quickened his pace, leading them out of town and towards a secluded forest. The ruffians, seeing him venture into a remote area, grew even more exhilarated. The more isolated it was, the more they relished the thrill. In this era, stepping outside the town meant that even should they commit murder and theft, no one would intervene. They were completely oblivious to the fact that Yang Yi had deliberately lured them into this trap. In their eyes, the frail Yang Yi posed no threat to them. Once they reached the secluded woods, the ruffians scanned their surroundings and, finding it deserted, hastily closed in on Yang Yi. Observing their approach, Yang Yi shrank back, adopting a feigned expression of fear, trembling slightly as he stammered, "What do you want? Why are you surrounding me?" The ruffians erupted in laughter at his words. "What we want?" They jeered. "Of course, I am here to borrow some silver from you," proclaimed the lecherous ruffian with a repugnant visage and beady eyes. "Hand over your silver immediately, or I assure you, hesitation will lead to your demise right here." He continued, "Do not feign ignorance. I witnessed your payment moments ago." Chapter 7. The Wang Family's Charity Hall. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It became evident that these ruffians were merely after his silver, their intent to rob him rather than to take his life, as he had feared. He realized that he had overreacted. No one in Xining Town should recognize him. At this moment, the Wind-Catching Bureau was likely still unaware that anyone had survived in Jishui village. Nevertheless, Yang Yi silently reminded himself to exercise caution in the future, to remember that wealth should not be flaunted. Yang Yi clutched his chest tightly and stammered, "You cannot do this. My uncle serves as an officer in the county magistrate's office. If you harm me, he will not let you go unpunished." Hearing this, the burly ruffian's eyes flickered with a hint of doubt as he inquired, "Pray tell, which esteemed official is your uncle?" "My uncle is Constable Song." The ruffians erupted into laughter, their earlier trepidation dissipating. Huh, so he is merely a constable. We thought you had connections to a high-ranking official. With a sneer, one of them declared, "Let me assure you, we have been here for quite some time without alerting anyone. If we were to kill you and bury you in the ground, not even Constable Song would be able to trace us." Upon hearing this, Yang Yi gradually straightened his posture, reaching into his garment to draw forth a steel dagger, his voice cold and resolute. "You should have mentioned that no one knew you were following me. This has become quite the predicament." Then, with the ruffians gazing at him in sheer terror, Yang Yi's form quaked as he summoned his inner strength. With the speed of the wind, he advanced swiftly to their side, armed with his steel dagger. He executed the shadow killing technique, the blade transforming into a glimmering arc that swiftly severed the throats of the ruffians. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering in all directions. The ruffians, their eyes wide with fear, clutched their necks in a futile attempt to staunch the flow of blood. Yet, their efforts proved in vain. As their life essence drained away, their complexions turned pale, and they emitted a few muffled gasps before succumbing to death. In their final moments, their eyes bulged with regret, akin to large brass bells. For Yang Yi, there was little emotional turmoil. After a day of cultivating his courage, he felt a slight discomfort at having taken a life for the first time, yet he managed to suppress it entirely. Once the ruffians lay lifeless, Yang Yi approached their bodies to search for valuables. He randomly collected the following items: 1 copper coin, 10 copper coins, a set of street fighting techniques, and a pair of blood-stained trousers. Randomly picking up an item, he obtained a woman's undergarment belonging to Widow Wang. Upon seeing the system's announcement regarding the trousers and undergarment, Yang Yi's expression darkened. Truly unfortunate. These ruffians possessed nothing of value. Yang Yi stowed away the 11 copper coins and discarded the blood-stained trousers and Widow Wang's undergarment. He swiftly searched the bodies of the ruffians, ultimately uncovering only 10 more copper coins. After securing the coins, Yang Yi quickly dragged the corpses to a more concealed location to hide them. He then checked to ensure that he had not been splattered with blood before hastily departing, continuing his journey towards the ancestral hall. Previously, having sensed that someone was tailing him, Yang Yi had already diverged from his path to the ancestral hall, and now retracing his steps cost him considerable time. By the time he arrived at the Wang family's ancestral hall, it was nearly noon. However, there were still individuals guarding the premises. Upon entering the hall, Yang Yi spotted a one-eyed elder resting in the courtyard. He approached the elder quietly and gently roused him. "Elder, please wake up." The one-eyed elder was not deeply asleep. He stirred slightly and awoke, mistaking Yang Yi for a distressed traveler seeking assistance at the ancestral hall. The elder inquired, "Young man, have you encountered some trouble?" Yang Yi shook his head, responding, "Elder, are you the one in charge of this Wang family's ancestral hall? I heard that the hall is looking to recruit a few guardians, and I wish to apply." Hearing this, the one-eyed elder's face brightened. The news of the recruitment had been circulating for several days, and Yang Yi was the first to arrive for the position. The elder rose and grasped Yang Yi's hand, saying, "I am indeed in charge of this Wang family's ancestral hall. You may call me Old Wang. May I ask your name?" "I am Lin Yi," Yang Yi replied, pondering briefly before giving a pseudonym. "So, Lin Yi, are you certain you wish to apply for the guardian position? The monthly salary is 300 copper coins, and your sole duty is to guard the hall. You will not be required to perform any other tasks." The monthly salary of 300 copper coins is indeed quite modest, perhaps even exceedingly low. Given the current prices, a flatbread costs 3 copper coins, and an adult requires at least 6 flatbreads a day. Over a month, subsisting on flatbreads alone would amount to 540 copper coins. This paltry salary would scarcely suffice to support a family. Furthermore, considering the hall's frequent dealings with corpses, it is no wonder that few would contemplate the guardian role unless they were utterly desperate. It is clear why the Wang family's ancestral hall struggles to find suitable guardians. Concerned that Yang Yi might flee upon hearing the meager salary, Old Wang hastily added, "The hall also provides 3 meals a day." Yang Yi nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you, Elder Wang, for your kind offer. I am indeed in need of this opportunity." Yang Yi was not motivated by the salary. The amount was of little consequence to him. Moreover, his duties merely required him to guard the ancestral hall, exempt from any other responsibilities such as providing relief, distributing gruel, or conducting rituals, which undoubtedly aligned perfectly with Yang Yi's needs. After a brief inquiry into Yang Yi's background, Old Wang appointed him as the guardian of the ancestral hall. Yang Yi's working hours were predominantly nocturnal. During the day, The hall was generally attended by others, alleviating any concerns. However, as night fell and everyone returned to their homes, a solitary figure was required to oversee the hall. The prospect of spending an entire night in the company of corpses was one of the reasons others were reluctant to take on this role. Old Wang guided Yang Yi through the premises, informing him of essential precautions. Finally, he led Yang Yi to a small storage room, stating, "This little room is yours to tidy up and use for rest. Remember to sleep well during the day to be alert at night." Yang Yi naturally nodded in agreement, expressing, "Thank you for your guidance. I shall remember your advice." This line of work suited him perfectly, as Xining Town was merely 2 towns away from Chongning Town, where there was a chance someone might recognize him. This position significantly reduced the likelihood of exposure, while also allowing him ample opportunity to engage with corpses without the fear of being discovered. Such a job would be exceedingly hard to find elsewhere. Yang Yi felt an immense sense of joy, giving himself a resounding commendation for his decision. Chapter 8. Handling corpses in the Ancestral Hall in the afternoon. 3 individuals arrived at the Ancestral Hall. They were not only guardians of the hall, but also members of the Wang clan. Old Wang introduced them to Yang Yi. Among them, the stout and short one was named Wang Shan, who always wore a smile. The tall and slender one was Wang Shu, a reticent character who spoke little. The last, appearing quite robust, was Wang Ding, whose face bore a menacing scar that stretched from his forehead to his cheek, giving him a fearsome demeanor. Wang Ding and Wang Shu seemed to regard Yang Yi with indifference, merely exchanging cursory greetings before departing. Conversely, Wang Shan approached Yang Yi with enthusiasm, engaging him in conversation for a while before leaving him with the words, "Brother Lin, should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to seek me out." Yang Yi harbored no particular feelings towards these 3. As long as they did not provoke him, he was indifferent to their actions. Accompanying Old Wang to the kitchen, Yang Yi consumed a simple bowl of thin porridge before returning to his storage room, where he tidied up and fashioned a bed from some discarded coffin boards. He then settled cross-legged upon the makeshift bed to commence his first session of cultivation. With time on his hands, he decided to proactively engage in self-improvement. The first stage of martial arts, known as the body refinement realm, involved circulating energy to draw in spiritual essence, refining his sinews and bones. The 3 years of martial arts experience Yang Yi had acquired yesterday had already refined his physique, elevating him to the later stage of the first tier. Yang Yi's comprehension and mastery of the Qingmu formula were also at their zenith. In the present day, one need only methodically operate the Qingmu Ju to draw spiritual energy into the body, refining the muscles and bones. By thoroughly refining every part of the body, one can achieve perfection and ascend to the pinnacle of the first rank. Yang Yi has completely mastered the Qingmu Ju, and there shall be no obstacles on his path of cultivation until the 4th rank. As for what lies beyond the 4th rank, he must seek a different method of practice, for the upper limit of Qingmu Ju is the 3rd rank. However, it is still premature to speak of the 4th rank. As Yang Yi meditated until dusk, a knock echoed at the door of his small storeroom, followed by the voice of Wang Shan. "Brother Lin, the time has come for us to return. I appreciate your diligence in guarding the estate tonight. By the way, I left a few pancakes in the kitchen for your consumption." Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes and responded, "Thank you, Brother Wang, I appreciate it." Not waiting for Yang Yi to open the door, Wang Shan swiftly departed the Ancestral Hall, as if pursued by some unseen force. Yang Yi paid this no mind, attributing it to Wang Shan's eagerness to return home. He rose, stretched his muscles, and left the room to retrieve the pancakes from the kitchen. As he savored the pancakes, he patrolled the estate's courtyard. At this hour, apart from Yang Yi, not a single living soul remained within the Ancestral Hall. As nightfall enveloped the surroundings, Yang Yi sensed a chilling aura permeating the hall, transforming the atmosphere into one of eerie foreboding. Alone in the Ancestral Hall, he felt a twinge of apprehension. However, recalling that the hall usually buzzed with activity, he managed to quell his unease. Taking a deep breath, Yang Yi made his way to the mortuary, ready to commence his grim task. Inside the mortuary lay 8 bodies, one of which belonged to a lonely elder from the Wang clan, slated for burial the following day. The remaining 7 were from outsiders, temporarily housed in the Wang Ancestral Hall, awaiting their families who would soon arrive to reclaim their remains for burial in their homeland. These bodies had undergone preliminary preparations, alleviating immediate concerns about decay and odor. All the bodies were covered with white cloth, neatly arranged on a makeshift table. Upon entering the mortuary, Yang Yi swiftly approached the bodies but refrained from hastily proceeding. Instead, he stood solemnly before them, bowing deeply in respect. I mean no disrespect. I implore you all to forgive me. I mean no disrespect. I implore you all to forgive me. I mean no disrespect. I implore you all to forgive me. After bowing 3 times, Yang Yi rose and approached the bodies, beginning his grim examination one by one. As he touched the bodies, he randomly acquired an item, a year of martial arts cultivation. Yang Yi's brow arched in surprise. Ah, what a fortuitous start. This ancestral hall has proven worthwhile. With this year of martial arts cultivation, Yang Yi's body refinement reached perfection, propelling him into the pinnacle of the first rank. Elated, he eagerly resumed his grim endeavor. Randomly, he acquired another item, a tattered piece of clothing. Randomly acquired items, a piece of candy. Randomly acquired items, 1 tael of silver. Randomly acquired items, martial arts technique, still water formula. Randomly acquired items, a pair of exquisite red shoes. Randomly acquired items, 6 copper coins. Randomly acquired items, concealed weapon sleeve arrows. Yang Yi silently uttered the command to extract. The insides of the still water formula instantly merged into Yang Yi's being. Much like the Greenwood formula, the still water formula belongs to the advanced yellow tier techniques, consisting of 5 levels, and, at this moment, Yang Yi had fully comprehended and mastered it to its pinnacle. He discovered that the operation of both Greenwood formula and still water formula harmoniously complemented each other, creating a subtle resonance rather than conflict. This revelation ignited a sense of admiration in Yang Yi towards the system. Mastering a martial art is no trivial endeavor. Generally, an individual may cultivate only one technique. Otherwise, it can lead to chaotic meridians and potential madness. Consequently, when a technique reaches its limit, practitioners often consider switching to another. Yet it must belong to the same attribute. Should one attempt to transition to a technique of a different attribute, they would have to forfeit their cultivation and start anew. When Yang Yi acquired the still water formula, he harbored concerns, but now the system had allayed his fears. Possessing 2 techniques, Yang Yi felt significantly stronger than before. Today's harvest was quite fruitful, and his spirits soared, completely oblivious to the oppressive chill that had intensified within the ancestral hall. Yang Yi first tucked the silver and copper coins into his clothing. Then, he carefully secured the sleeve arrows to his wrist, expertly concealing them beneath the loose fabric of his garment. Having stashed his wealth and equipped the concealed arrows, Yang Yi turned his attention to the remaining items. After a moment of contemplation, he wrapped the candy and exquisite red shoes in tattered cloth. Exiting the morgue, he exerted himself to cast them beyond the confines of the ancestral hall. Pleased with his bounty, Yang Yi resolved to patrol the hall a few more times. Just then, an unsettling sensation gripped him, and his brow furrowed. In the excitement of his previous scavenging, he had overlooked something amiss. Now that his emotions had settled, he immediately sensed that something was off within the ancestral hall. The chilling aura felt excessively sinister, reminiscent of the eerie presence he had encountered at the potter's field yesterday. Chapter 9, Bloodlust. An uneasy apprehension stirred within Yang Yi. Could it be that the malevolent entities from yesterday's potter's field had followed him? Despite having reached the pinnacle of the first tier, the thought of such entities still sent a shiver down his spine. Just as Yang Yi was poised to flee, his gaze caught sight of 2 figures stumbling awkwardly toward the ancestral hall. Under the glow of the lanterns hanging in the hall, the shadows of these figures stretched long and distorted. Yang Yi could clearly sense the chill emanating from the 2 figures within the ancestral hall was palpable. Yang Yi, with a keen gaze, discerned through the dim light that their faces were marked with livor mortis, devoid of any sign of respiration in their rigid abdomens. A shiver coursed through him. They were undeniably deceased, yet for reasons unknown, they retained the ability to move. Observing the elongated shadows cast by them, Yang Yi felt a momentary relief. They were corporeal entities. The presence of tangible beings evoked a diminished sense of dread within him. He stifled his inner turmoil, forcing himself to remain composed and resolved to understand this phenomenon. Given the existence of such entities in the world, encounters were inevitable. Could he afford to flee each time? Would he always manage to escape? At present, these 2 figures did not instill in him an acute sense of peril, and this was surely an opportune moment to gather more insights. The figures entered the hall not with the intention of confronting him, but rather directed their course toward the morgue. Curiosity piqued within Yang Yi. What lay within the morgue? Why were they drawn there? He stealthily followed their movements. Upon entering the morgue, The figures approached several corpses, slowly bending over to extract something from them. Through the dim illumination, it appeared to Yang Yi as if something was being drawn from the bodies into the figures themselves. He could even discern a hint of satisfaction gracing their countenances. Lacking extensive knowledge, Yang Yi could not decipher the meaning behind their actions, yet he remained on high alert. He sensed that these entities were not particularly formidable, and he believed he could handle the situation. However, as a newcomer in an unfamiliar environment, he preferred to refrain from engaging them, especially within the ancestral hall. If these entities were the creation of someone else, an impulsive confrontation could reveal his presence. The two figures consumed from 8 corpses before turning and staggering out of the ancestral hall, oblivious to Yang Yi's presence. A sense of relief washed over him. Whether they had overlooked him or simply chose to ignore him was undoubtedly favorable news. He observed them as they faltered toward the forest beyond the hall, hesitating momentarily before deciding to follow at a distance to investigate further. After all, his personal safety was at stake, and he could not quell his unease without understanding more. As he trailed them deeper into the woods, he watched the figures stumble into a secluded corner, where they entered an excavated pit and then fell silent. Yang Yi dared not approach too closely. Upon witnessing their descent into the pit, he halted and retraced the steps back to the ancestral hall. Throughout his journey, his mind was a tempest of confusion. This world seemed perilously treacherous. In his quest for employment, Yang Yi encountered an inexplicable and extraordinary situation. Throughout his journey, he pondered whether to flee, recalling the sage adage that a gentleman should not stand beneath a perilous wall. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to escape. After all, the corpses currently resting at the mortuary had already been examined, and it would take time for any new bodies to arrive. Thus, he believed he had little to lose. Despite having made the decision to abscond, Yang Yi had no intention of hastily boarding a train that very night. The likelihood of any incidents occurring was minimal. To avoid the possibility of the Wang family mortuary engaging in any unforeseen antics after his departure, Yang Yi resolved to confront Old Man Wang the following day to gauge the situation before making his exit. At that moment, he harbored no fondness for Old Man Wang and his 3 companions. In fact, a murderous intent simmered within him. Yang Yi considered himself no killer, yet the actions of the 4 men were undeniably excessive. It was evident that the Wang family mortuary harbored secrets. Perhaps the previous caretaker had been frightened away or even murdered under similar circumstances. Throughout the previous day, none of the 4 had deigned to offer him a word of warning, which was tantamount to endangering his life. It was conceivable that those 2 entities were orchestrated by them. As for tomorrow, whether Yang Yi would resort to violence against them hinged entirely on the unfolding circumstances. Should all 4 of Old Man Wang's companions be present, he would not hesitate to wield his blade against them before departing, for they were the only ones who had seen him since his arrival at the mortuary. After eliminating them, he could vanish into the forest, confident that no one could trace him. However, if even one of them was absent, he would have no choice but to temporarily relent, for the repercussions of his actions could prove dire. Following such unsettling events, Yang Yi could not afford to lower his guard throughout the night. It was not until the first light of dawn that he allowed himself a brief respite. Yet, he was soon roused by the sounds emanating from within the mortuary. Upon opening his eyes, he realized that daylight had broken and that individuals had already arrived. By the sound of their voices, he discerned that it was Wang Ding, Wang Shan, and Wang Shu. The 3 were engaged in discussion in the courtyard. Quietly rising, Yang Yi crept closer to the doorway, straining to listen intently. Wang Shan remarked, "Dinge, do you think that Lin Yi, who came yesterday, is doing well today? Could he have met the same fate as the others?" Wang Ding appeared somewhat indifferent, responding coldly, "How would I know? Why don't you check the supply room?" Wang Shan and Wang Shu waved their hands dismissively. "Forget it. Let us wait for old Uncle Wang to arrive." Within the confines of his room, Yang Yi felt a chill run through him, as he had suspected the night before. These individuals were aware of something, yet they chose to withhold it from him. They deserved punishment. Yang Yi silently admonished himself to remain composed. Without hearing Old Man Wang's voice, it was unwise to act impulsively. He did not have to wait long. The voice of Old Wang resonated from outside as he instructed Wang Shan and the others on their tasks. "Deshan, go to the kitchen and prepare the meal. Xiao Shu, tidy up the courtyard. Ding, follow me." With that, Old Wang led Wang Ding slowly towards Yang Yi's small supply room. Sensing the approach, Yang Yi swiftly leaped onto his bed, feigning deep slumber. Soon, a series of knocks echoed at the door. "Top, top, top. Linny, are you awake?" Before Yang Yi could respond, Old Wang and Wang Ding pushed the door open. Upon seeing Yang Yi soundly asleep, a glimmer of understanding passed between Old Wang and Wang Ding. At Old Wang's gesture, Wang Ding stepped forward to rouse Yang Yi, pretending to rub his sleepy eyes. Yang Yi greeted them. Master, Brother Wang Ding, you've arrived. Observing Yang Yi awake, Old Wang squinted and inquired, Lin Yi, did you observe anything unusual while guarding the estate last night? Chapter 10. Murder and Escape from the Ancestral Hall. Yang Yi scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he replied, Master, I must apologize. I was utterly exhausted yesterday. After you left, I patrolled twice and found nothing amiss, so I couldn't resist returning to sleep. Wang Ding, overhearing this, revealed a flash of insight in his eyes. It confirmed his prior suspicion that his corpse manipulation was still weak. Last night, consumed by the desire to absorb the energy of the dead, he failed to sense Yang Yi's vital essence, thus allowing Yang Yi to narrowly escape danger. Old Wang waved his hand, reassuring Yang Yi, forget it. Since it's your first offense, I shall refrain from punishment. In the future, you must be diligent in your patrols. All right, Lin Yi, you may continue to rest. Join us in the kitchen for a meal shortly. Yang Yi expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Master, for your understanding. I assure you I will strive to do my utmost in the future. Once Old Wang and Wang Ding departed, Yang Yi's demeanor instantly turned serious. He meticulously examined the state of his hidden arrows, and upon confirming their readiness, he bound a dagger to his left arm with a piece of hemp rope for easy access. The upcoming meal presented an exceptional opportunity to capture all four of Old Wang's group. Among them, the only one Yang Yi regarded with some trepidation was Wang Ding. Having observed him closely, Yang Yi knew Wang Ding possessed some martial prowess. However, based on Yang Yi's assessment, Wang Ding was at most at the mid-stage of the first rank. Caught by surprise, Yang Yi was confident he could eliminate him in an instant. Having made his preparations, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the coffin board bed, closing his eyes to cultivate his energy. Approximately half an hour later, he heard Wang Shan's voice calling out, Brother Lin, come to the kitchen for dinner. Yang Yi abruptly opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance flashing within. Time's up. He rose, opened the door, and made his way to the kitchen. The kitchen of the ancestral hall was modest, with a simple stove set up in one corner and a square table in the center, serving as the dining table. The rural conditions are rudimentary, making it impossible to designate a special room for dining. However, this modest and cramped kitchen aligns perfectly with Yang Yi's intentions. In such a confined space, he feels more assured in his lethal endeavors, untroubled by the prospect of escape. Upon entering the kitchen, Yang Yi found Wang Laotu and his companions already engaged in their meal. They merely nodded at his arrival before immersing themselves in their food, entirely oblivious to the calamity that awaited them. Yang Yi seated himself opposite Wang Ding. Seizing the moment when Wang Ding was preoccupied with his meal, Yang Yi swiftly raised his right hand, aiming directly at him. With a subtle downward motion of his wrist, the concealed arrows were unleashed in an instant. 5 arrows penetrated Wang Ding's skull, causing his body to collapse onto the dining table. This sudden turn of events left Wang Laotu, Wang Shan, and Wang Shu stupefied. Yang Yi offered them no opportunity for reaction. Taking advantage of their stunned state, he drew his dagger and swiftly severed the throats of Wang Shan and Wang Shu, both succumbing to their wounds in an instant. At that moment, Wang Laotu regained his senses. Fixing his gaze upon Yang, his remaining eye brimmed with venomous resentment as he coldly inquired, Lin Yi, I took you in out of kindness. Why do you turn against us with such malice? Yang Yi scoffed, kindness? Huh, I suspect you intended to use me as fodder for those 2 monsters from last night. Upon hearing this, Wang Laotu's pupil constricted sharply. You know? No, this is a misunderstanding. Lin Yi, let me explain. Before Wang Laotu could utter another word, Yang Yi's dagger had already plunged into his throat, extinguishing his life. Yang Yi withdrew the dagger, wiped the blood off on Wang Laotu's body, and then sheathed it. Explain? You can go explain that to the King of Hell, he remarked. He quickly gathered the 5 arrows and proceeded to search the bodies. The items he randomly collected included a single eye patch, 10 copper coins, a pair of chopsticks, the technique corpse refinement control, and an old bowl. Disregarding the useless items, he promptly erased his traces. After retrieving the items he had prepared the previous night, Yang Yi swiftly exited the ancestral hall and disappeared into the forest, heading towards the location of the 2 monsters he had discovered the night before. Having obtained the corpse refinement control, Yang Yi had already discerned the true nature of those 2 creatures. They were merely two low-level corpses refined by Wang Ding. With this knowledge, all fear dissipated from Yang Yi's heart. His purpose in returning was to eliminate any future threats entirely. Initially, Yang Yi had contemplated reducing the Wang family ancestral hall to ashes. However, at the last moment, he abandoned this notion. The ancestral hall's remote location meant that few would venture there under ordinary circumstances, granting Yang Yi ample time to distance himself from the area, especially in broad daylight. A blaze ignited, accompanied by a cloud of smoke, would undoubtedly draw immediate attention, thus rendering the scene quite unseemly. Following the path traversed the previous night, Yang Yi soon arrived at the earthen pit where he had encountered the undead. The corpses, animated by Wang Ding's feeble necromancy, were nearly motionless under the bright daylight. With a swift draw of his dagger, Yang Yi leaped into the pit, efficiently dismembering the two cadavers in mere moments. Having dispatched the two undead, he gathered the items that lay before them, a silver ingot weighing 5 taels and a pair of foul-smelling socks. Discarding the stinky socks, he pocketed the 5 taels of silver and promptly set off towards Anping Town, situated to the north of Xining Town. Recent experiences had imparted to Yang Yi a profound understanding of the treachery that permeated this world. He resolved to alter his original plan, seeking a secure refuge for a time before plotting his next course of action. With 19 taels of silver remaining, if he exercised frugality, it would suffice for his sustenance for over half a year. This period would also afford him the opportunity to enhance his martial prowess. Should he achieve the 2nd rank in martial arts, he would find greater convenience in this remote county. As he journeyed, Yang Yi avoided villages, heading straight for Anping Town. By the time he arrived in the town, the afternoon sun hung high in the sky. Once within Anping Town, he located a pawnbroker and rented a dilapidated earthen house for a mere 300 copper coins each month. Although the house was in a state of disrepair, barely offering shelter from the elements, its location was reasonably advantageous, not far from the market. Yang Yi held no grievances regarding the accommodation, as his sole desire was to find a place to rest. Moreover, the monthly rent was quite economical. What mattered most to Yang Yi was the proximity of the market. The ruffians of the town were unlikely to cause trouble in this vicinity, allowing for a more stable living situation. The state of disrepair of the earthen house was inconsequential. A bit of repair work would suffice, especially since he did not intend to stay for long. Possessing a system, he was destined to soar like a dragon through the skies. For now, he was merely biding his time, preparing for a future ascent to greater heights. Though the conditions were harsh, the hope for a brighter future was palpable, and Yang Yi found contentment in his circumstances. Chapter 11. Departing Anping Town for Linen City. On the 3rd day after settling in Anping Town, the events surrounding the Wang family's charitable establishment in Xining Town were finally uncovered. The family members of Wang Shan and Wang Ding, having not seen them return home for 2 consecutive days, visited the establishment only to discover the grim fate that had befallen them. The news spread like wildfire, causing a stir throughout Xining Town. Even the authorities of Pingyang County dispatched a captain and constables to investigate the massacre at the Wang family establishment. However, the perpetrator had meticulously erased all traces of their crime. For 2 days, the constables found no useful leads. During their investigation, they unexpectedly discovered several corpses outside Xining Town, whose manner of death bore striking similarities to those at the Wang family establishment. Consequently, the constables focused their attention on the happenings within Xining Town. After a series of inquiries, a piece of information was obtained from a vendor at a sesame cake stall. Someone had inquired about the Wang family ancestral hall. However, the vendor could only recall that the individual wore exceedingly loose clothing and had an unkempt appearance, making it impossible to discern their identity. The trail thus came to an abrupt halt, leaving the constables of Pingyang County with no choice but to temporarily abandon their investigation and return to their jurisdiction. Not long after the constables departed, the figure of Mu Jinzi, the proprietor of the Guiyan coffin shop, appeared at the Wang family ancestral hall. After a thorough investigation, Mu Jinzi's gaze was drawn to a small grocery room where Yang Yi had once resided. Within this modest space, he sensed a familiar aura. The seal of corpse restraint had manifested here before. This individual was undoubtedly the one who had previously slain my refined corpse. Mu Jinzi's round face darkened ominously. First, they'd killed my refined corpse, and then they had murdered my named disciple. Who could this be? What deep-seated enmity do I hold with you? After a mental barrage, Mu Jinzi suddenly became alert. It dawned upon him that this person was likely targeting him specifically, with his most formidable refined corpse now deceased. It was imperative that he take precautions. Contemplating this, Mu Jinzi hurriedly made his way back to Ping'an County, quickly retreating from the scene. He subsequently sent messages to several disciples to remain within Ping'an County as his eyes and ears, gathering intelligence on the enemy. Meanwhile, he prepared to depart, seeking refuge across the county line in Guide County to evade the brewing storm. To avoid alarming the enemy, Guiyan Coffin Shop maintained its operational status, with the staff merely believing that the proprietor had taken a trip. At this moment, Yang Yi, who resided quietly in Anping Town, remained oblivious to the fact that, through a series of unfortunate events, he had inadvertently frightened away a 6th-grade expert. Having procured his daily necessities in Anping Town, Yang Yi commenced a life of seclusion and diligent cultivation. Apart from venturing out weekly to gather information and ensure he remained connected to society, he devoted the majority of his time to rigorous training. Naturally, should a death or unforeseen demise occur in the town, Yang Yi would still find ways to examine corpses and collect what he could. Time flew by like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed since Yang Yi settled in Anping Town. The transformation he underwent was striking. He was now a vastly different individual compared to the frail figure he had been a year prior. Over the course of the year, he had lavished on food and drink, and he had grown considerably stronger and more robust, his appearance now embodying a refined and handsome demeanor. Even his closest relatives would find it challenging to recognize the identity and visage of Yang Yi from before. Moreover, in terms of cultivation, Yang Yi had made significant strides, now reaching the early 2nd grade, a marked improvement over his former self. At long last, he possessed a preliminary confidence to navigate the world. In the courtyard, Yang Yi contemplated the remaining silver coins in his possession. His recent haul from corpse examinations had been nearly exhausted, leaving him with only 3 taels of silver and 300 copper coins. He surveyed his surroundings and sighed deeply. It is indeed time to depart from this quaint little town in pursuit of greater opportunities elsewhere. Although this place offers a semblance of stability, it is far too small. And remaining here leaves me uncertain as to when I might truly acquire the strength needed for self-preservation. Yang Yi gently secured his long hair with a simple strap. Surely, by now, no one would recognize me as the foolish Yang from Jishui village. A faint smile graced his lips as he gathered his belongings, preparing to set forth for Linen Prefecture's capital. Linen City is the most prosperous locale within the entire prefecture. While the journey to Linen City is fraught with certain perils, the reality is that in Ping'an County, one might scarcely encounter a couple of martial artists throughout the year, let alone witness the remains of one. In pursuit of rapid growth, Yang Yi had no choice but to travel to Linen City. It is wise for one to remain vigilant in times of comfort. Yang Yi must not allow the misfortunes that befell Jishui village to reoccur in his life. At worst, he would simply need to exercise caution. This past year, Yang Yi lived a modest existence, with little in terms of luggage. He possessed only a few taels of silver, a dagger, some concealed arrows, a jade slip, a corpse-restraining seal, a bamboo sword, a straw hat, and a few garments. The bamboo sword was crafted by a blacksmith who had reforged the remnants of a rusty blade with better iron. In its ordinary state, it resembled an old bamboo staff, with the sword cleverly hidden within, avoiding unwanted attention. Once everything was packed, Yang Yi made his way to the dental office to vacate his quarters. After purchasing some provisions, he slung his bag over his shoulder, grasped his bamboo staff, and set off towards Ping'an County City. Anping Town lies a considerable 500 or 600 miles from Linen City. The journey is long, with mountain bandits and water pirates rampant, and fearsome beasts lurking. Attempting to reach Linen City alone poses significant risks. Thus, he would first travel to Ping'an County City, joining a merchant convoy along with other townsfolk. Merchant caravans typically engage martial artists for protection, and with a larger number of travelers, the risks are considerably mitigated. Less than 20 miles to the southeast of Anping Town lies Ping'an County City. After approximately an hour, Yang Yi arrived there, only to learn that today's merchant convoy had yet to depart. He sought out the caravan, paid 50 copper coins, and secured his place to accompany them to Linen City. However, this merely granted him the right to follow. Should any trouble arise, the caravan would not be obliged to protect him. There were many others like Yang Yi, scattered among the crowd, numbering no fewer than 50 individuals. Some carried large packs, others pushed handcarts, while some bore only simple bundles. They, too, sought a livelihood in Linen City. Alas, leaving one's homeland is a common plight of humanity. Blending in, Yang Yi felt no sense of alienation among these fellow wayfarers, all sharing the burdens of life. Shortly after his arrival, the three martial artists hired by the caravan appeared. With a commanding shout from the caravan leader, the journey commenced. The leader, perched atop a cart, led a contingent of guards at the forefront, followed by numerous donkey carts laden with goods. And behind them trailed Yang Yi and the throng of townsfolk accompanying the caravan. The merchant convoy moved at a leisurely pace, allowing even those on foot to keep up effortlessly. Yang Yi navigated through the crowd with his satchel slung across his back, his gaze subtly drifting towards the three martial artists engaged by the convoy. He sensed a familiar, chilling aura emanating from them, an aura associated with corpse refinement. This did not imply that the trio were practitioners of such dark arts, but Yang Yi, despite not having practiced the corpse refinement control technique, possessed a rudimentary understanding of it. The moment he laid eyes on them, he detected the concealed essence of corpse refinement surrounding the trio. Chapter 12. Conspiring with Bandits. Yang Yi felt a tightening in his spirit, remaining vigilant throughout the journey, plagued by an ominous premonition. The corpse refinement sect was not known for its benevolence, and he feared that the journey ahead would not be tranquil. With a distance of 500 to 600 miles to traverse at their current pace, it would take nearly half a month to reach their destination. Observing the three disciples of the corpse refinement sect, Yang Yi entertained thoughts of retreat. Yet, he was apprehensive that any sudden movement might draw their attention. Contemplating his options, he ultimately resolved to proceed. After all, they were merely late-stage disciples of the first rank. Their prowess lay solely in their mastery of corpse refinement. What right did they have to instill fear in him? To retreat at the first sign of trouble was the mark of a coward, even if one stood atop the pinnacle of martial arts. This was not caution. It was a diminishment of resolve. As a human being, one must navigate the balance of advance and retreat wisely. To pursue recklessly without regard for consequences is not valor, but folly. Conversely, to remain perpetually on the defensive, shying away from opportunities, is not prudence, but weakness. Upon realizing this, Yang Yi felt a refinement in his mental state, even experiencing a minor elevation in his realm. With his spirit uplifted, he cast aside his worries regarding the three disciples, focusing solely on his journey. Ideally, he hoped for a peaceful passage. Should the trio from the corpse refinement sect attempt any treachery along the way, he would not hesitate to regard them as fodder for his own growth. Of course, this was contingent upon his ability to handle the situation. Should he find himself outmatched, he would swiftly make his escape. The first 5 days passed without incident, and the three disciples exhibited no unusual behavior. However, on the 6th day at noon, as the convoy approached a valley, Yang Yi's alertness heightened. He had heard tales of this valley, notorious for its perilous nature, home to a band of marauders known as the Black Wind Bandits. It was a place that ordinary folk would find nearly impossible to traverse. At the front of the convoy, the steward bowed respectfully to the three martial artists. "Gentlemen," he addressed them, "we're about to pass through the Black Wind Valley. We would greatly appreciate your protection." The trio, seated upon their steeds, returned the gesture with smiles. "Rest assured, steward, the Black Wind Bandits consist only of their leader and a second-in-command, both of whom are martial practitioners of lesser skill than ourselves. You need not worry." Hearing their reassurances, the steward felt considerably more at ease, unaware of the fleeting glimmer of greed that flashed in the eyes of the trio. With a call from the steward, the merchant convoy gradually entered the valley. As Yang Yi traversed merely a mile within the valley, he sensed an unsettling presence. He could faintly perceive that there were individuals lying in ambush on both sides of the gorge. Mingling with the crowd, he tightly gripped his bamboo staff, his keen gaze sweeping the surroundings, ever ready to confront any unforeseen crisis. At that moment, as the merchant caravan advanced, a sudden cascade of boulders tumbled down, obstructing their path. 2 burly men, bare-chested and wild-haired, emerged, wielding formidable broadswords, leading a band of over 100 ruffians to block the caravan, proclaiming loudly, "This is the territory of our Black Wind stronghold. To pass through, you must pay the toll." Observing this, the caravan's manager emerged from the wagon to negotiate with the Black Wind Bandits. The specifics of their dialogue remained unknown to Yang Yi and the others, but the furious expression on the manager's face indicated that the negotiations were far from smooth. Suddenly, the manager let out a furious cry. "You three have betrayed us by colluding with the Black Wind Bandits." This was met with the raucous laughter of the 3 members of the corpse refining sect. "Ha! It is only your blindness that led you to hire us 3 brothers. It seems you are fated to encounter Such calamity. Haha. The boisterous voices of the corpse refining sect were clear even to Yang Yi at the back of the caravan, and his brow furrowed in concern. Matters had escalated. Initially, he believed that the three from the corpse refining sect would merely create some trouble to seize this batch of goods. He never anticipated their alliance with the Black Wind Bandits. Now, they posed a formidable force with 5 martial artists and hundreds of ruffians. Even though Yang Yi was at the early second tier of cultivation, he knew he could not confront them head-on. Yang Yi's furrowed brow reflected the gravity of the situation. He was acutely aware of the ruthless nature of these individuals. The Black Wind Bandits, having seized the goods, would not spare the accompanying civilians. They would either be coerced into joining the bandits or silenced permanently. There was no way they would be allowed to leave unscathed. As Yang Yi had predicted, the 3 members of the corpse refining sect swiftly engaged in a bloody massacre of the caravan manager and the guards. Just as he prepared to make a hasty escape, the Black Wind Bandits ceased their slaughter after dispatching the caravan's manager and guards, ordering the ruffians to escort the captives up the mountain. Amidst this chaos, Yang Yi discerned an opportunity to deal with the Black Wind Bandits and the corpse refining sect, thus refraining from acting impulsively and complying with the escort up the mountain. Once they arrived at Black Wind Stronghold, Yang Yi and the others were confined within several rudimentary cells, perhaps deeming them no threat, or perhaps planning to deal with them at a later time. The bandits did not confiscate their belongings. In the cell, Yang Yi discreetly retrieved a dagger from his pack, concealing it on his person. He also held his bamboo staff tightly, awaiting the opportune moment. Given the substantial haul the bandits had acquired that day, it was certain they would host a celebratory feast, which would present an ideal chance for him to act. Through the rudimentary bars of his cell, Yang Yi observed numerous bandits reveling in the butchering of sheep and cattle, transporting exquisite wines, and he felt a surge of confidence within. This night, he was resolute in his intention to eliminate the 3 members of the corpse refining sect and the bandit leader. A flicker of anticipation graced Yang Yi's countenance as he contemplated the 5 martial artists present, pondering the potential spoils he might acquire and whether they would elevate his cultivation. As dusk descended, the Black Wind Stronghold hosted a banquet for the trio from the corpse refining sect. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, the entire stronghold was engulfed in a haze of intoxication, save for a few guards who remained vigilant. Yang Yi, peering through the meager confines of his cell, sensed that his moment had arrived. He swiftly incapacitated the fellow inmates with a deft strike, drew forth his bamboo sword, and shattered the cell door. With a flurry of strokes, he dispatched several unsuspecting guards and made his way towards the assembly hall of the Black Wind Stronghold. Yang Yi undertook this endeavor without concern for being discovered by others in the adjacent cells. In this era, the common folk were predominantly malnourished, with 9 out of 10 suffering from night blindness, rendering their vision severely impaired in the dark. This knowledge emboldened Yang Yi significantly. The Black Wind Stronghold was not extensive. The distance from the cells to the assembly hall was short, and he soon found himself within its confines. At that moment, the gathered bandit leaders and the trio from the corpse refining sect were nearly inebriated to the point of stupor. One of the bandit leaders, upon seeing Yang Yi intrude into the assembly hall, mistook him for an ignorant lackey and rose to berate him. "You little brat, do you not comprehend that the big boss and the second boss are entertaining esteemed guests? How dare you disrupt our revelry and offend our honored guests? Get out at once." In response, Yang Yi remained silent, merely brandishing his bamboo sword, which glinted menacingly in the dim light. In an instant, a crimson line appeared across the throat of the bandit leader, followed by a spray of blood as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The remaining bandit leaders were momentarily paralyzed by the shocking scene before them. Seizing the opportunity while they were still in shock, Yang Yi unleashed a flurry of strikes with his bamboo sword. In the blink of an eye, several bandit leaders fell, either with their throats severed or pierced through the heart, leaving only the 3 members of the corpse refining sect and the big boss and second boss of the Black Wind Stronghold. At this juncture, the 5 individuals had regained their senses, and the effects of the alcohol were largely dissipated by the abrupt violence. The second boss unsheathed his blade, roaring as he charged at Yang Yi. Yet, the intoxication had rendered him weak and weary, proving no match for Yang Yi. With a swift movement, Yang Yi appeared behind the second boss and drove his bamboo sword forward, piercing through the back of his skull and exiting through his right eye. The force of Yang Yi's strike obliterated the second boss's brain, leading to his immediate demise. Witnessing the tragic fate of his comrade, the big boss's expression morphed into one of profound anguish. his eyes filled with fury as he unleashed a thunderous roar. Come and meet your demise. The leader brandished a formidable ghost-headed saber, leaping onto the table to gain momentum before descending upon Yang Yi with a swift strike. Unperturbed, Yang Yi raised his left hand with alacrity, directing it toward the leader, his wrist slightly pressing downward. A series of sharp sounds resonated as 5 glimmering, short arrows shot forth from his wrist. The leader, caught off guard, had his head explosively pierced by Yang Yi's concealed projectiles, his lifeless body plummeting from the air. With the leader of the Black Wind stronghold dispatched, Yang Yi turned his gaze toward the remaining 3 members of the corpse refining sect. Without their reanimated corpses at their side, the trio, lacking the strength to rival even the second in command, found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. This was precisely why Yang Yi had chosen to confront them last. The 3 members of the corpse refining sect stared in horror at the decapitated body of their leader, their minds drifting back to a year prior when Master Mu Jinzi had shown them the corpse of their junior brother, Wang Ding. They pointed at Yang Yi, their faces stricken with fear. You are the one who annihilated the Wang clan's righteous estate a year ago. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi felt a shift within himself. Yet he remained undeterred, swiftly bringing his bamboo staff sword across the throats of the 3. The trio, already weaker in cultivation and untrained in combat, were further impaired by their drunken stupor, rendering them utterly defenseless against Yang Yi's assault. After eliminating the 3, Yang Yi hastily wiped the blood from his bamboo sword and retracted the 5 arrows, embarking on his quest for spoils. From his random searches, he acquired the following items: 1 year of martial arts cultivation, 10 additional years of lifespan, 1 ghost-headed saber, 2 more years of martial arts cultivation, 300 taels of silver, and a toy slingshot. After rifling through a dozen corpses, Yang Yi felt a satisfactory sense of achievement, having procured valuable items from nearly all 5 martial artists. However, the other bandit leaders yielded only worthless trinkets. With a slight smirk at the information projected by the system, Yang Yi reveled in the pleasant surprise it provided, even allowing him to collect years of life. It was truly invincible. As long as he amassed a sufficient number of corpses to search, longevity would not be an issue. Upon extracting all benefits, the 3 years of martial arts cultivation merged into his being, causing a significant surge in his power, propelling him into the mid-stage of the second rank. Yang Yi estimated that he was not far from the late stage of the second rank. The enhancement of 10 years of lifespan left him with no discernible sensation. Yet he trusted that the system would not deceive him. He carefully stored the 300 taels of silver, discarding the toy slingshot and other useless items. Grasping the ghost-headed saber, Yang Yi rose and departed the assembly hall, making his way toward the prison. Under the cover of night, he wielded the saber to sever the iron chains of the cell, liberating the imprisoned populace. Although the chains had been cut, the captives hesitated to emerge, fearful that it might be a trick orchestrated by the bandits, remaining huddled in their corners. This was precisely in line with Yang Yi's intentions. He did not wish to have his visage seen by too many. After severing all the iron chains of his prison cell, Yang Yi departed the confines of the dungeon and commenced setting fires in various places. Amidst the chaos of the flames, he swiftly shouldered his pack and fled from the Black Wind stronghold. The common folk of Black Wind stronghold were of little concern to him now. He had already afforded them an opportunity for escape. Most of the bandits were inebriated, and once the fire ignited, they would descend into utter disarray. At this juncture, if the populace could muster the courage to step out of their cells, there was a considerable chance they would escape with their lives. Of course, Yang Yi undertook all these actions not for the sake of the people, but rather to incite turmoil. Only amidst chaos could he more effortlessly obscure his presence. Having left the Black Wind stronghold, Yang Yi journeyed through the night, making his way toward Linen City. Alone on the road, the path was fraught with hardship. Yang Yi had never set foot in Linen City before. Although he had studied the map beforehand, the maps of this era were exceedingly rudimentary. Not long after departing the Black Wind stronghold, he found himself utterly lost, unable to discern the correct direction. What should have been a journey of approximately half a month stretched into over 20 arduous days before he finally reached Linen City. The trials faced along the way were not for the ears of outsiders. After paying the 20 copper coins for the city entrance fee, Yang Yi finally infiltrated Linen City. True to its reputation as a provincial capital, Linen City's vibrancy far surpassed that of the small Ping'an County. On the bustling streets, carriages flowed like water. Crowds jostled shoulder to shoulder, and the shouts of vendors rang incessantly. The spirit of the populace here was markedly superior to that of Ping'an County and Omping Town, which provided Yang Yi a sense of reassurance. It seemed that the order in Linen City was relatively well maintained. Even a mere facade of order was a vast improvement over Ping'an County. Thus, Yang Yi felt confident that he could thrive in Linen City. Initially, he sought out a broker to rent a house with a small courtyard. Indeed, Linen City was vastly different from Omping Town. The monthly rent was an exorbitant 1,200 strings of silver, and this was for a property he had deemed to be of lesser quality. In truth, Yang Yi possessed the means to purchase the house outright. However, he intended to reserve 300 taels of silver to facilitate connections and secure himself a position as an executioner, coroner, or constable. As a newcomer, he was unaware of the amount of silver required to settle matters, and thus he refrained from extravagance. After all, only by obtaining a legitimate position that allowed him access to corpses could he grow safely and steadily. Yang Yi was quite self-aware. He was merely a second-tier, mid-level lackey. If he overstepped his bounds and acted ostentatiously, his demise would surely follow closely. After securing his residence and settling in, Yang Yi began to roam the city's streets and alleys daily, casually gathering information about the preferences, quirks, and deeds of officials at various levels. Chapter 14. Bribery leads to becoming a constable. Half a month later, Yang Yi had gained a considerable understanding of the various officials in Linen City. Through his inquiries, he discovered that nearly all levels of officials in Linen were devoid of virtue. The governor, Su Zhongliang, maintained a reputation for integrity, yet in private, he was a voracious criminal. His subordinates, including the deputy governor, the judge, and even the military defense general, were all cut from the same cloth. Upon arriving in Linen, Yang Yi finally comprehended why the Bureau of Wind Catchers had possessed such audacity to commit atrocities against villages without fear of retribution. It became evident that there were scarcely any virtuous individuals among the higher echelons. With a slight sigh, Yang Yi found himself utterly repulsed by the state of the world. However, given the current circumstances, there was little a mere mid-level martial artist like him could influence, and he was compelled to suppress his disdain deep within. If one could not fight against the tide, one must learn to adapt. What other choice was there? In such a world, one could only survive by blending in with both its light and its shadows. Adopting the alias Zhou Yi, Yang Yi utilized wealth to pave his way, engaging in various dealings. Ultimately, he entrusted someone to deliver money to Yuan Cheng'an, the chief constable of Linen, successfully acquiring the identity of constable. The name Zhou Yi had served Yang Yi well for a year in Anping Town, complete with a legitimate identity that could withstand scrutiny, relieving him of any worries about exposure. To obtain the constable position, Yang Yi spent over 200 taels of silver. Yet, upon becoming a constable in Linen, his monthly salary was a meager less than 1 tael. This revelation led Yang Yi to quietly curse the corrupt officials of Linen. With such paltry remuneration, one would need nearly 20 years of unbroken saving to accumulate 200 taels. No wonder everyone in the Linen government succumbed to greed. Fortunately, Yang Yi had not come for the sake of silver. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to the temptation of becoming one of the great miscreants himself. Now that he had entered the bureaucratic system of Linen City, he would not engage in foolishly rigid adherence to principles. At most, he would seek to demand a little less. To blindly cling to one's principles while being out of sync with superiors and colleagues was a path to self-destruction. Having just acquired the constable's identity, Yang Yi was not yet required to commence his duties. Chief Constable Yuan Cheng'an granted him a 3-day leave to settle his personal affairs before reporting to the government office to begin his service. During this brief respite, Yang Yi made simple repairs and arrangements to his residence, for now that he held the title of constable, it would be inappropriate to appear too shabby. 3 days later, Yang Yi went to the government office to officially report for duty, receiving 2 sets of constable attire and a crafted Yinling knife, marking his formal induction as a constable of Linen. After his appointment, he was assigned by Chief Constable Yuan Cheng'an to patrol the city. His partner was a constable named Huang and tall and lean, with a slightly sallow complexion that rendered him seemingly innocuous. Yet, Yang Yi could discern a hint of concealed ruthlessness in his eyes. In Linen, the most fundamental requirement for a constable was to be a martial artist, as only martial artists could instill a modicum of fear in the realm of the underworld. In the pursuit of his role as an officer, Yang Yi even went so far as to expose his martial prowess. Huang, and possessing a significantly superior cultivation at the mid-stage of the 3rd rank, appeared rather reluctant to partner with Yang Yi. Nevertheless, since this arrangement was personally orchestrated by Chief Inspector Yuan Cheng'an, Huang dared not display his discontent overtly, opting instead to remain largely silent in Yang Yi's company. Yang Yi, finding solace in this dynamic, contentedly trailed behind Huang and serving as an inconspicuous shadow. Linen City, a grand metropolis, harbors a diverse array of individuals from all walks of life, teeming with countless skilled practitioners. Being an invisible follower has its merits. At least it ensures safety and avoids drawing attention. Yang Yi reveled in this role. On the first day, he accompanied Huang, and as they patrolled the southern market of Linen City, one of its commercial hubs, located not far from Yang Yi's rented lodgings. Through a day spent shadowing Huang, and Yang Yi began to grasp the implications of being an officer in Linen City. As they traversed the streets, merchants and stall owners greeted them with affable smiles, showering them with flattery. Whenever they felt weary or thirsty, they would nonchalantly enter a tavern, where the proprietor would promptly provide food and drink. After a hearty meal, Huang would simply depart without leaving a single coin behind. The surrounding patrons had grown accustomed to this spectacle, treating it as an everyday occurrence. Yang Yi mused that spending 200 taels to acquire the identity of an officer seemed hardly a loss. Although the salary was meager, the benefits of such indulgence made it worthwhile. Indeed, the state of affairs appeared utterly corrupt, even within a dignified capital city. The day's patrol yielded no significant incidents, merely a series of trivial matters that swiftly dissipated upon the mere presence of Huang, and Yang Yi. As evening approached, the two concluded their patrol and returned to the government office to record their attendance. After signing out, Yang Yi hurried back to his modest courtyard, eager to commence his cultivation practice. Following the incident at Blackwind Stronghold, Yang Yi found himself on the cusp of breaking through to the late stage of the second rank. After nearly a month of diligent effort, he sensed the opportunity for advancement during his patrol, which prompted his hasty return to cultivate. Seated cross-legged upon his bed, Yang Yi raised his palms in a gentle embrace and began to concurrently channel the Qingmu and Jingshui techniques. Instantly, two beams of light, one green and the other blue, intertwined and flickered around him, while his aura steadily strengthened in tandem with the flow of his energy. After half an hour, Yang Yi's spirit jolted as he perceived a cracking sound resonating within him. At that moment, his energy surged, propelling him to a new level of mastery. Sensing the solidified internal power coursing through him, Yang Yi's lips curled into a faint smile. He had finally reached the late stage of the second rank, and the third rank was now within his grasp. Elated, he nearly succumbed to the urge to howl at the heavens. Following this moment of breakthrough, exhaustion overtook him, and he succumbed to sleep. After patrolling alongside Huang and for an entire day, Yang Yi found himself utterly fatigued. That night, he slept exceptionally soundly. However, in the latter part of the night, as he rose to relieve himself, he heard the faint sound of blades clashing outside. He paid it no mind, choosing to disregard it entirely. After all, he was merely a lowly constable, earning less than a couple of taels of silver each month. There was no need to risk his life over such matters. The noise was clearly indicative of skilled martial artists engaged in battle under the cover of darkness, a realm far beyond the involvement of someone in his modest position. In fact, he secretly hoped they would fight to the death, leaving behind a few corpses for him to sift through come morning. As dawn broke the following day, Yang Yi awoke to the sight of the sun ascending gradually. The weather was pleasant, and he hoped his fortune would mirror the brightness of the day. After freshening up, he donned his constable's attire and strapped on his Yenling knife before stepping out of his home, ready to report to the magistrate's office. Along the way, numerous vendors, upon spotting Yang Yi, offered him breakfast. He accepted their kindness without hesitation, devouring the food eagerly and even requesting some hot tea to soothe his throat. As the saying goes, in the city of linen, donning the government escarb necessitates blending in with the crowd to ensure one's survival. Chapter 15. The First Corpse Examination in Linen City. After traversing 2 streets, Yang Yi arrived at the South Market. He noticed that a crowd had gathered tightly at the street ahead. What could have transpired? It was rumored that a master from the Divine Sword sect had been slain. It appeared to be a case of vendetta among martial artists, prompting the involvement of the wind-catching guards. Listening to the chatter of the crowd, Yang Yi positioned himself on a higher vantage point to peer into the throng. Indeed, he spotted several individuals clad in white lying on the street. Additionally, a few figures dressed in dark dragon-patterned attire, equipped with wind-catching knives and adorned with wind-listening tokens, were investigating the scene. Recognizing their garb and the tokens at their waists, Yang Yi understood that these individuals were the renowned wind-catching guards. He pondered whether they had any connection to the incidents in Jishui village. Observing them with a calm demeanor, he concealed any trace of unusual emotion. As members of the wind-catching guards, their cultivation levels were no less than the 4th tier. Even the slightest expression of hatred or malice could be perceived by them. Fortunately, Yang Yi did not harbor a deeply ingrained animosity towards them, as he had merely inherited the memories and body of his predecessor. While there was indeed resentment towards the wind-catching guards, his primary concern lay in his own survival. They would undoubtedly need to be dealt with eventually, but that moment was not now. He lacked the capability to confront them. After a brief glance, Yang Yi promptly turned away and made his way to the magistrate's office. He had no desire to encounter these wind-catching guards alone. Although his previous characteristics were now obscured, he remained cautious of any misstep that might arouse their suspicion. It was best to report in first. Regardless, the bodies of the disciples from the Divine Sword sect will ultimately be handed over to the authorities for processing. Moreover, it is possible that their constables will need to make an appearance. Not far from the South City block lies the location of the government office. After roll call, Chief Constable Yuan Cheng'an instructed Huang and Lu Qing, Zhou Yi, you three are to proceed to the South City block immediately. A disciple of the Divine Sword sect has met with foul play. Assist the Wind-Catching Division in their investigation. Once there, adhere strictly to the directives of the Wind-Catching Division and refrain from taking independent action. Yang Yi, Huang'an, and Lu Qing clasped their hands and proclaimed, "We shall obey your orders." The trio promptly departed, making their way towards the South City block. Along the journey, Yang Yi felt a surge of excitement within. He would finally have the opportunity to examine the bodies of the 3 disciples from the Divine Sword sect openly. He was eager to discover what treasures might be gleaned from this encounter. Upon their arrival at the South City block, the Wind-Catching Guard were still conducting their investigative work at the scene. The Wind-Catching Division, a special agency established by the court to oversee affairs in the martial world, was obligated to investigate any incidents of vendetta. Given that a murder had occurred within the city, it was customary for the chief constable and his officers to be present for a joint investigation. However, such protocols had long since been disregarded. Chief Constable Yuan Cheng'an only symbolically dispatched the 3 constables, cautioning them not to act recklessly before their departure. At the scene, Huang and Lu Qing immediately dispersed the onlookers, then approached the Wind-Catching Guards with obsequious expressions. "We have come at the behest of Chief Yuan to assist you. Esteemed sirs, please do not hesitate to inform us of any requirements you may have." Hearing their words, Yang Yi felt a pang of discomfort, particularly at Huang and S demeanor. Just yesterday, during their patrol, Huang had maintained an aloof attitude, even avoiding conversation with him. Today, however, his subservient posture was excessive. Was it truly necessary to stoop so low, given that they were not even in the same hierarchy? Yang Yi thought to himself, yet he refrained from displaying any overt difference in demeanor, quickly adopting a sycophantic smile and nodding along with Huang and Lu Qing. The Wind-Catching Guards paid no heed to the trio, merely gesturing for them to observe the bodies. "The corpses are over there. You may examine them at your leisure. Just follow the procedure and refrain from involving yourselves further." Huang and Lu Qing promptly nodded in agreement. "Understood. We shall not disturb you any longer." Yang Yi's heart raced at the prospect of finally being able to examine the bodies. The disciples of the Divine Sword sect were not mere riffraff of the martial world. Their skills would surely be formidable, and he wondered what valuable items might be recovered. As the 3 approached the bodies of the Divine Sword sect disciples, Huang directly instructed Yang Yi, Zhou Yi, conduct a brief examination. Later, simply replicate the report for the Wind-Catching Guards. Yang Yi felt a surge of discontent at Huang's commanding tone. However, this matter was something that Yang Yi was eager to pursue. To avoid unnecessary complications, he temporarily suppressed his displeasure, intending to settle accounts with Huang at a later time. With a heart full of excitement, Yang Yi approached the body of the disciple from the Divine Sword sect and gently prodded it. Upon contact, the system announced, "Host has acquired 10 years of martial arts cultivation. Host has acquired martial technique Frost Blade Manual. Host has acquired body technique Shadow Stepping Swallowing Step." Seeing the information relayed by the system, Yang Yi felt an overwhelming surge of exhilaration, causing his body to tremble slightly. He quickly took several deep breaths to calm his racing heart before turning to Huang and Lu Qing, asking, "Is it sufficient to simply check like this?" Huang and Lu Qing waved their hands dismissively, stating, That's enough. What more do you expect to find? Yang Yi chose not to press further, standing aside to examine the detailed information of the items he had acquired. Clearly, this was not the time to extract them, but reviewing the details posed no issue. The 10 years of martial arts cultivation was straightforward in its meaning. The martial technique Frost Blade Manual was a high-level, profound sword art with 12 forms, possessing formidable power, regarded as a powerful skill within the Divine Sword sect. The body technique Shadow, Stepping Swallowing Step was a mid-level, profound agility technique, derived from the essence of shadow and swiftness, characterized by lightness of foot and astonishing agility, adept in both evasion and surprise attacks. These martial skills and body techniques resonated perfectly with Yang Yi's aspirations. Previously, the techniques he had acquired, such as Shadow Killing Technique, Azure Wave Sword Technique, and Gale Step, were merely of a yellow grade and lacked the sophistication he desired. As his cultivation level increased, these skills became less compatible with his pace, gradually falling behind. Now, these two techniques arrived at the most opportune moment. Although he could not use them overtly, they would serve excellently as trump cards. Unbeknownst Yang Yi. While he was engrossed in reviewing the detailed information of the martial techniques and body skills within the system space, two young women were observing their every move from a tall building not far from the intersection. After watching for a while, the woman in red turned to the girl in green and remarked, "The Wind Capture Division arrived far too swiftly last night, not even allowing time to search the bodies of the Divine Sword Sect disciples. Tonight, you should seek out that constable and inquire about any news. If he hasn't seen anything, it's highly likely they've fallen into the hands of the Wind Capture Division." The girl in green, upon hearing this, lightly wrinkled her nose and replied with a gentle laugh, "All right, sister, I understand." The woman in red observed the charming smile of the girl in green and couldn't help but caution, if it's not absolutely necessary, refrain from killing. If you continue down this path, the demonic aura within you may become uncontrollable. We are not part of the demonic sect. We must not allow ourselves to be governed by such dark forces, lest we fall into eternal damnation. Listening to the words of the girl in red, the girl in blue furrowed her brow slightly, a hint of impatience flashing across her face. However, she ultimately maintained her composure and replied, "Sister, there is no need to say more. I am aware." With that, the girl in blue turned and departed. The girl in red watched the figure of her departing sister, her brow suddenly knitting in worry. The influence on her younger sister seemed to deepen, and the demonic intent appeared on the verge of spiraling out of control. The items taken by the Divine Sword sect must be reclaimed. Her sister could not endure much longer. She had to accompany her sister tonight. She could not kill again. At that moment, lost in joy, Yang Yi was unaware that he had already become the target of someone's watchful gaze. Whether this would bring fortune or calamity remained uncertain. After lingering at the scene for nearly half a day, the Wind-Catching Division finally concluded their work. A wind-catching guard turned to Yang Yi and his companions, issuing a directive without courtesy. "You three, take the bodies back to the yamen and hand them over to the coroner. By the way, here is the investigation document. You are to return it to Chief Yuan. The rest is not your concern." Huang and Lu Qing promptly bowed in acknowledgement, responding, "We obey your orders." Afterward, Huang gave Yang Yi a shove, causing him to stumble slightly, saying, "What are you dawdling for? Did you not hear the command? Hurry and go fetch the document. Do you not possess any sense?" Yang Yi felt a surge of resentment toward Huang, and this fellow was becoming increasingly arrogant. He would soon pay for it. Yang Yi considered himself not a bloodthirsty person, yet at that moment, he felt a murderous, intense stir within him. Just for Huang En's few words, he had found a way to provoke his demise. Huang En's remark undoubtedly placed Yang Yi in a precarious position. The wind-catching guards of Linen City were not to be trifled with, and perhaps because of Huang En's words, they would harbor ill will against him. To Yang Yi, Huang En's statement was tantamount to a plot against his life. Yet, constrained by his own weakness and recognizing that this was not the right moment to confront Huang and Yang Yi could only endure for the time being. A smile crept onto his face as he hurriedly said, "Oh, I must have overlooked it. I will go at once." After Yang Yi received the document and saw the wind-catching guards depart, Huang and waved his robe and said to Lu Qing, "Brother Lu, after such a long endeavor, shall we go to the Drunken Wind Tower for some drinks?" Lu Qing glanced at Yang Yi, seemingly wanting to say something. Huang also cast a sidelong glance at Yang Yi and added, "Brother Lu, there is no need for concern. Zhou Yi can manage transporting the bodies to the yamen himself." Would you not agree? Zhou Yi. Yang Yi gritted his teeth upon hearing this. Was Huang under the influence of something today? Just yesterday, everything was fine, and now he was so deliberately targeting him. Did he think he had discerned Yang Yi's temperament, believing he could manipulate him? Yang Yi felt a profound displeasure, yet now was not the time to confront him openly. He nodded gently, saying, Brother Huang, Brother Liu, you go ahead and enjoy your drinks. This minor task is well within my capabilities. With that, Huang Yin and Lu Qing turned and made their way toward the drunken wind tower. Yang Yi gazed at Huang Yin's retreating figure, a glimmer of shadowy light flickering in his eyes. Huang Yin, oh Huang Yin, just wait. Your time is limited. Alone. Yang Yi knew he could not manage the 3 corpses of the Divine Sword sect by himself, yet he was not without alternatives. He spent several copper coins to hire a few sturdy men to transport the bodies to the government office. Though a few dozen coins were not an exorbitant sum, the aura of authority he carried made it difficult for anyone to refuse his request. Having wealth had its advantages. Other constables might not even possess a single coin. Once the 3 corpses were delivered to the government office, Yang Yi produced documentation from the wind-catching guard, meticulously copying their investigative findings before submitting them. His duties for the day were nearing completion. In the afternoon, Yang Yi took a solitary stroll through the southern market, conducting a brief inspection before returning home. Upon entering his small courtyard and confirming his solitude, Yang Yi eagerly extracted the rewards he had garnered that day. As he silently chanted the incantation to extract, a surge of martial prowess, accumulated over 10 years, coursed into his being, causing his martial cultivation to ascend rapidly. He reached the pinnacle of the 2nd rank and then progressed to the early stage of the 3rd rank, halting only at the mid-stage of the 3rd rank. The fruits of a single day's labor had spared him a decade of effort. Yang Yi was elated, realizing that coming to Linen City was indeed fortuitous. In addition to his soaring cultivation, he also instantaneously mastered the techniques of the Frost Flow Sword Art and the Shadow Stride, his proficiency now rivaling that of the slain disciples of the Divine Sword sect. With a significant breakthrough in his cultivation and the acquisition of 2 profound-level martial skills, Yang Yi's strength had multiplied manifold. He glanced at the bamboo staff, sword leaning against his bed, feeling an impulsive desire to practice his swordplay. However, after a moment's contemplation, he suppressed this urge. This small courtyard was not a secluded place, and the origins of the Divine Sword sect's sword techniques were shrouded in mystery. Caution was warranted, for discovery would lead to dire consequences. Yang Yi was not concerned about his cultivation breakthrough being detected. The system he possessed had a built-in concealment feature. The extent of his display dictated what others could perceive. This functionality was something he had only discovered after arriving in Linen City. During his time in Omping Town, he had not engaged with the outside world enough to unearth this ability. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed out of the window toward Huang Yin's residence, contemplating whether to act against him immediately. After much deliberation, Yang Yi ultimately resolved to spare Huang Yin for the time being. Huang Yin, also at the mid-stage of the 3rd rank, was still somewhat of an enigma to him. Yang Yi was uncertain of Huang Yin's true strength or any hidden trump cards he might possess. Without a definitive advantage against Huang Yin, he was not confident in his ability to secure a decisive victory. Yang Yi recognized his own shortcomings, despite mastering 2 profound martial techniques. His foundational cultivation method was still merely of the advanced yellow tier, even though his dual cultivation techniques were considerably stronger than the average high-level yellow tier methods. They could not compare to the Xian tier techniques. If Huang Yin practiced a Xian tier technique, it would spell disaster. Furthermore, should an assassination attempt on Huang Yin in Linen City fail, Yang Yi would likely find it difficult to extricate himself from the situation. After much contemplation, Yang Yi resolved to bide his time for now, waiting until he could acquire a Xian tier technique and break through to the 4th tier before attempting to eliminate Huang Yin. Given the current pace of his cultivation progress, that day would not be far off. With a little more time, he would not only surpass the likes of Huang Yin, but would also have the confidence to crush the notorious Windcatcher division and even the entire Easternly dynasty underfoot. Chapter 17. The red and green-clad maidens. As Yang Yi gazed out of the window, lost in thought, 2 figures, one red and one green, suddenly entered his line of sight. Under the moonlit night, these figures, their faces veiled in light gauze, gracefully leaped from the rooftops, propelled toward Yang Yi with remarkable speed. The clear weather tonight seemed to herald the descent of celestial beings. Though they were still distant, their exquisite beauty was unmistakable. As he beheld the 2 maidens bathed in moonlight, A fleeting glimmer of fascination flickered in Yang Yi's eyes. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. In this world, beautiful faces often concealed treachery. Only longevity and clarity of vision held true significance. He could not allow himself to be swayed by their allure, for women would only hinder his swiftness in drawing his sword. As the two maidens drew nearer, alarm bells rang in Yang Yi's mind. Surely, they were not approaching him with ill intent. While he did not believe they were attracted to his charm, he could not recall any past encounters with them that would warrant their visit. Nevertheless, the specifics mattered little, since he could not discern their purpose. It would be wisest to make a discreet exit. Grasping his bamboo staff sword, he prepared to flee. However, before he could escape the courtyard, the red and green figures had already landed before him, blocking his path. Before Yang he could utter a word, the red-clad maiden flickered and appeared before him like a specter, seizing him and thrusting him into the room. The green-clad maiden followed suit, soon materializing within the confines of the chamber. Fortunately, Yang Yi suffered no harm from being tossed into the room. Their approach had been deft rather than forceful. This realization allowed Yang Yi to relax slightly. They likely did not come to harm him. With this in mind, he decided to observe their intentions, especially since he had no means to resist them. The red-clad maiden was far too formidable. Yang Yi had been unable to put up any fight when she had seized him by the collar and thrown him. In the room, Yang Yi regarded the two stunning maidens before him, his heart betraying no emotion. Firmly gripping his bamboo staff sword, he inquired in a deep voice, "I greet both of you, esteemed maidens. May I ask what brings you to visit at such a late hour?" The woman in red had not yet spoken when the woman in blue suddenly materialized beside Yang Yi, her fierce gaze fixed upon him, while a series of mocking chuckles escaped her lips. "Hee, were you attempting to flee just now? Why would you run? Do you perchance know who we are?" Yang Yi felt a shiver run down his spine under the intense scrutiny of the woman in blue, who appeared almost deranged. In desperation, he cast a pleading glance towards the woman in red, hoping she could intercede. At that moment, the woman in red silently rejoiced at having followed her sister. Otherwise, given her sister's current state of mind, this constable would likely face grave peril. While she did not particularly care for Yang Yi's life, she could not allow her sister's madness to deepen any further. Seeing the plea in Yang Yi's eyes, the woman in red finally spoke. "Sister, return. I shall question him." A flicker of impatience crossed the woman in blue's eyes, but after a moment of frowning contemplation, she obediently returned to her sister's side. Once there, she resumed her earlier inquiries. "Sister, this constable is suspicious. He must know about us. He wouldn't have run otherwise." Yang Yi's expression darkened. "Sister, who are you that I should certainly recognize you? You approached me. Of course, I would flee if I cannot defend myself." Though he thought this, he dared not voice it, aware that these two women possessed extraordinary martial prowess, and one seemed to be on the brink of madness. It was prudent to avoid provoking them. Fortunately, the woman in red exhibited some sense of reason, offering a gentle bow to Yang Yi. "I beg your pardon, esteemed sir. My sister has not been well lately. Should we have caused any offense, I hope you will forgive us. We have come uninvited merely to inquire about matter, and I request that you answer truthfully." Regardless of the sincerity behind her words, Yang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. "Fair heroine, please do inquire. I shall speak without reservation." The circumstances compelled him to respond thus, despite his reluctance. Seeing Yang Yi's cooperation, the woman in red wasted no time and directly asked, "Might you have encountered a milky white jade pendant on any disciples of the Divine Sword sect in the South Market today? Alternatively, have you seen any wind chaser bearing such a pendant?" A jolt of alarm surged through Yang Yi. These two were likely the culprits behind the murder of the Divine Sword sect's disciples yesterday. Anxiety gripped him. Having come into contact with them, how could he expect to escape once they had obtained the answers they sought? As thoughts raced through his mind, he tried to devise a means of self-preservation while racking his brain for any recollection of the milky white jade pendant at the scene. He considered fabricating a falsehood to deceive them, yet in his haste, he could conjure no such tale. Ultimately, Yang Yi chose to relinquish his endeavor, acutely aware that his knowledge was woefully insufficient. The likelihood of fabricating a narrative that could be easily discerned as false was far too high. There was also the risk of inciting the ire of the two women, leading to a swifter and more brutal demise. Yang Yi shook his head and spoke. "I did not observe any milky white jade pendant on the three corpses from the Divine Sword sect. I am not well acquainted with the Windcatcher guards, and upon cursory examination, aside from the sound-emitting tokens they bore at their waists, I saw nothing else." Upon hearing this, The woman clad in red could not conceal her disappointment. Yet a glimmer of hope lingered in her eyes. She produced a piece of paper adorned with a particular design and presented it to Yang Yi, saying, "Please examine this closely. The pendant bears this engraving." As Yang Yi lifted his gaze to the illustration, his pupils dilated in shock. He had indeed encountered this design before. In fact, he possessed a jade pendant etched with this very motif, the Xiantian jade slip, which he had retrieved from a corpse. At that time, the system had only referred to it as the Xiantian jade slip, and he remained oblivious to its significance or origin. To his astonishment, it appeared that the two women were inquiring about the Xiantian jade slip. Instinctively, Yang Yi glanced at the travel bag placed at the foot of his bed, where the Xiantian jade slip resided. The moment he spotted the bag, he quickly redirected his gaze elsewhere. The purpose of the Xiantian jade slip remained unclear, and its importance was unknown. Yang Yi was apprehensive that, should the slip be discovered, it would lead to his silencing. His movement to avert his gaze was swift. Yet the women in red and blue, who had been closely monitoring him, noticed the shift in his demeanor and his evasive action. The woman in red narrowed her beautiful eyes, excitement flickering in her expression, and said with conviction, "You have indeed seen the pendant, have you not?" Before Yang Yi could respond, the woman in blue darted to the foot of his bed where the travel bag lay. She reached out to rummage through it, exclaiming, "Sister." He just glanced at the bag. "The pendant must be here." The 18th chapter unfolds with Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu. The woman in red admonished her sister softly, "Do not rummage recklessly." She was inherently skeptical that the pendant could be in Yang Yi's possession. When the trio arrived, they had already been observing from an elevated vantage point. The woman in red was confident that Yang Yi's every action was within her keen observation. Not only Yang Yi, but the movements of the other two constables had also not escaped her scrutiny. She believed that the pendant lay either on the bodies of the Divine Sword sect disciples or had been preemptively seized by the Windcatcher guards. Her inquiry into Yang Yi stemmed solely from his prior contact with the corpses and his close proximity to the Windcatcher guards. She had not considered the possibility of the pendant being in his possession. Just as the woman in red was about to utter more words, the woman in blue suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Sister, look, the pendant is indeed in his possession." Upon hearing this, darkness descended before Yang Yi's eyes. "Indeed, it has been discovered, such a significant artifact. I fear that I, like the three from the Divine Sword sect, shall find no path to survival." Yang Yi felt an overwhelming sense of resentment. He had only just attained a breakthrough in his cultivation and glimpsed a flicker of hope in life, only to be suddenly faced with an insurmountable life and death crisis. This reality was exceedingly difficult for him to accept. However, at this moment, Yang Yi found himself devoid of any strategies and compelled to force calmness upon himself. Gripping his bamboo staff sword tightly, he resolved to seek an opportune moment to launch a desperate strike against them. Having been granted a second chance at life, Yang Yi vowed not to perish helplessly. The woman clad in green, holding the Xiantian jade slip, flickered into view beside the woman in red, presenting the slip for her inspection. "Sister, what do you think this is?" "See, just as I said, the jade pendant is indeed in his possession. Why did you not allow me to search him?" After speaking, the green-clad woman cast a glance at Yang Yi, a glint of darkness flashing in her eyes. "Sister, this man is untrustworthy. He may very well betray us. We cannot afford to leave him alive." With that, her right hand transformed into a claw, poised to strike at Yang Yi's throat. The speed of the green-clad woman's attack was astonishingly swift. Yang Yi had no time to draw his bamboo staff sword. Her claw was already perilously close to his throat. In that moment, it seemed as though two elderly ladies were beckoning him from beyond. "Xiao Yi, come here. Quickly. Let us go with great-grandma." Yang Yi recognized these two elderly figures all too well. They were indeed his great-grandmothers from both his past and present lives. Yet, Yang Yi was destined not to perish. At the last possible moment, the woman in red intervened. She stepped in to block the green-clad woman and then displayed the Xiantian jade slip to her, urgently insisting, "Sister, regain your senses. Do not let the demonic intent manipulate you. Look closely. This is not our jade pendant. This one is significantly newer than ours." The green-clad woman gently shook her head, her gaze regaining a hint of clarity as she withdrew and stood behind the woman in red. Yang Yi, having narrowly escaped death, gasped for air. His eyes filled with trepidation as he regarded the green-clad woman. This woman is dangerously unstable. She resorts to lethal force at the slightest disagreement, and her skills are alarmingly formidable. Yang Yi had barely any chance to react. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the woman in red, he would surely have met his end. He had even glimpsed his great-grandmothers, 2 of them. The peril had been intense. He had come a hair's breadth away from seeking an audience with the king of hell. Yang Yi harbored a silent resentment. Should I find the opportunity, I shall undoubtedly avenge today's grievances. As he regained his composure, the woman in red, her expression now complex and her tone gentle, inquired of Yang Yi, "Young sir, may I ask from whence you acquired this jade pendant?" Upon witnessing the expression of the woman in red and feeling the warmth of her voice, Yang Yi recalled her earlier act of rescue. Suddenly, he realized that this Xiantian jade slip was indeed his lifeline. After a moment of contemplation, he countered her question with one of his own. "Are you searching for the Xiantian jade slip? Why are you searching for the Xiantian jade tablet?" Upon hearing Yang Yi utter the words Xiantian jade tablet, the red-clad and azure-clad women trembled in astonishment, their gazes fixed on him with incredulity. How could this person know of the Xiantian jade tablet? This name had not graced the martial world for at least a century. What manner of identity did he possess? Could he, like herself, be a descendant of the Xiantian sword sect? Yet, why was his cultivation so meager? In that moment, the red-clad woman's mind became a tumultuous whirl. Her thoughts no longer precise. She found herself answering Yang Yi's question directly. "We are descendants of the Xiantian sword sect. Not long ago, my younger sister was harmed by the demon sect and has since harbored demonic thoughts, necessitating the suppression of her heart's turmoil with the Xiantian jade tablet." Yang Yi's mind stirred. Descendants of the Xiantian sword sect. He had indeed heard of this sect, renowned 300 years ago as a first-rate power, which inexplicably collapsed thereafter. The legacy of the Xiantian sword sect had endured through the ages, even reaching the remote Anping town where Yang Yi resided. Piecing together the red-clad woman's words, he replied, "This Xiantian jade tablet is an heirloom of my ancestors, not something I took from your possession." With a feigned sigh, he continued, "Time has long passed, and my ancestors only passed down the name of the Xiantian jade tablet. Its purpose has been lost to history. If the heroine requires it, take it, but spare my life, for my family has been passed down for 3 generations, and our lineage must not come to an end." Upon hearing Yang Yi's words, the red-clad woman's expression softened considerably, and she spoke gently. "So, you too are of the Xiantian lineage. We sisters have indeed overstepped. The Xiantian jade tablet pertains to my sister's life. Consider this alone, and we shall return it along with a generous offering in due course." Yang Yi's heart, which had been racing, finally found peace. It seemed his life was spared. The loss of the Xiantian jade tablet was regrettable, but preserving his life was paramount. With the Xiantian jade tablet in hand and the knowledge of Yang Yi's heritage, the attitudes of the red-clad and azure-clad women shifted significantly, as if they now regarded him as one of their own. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yi inquired further about the Xiantian lineage and the Xiantian sword sect. Through their conversation, he learned that the red-clad woman was named Li Yinluo, while the azure-clad one was called Xiao Qinyu. Yang Yi introduced himself as Wang Yi, currently using the alias Zhou Yi while serving in Linen City. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu were indeed descendants of the Xiantian sword sect, and, until today, they had believed themselves to be the sole survivors of their lineage. The remaining descendants had perished months prior in a joint assault by the divine sword sect and the demon sect. The Xiantian jade tablet they possessed had been lost in that battle, and Xiao Qinyu had sustained her injuries at the hands of the demon sect during the same conflict. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, after months of relentless searching, finally discovered that the Xiantian jade slip had fallen into the hands of a disciple from the divine sword sect. Last night, Xiao Qinyu's mind was ensnared by demonic intent, leading her to slay the disciple, yet she was unable to retrieve the jade slip. It was only then that they appeared before Yang Yi. In Chapter 19, Heirs of Xiantian, after an earnest exchange, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu addressed Yang Yi as their junior brother, assuming the role of elder sisters. Both Li and Xiao stood at the remarkable level of 7th-tier minor masters, their prowess far surpassing Yang Yi's, although they were slightly younger than him. The title of elder sister was indeed fitting. Upon learning of the numerous adversaries targeting the Xiantian lineage, Yang Yi felt a deep-seated aversion to this identity. However, given the circumstances, he could not possibly disclose to Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu that his earlier words were mere fabrications. Contemplating Xiao Qinyu's affliction, a shiver ran down Yang Yi's spine. His life had yet to attain such resilience. It was best not to court danger unnecessarily. After conversing for a considerable time, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu prepared to take their leave. Before departing, Li Yinluo earnestly warned Yang Yi, junior brother Wang Yi. This identity of the Xiantian lineage must not be revealed, as it may invite grave peril. Besides the Divine Sword sect and the demonic cult, there are other mysterious forces that remain vigilant toward the Xiantian bloodline. Yang Yi, upon hearing this, inwardly lamented the burden of being associated with the Xiantian lineage. Yet at this juncture, he had no choice but to acquiesce, bowing respectfully to Li Yinluo and expressing gratitude. Thank you for the reminder, elder sister. It has spared me considerable trouble. At that moment, Xiao Qinyu stepped forward, offering a graceful bow. Junior brother, I was tainted by demonic intent and may have offended you today. I hope you can forgive me. I also appreciate your generosity. Once I dispel the demonic influence, I shall repay you handsomely. Hearing Xiao Qinyu's apology, Yang Yi finally felt a sense of relief. Although he harbored no fondness for the one who nearly took his life, he forced himself to adopt a magnanimous demeanor, waving his hand and saying, Elder Sister Xiao, do not be so concerned. You are under the influence of demonic intent. How could I hold it against you? Seeing Yang Yi graciously overlook the incident, a glimmer of admiration blossomed in Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu's eyes. In an effort to cultivate their goodwill for his own safety, Yang Yi advised them, Elder Sister Li, Elder Sister Xiao, please refrain from drawing too much attention in the future. Avoid wearing such vibrant clothing at night. It attracts unwanted notice. Yang Yi's counsel stemmed not from concern for their safety, but rather from a desire to prevent their actions from implicating him. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu clasped their hands in gratitude, saying, Your advice is well taken. We shall remember it. Take care, junior brother, until we meet again. With that, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu turned and vanished into the shadows. As he watched them depart, Yang Yi felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing onto the bed. This evening proved to be exceedingly perilous, as he narrowly escaped calamity. Yang Yi gradually settled onto his bed, replaying the events of the night in his mind, weighing the pros and cons. After a brief moment, a faint smile graced his lips. Perhaps having these two senior sisters was not such a misfortune after all. After all, they were both 7th-level minor masters, and in critical moments, they could prove to be lifesavers. Leaning on the support of 2 7th-level minor masters, he might accelerate his own growth. 2 fledgling maidens. How could a time traveler like me not manage them? From their conduct this evening, Yang Yi discerned their naivety. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily deceived. Had it been someone else, a seasoned veteran of the martial world, he would surely have met his end here today. For the sake of his own life, Yang Yi resolved to temporarily overlook Xiao Qinyu's previous affront. Unbeknownst to him, those he deemed immature were currently lurking in a shadowy corner not far from his courtyard, keeping a watchful eye on him. In the corner, Xiao Qinyu gazed at Li Yinluo with a perplexed expression. Sister, what is the matter? Is there something amiss with junior brother Wang Yi? Should I go and eliminate him? Li Yinluo's expression darkened, and she admonished, Younger sister, your propensity for violence is growing. Control yourself. Should you truly succumb to madness, it would be an irreversible fate. After saying this, Li Yinluo took a moment to further explain. Younger sister, it is certain that Wang Yi belongs to the Xiantian lineage. Otherwise, he would not know the name of the Xiantian jade slip. It is worth noting that even the Divine Sword sect and the demon cult are unaware of our Xiantian lineage's identity. Their attempts to eliminate us stemmed merely from coincidentally observing that we possess a precious treasure. Otherwise, the Xiantian jade slip would not have fallen into the hands of a mere few 6th-level disciples of the Divine Sword sect. Then why, sister? Younger sister, allow me to finish. Although junior brother Wang Yi possesses the Xiantian lineage, the Xiantian Sword sect has been defunct for over 300 years. Clearly, Wang Yi's branch has lost its heritage and forgotten its identity. Our grandmother warned us before her passing that the martial world is fraught with danger. We must exercise caution. Tonight, we shall observe him. If he remains here and does not expose us, we will sincerely accept him as our junior brother and impart to him the Xiantian legacy. However, if he attempts to reveal us to the Wind Catcher guards, we shall eliminate him to preserve the honor of the Xiantian lineage. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinyu suddenly understood. No wonder her sister had refrained from disclosing that the Xiantian jade slip was the key to the Xiantian treasury. Nor had she revealed the true reasons behind the Divine Sword sect and the demon cult's efforts to annihilate the Xiantian lineage. Still somewhat puzzled, Xiao Qinyu inquired, Sister, why must it be so complicated? Wouldn't it be simpler and safer to just kill him? Li Yanlu siga sufli. Younger sister, excessive bloodshed will diminish our fortune. We cannot kill without just cause. He is still of the Xintian lineage, and with only the 3 of US remaining, how can we so easily speak of murder? Very well. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu did not depart until the early hours of the morning. Regarding Yang Yi, she has finally settled down. Since she did not report her situation to the wind-catching guard last night, it is likely she will refrain from doing so today. Yang Yi had spent a sleepless night, and as dawn broke, she tidied herself up slightly before heading to work. Naturally, she intended to bury last night's events deep within her mind. Reporting the incident was out of the question, as she could not fabricate a convincing story or extricate herself flawlessly. Should the identity of Xuantian's lineage be exposed due to her report, she would face dire consequences. Although her identity was false, its revelation would inevitably lead others to draw conclusions. After the morning roll call, Yang Yi typically intended to patrol, but was unexpectedly detained by Chief Yuan Cheng'an. Zhou Yi, please stay behind. There is no need for you to patrol today. Several notorious criminals are to be executed, and I need you to escort the prisoner from the dungeon to the execution ground. As he spoke, Yuan Cheng'an handed Yang Yi the official document, instructing her to fetch the prisoners. Yang Yi respectfully accepted the document. Yuan Cheng'an cautioned, be vigilant today. These are notorious figures from the martial world, and you must ensure they do not escape. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi felt a surge of excitement. Notorious criminals meant she would have the opportunity to examine corpses once again. She was eager to avoid the helplessness of the previous day, where she felt like a fish at the mercy of a butcher's knife. With an insatiable thirst for strength, Yang Yi hurried to the prison upon receiving the document. On her way, she glanced at the document, which indicated that 6 individuals were to be executed today, all from a small sect known as the Shattered Shadow Blade sect. This sect had already been eradicated by the wind-catching guard, leaving these few as its key figures. Yang Yi's trip to the prison proceeded without incident, and she smoothly escorted the 6 individuals to the execution ground. The execution site was set at a bustling market entrance. Upon arrival, with time to spare, she decided to briefly satisfy her hunger nearby, and then stood aside, awaiting the conclusion of the execution to commence her grim task. The execution of these notorious criminals did not require waiting until noon, as the crowd gathered at the market entrance. The executioner dragged the prisoners to the center of the road, forcing them to kneel. With a raised blade, he struck down, and the prisoners' blood gushed forth, their heads severed from their bodies. After decapitating 6 individuals, the executioner turned away with an expression of indifference. The bodies would be left at the roadside, exposed for 3 days as a warning to others. Once the executioner and guards departed, numerous townsfolk, some clutching steamed buns, rushed forward to partake in the spilled blood, while others even filled earthen bowls with blood to sell on the street. This was a world steeped in madness and ignorance. Blending into the crowd, Yang Yi touched a few corpses before withdrawing. Upon returning to her small courtyard, she finally began to examine the information broadcast by the system. Upon the host's contact with the cadaver, a random assortment of items was procured, a decade of lifespan. Upon further contact, another item was retrieved, a rattle. Subsequently, the host acquired a technique known as furious waves of the sea. Yet another item was garnered, a decade of martial cultivation. More treasures surfaced, the martial skill shadow-slicing blade technique. Finally, a prisoner's garb was collected. After reviewing the system's broadcast, Yang Yi displayed a countenance of joy. The day's bounty proved to be rather splendid, with 4 commendable items retrieved from 6 individuals. The 10-year extension of lifespan is undeniably precious. The furious waves of the sea is classified as an elementary mystic-level technique. When wielded, it unleashes a torrent of vitality and surging inner strength, showcasing formidable might. Conversely, the shadow-slicing blade technique, while advanced, does not possess any remarkable attributes. Naturally, Yang Yi must exercise caution in utilizing either technique, for he could easily be mistaken as a remnant of a shadow blade sect. In his heart, Yang Yi silently invoked the extraction. The 10 years of lifespan assimilated into his being, yet he felt no discernible change. As the decade of cultivation integrated, Yang Yi's realm began to ascend, transitioning from the mid-stage of the 3rd rank to its later stage, and subsequently achieving the pinnacle of the 3rd rank. Once his realm stabilized, he could even sense the threshold of the 4th rank. However, the enhancement in cultivation was not what exhilarated Yang Yi the most. It was the acquisition of the elementary mystic-level technique, furious waves of the sea. His previous techniques, greenwood technique and stillwater technique, were merely advanced yellow-level skills. reaching their limits upon attaining the third rank. Without the furious waves of the sea, any subsequent gains in martial cultivation would yield little progress. The arrival of this technique was indeed fortuitous. Upon integrating the furious waves of the sea, Yang Yi immediately grasped its essence, and it did not impede the existence of the Greenwood technique or the Stillwater technique. He also comprehended the martial skill shadow-slicing blade technique, significantly enhancing his prowess compared to the previous day. Yang Yi felt confident that Huang'an would not survive even 2 exchanges in a duel with him now. After discarding the rattle and the prisoner's attire, Yang Yi chose not to venture outside. Instead, he seated himself cross-legged upon his bed, channeling his energy in an attempt to break through the bottleneck and achieve the 4th rank. However, Yang Yi's aptitude evidently was not so exceptional. After an entire afternoon and night, he remained unable to attain the 4th rank. He could not help but shake his head, reflecting that cultivation is not as expedient as the acquisition of prowess. As dawn broke, he proceeded to the government office for roll call, though today, he found himself with little to occupy his time. Meanwhile, Huang and Lu Qing and others had been taken out the previous day by Yuan Cheng'an, who reported a horrific massacre occurring outside the city, leading a group including Huang and Lu Qing to investigate alongside the capturing Wind Division. This left Yang Yi feeling quite regretful, as the cases pursued by the Wind-catching Division were predominantly related to the martial world, and he had inadvertently missed the opportunity to examine a corpse. He hoped that the body would be transported back to the city. Otherwise, he would truly have no chance left. Additionally, Yang Yi had initially intended to resolve matters with Huang and that very evening, but since Huang had gone out, he would have to seek another opportunity. After the morning roll call, Yang Yi set out alone for his patrol. With Yuan Cheng'an having taken 5 or 6 individuals the previous day, the area Yang Yi needed to patrol had expanded. Besides the southern market, he also had to cover the eastern district, which primarily housed the common folk, a place Yang Yi rarely ventured into. After finishing his patrol of the southern market, he leisurely made his way towards the eastern district. The southern market was relatively calm that day, with no significant incidents to note. However, upon entering the eastern district, Yang Yi felt a subtle sense of unease, as if someone was watching him. Realizing he was being followed, he maintained his composure. After all, anyone he could detect would undoubtedly possess lesser martial prowess than himself. In broad daylight, he had no fear of them launching a sudden attack. Firmly gripping his Yenling knife, he continued his patrol with an unruffled demeanor, silently contemplating whether he had offended anyone recently. After some time, he still had no inkling. Having been in Linen City for many days, Yang Yi had kept a low profile, seemingly never having made any enemies. What could be causing this surveillance? He found himself perplexed. Until the end of his shift, he felt a pair of eyes fixed upon him, yet he could never ascertain the whereabouts of his pursuer. This realization weighed heavily on him. The one tracking him, even if not stronger, would certainly not be significantly weaker. Yang Yi considered reporting this to the authorities, but hesitated, concerned that he might struggle to provide a satisfactory explanation. For instance, how could he clarify how a second-rank, mid-level individual sensed the presence of a third-rank observer? While he could certainly brush it off, it would lack the solidity needed. If someone doubted him and sought to pry further, he would find himself in trouble. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Yang Yi quickly changed his attire, discarding his constable's uniform for a plain, unremarkable coarse cloth robe. He donned a bamboo hat, secured arrows to his left wrist, and held a bamboo staff sword, quietly awaiting the fall of night. The darkness was the domain of bloodshed. Yang Yi did not believe that a stalker would dare to strike before the sky was fully shrouded in darkness. Chapter 21. The Rainy Night Battle. The night was as dark as ink. Suddenly, lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. This was followed by a deafening roar of thunder, and then torrential rain poured down. In the small courtyard, Yang Yi felt his breath quicken momentarily. However, he soon regained his composure, adjusting his hat. The dark night, accompanied by thunder and rain, presented an opportune moment for conflict. Suddenly, Yang Yi held his breath and focused, having sensed the presence of individuals near the small courtyard. There were 5 of them, and the length of their breaths indicated that they were not weak adversaries. Among them, one exuded a solid aura, suggesting that his strength was not significantly inferior to Yang Yi's own. A chill ran through Yang Yi's heart, and his expression turned grave. He displayed only the second-tier realm outwardly, yet such a formidable group had been dispatched against him. They were undoubtedly intent on his elimination. This was to be a fierce battle. At this juncture, worry was futile. It was merely a matter of combat. Yang Yi slowly drew his bamboo sword, its slender blade nearly vanishing into the rain-soaked night. With a slight bend of his right leg, he pushed off with force, propelling himself over the courtyard wall. With the grace of a startled swan, he touched the wall lightly with the tip of his foot, wielding the bamboo sword as if an eagle swooping down upon its prey, charging towards a figure clad in black. The stepping on shadows technique, a profound level movement art, allowed him to move with astonishing speed, further concealed by the thunderous downpour. It was not until Yang Yi was upon him that the black-clad man reacted. Just as the man was gripped by shock and sought to evade, Yang Yi's bamboo sword had already pierced through his heart. Before the blade could be withdrawn, Yang Yi swiftly raised his left hand, unleashing hidden arrows towards the nearest black-clad individual. The man was caught off guard, struck squarely, and collapsed, his fate uncertain. Having unexpectedly dispatched 2 foes, the remaining 3 swiftly regained their composure. The leader among them urgently whispered to his companions, "Be cautious. He is not merely at the second tier." No sooner had the words left the leader's lips than Yang Yi drew forth his bamboo sword, employing the stepping on shadows technique once more, and unleashed the Frost Flow sword manual upon the trio. The advanced profound-level Frost Flow sword manual wielded formidable power. The sword moved like frost, cold and rapid. With a diagonal sweep, Yang Yi's sword shimmered with a chilling brilliance, and the raindrops cascading from the blade instantaneously froze, cloaking the sword in frost as it charged towards the 3 adversaries. Although this maneuver held considerable might, the leader was no weakling either. With a fierce shout, he wielded his long blade and struck repeatedly at Yang Yi. Shattered Shadow Blade, Chaotic Star Slash. The leader's frenzied slashes deftly countered Yang Yi's attacks with precision. He was indeed a skilled swordsman. Despite several exchanges, Yang Yi could clearly perceive that the black-clad leader was considerably weaker than himself, though their realms were nearly equivalent. The disparity in martial skill was substantial. The leader's blade technique was merely at the initial level of the profound tier. Yang Yi's mind settled, reassured of his safety. After eliminating these black-clad figures, he might very well break through to the 4th tier tonight. As this thought crossed his mind, exhilaration surged within him, and a wicked smile crept upon his lips. At that very moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the void. The white light revealed the wicked smile beneath Yang Yi's hat, causing the 3 black-clad individuals to shiver with fear. Could this man possibly be a madman? To be besieged and still manage to smile is astonishing. The leader of the black-clad figures felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that he had perhaps provoked the wrong individual. Who could have anticipated that a mere constable possessed such terrifying strength? Regret flooded the leader's mind, and thoughts of retreat began to take root. However, while he contemplated withdrawal, Yang Yi would not allow it, setting aside the reasons behind the black-clad men's assault and their awareness of his prowess. Yang Yi was resolute in his desire to break through to the 4th rank and would never permit their escape. With his footwork resembling that of a shadowy phantom, Yang Yi moved with remarkable speed, ensnaring 3 skilled opponents single-handedly. Among the trio, only their leader possessed a modicum of ability to contend with Yang Yi, while the other 2 merely reached the pinnacle of the 2nd rank. Had it not been for the leader frequently rescuing them, Yang Yi would have dispatched them long ago. Yet, the continuous assistance rendered to his companions left the leader vulnerable, revealing a few cracks in his defense. Upon noticing these openings, Yang Yi's heart surged with joy, and without hesitation, he unleashed a sharp and decisive sword technique. The flowing frost sword manual, cutting blade, severing water. As Yang Yi executed his strike, a glimmer of white light erupted from his bamboo staff sword, seemingly slicing through the torrential downpour, causing raindrops to momentarily hang, suspended in midair. The sword light cleaved through the void, striking the 3 black-clad men. The 2 at the pinnacle of the 2nd rank were instantly severed in 2, meeting their demise. The leader managed to guard his chest with his long knife just in time, though the blade was shattered by the sword light, leaving him gravely injured yet still clinging to life. Yang Yi waded through the water that reached his ankles, slowly approaching the leader of the black-clad men. He positioned the bamboo staff sword against the man's neck and spoke coldly. "What is your identity? Why did you attempt to kill me? Speak honestly, and I will grant you a swift end." The black-clad leader suddenly burst into laughter, but his face quickly turned ashen. He offered no response to Yang Yi, only murmuring to himself, "Father, I am an unfilial son," allowing the Shadow Fragment sword sect to come to an end. Alas, Over 150 lives of the Shadow Fragment Sword sect have perished in one day due to the machinations of the Wind Capture Division, and I, unable to slay even a single constable in your name, weep for our lost legacy. Though his voice was faint, Yang Yi's keen hearing captured every word. He began to understand the man's motives for attacking him, merely a consequence of his escorting members of the Shadow Fragment Sword sect to their execution the previous day. Yang Yi's expression grew complex as he found the man's plight eerily reminiscent of his own. A flicker of sympathy arose within him. Yet sympathy aside, Yang Yi could not allow this man to continue to exist. Since he had chosen to strike against him, he must pay the appropriate price. Indeed, their circumstances were pitiable. But countless individuals in this world suffered similarly. They had dared to assault him. What fault was it of his? Yang Yi regarded the black-clad man coolly and stated, "You dare not raid a prison. You dare not storm an execution ground. Nor do you dare raise a hand against the Wind Capture Division. A mere coward. One who strikes only the weak and fears the strong, devoid of strategy, is indeed a pitiable creature, yet still possesses a path to demise." Upon hearing these words, the cloaked figure's face betrayed a fleeting expression of shame as he turned the blade upon himself, thrusting it into his own chest, and thus met his end. Observing the lifeless bodies, Yang Yi adjusted his hat and swiftly proceeded to scavenge their remains. Once he had completed his grim task, he gazed thoughtfully at the corpses. The proximity of this location to his own abode was troubling. It could potentially invite future troubles. After a brief moment, Yang Yi seized the bodies and swiftly traversed several streets, discarding them on the cobblestone thoroughfare, deliberately leaving behind a few marks of his sword. As for the area outside his humble dwelling, Yang Yi harbored no concerns. The thunderous roar of the night and the torrential rain would surely erase any traces of the violent encounter. No one would suspect that a struggle had unfolded mere steps from his sanctuary. Upon returning to his quarters, Yang Yi tidied up slightly, drying his hat and garments. He then settled cross-legged upon his bed to review the system's report regarding his loot. Host has come into contact with a corpse. Randomly acquired items. 3 years of martial arts cultivation. Host has come into contact with a corpse. Randomly acquired items. 50 taels of silver. Host has come into contact with a corpse. Randomly acquired items. A treasure map of the Shattered Shadowblade sect. Host has come into contact with a corpse. Randomly acquired items. 7 years of martial arts cultivation. Host has come into contact with a corpse. Randomly acquired items. A fragment of the martial technique Heavenly Blade, incomplete. Upon reviewing the system's report, Yang Yi's spirits soared with excitement. Today marked his ascension to the 4th rank. He swiftly recited the extraction mantra in his mind, and immediately, a decade's worth of martial arts cultivation flowed into his being, instigating a profound transformation within him. The 4th rank, also known as the Gathering Yuan Realm, requires the inner strength within the Dantian and Meridians to coalesce into liquid true essence. True essence is a more solid and domineering force than mere internal energy. Should one be able to convert all internal energy into liquid true essence, filling the entire network of meridians, they would attain the pinnacle of the 4th rank. With the infusion of 10 years of cultivation, and under the guidance of the system, 3 techniques within Yang Yi's body commenced simultaneous operation, compressing his internal energy to its utmost limits. Soon, a droplet of martial true essence emerged within his Dantian, and his aura surged, breaking through to the 4th rank, halting only when reaching the early pinnacle of this realm. Once his foundation was firmly established at this new height, Yang Yi tucked away the 50 taels of silver and turned his attention to the other 2 items. The treasure map of the Shattered Shadowblade sect was inscribed on a piece of sheepskin, detailing the location and route to the sect's hidden treasures. The marked site was on General Mountain, north of Linen City, the very stronghold of the Shattered Shadowblade sect. After a cursory glance, Yang Yi set the map aside. The sect had been annihilated for several days now, and the treasures may very well have been looted by the authorities. Perhaps, in the future, he might take a clandestine look at it during his leisure time. If it remains, it should be relocated. If not, it matters not. Currently, Yang Yi does not lack for silver and is confident he will not in the future. His desire for wealth is minimal. Sufficiency is all he seeks. What truly piques his interest is the martial arts manual, the Celestial Blade. Indeed, as the system reported, the manual is but a fragmented version. As Yang Yi cautiously perused the stained and worm-eaten pages, his heart raced at the mere glance. The Celestial Blade is an advanced celestial-level sword technique comprising 9 forms. When mastered to perfection, It is said to possess boundless power, capable of cleaving rivers and mountains with ease. Upon completing the reading of the manual, Yang could not help but lament its condition. The manual is so severely damaged that only the first form, the opening of heaven and earth, remains intact. As he gazed at the first form, Yang found himself involuntarily immersed in contemplation. In a moment of reverie, he felt as if he were drawn into a mysterious realm. This desolate space, barren and silent, was engulfed in yellow sand, where a towering man with long hair stood wielding a blade. Suddenly, the man's eyes flew open, his gaze radiating a piercing brilliance that reverberated throughout the space. With a mighty swing of his blade toward the heavens, he bellowed, "First form of the celestial blade, the opening of heaven and earth slay." What unfolded before Yang was a breathtaking spectacle. The man's strike conjured an impression akin to Pangu separating chaos, creating the world anew. The very firmament seemed to part beneath the force of his blow. Following this stroke, the swirling sands engulfed the space, and Yang Yi's consciousness returned to his body. Upon regaining awareness, his eyes remained filled with astonishment. Although he had long recognized the unusual nature of this world, he had previously regarded it merely as a typical realm of martial prowess. Yet, the man's strike had shattered his perceptions entirely. It was overwhelmingly powerful, terrifyingly so. Such a figure could not possibly exist in an ordinary realm of martial arts. It took a considerable time for Yang to calm his racing thoughts, silently admonishing himself to remain prudent and grounded. The depths of this world were far too profound. After his consciousness returned to his body, the fragmented manual dissipated like ash. Observing the remnants of the manual drifting from his fingertips, Yang felt little disturbance within. Having witnessed the man's formidable strike, he had grasped a fragment of the true essence of the first form. With diligent practice, he would naturally master it in its entirety, rendering the existence of the manual irrelevant. The manual's disappearance may not be a misfortune after all. A thought crossed Yang Yi's mind. Could the annihilation of the Shadow Blade sect be connected to the Celestial Blade manual? This hypothesis could not be confirmed at present, for the Shadow Blade sect had been utterly eradicated, and he had no means to seek verification from the Windcatcher Bureau. The rank of the Celestial Blade is far too elevated, even if the destruction of the Shadow Blade sect were indeed linked to it. It is likely that the ordinary Windcatchers are unaware of such matters. Yang resolved to master the first form of the Heavenly Blade with utmost urgency. Intending it to serve as his trump card, he harbored a premonition that should he succeed, even a pinnacle fourth-grade warrior would be at risk of perishing beneath his blade. Contemplating this, he could not help but ponder the subsequent techniques of the Heavenly Blade. If the first form was so formidable, what could be said of the following strikes? He wondered if the treasures of the Shattered Shadow Blade sect would contain such knowledge. It seemed imperative to find an opportunity to visit General Mountain. Hoping that the treasures of the Shattered Shadow Blade sect had yet to be unearthed, exploring General Mountain in search of the treasures was undoubtedly fraught with peril. Nevertheless, for the sake of the techniques that lay ahead, Yang resolved to embark on this journey. Of course, he would not act recklessly. Prior to any expedition, he needed to ascertain the movements of the Windcatcher Division, prepare thoroughly, and seek an opportune moment. Yang always prioritized his own safety above all else. He retrieved the treasure map of the Shattered Shadow Blade sect, diligently memorizing its locations and routes. Once the map was firmly etched in his mind, he cast it into the brazier to be consumed by flames. Keeping such a map was a potential disaster. He had to venture out for work during the day. Who could tell if a thief might infiltrate his abode and steal the map? Should it inadvertently fall into the wrong hands and be discovered by the Windcatcher Division, the consequences would be dire. Watching the map turn to ash, Yang rose to carry the brazier outside, allowing the rain to wash away the remnants. And only then did he feel reassured enough to return indoors. Back in his room, Yang meticulously replayed the events of the day in his mind, ensuring that no loose ends remained before he finally succumbed to a deep slumber. After a day of patrolling and a prolonged bout of combat, his nerve had been stretched taut for far too long. He was utterly fatigued and in dire need of restorative rest. Chapter 23. Captain Malin. In the early morning, the storm had abated. Sunlight bathed the earth, bestowing a refreshing aura. Yang rose early, tidied himself up, donned the attire of a constable, and strapped the Yinling blade to his waist as he stepped outside. Upon exiting his courtyard, his gaze swept over the street. The bloodstains from the previous night had been entirely washed away by the rain, leaving no trace of the violence that had transpired. With a sense of relief, Yang Yi strode purposefully towards the South Market. As he passed through the South Market, vendors promptly offered him breakfast, which Yang Yi accepted with gratitude, devouring the food heartily. After satiating his hunger, he traversed 2 more streets, only to slow his pace as he approached the very intersection where he had disposed of the bodies the previous night. Even at this early hour, a considerable crowd had gathered, animatedly discussing the events. Though most among them lived in hardship, they were invariably drawn to such sensational occurrences. Apart from these onlookers, no officials had yet arrived on the scene. However, from the chatter of the spectators, it was evident that someone had already gone to report to the authorities. Yang initially intended to circumvent the crowd from behind and attend to his duties. However, a keen observer quickly called out to him. Was that not Officer Zhou from the government office? Master Zhou, come quickly. There's been a death here. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi felt compelled to remain temporarily and maintain order at the scene. After approximately half an hour, 3 officers from the government office hastily arrived. Noticing Yang Yi's presence, they merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction, disregarding any form of greeting, and proceeded to inspect the bodies. Moments later, they concluded that the 5 deceased were all individuals from the underworld. According to regulations, disputes among such individuals fell under the jurisdiction of the Wind-Catching Division. Thus, the 3 officers ceased their examination. One tall and slender officer approached Yang Yi with an air of arrogance, pointing at him and commanding, Zhou, go to the Wind-Catching Division immediately and inform the masters there. We will maintain order at the scene. He concluded with a warning, hurry up, do not delay. If you hinder the master's business, be cautious of the consequences. The tall officer spoke as if he regarded Yang Yi as a mere servant to be ordered about. The other 2 officers regarded Yang Yi with an expression of entitlement, clearly indicating that their decision to command him was reached collectively. Yang Yi felt a surge of indignation at their presumption. They were mere officers, equal in rank to him. On what grounds did they presume to direct him? At that moment, Yang Yi had no desire to entangle himself with the Wind-Catching Division. Those individuals were notoriously difficult to deal with. What if they held a grudge against him for merely stepping into their domain? Such incidents were not uncommon. He had heard tales of officers in Linen who, over trivial matters, had offended the Wind-Catching Division and subsequently faced ruin. Since those events, aside from Chief Yuan and 3 captains, the other officers in Linen harbored an intense fear of the Wind-Catching Division. Unless absolutely necessary, they would avoid them at all costs. The audacity of these 3 officers to instruct him to bypass standard procedures and approach the Wind-Catching Division directly was tantamount to endangering his life. Yang Yi's gaze flickered with icy determination as he regarded the trio. Like Huang Yin, they were adept at placing others in peril. They themselves were unwilling to provoke the Wind-Catching Division, yet they had no right to transfer that risk onto him. Yang Yi spoke up assertively as fellow officers. You lack the authority to command me. If you wish to go to the Wind-Catching Division, do so yourselves, do not involve me. Would it not be more prudent to submit the documents through the proper channels for the higher-ups to negotiate with the Wind-Catching Division? The 3 officers, incensed by his words, opened their mouths to rebuke him. However, considering the throng of onlookers, they refrained from confronting him directly, casting him a venomous glare before retreating to a corner to draft the necessary documents. Yang Yi was acutely aware that they would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards him. Yang Yi, in truth, had no desire to offend the 3 individuals. Yet, when compared to the ruthless, bloodthirsty, and capricious agents of the Windcatcher Division, these 3 were of little consequence. Offending them was a trivial matter. At worst, he could find an opportunity to send them to the netherworld. Moreover, Yang Yi felt it was time to reveal a glimpse of his own brilliance. Otherwise, others would continue to perceive him as easily manipulable. After all, he had only been in town for a few days, and already Huang and Lu Qing had shown their disdain. Now, even these 3 inconsequential figures dared to attempt to dominate him. He could choose to temporarily concede before the 2 7th-grade minor masters, Li Yin Luo and Xiao Qinyu, or retreat from the Windcatcher Division to preserve his own safety and strategize for greater ambitions. But what were these 3 insignificant characters to him? They dared to attempt to control him. Soon, the document was prepared, and it required someone to deliver it to the magistrate's office for the captain. To facilitate communication with the Windcatcher Division, Yang Yi voluntarily took on the task of delivering the document. Allow me to handle this. I have yet to report for duty and could use a trip to the magistrate's office. The 3 wore expressions of displeasure, clearly unwelcoming towards Yang Yi. However, since someone was willing to run the errand, they were still grateful, as the magistrate's office was not nearby, and the round trip could be quite exhausting. The tall, lean constable, with a dark expression, snorted in annoyance and slapped the document into Yang Yi's hands without a word before turning away. Yang Yi glanced over the document and, finding no errors, proceeded towards the magistrate's office. His decision to take on the task of delivering the document was not motivated by a desire to ingratiate himself, but rather to avoid contact with the Windcatcher division. This case had no bearing on him. He was merely passing through to maintain order, while the responsibility for the investigation lay with those three fools. Once he delivered the document, there was no need for him to return, as the testimony of those three would suffice for the Windcatcher division's case. Upon arriving at the magistrate's office, the on-duty captain, Ma Lin, upon seeing Yang Yi, darkened his countenance and reprimanded him. "Zhou Yi, do you see the hour? You arrive late to report for duty." He marked a demerit against him, deducting 100 coins from his salary. "Is that acceptable to you?" 100 coins was no small sum. Yang Yi's monthly salary as a constable was barely less than a tael of silver. This deduction represented 3 days' wages for him. Although he did not rely on this meager salary for sustenance, Ma Lin's behavior was indeed quite odious. When Yang Yi first arrived in Linen, he had looked into Ma Lin's background. Ma Lin was known for his greed and pettiness, always counting every coin. He had no authority to approve Yang Yi's appointment as a constable, and since Yang Yi was short on funds at the time, he had not offered any bribes. Yang Yi understood that Ma Lin held a grudge against him for gifting Yuan Cheng'an, while neglecting to offer him anything. Seizing the opportunity, with Yuan Cheng'an absent today, he was intent on making Yang Yi's life more difficult. With a silent sigh, Yang Yi reflected on the darkness of this world. Were it not for the convenience of his constable's position in Linen, which allowed him to conceal his identity and maneuver freely, he would have been compelled to expose several substantial flaws in Ma Lin's character. Chapter 24. The sword sex burden Yang Yi does not intend to relinquish this advantageous position just yet. Recently, the benefits derived from this facade have been immensely rewarding. How long has he been in Linen City? Yet, he has already ascended to the 4th rank. The role of this identity as an officer has been pivotal in this achievement. In the span of a year in Anping Town, his gains were nothing compared to these few days in Linen City. This disguise is truly delectable. Reflecting on this, Yang Yi explained to Captain Ma, "Sir, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness today. There were extenuating circumstances that led to this situation. Early this morning, I discovered several bodies in the South Market. I happened to be passing by and took it upon myself to maintain order." After a brief pause, he continued, "Upon inspection by Officer Zhang, it was determined that these individuals were from the underworld. Such matters fall under the jurisdiction of the Wind-Catching Division, and I have returned solely to deliver the documentation." Yang Yi handed over the documents to Ma Lin. Although Ma Lin was inclined to further reprimand Yang Yi, the gravity of the situation concerning the Wind-Catching Division restrained him from acting too harshly. Despite holding the title of captain, he was little more than an insignificant insect in the eyes of the Wind-Catching Division. His position afforded him the mere illusion of authority, enabling him to converse with them. Taking the documents, Ma Lin cast a sideways glance at Yang Yi and stated, "While there are reasons for your actions, a mistake is a mistake. The punishment remains unchanged. A minor penalty serves as a stern warning." With that, Ma Lin departed the office, heading toward the Wind-Catching Division. Yang Yi lowered his head, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Ma Lin would inevitably seek an opportunity to eliminate him, given Ma Lin's petty nature. It was only a matter of time before he caused significant trouble. Yang Yi was not one to welcome complications. Although Ma Lin was not particularly formidable, being merely at the peak of the 3rd rank, Yang Yi was confident he could discreetly remove him. The only challenge lay in waiting a few days. If Ma Lin had troubled him today, and then met an untimely demise that same evening, suspicions would surely fall upon him. Once Ma Lin departed, Yang Yi resumed his patrol. The South Market was within Yang Yi's designated area, but today he had no desire to visit. Firstly, with a murder having occurred there, several officers were already present, ensuring that no one would dare stir up trouble. Secondly, Yang Yi sought to deliberately avoid the Wind-Catching guards. Previously, Huang had already made a fool of him in front of them, and he could not afford to be humiliated again by those 3 ruffians. Exiting the office, Yang Yi proceeded toward the East District. Just yesterday, he had been assigned to patrol this area, and with the original officers still absent and the task unchanged, his presence there was entirely justified. Yang Yi also harbored intentions of surveying the area. Upon his arrival in Linen City, He had gathered intelligence on the various officials, and he was well aware of Ma Lin's connections. Ma Lin had taken a mistress in the East District who was far from virtuous. Under the guise of Ma Lin's authority, she had not hesitated to engage in various nefarious activities, from coercing virtue to trafficking in human lives, all commonplace occurrences. Taking advantage of the opportunity to eliminate Ma Lin, it would simultaneously rid the citizens of Linen of a significant menace. The populace had frequently offered him food, and he ought to reciprocate in some manner. Yang Yi held a disdain for these callous, calculating individuals, but was reluctant to feel indebted to them, even for mere sustenance. After patrolling the Eastern District, he gradually approached Ma Lin's residence. The courtyard where Ma Lin kept his mistress was quite spacious, exuding an air of opulence that set it apart from ordinary dwellings. Having circled around the premises, Yang Yi had gathered sufficient insight. It would not be difficult to slay Ma Lin and his paramour within that courtyard. If he struck decisively, there was little risk of attracting attention from the neighboring houses. With this assurance, Yang Yi chose to distance himself from the estate and patrol elsewhere. The time to eliminate Ma Lin was not yet ripe. He needed to wait for the return of the constables responsible for the Eastern District to ensure all risks were minimized. While Yang Yi was patrolling the Eastern District, Ma Lin had completed his handover with the Wind-Catching Division. 3 members of the Wind-Catching Guard appeared on the streets of the Southern Market, examining 5 black-clad corpses. Upon witnessing the true nature of the bodies, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in the eyes of the guards. These 5 were the remnants of the shattered Shadowblade sect they had been pursuing. How could they have perished within the city? The guards felt a sense of melancholy. These remnants possessed items desired by their superiors. Now that they were deceased, how could they explain this failure? The thought of potential repercussions sent shivers down their spines, prompting them to scrutinize the corpses of the shattered Shadowblade sect with unprecedented diligence. With the individuals gone, they were compelled to identify the perpetrator. Failing to provide satisfactory answers to their superiors could lead to dire consequences for themselves. Fully focused, the trio meticulously examined the wounds on the shattered Shadowblade remnants, deducing the weapons employed by the assailant and the martial techniques executed. True to their reputation, the Wind-Catching Division demonstrated an unparalleled knowledge of various martial sects, weapons, and techniques. Their investigatory skills surpassed those of ordinary constables. Within half an hour, they had formed several hypotheses. Gathering together, they shared their findings. The assailant was exceptionally skilled with a sword, wielding an exceedingly fine long sword. The technique employed was from the Divine Sword sect's Frost Flow sword manual. The distinctive wounds on the chests of the victims clearly indicated the Frost Flow sword technique, specifically the sword-cutting water move. They estimated the assailant's strength to be between the early and mid-level of the 4th tier. This was not the initial crime scene. It was evident that the perpetrator had disposed of the bodies here, intentionally leaving these sword marks to mislead them. Could they locate the original crime scene? Difficult, exceedingly difficult. Last night, the thunder and wind roared with great ferocity, and the torrential rain washed away all traces. The perpetrator was exceedingly cautious, ensuring that no flaws could be found. Now, what should we do? We must provide an explanation to those above us. The interrogated Wind-Catcher guard displayed a moment of contemplation before resolutely stating, "We shall investigate the Divine Sword sect. These individuals perished under the flowing Frost sword manual, and the sect cannot escape suspicion. Coincidentally, disciples of the sect are currently present in the city." The other 2 nodded in agreement. Indeed, although the Divine Sword sect is likely being framed at this juncture, whether or not they are guilty, we must present them as such, lest we fail to account to our superiors. The remnants of the shattered Shadowblade sect met their demise under the flowing Frost sword manual, and this fact alone casts doubt upon the Divine Sword sect, absolving us of slander. Moreover, it is possible that the Divine Sword sect truly orchestrated this, perhaps even setting a trap. Yes, indeed, they concurred. Let's report this accordingly. The Divine Sword sect is a formidable entity. How they are dealt with is a matter for those above us. Our priority is to ensure our own safety. Chapter 25. Yuan Chengyan and the others return. At this moment, Yang Yi remained unaware that the Divine Sword sect had been unjustly implicated on his behalf. Had he overheard the conversation among the 3 Wind-Catcher guards, he would undoubtedly be drenched in cold sweat. It can be said that if it were not for the ferocity of last night's storm, which obliterated numerous traces, Yang Yi would have been exposed without a doubt. After patrolling the Eastern District, the hour was growing late. As Yang Yi passed the intersection of the Southern Market Road, the remains of the shattered Shadowblade sect's remnants had already been removed, and the streets resumed their lively bustle. He cast a fleeting glance, but did not linger. Along the way, he came across a vendor offering food and, without hesitation, accepted it and consumed it in haste. Observing Yang Yi partake of his offering, the vendor's face broke into a semblance of relief. Finally, he had made his offering, and now he could resume his business with peace of mind. Yang Yi paid no heed to the vendor's shifting expressions. He was well aware of their sentiments. If he did not accept their offerings, these vendors would undoubtedly live in perpetual anxiety. Having satisfied his hunger, he returned to his modest courtyard. Yang Yi sat cross-legged upon a stone bench in the yard, beginning to contemplate the profound essence of the first style of the heavenly blade. The first style of the heavenly blade, the mysteries of the universe's creation. Though Yang Yi had grasped a thread of true understanding, he was still far from being able to manifest it. With his eyes tightly shut, he repeatedly envisioned the imposing figure in the void, delivering that one decisive strike, yearning to replicate its intricacies. Yet, after countless attempts, he remained unable to grasp the technique. Eventually, Yang Yi resolved to rise, unsheathing the goose feather blade and imitating that strike without employing his true essence. Within 2 hours, he drew his blade over 1,000 times, yet made no progress. Nevertheless, Yang Yi did not despair. His innate talent and comprehension were not particularly extraordinary, and the heavenly blade was a pinnacle technique of the heavenly rank. It was not so easily fathomed. However, Yang Yi firmly believed that although the heavenly blade was challenging, with daily contemplation and practice, he would eventually master its complete execution. After concluding his meditation on the heavenly blade, Yang Yi took a moment to refresh himself before returning to his room. He seated himself cross-legged on the bed and diligently practiced the technique of the raging seas and turbulent waves for over an hour, only retiring to rest at dawn. The distinction between martial practitioners and ordinary individuals was stark. Even after merely 2 hours of sleep, Yang Yi awoke the next day invigorated. In the following 2 days, no significant events transpired in Linen City. The Southern Market and Eastern District only witnessed trivial conflicts. For such minor disturbances, Yang Yi merely needed to be present, and without uttering a word, the parties involved would readily reconcile. During these 2 days, aside from his punctual attendance for duty, Yang Yi dedicated 2 hours each day to mastering the first form of the heavenly blade and spent an additional hour practicing the raging seas and turbulent waves. On the 4th day, when Yang Yi reported for duty, he noticed that Yuan Cheng'an, Huang Un, and Lu Qing had returned. Their somber expressions indicated that their expedition had not gone smoothly. The massacre case outside the city was likely to remain unsolved, leaving Yang Yi pondering whether the Windcatcher Division had a hand in it. His disdain for the Windcatcher Division was profound. Whenever a massacre occurred, his immediate suspicion fell upon them. He believed his intuition to be sound, as typically, such cases were managed by the Windcatcher Division, with the local constables merely serving as witnesses. Logically, upon their return, Yuan Cheng'an and the others should not have appeared so despondent. Yet, they had been away for several days, and their grim countenances suggested that the Windcatcher Division had likely coerced them into undertaking some task that had not yet come to fruition. Another possibility existed. The case was so complex that Yuan Cheng'an and his companions were compelled to engage with it under the law. However, Yang Yi deemed this scenario unlikely. Ultimately, the truth of the matter remained elusive to Yang Yi, and he had no desire to delve into it further. Given Yuan Cheng'an and the others' foul moods, Yang Yi preferred to avoid aggravating their spirits or attracting the attention of the Windcatcher Division through unwarranted inquiries. With Huang Un and Lu Qing's return, there was no need for Yang Yi to patrol the Eastern District any longer. Today, his duties mirrored those of his initial arrival, accompanying Huang and as they patrolled the Southern Market. As they left the Yamen, Yang Yi followed closely behind Huang and toward the Southern Market. During their journey, Huang and suddenly turned to Yang Yi, his expression dark. "Zhou Yi, I heard from Constable Zhang that you've been absent these past few days. Your temper seems to have grown, hasn't it? The Southern Market has descended into chaos under your watch, and a murder has even occurred. I advise you, as a newcomer, to comport yourself accordingly. Establishing oneself in Linen City is not merely a matter of spending money. Be wary, lest you purchase an official title with silver, only to find yourself without the means to enjoy it." Upon observing Huang An's expression and tone, Yang Yi realized that he had unwittingly become a scapegoat for Huang An's recent misfortunes. Yang Yi found this perplexing. Logically, since his arrival in Linen City, he had maintained a low profile and had not intentionally offended Huang An. Thus, he could not comprehend the latter's animosity towards him. Unbeknownst Yang Yi. Huang had unilaterally categorized him as a subordinate since their partnership began. Frustrated by an unsuccessful case, Huang had accumulated a great deal of anger. Upon returning, 3 of his colleagues reported Yang Yi's alleged incompetence in mentorship, further diminishing Huang's pride. This led to the earlier incident where Huang reprimanded and threatened Yang Yi. Yang Yi, upon hearing Huang's scolding and threats, chose not to engage in a dispute or harbor resentment. There was no point in conversing with someone as obstinate as a corpse. Over the past few days, Yang Yi had taken the opportunity to familiarize himself with the vicinity during patrols. He had already identified key locations, and in the coming days, he intended to eliminate the threats they posed. With a sincere expression, Yang Yi responded to Huang, expressing his gratitude for the guidance, assuring him that he would remember it well. Seeing Yang Yi's earnest demeanor, Huang felt it inappropriate to continue his tirade in public. He let out a cold snort and fell silent, his countenance dark as he patrolled the southern market district. Huang's foul mood that day foretold misfortune for many. Numerous small vendors, merely for slight positioning discrepancies, found their stalls overturned by Huang resulting in not only fines but also physical reprimands. Throughout the patrol, countless vendors fell victim to Huang's wrath. In the absence of comparison, one cannot feel the sting of injury. Initially, in the eyes of the vendors, Yang Yi and Huang were indistinguishable, both regarded as tyrants of Linen City. Despite the vendors' outwardly respectful demeanor towards Yang Yi, offering him food, they secretly concocted disparaging tales about him. However, after Huang's outburst, Yang Yi's commendable qualities became apparent. Although he accepted their offerings, he never extended his hand beyond food. He did not vandalize their stalls or bully them. Unbeknownst to Yang Yi, the public's perception of him had shifted. Even if he were aware of their sentiments, he felt no connection to them. His sole desire was to survive in this chaotic world. Chapter 26. Murder. Having patrolled the southern market district with Huang for 3 consecutive days without significant incidents, Yang Yi noted that Huang's irritation towards him had only intensified. Over these 3 days, Huang astutely discerned a stark contrast between the public's attitude towards him and that towards Yang Yi. Huang's disdain was apparent. Yet Yang Yi remained unfazed, as he had already resolved to take action against Huang, Ma Lin, and Zhang the constable. The time for his plan was set for tonight. On the first night of the month, when darkness was at its peak with no moon in the sky, it was the perfect time for murder. After the sun set, Yang Yi indulged himself in food and drink at the South City district. Once satiated, he returned to his courtyard to make his final preparations. He retrieved a long knife that he had meticulously prepared a few days prior and carefully honed its blade until it gleamed with a sharp, cold light. After drying the blade and applying a coat of black dye, he sheathed the knife. This long knife was acquired stealthily from a workshop in the city a few nights ago and is a common style found in the market and among martial artists. Once he brandished the knife, no one would be able to trace it back to him. With the long knife ready, Yang Yi then took out a piece of black fabric he had surreptitiously obtained from a cloth shop. After a simple cut, he donned a basic night outfit. Although he had not openly purchased these items, he had left silver at the workshop and the cloth shop, mindful of the authorities who might trace his actions back to him. Having completed his preparations, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on his bed, mentally rehearsing the plan for the night. His intention was to eliminate Ma Lin, Huang, and Zhang the constable, and 2 other minor constables together. Zhang the constable had a close relationship with the 2 minor constables, sharing meals and sleeping quarters, which would make the act of killing them relatively easy. Huang posed little challenge, as his residence was not far from where Zhang and the others lived, making it convenient to eliminate him along the way. The real concern lay with Ma Lin, whose residence was situated far from the others, necessitating a traverse across the entire eastern district, which carried considerable risk. After much contemplation, Yang Yi decided to make Ma Lin his primary target. Ma Lin's mistress lived in a house somewhat distanced from other residences, and as long as his strike was swift, he would not alert anyone else. This would afford him ample time to deal with Huang, and the others afterwards. With a plan formed in his mind, Yang Yi refrained from immediate action. Instead, he closed his eyes to rest, quietly awaiting the late hours of the night. The resonant clang of a gong echoed 3 times, signaling the arrival of the midnight hour. In his room, Yang Yi abruptly opened his eyes, grabbed the prepared black cloth, and wrapped it around his face, leaving only his eyes visible. He then seized the long knife beside him, exited his room, and lightly leaped over the wall, heading towards Ma Lin's outer residence in the Eastern District. That night, the darkness enveloped the world like spilled ink. Clad in his night attire, Yang melded seamlessly into the shadows, reaching the exterior of Ma Lin's residence without arousing any suspicion. After surveying his surroundings and confirming that all was clear, he lightly pressed his toes against the ground and vaulted over the tall wall into the courtyard. Navigating through the darkness, Yang located the room where Ma Lin and his mistress rested. With the blade drawn, he gently pushed open the door and entered the room. Approaching the couple's bed, he confirmed their identities without a doubt and, without hesitation, struck out with his knife, delivering 2 swift blows. The long blade, honed by Yang, met no obstruction and made no sound as it severed the heads of Ma Lin and his companion with ease. It was a lamentable fate for Ma Lin, who, despite possessing the peak cultivation of the 3rd rank, succumbed effortlessly in his slumber without a hint of resistance. After dispatching Ma Lin and his paramour, Yang swiftly rummaged through the corpses for valuables. Upon exiting the chamber, he took care to gently close the door behind him before leaping over the courtyard wall, making his way directly to Huang and S' abode. The inky darkness of the night afforded Yang considerable advantage, allowing him to move at great speed without fear of disturbing others. Before long, he found himself outside Huang and S' residence. As he vaulted over the high wall into the courtyard, he intended to push open Huang and S' door and enter to deliver a fatal blow when his peripheral vision caught sight of 2 bells hanging above the room. This discovery sent a chill down Yang's spine. Was Huang perhaps burdened by guilt, or merely exceedingly cautious? Yang circled Huang and's room only to find that bells were also suspended from the windows. Any attempt to enter by either door or window would undoubtedly alert Huang and within, complicating matters significantly. Though Huang and S' strength was unimpressive, Yang was determined to avoid any unforeseen complications. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly retreated from Huang and S' courtyard and made his way to the residence of the 3 constables led by Zhang. Yang altered his strategy. He would first eliminate Zhang and his companions before confronting Huang and. This way, even if Huang were to be alerted, Zhang and his associates would be powerless to assist him, minimizing Yang's own risk. The courtyard of Zhang's residence was merely a few paces from Huang and S', and Yang arrived in an instant. Standing outside Zhang's room, he was greeted by the nauseating stench of liquor and the thunderous sounds of snoring emanating from within, instilling confidence in his heart. The 3 men were undoubtedly intoxicated, making his task all the more manageable. With blade in hand, he gently pushed open the door and slipped inside. In a swift and efficient manner, he severed the heads of all 3 men, the entire process unfolding seamlessly. As customary, he searched their bodies for valuables before exiting Zhang's courtyard and heading straight for Huang and S'. With Zhang and his companions eliminated, there was no one left to aid Huang, and even if an alarm were raised, Yang would have ample time to dispatch Huang and make his escape unscathed. Standing at the threshold of Huang and S' chamber, he pondered for a moment, but could conjure no means to avoid waking Huang in. The 2 bells at the entrance were interconnected. Disturbing one would inevitably cause the other to ring, alerting Huang and within. Taking a deep breath, Yang tightened his grip on a long blade, channeling his essence into it, and struck down towards Huang and S' room. If a solution eluded him, then he would not dwell on it. Awakening Huang and was of little consequence. Today, he was destined to die. With a resounding crash, Huang and S' door was cleaved open by the blade, the noise indeed rousing him from his slumber. Huang and reached beneath his pillow to draw forth his Yenling knife, leaping from his bed with a loud shout. How audacious are those who dare to assassinate a royal envoy! Huang had shouted with fervor, his intent twofold. First, to alert the nearby Constable Zhang and his associates for swift assistance. Second, to intimidate Yang into retreat. Unbeknownst to Huang, and however, Constable Zhang and his men had already met their demise, rendering any aid impossible. Yang, resolute in his intent to eliminate Huang, and was undeterred by any attempts at intimidation. In a flash, Yang appeared before Huang, and his blade aimed directly at Huang and's throat. Instantly, a chill of dread coursed through Huang, and who hastily raised his weapon in a futile attempt to parry. Yet this effort proved in vain. Yang's blade, imbued with concentrated essence, was razor-sharp, effortlessly severing Huang and's Yenling blade before slicing through his neck. With a resounding clang, Huang and's head was cleaved from his body, and he breathed his last. Chapter 27. mid-stage of the fourth rank. Yang Yi briefly touched Huang En's corpse, collecting whatever valuables he could find. With a flicker of movement, he vanished into the darkness, leaving no trace. After a considerable time had elapsed, the servants of Huang En's household and nearby neighbors, reassured by the stillness outside, mustered the courage to light an oil lamp and venture out to investigate. Upon discovering Huang En's severed remains, they were struck with profound horror. They quickly summoned neighbors to seek out Constable Zhang and his men. The neighbors, upon learning of Huang En's fate, felt a sense of grim satisfaction, for he had long abused his authority over them, thanks to the protection the constables provided. Yet, despite their disdain for Huang En, the gravity of the situation compelled them to knock on Constable Zhang's door. Alas, no response came, for Zhang was beyond reach. The neighbors, fearful of intrusive consequences, refrained from entering his premises. Thus, Huang En's servants were left to guard his corpse, awaiting dawn to report the incident to the authorities. In a parallel narrative, after slaying Huang En, Yang Yi traversed the eastern district under the cover of night, concealing his dagger in a preordained secret location before hastening back to his own abode. Upon his return, he first incinerated his night-walking attire in a brazier, ensuring the ashes were washed away into the sewer. Having completed these tasks, Yang Yi mentally reviewed the events of the evening, confirming he had left no traces behind. He then sat cross-legged on his bed to examine the fruits of his nocturnal endeavors. Upon contacting the corpse, the system randomly yielded the following items: 5 years of martial cultivation, a scroll depicting intimate illustrations, 1 year of martial cultivation, a martial technique, long feast, a copper coin, 5 taels of silver. The spoils from his 6 individuals slain, including Ma Lin, were modest. Yang Yi silently contemplated the extraction of these rewards. For 6 years, Yang Yi's martial arts cultivation seamlessly integrated into his being. As this cultivation merged within him, the 3 martial techniques autonomously commenced their operation. The liquid true essence within him accumulated further, and his cultivation advanced from the pinnacle of the initial stage of the 4th rank to the mid-stage of the 4th rank. Aside from his 6 years of martial arts cultivation, Yang Yi found little interest in the other items he had collected. The technique of Long Fist had already been absorbed into his body. Although he had comprehended it thoroughly, Long Fist was merely a rudimentary yellow-tier martial skill, rendering it almost useless to him at this moment. Upon glancing at the information regarding Long Fist, Yang Yi sighed softly, offering himself a semblance of consolation. After all, it was still a martial skill, a step above the crude techniques he had previously employed, providing a much-needed enhancement to his martial prowess. After reviewing the detailed information of Long Fist, Yang Yi turned his gaze toward a scroll nearby, which he presumed to be the Spring Palace painting he had acquired. In his past life, he would have eagerly opened it to admire the artistic techniques and delve into its artistry. However, the current Yang Yi was entirely absorbed in martial arts, holding no interest in such matters. Without hesitation, he ignited the Spring Palace painting with candlelight and tossed it into the brazier, reducing it to ashes, which he then washed away into the sewer with water. Finally, he secured his silver coins and succumbed to a deep slumber. The news of a head constable and 4 constables dying within a single day at the City Hall of Linen would undoubtedly stir significant commotion. The following day, the entire office would be bustling with activity, and he needed to be well rested. The next morning, having just awakened and before he could even wash up, someone began to bang loudly on his courtyard door. Yang Yi, with clarity of mind, understood that the events of the previous night had alarmed the city hall, prompting the officials to summon the constables. No ordinary citizen would dare to disturb his door. Though aware of the situation, Yang Yi feigned impatience, furrowing his brow and grumbling as he approached the door to open it. "Who dares to disturb my slumber so early? Be cautious, or I shall." Upon opening the door to reveal the constable, he abruptly ceased his complaints, replacing them with a warm smile. "My apologies, brother. I thought it was some troublesome commoner knocking at my door." While the constable felt a twinge of annoyance, he chose not to confront Yang Yi at that moment. By the orders of the governor, all head constables and constables are summoned to the city hall for a meeting. Yang Yi's heart stirred at these words, and he discreetly took out 50 copper coins to slip to the constable, inquiring, "Brother, might you divulge what has transpired? The governor has never summoned us with such urgency before." Yang Yi was well aware of the events, yet he would never reveal this knowledge. He sought information now for 2 reasons. Firstly, to create an impression of ignorance, and secondly, to have an excuse prepared in case he faltered in his performance once he arrived at the city hall. In this world, the techniques of criminal investigation are not as advanced as in a previous life. Yang Yi is confident that no one will uncover his involvement. However, should the opportunity arise, he would not mind securing an additional layer of protection for himself. The constable, having received Yang Yi's coins, weighed them in his hand and, feeling quite satisfied, tucked them away. 50 coins may not be a significant amount, yet it exceeds a day's wages. He thought it a trivial matter to share a few inconsequential words with Yang Yi, and thus, why not? The constable leaned in and whispered to Yang, "Let Brother Zhou know that last night, a brazen criminal infiltrated the city under the cover of darkness, murdering Captain Ma, Constables Huang and Zhang, among others, 6 in total. The governor is furious and has ordered us to gather you all to investigate the case promptly." Upon hearing this, Yang Yi was taken aback, his voice trembling with fear. How could there be such audacious criminals? Have we, the constables, unwittingly offended them? Why are they specifically targeting us? The constable, observing Yang Yi's quivering demeanor, silently derided him. This man is as timid as a mouse. It is a wonder he dares to assume the position of a constable. Though the constable harbored disdain for Yang Yi, having just pocketed his coins, he refrained from expressing it, instead urging Yang Yi, Brother Zhou, quickly prepare yourself and come with me to the governor's office. We must not keep the officials waiting. Be wary of the consequences. Yang Yi, jolted from his daze, quickly replied, Indeed. If not for your reminder, I might have missed an important matter." With that, he invited the constable into the courtyard to sit and handed him 30 coins, saying, "Please wait a moment while I tidy myself up before I accompany you to the governor's office." The constable, visibly excited, accepted the coins and said, "Then I shall wait for you. Do hurry." Returning to his room, Yang Yi swiftly gathered himself and set off for the governor's office with the constable. Chapter 28. Governor Su Zhengliang. By the time Yang Yi arrived at the governor's office, a multitude had already gathered. In the courtyard's rear, 6 bodies lay lined up in a row. The servants of Ma Lin and Huang and knelt together, weeping quietly. Around them, constables stood in clusters, whispering amongst themselves. Yang Yi did not engage in conversation with the constable who had summoned him, instead making his way to his designated position within the constable's ranks. He quietly approached a less conspicuous spot within the group of constables, bowing his head and straining to listen to their hushed conversations. "Constable A, what do you think? Did Captain Ma and the others offend someone? Their fate seems so brutally severe." Constable B, "I don't know. We constables have made too many enemies. I hope Ma and the others were indeed killed for having crossed someone." Constable C, "What do you mean? Is there someone specifically targeting us for extermination?" Constable D, "How could there not be? Do not underestimate the madness of some individuals. It would be wise to be more cautious lately and refrain from oppressing the common people." From their discourse, Yang Yi discerned an air of panic. They were all concerned that their own bodies might be the next to appear in such a grim display. As Yang Yi stood there, a multitude of individuals hurriedly arrived behind him. In no time, over 40 constables from Linen City had gathered. Yang Yi couldn't help but be astonished. The ramifications of last night's events were far more extensive than he had anticipated. Among the 50 constables officially registered in Linen, all had come, save for those dispatched on official duties. Soon, the chief constable Yuan Chengyan and several other heads approached briskly, positioning themselves before the assembled constables. Following closely were 6 members of the Wind Catcher Guard, clad in dark dragon-patterned attire, their waists adorned with wind-slicing blades, exuding an air of haughty superiority. Upon their entrance, Yang Yi discreetly shifted slightly, concealing himself behind the crowd. The Wind Catcher Guard merely cast a disdainful glance at the gathered constables before commencing their examination of the corpse. During this meticulous process, a rotund man with a distinct handlebar mustache, supported by a young maiden, slowly made his way into the courtyard of the magistrate's office. Upon sighting this corpulent figure, Yuan Chengyan and the others immediately bowed, exclaiming, "Your humble servant pays respects to the Lord Magistrate." Yang Yi, observing the scene, followed suit, bowing and echoing the same salutation. The only individuals present who remained unaffected by the arrival of the rotund man were the Wind Catcher Guards, engrossed in their examination of the body. Unperturbed, the corpulent man understood that the Wind Catcher Guard operated independently from his own jurisdiction. The Wind Catchers were widely known to have authority over those in higher ranks. He would never dare to offend them unless absolutely necessary. This rotund figure was none other than Su Zhengliang, the magistrate of Linen City. Su Zhengliang squinted to survey the scene, then turned his attention to the constables, stating, "There is no need for excessive formalities. The events of today are exceedingly grave. Since my tenure in Linen, I have never witnessed such a heinous occurrence. In the span of a single night, 5 constables have been slain. The perpetrator must be apprehended, or I shall find no peace in my slumber." He addressed Yuan Cheng'an directly. "You must collaborate fully with the Windcatcher Guard to swiftly identify the culprit." "Yes, I shall obey your command," Yuan replied dutifully. As Su Zhengliang spoke, a redwood chaise was brought forth. Upon finishing his remarks, he turned and reclined upon the chaise, while the young maiden, displaying remarkable insight, positioned herself behind him to offer a massage. Su Zhengliang appeared so content that his eyes seemed to close entirely. Truly, this rotund man knew how to indulge in life's pleasures. Before long, the examination of the corpse by the Windcatcher Guard reached its conclusion. After inspecting the body, several members convened to discuss their findings. The murderer is adept with a blade, striking decisively, resulting in a swift demise. This suggests a premeditated act. To evade the notice of Ma Lin, the assailant must possess at least 4th-tier skills. On Huang En's corpse, traces of the Shadow Blade sect's fleeting shadows blade technique were found. It is possible that remnants of the sect are seeking revenge. Remnants of the Shadow Blade sect? We, the Windcatcher Guard, must take charge of this case. The treasure vault of the Shadow Blade sect remains undiscovered, and its remnants cannot fall into the hands of others. Indeed, as the Windcatcher Guards spoke of the Shadow Blade sect, they enveloped the surroundings with their true essence, ensuring none could overhear their discourse. After the conversation concluded, a Windcatcher approached Su Zhengliang, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and spoke. "Lord Su, the examination of the corpse has been completed. It appears to be the work of rogue elements from the martial world. This case will be handled by our Windcatcher Bureau, and your officers may assist us as needed." Su Zhengliang slightly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing before he composed himself. "It is agreeable for the case to be entrusted to the Windcatcher Bureau. However, considering the deceased was a head constable of the court, I must request a timeline from your bureau and the provision of guard for my safety. In 7 days, the Windcatcher Bureau will certainly provide you with a satisfactory response. Additionally, we will assign 2 brothers to accompany you at all times, ensuring your protection." Upon hearing this, Su Zhengliang waved his chubby hand dismissively. "In that case, let be handled by the Windcatcher Bureau. Should you require any cooperation, please contact Chief Yuan." With that, Su Zhengliang departed, supported by the young maiden. Once they left the rear courtyard of the court and found themselves alone, Su Zhengliang signaled for the maiden to release him. Without her assistance, he walked steadily, showing no signs of weakness despite his considerable girth. After a moment of contemplation, Su Zhengliang addressed the maiden. "The wounds on Huang and were inflicted by the Shadow Blade sect as Shadow Fury Blade technique. There must still be remnants of the sect in existence, and we have a chance to acquire their treasures. Lin Ke, you must immediately send a message back to the sect, informing them that remnants of the Shadow Blade sect still linger. They must act swiftly to locate these remnants before the Windcatcher Bureau does. Their treasures must not fall into the hands of others." The maiden bowed and replied, "Yes, Protector. I shall attend to it at once." After assisting Su Zhengliang into the main hall, she exited the court and headed westward. In the rear courtyard, Yang Yi appeared somewhat bewildered. He had anticipated significant actions from the court, yet it was surprising that with merely a few words, Su Zhengliang entrusted this case, which involved 5 lives, to the Windcatcher Bureau. This revelation reshaped Yang Yi's perception of the formidable nature of the Bureau. Su Zhengliang was no insignificant figure. He governed an entire prefecture, encompassing 14 counties, and possessed the authority to mobilize troops in emergencies, an embodiment of immense power. Yet, in the presence of someone like Su Zhengliang, the Windcatchers seemed to regard him with indifference, underscoring the true terror of the Windcatcher Bureau. A question flickered through Yang Yi's mind. Was the massacre of Chishui village merely a case of mistaken identity? Were there other hidden secrets? This thought was but a fleeting notion, quickly suppressed by Yang Yi. Regardless of whether there were hidden truths surrounding the annihilation of Chishui village, it was beyond his current capacity to investigate. Safeguarding himself was paramount. Yang Yi resolved to adopt a more low-key approach in the future. Until he had absolute certainty, he would avoid any confrontation with the Windcatcher Bureau and conceal any semblance of animosity. Chapter 29. An Unexpected Encounter. With the case now in the hands of the Windcatcher Bureau, Yang Yi felt a sense of relief. He had meticulously tidied up all traces, rendering it impossible for the wind catcher to apprehend him. At present, there was no need for any elaborate maneuvers or performances. It was simply exquisite. Though he did not require an investigation into the case, as Huang and his partner, Yang, he was still subjected to inquiries by the wind catcher. Naturally, the primary questions revolved around whether Huang had encountered any suspicious individuals or had been involved in any conflicts in recent days. Yang did not withhold any information, recounting to the wind catcher the individuals Huang had interacted with and the events that had transpired during their recent patrols. Aside from Yang Yi, many others were also questioned by the wind catcher. Anyone who had come into contact with Ma Lin, Huang Un, or Constable Zhang in recent days was interrogated. Once the inquiries concluded, the wind catcher departed, leaving Chief Yuan Chengyan with a profoundly grim expression as he surveyed his subordinates. The deceased from yesterday were all under his command. Yuan Chengyan felt a sense of humiliation and contemplated ordering his subordinates to conduct their own investigations. However, recalling the governor's stance that morning and the formidable presence of the wind catcher, he hesitated, ultimately refraining from voicing his thoughts. In the end, Yuan Chengyan could only issue a command. The city was currently unsettled, with brazen criminals emboldened, and all constables were to patrol in groups of 3, intensifying their vigilance throughout the city. Should any suspicious individuals be discovered, they were to report immediately to the wind catcher. After delivering his orders, Yuan Chengyan assigned tasks to the constables, sending them out for patrol. The 2 companions assigned to patrol with Yang were not well acquainted with him. They were not originally responsible for patrolling duties, and Yang was uncertain of their dispositions. However, with the recent murders of Ma Lin and others, the atmosphere within the constabulary was fraught with anxiety, and it was unlikely that any disturbances would arise during this tense period. As Yang and his companions patrolled, their designated area expanded to include parts of the western city adjacent to the southern market, although they were not solely accountable for such a vast territory. This patrol employed a method of cross-patrolling, wherein different teams would cover the same area at varying times. Upon exiting the yamen, Yang and his companions made their way to the southern market. Silence reigned as they traversed the route. Yang companions were evidently still ensnared by the terror stemming from the murders of Ma Lin and the others, while Yang himself felt no fear. He was disinclined to engage them in conversation due to their lack of familiarity. Thus, the trio proceeded with their patrol, each burdened by their own thoughts. Perhaps it was indeed the fate of Ma Lin and his companions that instilled such trepidation. During their patrol, Yang observed that his companions, despite their cautious demeanor, were easily startled by the slightest rustle, yet they exhibited kindness toward the citizens. It was uncertain whether this was a reflection of their true nature or a response to the day's events. In truth, this transformation was not confined to Yang and his companions. The constables throughout Linen City had significantly tempered their usual brusque attitudes, becoming notably more amiable and gentle in their interactions with the populace. Within the city of Linen, the sudden change in behavior of the constables has greatly alarmed the local populace, who fear that these officers may devise some malicious scheme against them. The constables, however, offer no explanation for their actions. Even if they were to elucidate the situation, the citizens may remain skeptical. Thus, they choose to disregard the matter. During their patrol, Yang observed not only his own team, but also a considerable number of officers clad in dark fish dragon attire, searching the city with great fervor. Yang found himself puzzled. Why had his actions from the previous day elicited such a significant response from the windcatchers? In his estimation, this case should have been spearheaded by Yuan Chengyan, with only a few windcatchers dispatched to assist in the investigation. Yang realized that there were likely elements at play that he, as the instigator, was unaware of. However, with limited intelligence at his disposal, he could not arrive at an accurate conclusion. Of course, Yang was not particularly concerned about the number of windcatchers deployed, as long as they could not apprehend him. Their numbers were inconsequential. Accompanied by his 2 new partners, Yang navigated the familiar paths of the South Market thoroughly. Today, the South Market remained remarkably tranquil, devoid of even the minor disputes typically witnessed. The perceptions of the lower-class citizens are notably acute. Although they may not comprehend the happenings within the city, they can certainly sense the shift in atmosphere and adjust their behavior accordingly. After completing their patrol of the South Market, the trio proceeded westward toward the Western District. Their patrol area in the west primarily encompassed the West Market, which served as a shopping hub, given that many affluent individuals resided in the Western District. The goods in the West Market were generally of a higher quality compared to those in the South Market, and it boasted numerous upscale dining establishments and taverns. making the situation considerably more complex. To reach the west market from the south market, they needed to traverse a residential area, which was not part of their designated patrol zone. As Yang Yi casually passed through the residential district, he unexpectedly spotted two familiar figures emerging from a courtyard known as the Li residence. One figure was clad in red and the other in green, both possessing graceful forms and veiled faces. These two individuals were none other than his nominal senior sister, Li Yanluo, and Xiao Qinyu. Yang Yi felt a jolt of surprise. When had they returned? Hadn't they stated their intention to leave the city for recuperation? Could it be that Xiao Qinyu's injuries had healed? Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu also recognized Yang Yi, but both parties tacitly chose to feign ignorance of one another. Once Yang Yi had distanced himself, Li Yanluo spoke up. Sister, we must return. The atmosphere in the city is clearly amiss. Having just returned, we should exercise caution. Let us seek out Brother Wang tonight for clarification. The Xintian jade slip ought to be returned to him as well. Xiao Qinyu softly acknowledged with a hum before following Li Yanluo back to the Li residence. Perhaps due to her recovery and the dispelling of her inner demons, Xiao Qinyu now appeared somewhat shy and withdrawn, lacking the fierce resolve she once exhibited when demanding Yang Yi's demise. On the other side, Yang Yi walked along the path, his heart heavy with worry. The constables were on high alert, and the sudden return of the Li sisters, Li Yanluo and her sibling, raised concerns about unforeseen complications. Yang Yi was acutely aware of the enmity between the Li sisters and the wind-catching division. Should they be recognized during this patrol, it could reflect poorly on him. Burdened with these thoughts, he completed his patrol of the West Market with his two new partners before returning to the office to log his duties. On his way back, Yang Yi spotted a wind-catching officer holding the long knife he had discarded the previous night, escorting the owner of a workshop back. A chill ran down his spine. The wind-catching division was indeed formidable. In just one day, they had already located the murder weapon. Fortunately, his weapon had merely been discarded, or else he might have found himself ensnared in their investigation. After mentally retracing his actions from the previous night and confirming that he had left no traces, Yang Yi finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The three of them reported their findings from the day's patrol to Yuan Chengyan and logged their duties. Chapter 30. Li Xiao and the Delivery of the Manual. Upon returning to his humble courtyard, Yang Yi remained anxious about whether the Li sisters would fall into the clutches of the wind-catching division. He even entertained the thought of seeking them out to ensure their safety. However, he quickly suppressed this idea. Tonight was certainly not an opportune moment for excursions. After the events of the previous night, Yuan Chengyan had dispatched several constables, officers, and night watchmen to patrol the streets, and it was possible that the wind-catching division would also be active. For now, Yang Yi could only silently pray that Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu would remain safe for a few days. After tidying up and dispelling distracting thoughts, Yang Yi returned to his room and sat cross-legged on the bed, as was his custom, to contemplate the first form of the heavenly blade for 2 hours. After days of introspection, Yang Yi had gained profound insights into the first form. He was now able to initially harness its true essence and execute the heavenly blade's first form. Yet, due to his insufficient cultivation level, he found it quite strenuous. He estimated that he could only manage to unleash one strike before becoming fatigued. Of course, this was merely his estimation, as he had yet to fully execute the form, and the true extent of his abilities remained uncertain. After contemplating the first form of the heavenly blade, Yang Yi moved his body slightly and prepared to practice his techniques for an hour. Having just broken through to the mid-stage of the 4th rank, he still had a significant journey ahead before reaching the late stage. His efforts were essential. He could not place all his hopes on scavenging from corpses. He needed to diligently cultivate as well. Just as Yang Yi settled back on his bed to resume his practice, he suddenly sensed 2 subtle auras in the courtyard. A jolt of alarm surged through him, and he swiftly grasped the bamboo staff stored beside his bed, focusing his energy and sharpening his senses. Uncertain of who had entered the courtyard, he prepared himself for a potential confrontation, only to realize that the intruders possessed prowess that matched his own. Just as Yang Yi braced himself for a night of conflict, the atmosphere thickened with tension. A clear and melodious voice echoed at the door, calling out, "Wang Shidi. Wang Shidi, please open the door. We have come to return your belongings." Yang Yi recognized that voice distinctly. It belonged to Li Yanluo. A wave of distress washed over him. Why had these 2 young ladies come at such a time? Would they not attract the attention of the Windcatcher division? Yang Yi regretted entangling himself with the Li sisters, who seemed blissfully unaware of the need for discretion and caution. Given the tense atmosphere in the city, any sensible person would have sensed the danger. How could they be so audacious? Unbeknownst stu Yang Yi, Li Yinluo and her sister felt confident in their ability to remain undetected during their late-night visit. The significance of a 7th-grade minor master was beyond Yang Yi's comprehension. Though he felt vexed, with them already at the door, he had no choice but to let them in. He opened the door, and the two of them, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, swiftly entered his room. Yang Yi glanced around, noting the absence of anyone watching or any other presence, before closing the door and turning to face the sisters. Upon seeing them, now clad in elegant black gauze dresses, Yang Yi's tumultuous heart found a moment of solace. The night was as dark as ink, not much different from the previous night, and their black attire surely aided in their stealth. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu were undeniably beautiful. Even dressed in black and shrouded in the dim light, they retained an enchanting allure. However, Yang Yi lacked the inclination to admire their beauty at that moment. Instead, he directly inquired, "Sisters Li and Xiao, what brings you to seek out your junior brother tonight?" The city has been unsettled these past few days, with the Windcatcher division making widespread moves. Perhaps you should leave for now, and we can converse another day. A flicker of intrigue passed through the beautiful eyes of Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu. This junior brother possessed commendable character. His ability to remain unaffected by their beauty was quite remarkable. The sisters were well aware of their own attractiveness, standing shoulder to shoulder with the most stunning figures in the martial world. Noticing their lack of inappropriate thoughts reflected in Yang Yi's clear gaze, they could not help but regard him with newfound respect. Li Yinluo, perceptive as she was, understood his earlier apprehensions. With a gentle smile and a soft parting of her red lips, she reassured him, "Wang Shidi, rest easy. There is no one in Linen City who could follow us undetected. Do not underestimate the strength of a 7th-grade minor master." Hearing this, Yang Yi felt slightly reassured. He was only at the 4th-grade realm, presenting himself as merely 2nd grade to the outside world, and his knowledge of 7th-grade masters was indeed limited. Since Li Yinluo had made such a statement, he decided to trust her words. Li Yinluo continued, "Seeing how anxious you are, has something significant occurred in the city? Would you be so kind as to share the details with us, dear brother?" Yang Yi, not wishing to conceal anything, began to speak. "Dear senior sister, you may not be aware, but last night a formidable individual emerged from the shadows, ruthlessly slaying 5 constables from the magistrate's office. This has incited the wrath of the lord of the manor and the Bureau of Windcatchers, and now the Windcatcher guards are conducting extensive searches. I urge both of you, my esteemed sisters, to exercise utmost caution. Being discovered by the Windcatcher guards could lead to serious trouble." Upon hearing this, Li Yinluo lowered her head in contemplation. "So that is the reason for the palpable tension in Linen City upon my return today. However, I suspect there must be some deeper secret at play. Otherwise, the Bureau of Windcatchers would not mobilize so extensively over the demise of a few constables." Yang Yi felt a stir within as he absorbed Li Yinluo's insight, which aligned perfectly with his own thoughts, though he found himself hindered by a lack of information to draw further conclusions. He gently shook his head and replied, "That is something my junior brother is unaware of. He is merely a lowly constable and knows little of the matters above." Upon hearing Yang Yi's words, Li Yinluo decided not to press further. "You are correct, junior brother. He is just a constable, and such matters are beyond his purview." Li Yinluo then unfastened a bundle from her back, retrieving a box and handing it to Yang Yi. He was somewhat taken aback, as he had not noticed the bundle she carried earlier. Turning to her, he inquired, "Senior sister, what is this?" "Junior brother," she replied, "I owe you my gratitude for the Xiantian jade slip, which enabled me to dispel the demonic essence. It is only right that the Xiantian jade slip returns to its rightful owner. Moreover, as a descendant of the Xiantian lineage, you must not lack the inheritance of our Xiantian sword sect. Only the 3 of us bear the Xiantian bloodline, and thus it is our duty to impart the Xiantian martial arts to you. Inside this box are the secret techniques of our sect. The beginner-level heavenly tier technique, Xiantian 1 Chi formula, the advanced earthly tier sword technique, Xiantian 9 swords, and the advanced earthly tier movement technique, Fuyo Yu. I encourage you to study diligently during your leisure time, and we shall come by to guide you whenever we have the opportunity." Yang Yi accepted the box, his spirit stirred, and he looked up at Li Yinluo in surprise, only to find her gazing back at him with a bright, clear smile. He slightly bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior sister." Chapter 31. Sleeping Methreya. Li Yinluo extended her hand in a gentle gesture, and Yang Yi felt a soft force lifting him. Then, He heard her say, "Junior brother, there is no need for formality. As the three of us comprise the Shantian lineage, we must support one another. Since the hour is late, we shall take our leave now. Please rest well, junior brother." With that, Li Yanluo lightly gestured, sending a gentle energy toward Xiao Qinyu. Perceiving Li Yanluo's intent, Xiao Qinyu experienced a moment of internal struggle before stepping forward, bowing deeply and clasping her hands in salute. In a barely audible voice, she addressed Yang Yi. "Junior brother Wang, I am grateful for your Shantian jade slip, which allowed me to expel the demonic energy and heal my injuries. I apologize for my earlier offense. I hope you do not hold it against me. If you ever find yourself in need of my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask." Yang Yi observed Xiao Chunyu's timid demeanor and listened to her almost inaudible words, feeling a sense of astonishment within. This was the very woman who nearly brought about her own demise. How had she changed so drastically? Although surprised, Yang Yi concealed his astonishment. He extended a hand to support Xiao Qinyu, saying, "Sister Xiao, do not fret. It was a misunderstanding that has long since passed. I have already forgotten it, and I hope you can do the same." "Thank you, junior brother," Xiao Qinyu replied, rising as the two sisters prepared to depart. Just as they reached the door, Li Yanluo seemed to recall something and turned to Yang Yi, saying, "Junior brother, I'd almost forgot to mention, while you are at the government office, do exercise caution around Lord Su Zhengliang. He is affiliated with the cult of the divine, known as Sleep Mithria, and has attained the pinnacle of the 6th rank. Very few are aware of his true identity." Upon finishing her warning, Li Yanluo lowered her head and handed Yang Yi a pitch-black orb. "This is the Sun Lei Pearl. It can be activated with your inner strength and unleash an attack comparable to that of a peak 5th rank. Keep it for your protection." After Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu departed, Yang Yi set the box aside. For now, he would refrain from engaging with the martial techniques contained within. Despite the sincere demeanor of Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, Yang Yi, adhering to the principle of remaining vigilant against potential treachery, decided to let the matter rest for some time. Additionally, he harbored concerns about recklessly practicing techniques outside of those he had acquired through the system, fearing a clash of inner energies that could lead to catastrophic consequences. Indeed, Yang Yi found himself quite tempted by the martial arts and techniques within the box. It is unlikely that many could ignore the allure of celestial and earthly level martial arts. However, he recognized the necessity of devising a prudent approach for his training. Perhaps he could inquire with Li Yanluo, Xiao Qinyu, or others from the Shantian lineage about the locations of their buried ancestors, using the pretext of paying respects to discreetly acquire their remains for further safety. In addition to the techniques, the information revealed by Li Yanluo left Yang Yi astounded. Lord Su Zhengliang was indeed a member of the cult of the divine. This cult is notorious, rivaling the demonic sect in its nefarious reputation. Its followers traverse the world under the guise of divine instruction, employing extreme and ruthless methods that rival those of the demonic sect. Yang Yi never imagined that a lord of such stature would be affiliated with the cult of the divine. He allowed a deep sigh. The Easternly Kingdom is truly rife with corruption. Henceforth, he must proceed with increased caution. Su Zhengliang's prolonged silence suggests a hidden agenda from the cult of the divine. Yang Yi took out a needle and thread to sew a pocket inside his frequently worn garments, where he placed the Sun Lei Pearl for safekeeping. The waters of Linen City run too deep. Without the Sun Lei Pearl on his person, Yang Yi felt a profound sense of insecurity. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he patted the Sun Lei Pearl tucked within his clothing, feeling a surge of security, temporarily setting aside his earlier desire for retribution against Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu. He acknowledged that despite the grievances he had suffered, the value of the Sun Lei Pearl warranted a reconsideration of his intentions. As long as Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu no longer scheme against him, the previous misunderstandings may be overlooked. Misunderstandings can be easily resolved. With the Sun Lei Pearl in his possession, Yang Yi carefully stored the box containing the Shantian jade slip before returning to his bed to resume his cultivation practice. Meanwhile, as Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu departed from Yang Yi's courtyard and returned to the Li residence, Xiao Qinyu appeared noticeably more relaxed and inquired, "Sister, why did you give a Shantian Yikiju to our junior disciple? The Shantian Yikiju is one of the foundations of the Shantian sword sect. Should we not continue to observe and assess him?" Li Yanluo smiled at her words. "Do not worry, little sister. If you can think of it, surely I have as well. At present, it seems that junior brother Wang is trustworthy. He has not revealed our secrets. My decision to grant him the Shantian Yikiju is also a means to observe him further. The version I provided is incomplete. If he proves himself reliable, I shall complete it for him and even teach him the Xiantian sword technique. If he shows any signs of treachery, he will surely seek credit for the Xiantian Yikiju, at which point we shall have no hesitation in eliminating him. Little sister, keep a watchful eye on him in the coming days, and act promptly if anything seems amiss. If all is well, he shall indeed be our junior disciple, and we can guide his cultivation. Xiaoqinyu felt a bit overwhelmed. Having recently dispelled her demonic thoughts, her mind was still somewhat clouded, making it difficult to engage in complex considerations. Then I shall follow your arrangements, sister. I trust your judgment. Unbeknownst to Yang Yi. There were so many intricacies involved in the transfer of a martial technique between Li Yanluo and Xiaoqinyu. Fortunately, he was alone and had no intention of reporting them. Otherwise, he would have found himself in dire straits. The following day, Yang Yi rose early, had a light meal, and went to the government office for roll call. Upon arrival, he learned from Yuan Cheng'an that the wind catchers had lost the scant clues regarding the knife. This news brought him a sense of reassurance. Unless the wind catchers possessed investigative methods from a previous life, complete with various surveillance devices, capturing him was out of the question. As was customary, Yang Yi patrolled the South Market and West Market with his two partners. Both areas remained as tranquil as the day before. In the afternoon, as he returned to the government office, he overheard other patrolling constables discussing sightings of cultists from the Worship God sect in the East Market District. These cultists had engaged in a confrontation with the wind catchers before retreating with ease. Yang Yi cast a casual glance at Su Zhenliang's office, where he was handling official matters. The Worship God sect had remained dormant for so long, only to mobilize today. Su Zhenliang must indeed have some ulterior motives. It seemed there were hidden secrets surrounding yesterday's events that he was unaware of. He pondered why Su Zhenliang had so readily handed the case over to the wind catchers. Yang Yi contemplated these matters in silence, refraining from prying further. He was aware that curiosity could lead to peril, and he had no intention of recklessly inquiring, as doing so could very well endanger his life. Regardless of whether it is the cult of the deity or the Wind Catcher Bureau, both are entities he cannot afford to offend. Chapter 32, January. The following month, the city of Linen was anything but tranquil. Each night witnessed several fierce skirmishes. Initially, it was merely a clash between the Wind Catcher Bureau and the cult of the deity. However, as the Wind Catcher Bureau escalated its efforts, disciples from the Divine Sword sect and the demon cult were compelled to reveal themselves, resulting in violent confrontations with the wind catchers. Ultimately, chaos reigned in Linen. Various sects and wandering practitioners emerged to engage in combat, with hostilities even continuing throughout the day. The turmoil in Linen overwhelmed the wind catchers, prompting Lord Su Zhenliang to deploy 500 soldiers to maintain order in the city. All constables from the Bureau were reluctantly forced to participate in suppressing these martial artists. Even someone of Yang Yi's modest rank found himself embroiled in several battles. In these public confrontations, Yang Yi could not afford to reveal his true capabilities. Thus, he remained hidden behind the crowd, opting to conserve his strength whenever possible. Over the course of the month, 5 or 6 of his colleagues perished, while Yang Yi sustained only a few superficial wounds, which he deliberately incurred to avoid drawing attention to himself. The Divine Sword sect, the cult of the deity, and the demon cult possessed formidable experts. Aside from a few individuals who were captured, they suffered minimal losses. In contrast, the smaller sects and wandering practitioners who became ensnared in the conflict faced dire consequences, with casualties exceeding 100. Yang Yi, being of low cultivation, was often tasked with the grim duty of collecting the deceased. This unfortunate responsibility led him to a macabre sense of exhilaration. By the end of the month, he had handled nearly 100 corpses, comprising soldiers, wandering practitioners, wind catchers, and members from various sections. After discarding the less valuable items, Yang Yi found himself with a considerable bounty. In terms of wealth, he acquired 800 taels of silver. As for his cultivation, he transcended from the mid-stage of the 4th rank to reach the pinnacle of the initial stage of the 5th rank. Regarding martial arts, he obtained a collection of primary and intermediate yellow-tier techniques, including various combat skills, which, while not immediately beneficial to his current state, were nonetheless of some value. Yang Yi had the intention to consolidate these techniques into a cohesive martial art, yet he lacked the time and foundational knowledge to do so, thus postponing the endeavor. The only technique that truly satisfied him was a high-level yellow-tier skill known as the disguise technique. This technique was not a combat skill. Instead, Yang Yi valued its transformative potential. Mastery of the disguise technique enables one to manipulate muscles and bones to alter one's appearance, even facilitating hair growth and changing one's aura. Though its rank is not particularly high, it is undoubtedly a powerful tool for navigating the martial world. Additionally, he acquired specialized skills in medicine, forging, and horsemanship. Now, Yang Yi is no longer considered weak in linen. The chief constable, Yuan Chengyin, is no longer his match, and he can even dominate most within the Windcatcher Bureau. Nonetheless, Yang Yi has resolved to maintain a low profile. After a month of chaotic battles, Yang Yi has gained some understanding of the Wind-Catching Division's strength in Linen City. The division is anchored by two 7th-rank minor masters, Wei Yin, the head of the Listening Wind Pavilion, who oversees intelligence, and Shun Qidao, the commander responsible for hunting down criminals. There are rumors of an 8th-rank Grand Master secretly serving the division, though he has yet to reveal himself, leaving Yang Yi uncertain of his existence. Besides the Wind-Catching Division, numerous formidable individuals lurk within Linen City, including Elder Su Zhongliang of the Divine Sword Sect and the two sisters, Li and Xiao, affiliated with the demonic sect. Aware of these dynamics, Yang Yi, despite possessing commendable strength, chooses to conceal his abilities and maintain a low profile, uncertain of the other potential masters hidden within the city. At the Li residence in the western part of the city, Xiao Qinyu delicately caresses a severely worn Xiantian jade slip in her palm. The retrieval of a lost item always evokes a sense of cherished value. It has been several days since Xiao Qinyu stealthily assassinated a wind-catching guard to reclaim the jade slip, yet she remains reluctant to stow it away. Observing her demeanor, Li Yanluo teasingly remarks, "Sister, our jade slip was already old. At this rate, you will wear it smooth. Put it away, lest it be discovered." Many have seen this slip among the wind-catching guards. Conceding to Li Yanluo's words, Xiao Qinyu reluctantly secures the jade slip with care. Once the jade slip is safely tucked away, Xiao Qinyu turns to Li Yanluo and inquires, "Sister, when do you plan to teach our junior brother martial arts?" After a brief contemplation, Li Yanluo replies, "Tonight seems fitting. The situation in the city has stabilized over the past few days. We have monitored our junior brother for a month and confirmed there are no issues." After a pause, she continues, "Let us swiftly impart the teachings of the Xiantian sword sect to him. Sister, we must not withhold any secrets while guiding him. The Xiantian lineage consists solely of the three of us, and in the future, we will need to support one another to re-establish the Xiantian sword sect." In the depths of the night, two graceful figures clad in dark garments make their way from the west of the city to Yang Yi's humble abode. They soon arrive at his courtyard, where Yang Yi has just concluded his meditation and is preparing to rest. Suddenly, he perceives the presence of two subtle auras in the courtyard. As he reaches for his bamboo staff sword, a familiar, melodious voice calls from outside, "Junior brother, have you had a chance to rest?" Yang Yi, recognizing the voice of Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, opens the door. The two figures swiftly enter his room, and Yang Yi closes the door, clasping his fists and bowing slightly. Junior brother greets the two esteemed sisters, Li and Xiao. "I wonder what brings you here at such a late hour?" Yang Yi was utterly speechless, his face darkening as he encountered these two individuals yet again in the dead of night. Were this the previous world he inhabited, myriad rumors would surely arise, tarnishing his reputation beyond repair. Fortunately, in this realm, there were no surveillance cameras nor intrusive paparazzi. Xiao Qinyu, observing the slight pallor on Yang Yi's face, smiled charmingly and teased, "What is the matter, junior brother? Are we not allowed to visit you without a cause? Have you taken a secret lover?" After this playful remark, she turned to Li Yanluo and added, "Sister, it seems our junior brother is not particularly welcoming. Perhaps we should take our leave, so as not to hinder his important endeavors. Let him ponder those martial arts and techniques alone." Yang Yi regarded Xiao Qinyu with a peculiar gaze, a thought suddenly surfacing in his mind. Could it be that this woman was unwell? Why did her demeanor shift so drastically each time they met? Which version of her was the true self? Li Yanluo, perceptive as always, quickly sensed the strangeness in Yang Yi's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she understood his thoughts and gently tugged at Xiao Qinyu, explaining, "Do not take offense, junior brother. My sister simply has a penchant for jesting. Her previous behaviors were not indicative of her true character. The first time she was disturbed by demonic intent, and the second time she overcorrected after regaining her composure." Yang Yi suddenly understood. No wonder he had always sensed something amiss with Xiao Qinyu. It turned out she had genuinely been unwell during their previous encounters. After a brief explanation of Xiao Qinyu's condition, Li Yinluo then inquired, "Junior brother, may I ask how your understanding of the Xuantian One Qi technique, Xintian Nine Swords, and Fuyao Yu has progressed?" In response, Yang Yi offered an awkward smile. He dared not disclose to them that, due to his concern for their safety, he had yet to peruse the 3 martial arts techniques. Instead, he concocted an excuse, saying, "Sister, the city has been in turmoil these days, leaving me little time to comprehend these matters. Moreover, I believe it prudent to pay homage to our ancestors before pursuing the legacy of the Xintian bloodline. I simply did not have the opportunity to mention this to you during your hasty departure." Upon hearing Yang Yi's intention to honor their forebears before accepting the inheritance, both Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu's fondness for him grew. "You are thoughtful, junior brother. Let us find a suitable time to accompany you on a journey. We can gather some rare herbs to assist in cleansing your marrow and enhancing your potential. After all, you're currently only at the mid-second rank, which is somewhat lacking." Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu had not thoroughly assessed Yang Yi's capabilities, believing him to still be at the second rank. After this, Li Yinluo turned to Yang Yi and continued, "Junior brother, you might consider resigning from your position as a constable. The duties are numerous and often involve patrolling, which can be a significant drain on your time, leaving you little opportunity for cultivation. The current court is rife with corruption, indulging in pleasure and incompetence, while chaos reigns among the populace. It is best to avoid any association with the court, lest someone, in the guise of righteousness, inadvertently jeopardize the life of my junior brother." Yang Yi was well aware that Li Yinluo's words were indeed spoken out of concern for him. However, he was reluctant to relinquish his identity as a constable. Without donning this facade, how could he have ascended from the mid-4th rank to the mid-5th rank in just a month? Naturally, this rationale was not one he could elaborate on to Li Yinluo. He could only fabricate a casual justification, saying, "Sister, I understand that you have my best interests at heart, but I cannot abandon my identity as a constable at this time." Presently, the constables in Linen City engage in extortion and coercion without restraint, making life exceedingly difficult for the common folk. By wearing this guise, I can at least provide some covert protection for the citizens and alleviate their burdens. If I were to leave, would they not be plunged back into a life of suffering? My humble beginnings render me unable to witness the hardships of others. Li Yinluo fell silent upon hearing this. She had not anticipated that Yang Yi would offer such a compelling rationale, but she did not fully agree. She found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, Xiao Qinyu's voice broke the silence with a hint of confusion. "But junior brother, you seem no different from the other constables. You eat for free, kick the commoners, scold them, and resolve disputes in a rather crude manner." Yang Yi's expression darkened. This sharp-tongued woman was undoubtedly keeping tabs on him. How else could she know so much? He forced a bitter smile and attempted to defend himself. "Sister Xiao, you only see the superficial aspects of the situation and are unaware of the underlying truths. You perceive me as someone who enjoys free meals. But are you aware that I consume only the most inexpensive fare? Have you ever witnessed me extorting even a single coin? You see me reprimanding the commoners. But have you seen any of them injured or maimed as a result? Have you ever seen me insult a woman? You view my methods of resolving disputes as simplistic and crude. Yet do you comprehend the dire consequences if matters are not addressed promptly and escalate to the magistrate's office? Do you know how the commoners fared during the tenure of the previous constable, Huangin? If I were to depart, and another constable were to take my place, what fate would await these people? As a humble figure with little influence and limited power, I dare not overtly protect them. I can only strive to provide them with a moment's respite." Yang Yi spoke with grandiloquence, and he had indeed performed these actions, however minor they may be. They genuinely afforded the commoners a breath of relief. His motives were not rooted in altruism. He did not possess such nobility. Hearing these words, Xiao Qinyu felt a deep sense of shame and lowered her head to apologize to Yang Yi. "Junior brother, I am sorry for misunderstanding you." Yang Yi waved his hand, saying, "Sister, there is no need for such formality. Ignorance is no fault." At this juncture, Li Yinluo interjected, "Junior brother, since you are committed to safeguarding them, you should strive diligently to enhance your martial skills. Only by becoming stronger can you protect more people." Yang Yi bowed his head in acknowledgement. "Sister, your words are most insightful. I shall certainly devote myself to diligent training. In the present tumult of the city, stability has yet to be fully restored. Once the situation stabilizes, My junior will escort a kind-hearted constable before resigning from his position and dedicating himself to rigorous training alongside his senior sister. Li Yinlu nodded gently and remarked, "If that is the case, then my younger sister and I shall take our leave today, and upon your return from your leave, we shall seek you out. Indeed, it will be prudent for you to concoct an excuse to request a few days off, combining it with your scheduled break to total around 7 or 8 days, allowing us to prepare the medicinal concoctions for your purification." Yang Yi expressed his gratitude with a bow. "I appreciate your concern, senior sister. It is quite unnecessary." With that, Li Yinlu and Xiao Qinyu swiftly departed. As they made their way back to the Li residence, Xiao Qinyu remained absorbed in Yang Yi's words, murmuring to herself, "So my junior is truly such a good person. How I misjudged him. It was quite unjust." Noticing her younger sister's downcast demeanor, Li Yinlu felt a twinge of helplessness. "Oh, this foolish sister of mine, so naive, easily swayed by mere words," she thought. Although she was reluctant to clarify things for Xiao Qinyu, she could not bear to see her sister so disheartened. Thus she spoke. "Sister, do not be saddened. Do you truly believe my junior to be a good person? In these times, good people do not tend to last long." Xiao Qinyu paused at her words and responded, "Ah, is my junior deceiving us? Then does that not make him a villain?" Li Yinlu raplia calmly. "Dasaiba. Not all. Our junior possesses a remarkable sense of timing. What he speaks is undoubtedly true, yet his motives may not align with the well-being of the populace. As for whether he is a bad person, what significance does that hold? In this world, there are no purely good or purely evil individuals. Look at the common folk you encounter daily. How many embody true goodness? Even those whom my junior protects may secretly label him a hound of the regime. Sister, it matters little whether he is good or bad, as long as he retains a sense of conscience and does not betray the legacy of Xintian. Good people do not thrive in this world. Do we dare to consider ourselves virtuous? Sister, cast aside notions of good and evil, and do not allow societal perceptions to constrain you. Be true to yourself." Li Yinlu's words were somewhat profound, and Xiao Qinyu listened with a mixture of understanding and confusion. One of Xiao Qinyu's virtues was her obedience, always heeding her sister as counsel. Though she may not fully grasp the meaning, she resolved to follow her sister's lead, trusting in her wisdom. Chapter 34. Exiting the city. There remains 7 days until Yang Yi's scheduled break, which consists of 10 days of work followed by 1 day of rest. Yang Yi intends to follow Li Yinlu's suggestion and request a few days off from Yuan Cheng'an. He harbors great anticipation for the purification process. Having traversed this realm for some time, Yang Yi is well aware of his lackluster martial aptitude. The purification presents a rare opportunity to alter his fate. While it may not significantly enhance his abilities, it is certainly an improvement over his current state. At the break of dawn, during the morning assembly, Yang Yi approached Yuan Cheng'an with a request for a 7-day leave of absence. Originally, Yuan Cheng'an intended to refuse Yang Yi's leave request due to the current shortage of manpower in the city. However, upon Yang Yi placing a couple of silver coins on his desk, Yuan Cheng'an readily acquiesced. In the subsequent days, the city gradually returned to a state of tranquility. The government office also began to recruit additional constables to bolster its ranks. Although Yang Yi had only recently arrived in Linen, he was considered somewhat of a veteran. Yuan Cheng'an assigned him a newly recruited constable named Ma Lu. Ma Lu was young and of modest skill, possessing merely intermediate first-grade capabilities. Upon being assigned to Yang, Ma Lu immediately began to refer to him as Brother Yi, treating him as if he were an elder brother. Yang Yi responded with a smile. But the sincerity of his camaraderie was known only to the heavens. In his new position under Yang Yi, Ma Lu naturally attempted to emulate Yang Yi's methods. However, Yang Yi soon discovered that Ma Lu was secretly engaging in extortion and other nefarious activities against the common folk. Yang Yi chose to remain silent about this. Ma Lu's misdeeds served to highlight Yang Yi's virtues. While Yang Yi was no saint himself, human nature often fears comparison. Moreover, should a self-proclaimed righteous hero emerge to uphold justice, the likelihood of Ma Lu being targeted would far exceed his own. Thus, Yang Yi found a certain advantage in the situation. 7 days swiftly passed. The day of Yang Yi's leave arrived. After completing his final watch, he returned to his modest courtyard. He carefully secured his more valuable belongings, activated his disguise technique to alter his appearance, physique, and aura. Then, he bound a concealed arrow to his left wrist and placed the Sun Lei pearl in the inner pocket of his clothing. Lastly, he donned a conical hat and grasped his bamboo staff sword, seizing the opportunity of the deserted street to make his way westward. According to their arrangement, Yang Yi was to await the arrival of Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu. However, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, he decided to seek them out in disguise. Upon reaching the Li residence in the western part of the city, Yang Yi surveyed his surroundings and noted the absence of onlookers. He lightly tapped his toes, leaping gracefully over the high wall into the courtyard. As soon as he entered, two figures, one red and one green, darted toward him like phantoms, intent on taking him down. Yang Yi quickly called out, "Sister, hold your hand, it's me." Recognizing the familiar voice, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu immediately halted, scrutinizing Yang Yi. Yang Yi swiftly activated his muscles, transforming back into his original appearance. Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu's expressions brightened at the sight. Xiao Qinyu circled around Yang Yi, examining him from head to toe, exclaiming in astonishment, "Well done, junior brother. I didn't expect you to possess such skills. It seems you are quite remarkable. How did you achieve this?" Yang Yi chuckled, "Sister, you flatter me. In the world of martial arts, a little caution is always prudent. This is merely a trifling skill, unworthy of mention." Yang Yi discerned that Xiao Qinyu was quite intrigued by the art of disguise, and thus he promptly inquired, "Would you like to learn, senior sister Xiao? I can teach you. Is it truly possible?" She responded, "If my junior brother says it is possible, then it is indeed so. It is not difficult," he assured her. Subsequently, Yang Yi imparted the secrets of the art of disguise to Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu. Although Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu possessed innate talents far surpassing Yang Yi's, they were able to flawlessly execute the art of disguise merely by grasping some of its nuances. Yang Yi stood in astonishment, speak less, despite his claims of its simplicity and the fact that it was merely a yellow-level technique. The art of disguise contained profound intricacies that transcended mere muscle control and skeletal displacement to alter one's appearance. Had he not acquired it directly, he would have doubted his ability to master it. Indeed, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu were worthy of their title as 7th-grade minor masters, their talents enviable. After several attempts, Li Yanluo expressed her satisfaction, saying, "Junior brother, this skill of yours is truly a formidable asset for navigating the martial world. It will certainly come in handy upon our return to Xianmen Mountain, sparing us the trouble of evading those individuals." Yang Yi, oblivious to whom Li Yanluo was referring, had no desire to inquire further. The individuals that could instill trepidation in Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu were certainly not mere trifles. They must at least be 7th-grade minor masters to qualify. In fact, even ordinary 7th-grade minor masters would not suffice. Both Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu possess celestial tier techniques and extraordinary powers. The existence that caused them concern was beyond Yang Yi's current reach. Li Yanlu, without further intention to elaborate, gathered the rare herbs they had recently acquired and prepared to set off with Yang Yi, having altered their appearances. Together, they headed towards the Western Market and Horse Market. The journey was not short, and they could not rely solely on true essence for travel, as it would attract unnecessary attention from formidable beings. Each of the three procured a fine steed, and upon exiting the northern city gate, they swiftly mounted their horses and rode northwest towards Linen City. Their destination was Yunqi County, located in the far northwest of Linen Prefecture, just beyond which lay Xianmen Mountain. Strictly speaking, Xianmen Mountain did not belong to Linen Prefecture. It marked the boundary between Linen and the northern Danxia Prefecture. The distance from Linen City to Xianmen Mountain was nearly 400 miles. The horses they had purchased were of excellent quality, and with diligent riding, they could reach their destination in a day and a half. However, given that it was already late, they would certainly not arrive today. As Yang Yi, Li Yanluo, and Xiao Qinyu departed from Linen City through the northern gate, a plump, kindly-faced elder entered through the southern gate. This man was Mu Jinzi, the steward of the corpse refining sect, who had previously suffered the loss of his 6th-grade corpse refining technique at the hands of Yang Yi in Chongning Town. Hearing that the god-worshipping sect was active in Linen City, he had come specifically with his 6th-grade corpse he had cultivated to seek trouble with them. Until now, Mu Jinzi still believed that his corpse was destroyed by the disciples of the god-worshipping sect. Meanwhile, the trio of Yang Yi, Li Yanluo, and Xiao Qinyu galloped for 3 hours. Though the moon hangs high in the sky, casting its luminous glow upon the world, they find themselves compelled to pause, seeking refuge in a rustic inn for a momentary respite. The three of them face no issues, yet the horse undoubtedly struggles to persevere. As they prepare to lodge in the wilderness inn, the dim light of flickering oil lamps emanating from within evokes an unsettling sensation in Yang Yi's heart. Perhaps influenced by certain cinematic narratives from a past life, he instinctively fears that this might be a den of iniquity. Apprehensive of awakening to find himself ensnared and transformed into a human dumpling. Chapter 35. A Night at the Inn. At the entrance of the inn, Yang Yi tightly grips his bamboo staff sword and inquires softly, "Sister, is it not peculiar for the inn to be open at such a late hour in this desolate region? Could it possibly be a den of vice?" Xiao Qinyu, overhearing, playfully teased him, "Junior brother, are you afraid? Concerned that you might become tomorrow's human dumpling?" Li Yinlu shot Xiao Qinyu a disapproving glance before reassuring Yang Yi. "Do not fret, junior brother. The proprietor here is no ordinary individual. He is a master of the 6th tier. This is not a den of vice, and few would dare to cause trouble within, rest assured." With Li Yinlu's words, Yang Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. It had been his overactive imagination, influenced by dramas, that had led him to such thoughts, overlooking the prowess of the two formidable experts at his side. After all, how could two 7th-tier masters be so easily ambushed? Tethering their horse to a stone post outside the inn, Yang Yi followed Li Yinlu inside, bamboo staff sword in hand. Noticing Yang Yi's insistence on carrying the seemingly ordinary bamboo staff, even to the inn, Xiao Qinyu's curiosity was piqued. She discreetly approached him and whispered, "Junior brother, it seems you are quite attached to that staff. Is it perhaps a concealed weapon?" Xiao Qinyu had been intrigued for some time, but only now did she voice her curiosity. Yang Yi was uncertain whether such a type of concealed weapon existed in this world. Nevertheless, the essence of concealed weaponry lies in its secrecy, rarely displayed or known to others. To Xiao Qinyu, he felt no need for deception. If she intended him harm, a mere bamboo sword would not save him. In a hushed tone, Yang Yi replied, "Sister, this is a sword." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinyu scrutinized him with newfound interest. "Junior brother, it appears you harbor many secrets. While you constantly wield a blade, your true skill lies with the sword." Yang Yi scratched his head and chuckled. He certainly could not divulge that he was also quite adept with a knife, his strongest asset being that very blade. It was prudent to retain a hand in reserve when venturing into the world. "If you are interested, sister, I shall show you later," he offered. As their conversation unfolded, they arrived at the entrance of the inn's main hall. Li Yinlu pushed the door open. Despite the late hour, the inn's hall was still bustling with activity, primarily filled with weary travelers seeking shelter for the night. In the present moment, 3 groups are indulging in wine within the hall. Li Yinlu, without casting a glance at any of them, strides directly towards the counter. She tosses a silver ingot to the attendant and succinctly commands, 2 rooms, and 20 caddies of meat delivered to the chambers. Provide some fine fodder for the horses outside. The remainder shall serve as a deposit. The innkeeper, receiving the silver, beams with delight and instructs the attendant, "Shall Bai, lead these 3 guests to their rooms." An exceedingly handsome and nimble attendant promptly appears before Yang Yi and his companions. "Esteemed guests, please follow me." After guiding them to their accommodations, the attendant swiftly retreats to the kitchen. Moments later, 20 caddies of marinated meat are presented before them. Shortly thereafter, Yang Yi gazes in astonishment at Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu. This marks his inaugural encounter, witnessing the 2 of them partake in a meal. To his surprise, the refined ladies, typically akin to aristocratic young women, exhibit such unabashed gusto while eating. Indeed, it is a display of unrestrained enthusiasm. Their manner of eating is not unsightly. The emphasis lies on speed. With slightly parted lips, a sizable piece of marinated meat vanishes into their mouths, as if they were drinking meat itself. Before long, the 20 caddies of marinated meat are entirely consumed, with at least 18 caddies finding their way into Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu's bellies. Noticing Yang Yi's stare, a faint blush graces the cheeks of both Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu. Clearing her throat, Li Yinluo swiftly regains her composure and explains to Yang Yi, "Junior brother, we are on the verge of a breakthrough. Our daily energy requirements are substantial, hence our hurried consumption. Please do not mock us." Yang Yi hastily waves his hands. "Not at all, senior sister. Your genuine nature is commendable, and I would never dare to jest." Having satisfied their hunger and thirst, Xiao Qinyu requests to examine Yang Yi's bamboo staff sword with great curiosity. Even Li Yinluo draws closer. "Moments latte." Xiao Qinyu reluctantly returns the bamboo staff sword to Yang Yi, commenting with a hint of envy, "Junior brother, this sword is rather exquisite, more suited for a lady." Li Yinluo offers a thoughtful assessment. This sword boasts commendable stealth and is quite comfortable to wield. However, the forging material is somewhat lacking. In the future, seeking a precious or to remold it may yield a renowned sword. Observing Xiao Qinyu's lingering affection for his bamboo staff sword, Yang Yi speaks up, senior sister. This bamboo staff sword does not align with your aura. It will be better to forge a new one that suits you more aptly. How about a bamboo flute or a long flute as the scabbard? It would provide concealment while complementing your grace, he suggests. At this, Xiao Qinyu's eyes light up, and she exclaims, then it is settled. In the future, junior brother shall craft a bamboo flute sword for me. Just then, Li Yanluo gazes expectantly at Yang Yi, who naturally inquires, might I ask, does senior sister prefer the long flute or the bamboo flute? I shall craft both for you. Li Yanluo, not want to be modest, softly replies, then I shall have the long flute, while my sister desires the flute. However, there is no need to rush into crafting. I shall first seek out some rare treasures and ores before embarking on the creation. In due course, I may also reshape the bamboo staff sword of my junior brother. After receiving Yang Yi's promise of a sword, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu returned to their respective chambers to rest. They still had a long journey ahead the next day and needed to conserve their energy. At this moment, in the bustling hall of the inn, a group of individuals was fixated on the second floor, where the lights had just extinguished in 2 rooms. A burly man with a face full of flesh leaned closer to a muscular crew-cut giant beside him and whispered, brother, those 3 just now are undoubtedly a prime target. Should we devise a way to seize the opportunity? And those 2 girls aren't too shabby either. While their looks are average, their figures are enticing. Even in darkness, they are exquisite and must not be overlooked. Upon hearing the words of the burly man, the crew-cut giant pondered for a moment before shaking his head. This is M.O. Lauda's territory. We cannot act here and disturb his rules. Let us wait until tomorrow. Once we leave this inn, it will not violate M.O. Lauda's decree. At this, the rest of the 4 subordinates immediately expressed their excitement in hushed tones. On the second floor, within the room of Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, the 2 women bore solemn expressions. Even though they were aware that they imposed no threat, they remained vigilant and alert, keeping a watchful eye on the establishment. Every word of the conspirators in the hall below reached their ears. Xiao Qinyu instinctively rose to confront the group, but was restrained by Li Yanluo. Little sister, let us rest for now. We shall deal with them tomorrow. Meanwhile, Yang Yi, in the adjacent room, overheard the commotion but had no intention of intervening. After all, he had only revealed a cultivation level of the 2nd tier, which should not warrant his involvement. Besides, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu did not require his assistance. As they reached the 36th chapter, they arrived at Xianmen Mountain. Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu were not to be trifled with. Misfortune awaited the group. A faint smile crept upon Yang Yi's lips, for tomorrow would provide him with the opportunity to collect some corpses. With 2 7th-tier minor masters next door, Yang Yi felt a surge of security and allowed himself to rest soundly. That night, he enjoyed the most peaceful slumber since his arrival in this realm. The next morning, it was Xiao Qinyu who came to rouse him from his slumber, prompting Yang Yi to rise leisurely from his bed. After the 3 dined at the inn, they had the attendants prepare 10 pounds of meat for their journey before setting off on horseback. No sooner had they traveled 3 miles from the inn than they were intercepted by the very group they had encountered the previous night. Li Yanluo's expression remained impassive, as if she had anticipated this ambush. The burly man, wielding a wolf-toothed club, cast a glance at Yang Yi before swiftly diverting his gaze to Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, unable to look away. He let out a repulsive, lascivious laugh and remarked to the crew-cut giant beside him. Brother, the burly man with a buzz cut exclaimed, wielding a massive axe, these 2 ladies are quite the catch. Today, we brothers are fortunate indeed. Brother sang Biao. He continued, let's eliminate the men and spare the women for our amusement. His 4 subordinates erupted in raucous cheers behind him. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Yang Yi's eyes. This group intended to take his life, a transgression that could not be forgiven. Surviving thus far had not been easy. How dare they presume to decide his fate with mere words? Had it not been for the presence of Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, he would have unsheathed his sword and severed their heads without hesitation. However, Yang Yi's restraint did not imply that Xiao Qinyu would remain idle. Upon hearing their vile remarks, indignation flared on Xiao Qinyu's face as she exclaimed, a pack of scoundrels. How detestable! In a swift motion, she flicked her fingers, unleashing a barrage of sword chi that pierced through the chests of the 6 men before her, enveloping the area in a mist of crimson. The laughter of the obstructing thugs abruptly ceased, as the sword chi passed through, for the subordinates dropped lifelessly, leaving only the burly man and the buzz-cut brute, who still displayed a flicker of life. Their eyes widened in terror as they gazed at Yang Yi and his companions. Panting heavily in fear, Yang Yi, witnessing Xiao Qinyu's formidable prowess, felt a shiver run down his neck. Indeed, a 7th-grade minor master was a force to be reckoned with. 2 4th-grade thugs had fallen in an instant. It appeared that during their initial encounter, Xiao Qinyu had not truly wished to kill him. Otherwise, the display of her power would have made even Li Yinluo incapable of saving him. Although Xiao Qinyu had been momentarily consumed by demonic influence, she still retained a semblance of rationality. Observing that 2 of her adversaries remained alive, she prepared to deliver another blow. Yet before she could act, Yang Yi dismounted and approached the 2 surviving men. Xiao Qinyu halted, curious about Yang Yi's intentions. Sang Biao and the buzzcut man, realizing what was about to unfold, displayed desperation in their eyes and stammered, "Spare us, we know our wrongs. We promise we shall never do this again," cough, cough. With each word, blood trickled from their mouths, presenting a pitiable sight. Yang Yi remained unmoved as he advanced to their side, drawing his sword with fluid grace. In one swift motion, he beheaded them, and they fell lifeless at his feet. Without hesitation, Yang Yi began to search their bodies. Moments later, he held up 10 taels of silver. Spitting in disdain, "Is this all you have? How dare you attempt to rob the road?" Having concluded his search, he pocketed the silver and returned to Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu. Mounting his horse as he said, "Sister, let's be on our way. The disciple is impoverished. Surely, you would not value this paltry sum. I took the liberty of keeping it." Upon witnessing Yang, he drew his sword to slay the 2 assailants. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu assumed that he was avenging them, which only heightened their admiration for him. The mere sum of 12 taels of silver was beneath their notice. The brutish gang was but a fleeting annoyance. Once dealt with, the trio hastened their steeds toward Schwamen Mountain. As Yang Yi rode, he examined the spoils he had collected from corpses. The system reported, contact with the corpse yielded, martial arts cultivation of 5 years. Contact with the corpse yielded, martial arts cultivation of 10 years. Contact with the corpse yielded, a packet of somniferous powder. Contact with the corpse yielded, a bundle labeled, "I love a stick of firewood." Contact with the corpse yielded, Widow Zhang's undergarments. Contact with the corpse yielded, binding ropes. After reviewing the items procured, Yang Yi found himself questioning the absurdity of the situation. Who were these individuals? It was utterly preposterous. Fortunately, the 15 years of cultivation gained from this encounter promised to facilitate a minor breakthrough for him. With such a bounty, Yang Yi deemed this outing far from fruitless. However, he resolved to find an opportunity to dispose of the other items he had collected, as their presence was somewhat distasteful. Now was not the time for extraction. Thus, he focused intently on the journey ahead. The trio traversed nearly 150 li throughout the morning. While they remained unscathed, their steeds began to show signs of fatigue. At midday, they sought refuge in a nearby grove. Dismounting, Yang Yi kindled a fire to warm some preserved meat, while Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu infused their horses with a modicum of true essence to alleviate their weariness. Otherwise, even the finest steed would struggle to maintain speed in the afternoon. After resting for a brief half-hour, the horses regained their strength, and the trio promptly mounted again. By evening, they finally arrived at the base of Schwamen Mountain, where they entrusted their horses to the care of a local family. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu then guided Yang Yi along a narrow path into the heart of the mountain. Once at Schwamen Mountain, Yang Yi perceptibly sensed a palpable melancholy in both Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "Sister, are you both well?" Li Yinluo's eyes glimmered with nostalgia and sorrow before she gently shook her head. "Junior brother, we are fine. It is all in the past," she reassured him. Xiao Qinyu, with a somber tone, elaborated, "Junior brother, we grew up within the confines of Schwamen Mountain." She gestured towards a distant peak and continued, "In those days, our lineage established a manor called Schwantian Villa within the mountain. However, it was destroyed in battle. Our father, mother, grandparents, and all the inhabitants perished. In their final moments, our parents infused their power into us sisters, while our grandparents sacrificed themselves to ensure our escape from the manor, allowing us to survive." As Xiao Qinyu recounted their tale, the weight of their shared history became increasingly evident. Yang Yi thus gained a deeper understanding of the sisters Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu. Chapter 37. The Past of Li and Xiao. Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu are biological sisters, due to their parents belonging to different branches of the Xiantian sword sect. The sisters adopted different surnames, one following the father's surname and the other the mother's. Xiantian Mountain Villa serves as the hidden sanctuary of the Xiantian sword sect's lineage. Having only recently returned to its ancestral grounds at Xianyuan Mountain after decades of relocation, the Li residence in Linen City was a secret investment made by their father. However, the sisters spent nearly 18 years living in the mountains. It was only a few months ago, after the Xiantian Mountain Villa was annihilated by the Divine Sword sect in alliance with the demon cult, that they escaped and arrived in Linen City. Upon hearing the sisters' harrowing experiences, Yang Yi shook his head slightly. Their fate could certainly be described as tumultuous, not dissimilar to his own. Nevertheless, the Li sisters possessed profound roots. His own plight paled in comparison. Reflecting on his initial arrival in this world, a shiver ran down Yang Yi's spine. At that time, he had narrowly escaped death, besieged by waves of malevolent individuals. Had it not been for the system that accompanied him, he would likely have been nothing but a decaying corpse by now. Yang Yi gazed towards the direction of the Xiantian Mountain Villa, as indicated by Xiao Qinyu, and softly inquired, "Sister, are we headed toward the location of the Xiantian Mountain Villa?" Li Yanluo shook her head in negation. "No, there is nothing worthwhile to visit there. It has become a wasteland. We have already relocated our parents' and grandparents' remains to another place. Junior brother, just follow us." With that, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu led Yang Yi through the mountains. By dawn, the trio traversed a sheer cliff and arrived at a mountain peak. This was not the main peak of Xianyuan Mountain, but rather an inconspicuous minor peak among its many summits. The sisters guided Yang Yi through a narrow passage, reaching a secluded valley. In the valley lay a vast pool of water, emanating an aura of chill. Even with Yang Yi's current cultivation, his body involuntarily trembled slightly. Li Yanluo explained, "This is a cold pond with a temperature so low it does not freeze. With this cold pond present, our parents' remains can be preserved for at least a century, allowing us sisters to frequently behold their faces." As she spoke, a tear cascaded down the Yanluo's cheek. "Sister, please accept my condolences." Initially, Yang Yi had intended to discover the burial site of the Xiantian descendants, preparing himself mentally for the act of grave robbing in hopes of acquiring their legacy. However, after spending these few days together, he sensed the sisters' genuine sincerity towards him. Understanding that they treated him as one of their own, the notion of disturbing the graves quietly slipped from his mind. He prided himself on not being a villain, yet he still retained some morals from the civilized world he had left behind. He held a line against malevolent individuals and those who would wish him harm. Yang Yi, capable of employing any means necessary, found himself unable to act against those who treated him with kindness. Initially, he had relinquished the hope of acquiring the inheritance of the Xiantian sword sect through the means of corpse exploration. However, upon hearing that the remains of the Xiantian lineage had not been interred, a glimmer of hope for him to pursue this path was rekindled. Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu exchanged no further words, guiding Yang Yi towards the northern region of the valley. After a brief journey, Yang Yi spotted a multitude of figures seated ahead. As they drew nearer, he discerned that these were indeed corpses, encrusted with frost. Upon arriving at this somber sight, tears flowed uncontrollably from Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, cascading down like a stream. After a prolonged moment, they managed to regain their composure. With reddened eyes, Li Yanluo addressed Yang Yi, saying, "Junior brother, these are the remains of our parents and other esteemed ancestors of the Xiantian lineage. You may pay your respects. After your offerings, you shall be considered a disciple of our father, free to practice the martial arts of the Xiantian bloodline." Yang Yi lightly nodded, then shook his head, replying, "Senior sister, let us wait until tomorrow. It is late today. Allow me to procure some offerings for our masters before we pay our respects. The first tribute must be conducted with the utmost decorum." Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu remained silent. Their regard for Yang Yi as a junior brother elevated further in their hearts. The night passed without conversation. At the break of dawn the following day, Yang Yi awakened and ventured out of the valley in search of suitable offerings. Fortune smiled upon him, and he soon hunted down several wild chickens. After preparing the birds and roasting them, he fashioned a few pine branches into candle-like forms before returning to the Cold Pool Valley. Upon his return, he found that Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu had also awoken. Their eyes bore a slight redness, indicative of a troubled night. Unsure of how to comfort them, Yang Yi opted for silence. In the presence of Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, Yang Yi offered the roasted chickens as tributes, lighting the pine branches as incense candles to honor the ancestors of the Xiantian lineage. During this solemn rite, he silently intoned, "Esteemed ones, today your disciple bows in reverence, and thus enters the Xiantian lineage. When the time is ripe, should I touch the remains of my esteemed ancestors? I hope you will not take offense. I vow to assist my two senior sisters in re-establishing the Xiantian sword sect." What began as a fabricated identity of the Xiantian lineage for Yang Yi was solidified through this act of homage. Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu helped him to his feet, stating, "Junior brother, my sister and I will go to the Xiantian treasury to retrieve a few items to aid in your marrow cleansing. The treasury lies atop the main peak of Xianshan, and it will take some effort to reach. You may wait for us here." Yang Yi had just been contemplating how to find an opportunity to touch the remains of the venerable ancestors of the Xiantian lineage when Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu presented him with the very opportunity he sought. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Senior sister, please proceed. I shall await your return here." As Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu ventured further away, Yang Yi swiftly employed his movement technique to make contact with the corpses of the esteemed ancestors of the Xiantian lineage. Before long, he had touched over 30 bodies. Among these 30 individuals, few possessed exceptional martial prowess. Only a mere 10 had reached the 6th rank, and of those, only Li Yanluo, Xiao Qinyu's parents, and their grandparents had attained the 7th rank. Yang Yi was uncertain of how many martial skills or techniques he could acquire. After concealing his tracks, he found a secluded spot to sit cross-legged and examine the fruits of his morbid endeavor. Randomly obtaining items from the corpses, the system announced, "Martial cultivation, 35 years. Martial technique, Xiantian Ichiju. Martial skill, Xiantian sword technique. Martial cultivation, 20 years. Movement technique, Fuyaoyu. Item, Xiantian 9 swords." This foray into the dead yielded significant rewards for Yang Yi. He amassed a total of 120 years of martial cultivation, alongside the 15 years acquired the previous day, culminating in a remarkable 135 years of martial knowledge. In Chapter 38, titled Cleansing the Marrow, Yang Yi deduced a pattern. At the 4th rank, he required approximately 10 years of martial cultivation to ascend a minor realm, while at the 5th rank, about 15 years would suffice. He estimated that at the 6th rank, the requirement might escalate to 20 to 30 years for a similar breakthrough. Presently, being in the mid-stage of the 5th rank, with the additional cultivation needed for a major breakthrough, the 135 years of martial experience would certainly support his advancement to the later stage of the 6th rank. Should the demands for breakthroughs of the 6th rank be lesser, a direct leap to the 7th rank might even be within reach. Besides martial cultivation, he had also acquired several techniques and skills. The various techniques that Li Yanluo had intended to impart were all included, along with an additional primary sword technique of heavenly rank, known as the Xiantian sword technique. It seemed that the benevolence of the many ancestors of the Xiantian lineage had favored Yang Yi, as most of the items he retrieved proved to be immensely useful. With but a simple integration, he could swiftly become a master swordsman. After reviewing all his gains, Yang Yi rose and bowed in gratitude to the ancestors of the Xiantian lineage. "Thank you, esteemed predecessors, for your legacy. If given the opportunity, I shall assist my senior sister in reviving the Xiantian sword sect to honor your spirits in the heavens." For the time being, Yang Yi chose not to integrate his newfound powers, uncertain of when Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu would return. Now was not the moment for such endeavors. Approximately half an hour later, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu finally returned to the valley. To Yang Yi's astonishment, Li Yanluo had somehow managed to carry back a large wooden barrel, while Xiao Qinyu clutched a round and plump bundle in her hands. Upon returning to the valley, Xiao Qinyu unwrapped the package for Yang Yi, introducing him to the collection of rare medicinal herbs within. Among them were the Millennium Treasure Ginseng, the bone-washing flower, the thousand-tendon grass, the meridian vine, and the scarlet fruit. These herbs, combined with those brought by Li Yanluo from Linen City, perfectly fulfilled Yang Yi's requirements for his upcoming bone-washing ritual. In addition to these herbs, Yang Yi noticed 3 metal ores, each with distinct characteristics. One emitted an ethereal blue glow, accompanied by a chilling aura. Another was a faint crimson, radiating warmth upon the slightest touch. The third was pitch black, resembling an unfathomable abyss that sent shivers down one's spine. Yang Yi's knowledge in this area was quite limited. He was somewhat oblivious to the nature of ores, and thus turned to Xiao Qinyu for enlightenment. Senior sister, these metal ores are extraordinary. What is their origin? Xiao Qinyu glanced at Yang Yi, then at the ores, appearing somewhat embarrassed as she scratched her head and looked toward Li Yanluo. Sister. Li Yanluo playfully pushed Xiao Qinyu's head with her finger, exasperated. You never remember what Grandpa taught you. It drives me insane. Xiao Qinyu lowered her head, intertwining her fingers awkwardly, offering a sheepish smile. Haha. Li Yanluo shook her head, dismissing her academically challenged sister, and turned to Yang Yi. Did you not mention wanting to gift us sisters with 2 swords? During our visit to the Xintian treasure vault, we fortuitously unearthed several fine ores to bring back. We can also reforge your bamboo staff sword. This cold star iron is a rare metal from beyond the heavens, forged into weapons that are exceptionally sharp. The chill it exudes renders its victims bloodless. This is Mo stone, whose origins are shrouded in mystery, suspected to have an effect on one's mental state. And this is Qiyang iron, an exceedingly peculiar metal, perpetually warm both day and night. Weapons forged from it will repulse ordinary individuals upon contact, and low-tier warriors carrying it will suffer from depleted vitality. Wounds inflicted by such a weapon will fester beyond remedy. Only those of the 7th rank or above may wield it without peril. While Yang, he found the properties of the other 2 ores intriguing. The description of the Qiyang iron unsettled him, prompting him to step back hastily. Why does this sound so familiar? Is this not akin to the properties of radioactive metals? Is it truly wise to forge a sword from this material, setting aside whether a 7th rank can withstand it? The forging process must be exceedingly taxing for the blacksmith. A smith below the 7th rank might meet a grim fate merely by handling it, perhaps even endangering their entire family. Yang Yi exhaled softly and remarked, Senior sister, I will return and draft the design plans. Perhaps I can find a skilled blacksmith to undertake the forging. In truth, Yang Yi possessed some knowledge of blacksmithing, acquired during the recent turmoil in Linen City. He possesses skills in this area, and while his techniques may not be exceptional, crafting a few swords should pose no significant challenge. Yet, when confronted with the red sun iron, Yang Yi felt a sense of uncertainty. What if he were to fail? After all, he is merely a 5th-tier novice. Yang Yi resolved to return and meticulously design the blueprints, intending to explore the red sun iron only after he breaks through to the 7th tier. If he could indeed withstand it, he would proceed with forging. If not, he would have no choice but to seek out a notorious blacksmith to experiment with. Nonetheless, Yang Yi held some belief in Li Yanluo's assertion. A 7th-tier minor master possesses extraordinary prowess, vastly superior to that of ordinary individuals. It is conceivable that he could be immune to radiation. Once the discussion regarding the ore concluded, the matter of Yang Yi's bone cleansing finally came to the forefront. Xiao Qinyu constructed a large frame, placing a wooden tub atop it, and then summoned water from the cold spring to fill the tub, igniting a fire beneath it. Once the water reached a boiling point, Li Yanluo began to shatter various rare herbs and add them into the tub, allowing their essence to be extracted. Turning away, Li Yanluo called to Yang Yi, Junior brother, remove your upper garments and enter the tub. Yang Yi gazed at the boiling medicinal broth within the tub, feeling a lump in his throat. Would he truly not be cooked alive? Li Yanluo seemed to sense Yang Yi's apprehension and, with her back turned, reassured him. Do not worry, junior brother. It is perfectly safe. Just use your inner strength to protect yourself, and once you acclimatize, gradually withdraw your inner strength to absorb the medicinal properties. Encouraged by Li Yanluo's words, Yang Yi gritted his teeth, shed his garments, and stepped into the boiling concoction. His true strength was 5th tier. This bubbling potion could not harm him. Upon entering the tub, he felt an intense heat enveloping him, accompanied by a sensation akin to something burrowing into his body. As Yang Yi submerged in the medicinal broth, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu's cheeks flushed slightly, prompting them to retreat to another part of the valley. Yang Yi soaked in the tub for an entire morning, finally absorbing all the medicinal essence. A layer of dark, sticky grime, exuding a foul odor, had accumulated on him. Yang Yi recognized this as the impurities from within his body. Glancing around to ensure the sisters were not present, he slipped out of the tub and used the cold spring water to cleanse himself thoroughly. Chapter 39. Breaking through to the 7th tier. Just as Yang Yi finished washing and had yet to don his garments, Li Yanluo's voice echoed from an unknown direction. Junior brother, do not be hasty in dressing. The bone cleansing is not yet complete. Before Yang Yi could respond, he witnessed the wooden tub being overturned by an unseen force, spilling its contents. The tub righted itself, and a water dragon surged from the cold spring, filling the tub anew. The remaining herbs levitated above the tub, suddenly exploding into powder and cascading into the water. Then, Li Yinluo's crisp voice resounded once more. "Junior brother, enter the tub, immerse yourself in the cold water, and circulate your techniques to absorb the medicinal power and expand your meridians." Yang Yi surveyed his surroundings, yet still found no trace of Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu. His awe for their prowess deepened. Following Li Yinluo's guidance, Yang Yi stepped once more into the wooden barrel, where he was immediately met with a bone-chilling cold. The herbs within the barrel seemed to amplify the frigid sensation, causing Yang Yi to shiver uncontrollably. He had not felt such an intense cold even when bathing in the cold spring water moments before. It penetrated to his very marrow. Not long after entering the barrel, frost began to accumulate on his eyebrows and hair. His teeth chattered as he relied on his dwindling rationality to swiftly circulate his internal energy, absorbing the medicinal properties from the barrel. Gradually, warmth began to return to his body as the energy coursed through him, expanding his meridians little by little. The icy water of the cold spring had taken an entire afternoon to expand his meridians, and it was only when twilight descended that Yang Yi finally absorbed all the medicinal essence from the barrel. Upon completion, he felt an indescribable sense of lightness, as if he had shed a heavy shackle. Emerging from the barrel, he quickly donned his clothing and used his true essence to dry his trousers. Just as he finished, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu approached, each carrying a roasted chicken. "Junior brother, come and replenish your strength. Tomorrow we shall impart the techniques of the Xiantian sword sect to you." Yang Yi gazed at the rather charred birds, his lips twitching slightly. Unlike the succulent, aromatic roast chickens others enjoyed, these two were blackened and burnt, with only a faint whiff of meat, accompanied by a lingering odor of unwashed feathers. Noticing Yang Yi's expression, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu averted their gazes, somewhat hesitant to meet his eyes. Yang Yi shook his head gently, tore off the charred skin, and began to gnaw on the chicken. He was not one to be finicky. After all, he had once subsisted on bran cakes after his arrival in this world. How could he possibly disdain roasted chicken? Besides, he was in dire need of energy. Within mere moments, the two wild chickens disappeared into Yang Yi's stomach. Seeing that Yang Yi did not mind their poorly cooked chickens, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu's eyes brightened, and they smiled at him. "Junior brother, eat up and rest early. Tomorrow, we will teach you the techniques. You must take diligent notes and practice hard upon your return." The night passed without incident. The following day, before dawn, Yang Yi awoke. Casting a glance at the two who slept back to back, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, he quietly exited the valley and made his way to a secluded location. Upon arrival, he surveyed the surroundings and, finding them tranquil and silent, sat cross-legged and silently chanted his extraction mantra. All the gains from the past few days of scavenging were extracted. 135 years of martial cultivation surged into Yang Yi, rapidly elevating his own prowess. In the latter stages of the 5th rank, and upon reaching its pinnacle, one transitions into the early, mid, late, and peak stages of the 6th rank, ultimately arriving at the initial phase of the 7th rank. At this level, the liquefied true essence within one's body undergoes further compression and metamorphosis, culminating in the formation of the virtual elixir. The vibrations of this elixir can evoke the formidable and overwhelming vigor of the aura, a power that exists on a different echelon compared to true essence. Upon achieving perfection in the 7th rank, the virtual elixir transforms into a tangible elixir, signifying a breakthrough into the 8th rank. At this stage, the aura can entirely substitute true essence, allowing one to resonate with the very forces of nature, thus earning the title of Grandmaster. During this extraction and breakthrough, Yang Yi discerned that the advancement in martial cultivation was not contingent upon his innate talent. When ascending from the 5th rank, it typically required around 15 years of martial cultivation to transcend a minor boundary. In the 6th rank, this ascension demanded approximately 25 years. Now, having barely breached into the 7th rank, he remained uncertain about the duration required to advance a minor boundary within this rank. It appeared that talent only influenced the pace of personal cultivation. Aside from his advancement to the minor grandmaster of the 7th rank, Yang Yi had also fully mastered a series of martial techniques, including the Xiantian 1 Qi formula, Xiantian 9 swords, Fuyoyu, and Xiantian sword technique. After discarding a haphazard assortment of items, such as my beloved firewood, narcotic powder, and widow's undergarments, dawn was breaking. Wandering through the forest, Yang Yi soon captured 3 wild chickens and a fawn. After preparing and roasting them, he returned to the valley. The previous day, Li Yin Luo and Xiao Qinyu had demonstrated woeful culinary skills, and although he managed to consume their offerings, he was reluctant to endure such unpalatable fare again. Given the circumstances, he felt it was only right to treat himself well. Upon his return to the valley, he found that Li Yin Luo and Xiao Qinyu had awakened. Upon seeing Yang Yi approach with the golden brown, aromatic roasted chickens and deer, their noses twitched with a hint of desire. With a gentle smile, Yang Yi waved the roasted delicacies and called out, "Sister, let us share this feast." Li Yin Luo and Xiao Qinyu, unreserved, quickly gathered around. The 3 of them devoured the meal with the fervor of a tempest, leaving behind only a collection of bones that would make even a dog turn away in disdain. Clearly, this meager fare was insufficient to satiate the appetites of 3 minor grandmasters, but given the limited provisions, any sustenance was a welcome boon. After the meal, Li Yin Luo stood and addressed Yang. "Junior brother, shortly, I will first impart to you the Xiantian One Qi formula. You may jot down for now, and once you find the time to abandon your previous techniques, you may begin your studies. After you have memorized this formula, I shall then teach you the Xiantian 9 swords, Fuyo Yu, and Xiantian sword technique. What do you think?" Yang Yi clasped his hands in respect and replied, "I shall defer to your guidance, sister. Whatever you choose to teach, I shall diligently learn." Li Yin Luo was pleased with Yang Yi's attitude and nodded gently, saying, "In that case, pay careful attention to the version I provide, as the one I previously gave you is incomplete. Do not refer to it any longer." Upon concluding her words, Li Yin Luo imparted the complete text of the Xiantian Yikiju without reservation to Yang Yi, offering thoughtful explanations for its intricate and profound elements. Yang Yi meticulously compared the teachings of Li Yin Luo with the version he had acquired, confirming that there were no discrepancies whatsoever. A flicker of guilt crossed Yang Yi's visage. Li Yin Luo and Xiao Qinyu treated him with sincerity, yet he remained instinctively guarded around them. Chapter 40. The Plan to Ascend General Mountain. The pang of guilt within Yang Yi swiftly dissipated, replaced by renewed resolve. He was not inherently distrustful. It was the world that had shaped him thus. Since his arrival in this realm, had he not taken every precaution, he would have long since met his demise. Li Yin Luo and Xiao Qinyu were among the rare few who still possessed a semblance of conscience. He resolved to treat them with greater sincerity in the future. However, it was inconceivable for him to entirely lower his guard, at least not at this juncture. Having faced death once, nothing held greater significance than his own life. Li Yin Luo recited the Xiantian Yikiju in its entirety and then turned her gaze toward Yang Yi. "Junior brother, have you committed it to memory?" Yang Yi nodded gently. "Senior sister Li, I have memorized it." A flash of surprise coursed through Li Yin Luo's mind. Her inquiry had been casual, yet Yang Yi had absorbed it so swiftly. This seemed improbable. With a serious demeanor, she addressed Yang Yi. "If you haven't fully grasped it, do not hesitate to say so. I can elucidate it further. The heavenly grade techniques are unlike others, regarded as pinnacle arts throughout Dongli, and must be approached with utmost caution." Yang Yi met Li Yin Luo's gaze, affirming with determination, "Senior sister, I truly have memorized it." He then proceeded to recite the Xiantian Yikiju flawlessly, even articulating the explanations regarding its complexities that Li Yin Luo had provided. Both Li Yin Luo and Xiao Qinyu regarded Yang Yi with eyes gleaming with admiration. "Junior brother, we did not anticipate such innate talent in your understanding of the techniques." Subsequently, Li Yin Luo introduced the Xiantian 9 swords and the Fuyo steps to Yang Yi. After a single demonstration, Yang Yi claimed he had comprehended them, much to the astonishment of both Li Yin Luo and Xiao Qinyu. This was, of course, a deliberate display on Yang Yi's part. He possessed numerous martial arts techniques, including some from the Divine Sword sect with obscure origins. By showcasing his exceptional aptitude in martial arts, he aimed to provide a plausible explanation for any scrutiny he might face. Should everything proceed smoothly, it was likely that he would not even need to justify himself, as they might come to their own conclusions. Upon completing the teachings of the Xiantian 9 swords and the Fuyo steps, Li Yin Luo advised Yang Yi, "Junior brother, you must diligently practice. Once you have fully mastered the Xuantian 9 swords, I shall then impart to you the heavenly grade Xuantian sword technique." Xiao Qinyu chimed in, playfully patting Yang Yi's shoulder as she stood on tiptoe. Junior brother, accompany your sister in practicing the sword techniques. Once you have mastered them, I will then teach you the art of the blade. Our Xiantian lineage is not solely distinguished by our exceptional swordsmanship. Our knife techniques are equally formidable. Although our knife skills may not rival those of our swords, they still hold a prominent position in the Eastern realms. Yang Yi bowed and expressed his gratitude. Thank you very much, esteemed sisters. Should you require my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to command me. Li Yanluo, pleased with Yang Yi's demeanor, replied. Dear junior brother, there is no need for such formality. Today, focus on solidifying your mastery of the martial arts techniques, for we shall return to Linen City tomorrow. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay, as the Xianmin mountain is frequently surveilled. Judios, Yang Yi inquiret, sister. Is there something from our Xiantian lineage that they are particularly interested in? Li Yanluo nodded, revealing they are likely after the Xiantian treasury, the ancient repository of the Xiantian sword sect, hidden within these very mountains. Previously, when we sought the Xiantian jade slip, it was to access the treasury and retrieve items to dispel the dark aura afflicting my sister. The Xiantian jade slip serves as the key to that treasure. Yang Yi recalled that Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu had mentioned the Xiantian treasury upon their return with medicinal herbs, but it was only now, after her explanation, that he understood it was a remnant of the Xiantian sword sect from centuries past. It was no wonder that their lineage had attracted attention. With superior martial arts and numerous treasures, it was only natural that they would be targeted, especially given their lack of adequate defenses. The Xiantian manor has been obliterated. Yet, thankfully, the location of the treasury and its key have remained undisclosed. Otherwise, it would have fallen into the hands of those unscrupulous individuals. Speaking of the Xiantian treasury, Yang Yi was reminded of the treasures of the Shattered Shadow Knife sect. Undoubtedly, the value of their trove pales in comparison to that of the Xiantian treasury. Given the kindness extended to him by Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, who even imparted to him heavenly tier techniques, he had no intention of coveting the Xiantian treasury. However, the treasures of the Shattered Shadow Knife sect might warrant some consideration. Yang Yi's interest was not in the wealth of the Shattered Shadow Knife sect, but rather in the possibility of uncovering clues related to the legendary Heavenly Blade. The Heavenly Blade is immensely powerful, with high-level Heavenly tier knife techniques that are unparalleled, even surpassing the combined prowess of the Xiantian One Qi technique and the Xiantian sword technique. Previously, he had refrained from entertaining such ambitions due to his insufficient strength. But now that his capabilities have greatly increased, the prospect of exploring leads related to such advanced techniques was too enticing to dismiss. After some contemplation, Yang Yi decided to withhold the existence of the Heavenly Blade from Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, while sharing his intention to investigate the Shattered Shadow Knife sect's treasury. He felt it prudent to keep this trump card to himself, revealing it only when his cultivation surpassed theirs or when he possessed a more formidable advantage. Initially, Yang Yi had planned to embark on the journey to the General's Mountain alone. However, upon hearing his intentions, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu vehemently opposed his decision. The treasures of the Shattered Shadow Blade sect are not deemed worthy by Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu. Even considering Yang Yi, there are only 3 of them, and the wealth within the Xiantian treasury is sufficient for them to lavishly squander for several lifetimes. However, upon noticing Yang Yi's unwavering determination to explore General Mountain, Li Yanluo sensed that his intentions extended beyond the riches of the Shattered Shadow Blade sect. Thus, she refrained from further objections and resolved to accompany him on his journey to General Mountain. Her primary concern was Yang Yi's insufficient cultivation, fearing he might falter on the perilous mountain. Yang Yi, understanding her worries, felt powerless. He did not wish to reveal his true cultivation level, and thus could not convince Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, ultimately agreeing to their plan. After arranging to set off for General Mountain the following day, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu departed the valley, leaving Yang Yi alone to familiarize himself with his martial arts techniques. Seeing them leave, Yang Yi promptly settled into a cross-legged position and began to practice the Xiantian Ichi technique. After a brief period, he opened his eyes in disappointment. Despite undergoing the cleansing of his marrow, his cultivation aptitude seemed to have improved only marginally, with his personal training speed increasing just slightly. The expansion of his meridians allowed for a smoother flow of true essence, yet the results of the marrow cleansing did not meet his expectations. Nonetheless, he did not abandon his practice and continued to diligently cultivate for 2 more hours. On the following morning, after a meal, the trio carefully packed the Qiyang iron. Han Xing iron, and Mo stone before descending the mountain. They procured horses from a nearby settlement and galloped towards Linen City, which lay not far to the north of General Mountain, making their journey quite convenient. On the return trip, the three appeared notably more relaxed. With his cultivation having reached the level of 7th rank minor master, Yang Yi's mindset had shifted slightly. The role of a constable in Linen City no longer held the same urgency for him. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu showed little concern for Yang Yi's constabulary duties, content with the change in pace. The journey to General Mountain took a day and a half, while the return took 3 days. Upon reaching the outskirts of General Mountain, Yang Yi did not hasten to explore. Instead, he settled in a small town at the foot of the mountain to observe the surroundings. After checking into an inn, Li Yinluo cautioned him, "Junior brother, there is something unusual about this town. We must tread carefully." Yang Yi nodded in agreement, having detected the strangeness himself. Since entering the town, he had sensed several pairs of eyes upon them. He even recognized a few wind catchers lurking in the vicinity. Yang Yi mused to himself. It seems the treasures of the Shattered Shadow Blade sect have not yet fallen into the hands of the wind catchers. Their extensive efforts to seek out the treasures must be driven by deeper motives. This realization brought to mind a previous conjecture he had entertained. The destruction of the Shattered Shadow Blade sect likely stems from other reasons, potentially linked to the Heavenly Blade. With this thought in mind, Yang Yi turned to Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, saying, "Sister, it would be wise to rest early. Tonight, we shall venture up the mountain to explore." After Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu departed from his room, Yang Yi leaned against the window of the inn, gazing into the distance at General Mountain. General Mountain is unlike Xianshan. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu grew up on Xianshan and are intimately familiar with its terrain. However, General Mountain presents a different challenge. None of them had ever ventured within its confines. Even though Yang Yi had noted the treasure map, locating the treasure would not be a straightforward task. The key point is that the treasure map originates from the Shattered Shadow Blade sect, and to ascertain the treasure's precise location, he must gather information about the ruins of the Shattered Shadow Blade sect and make a trip there. Reflecting on the arrangements made by the Windcatcher division in the town, Yang Yi let out a slight sigh. It appears that uncovering the treasure of the Shattered Shadow Blade sect without alerting the Windcatchers is a formidable challenge, if not entirely improbable. Any inquiries about the ruins would surely attract the attention of the Windcatchers. Yet, Yang Yi's moment of worry soon faded. He is no longer the same person. In his current guise, he can afford to be somewhat conspicuous. The most that Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu might notice is a discrepancy in his cultivation level. But he has already prepared an explanation for that. He has fully mastered techniques from the Xianshan heritage, such as the Xuanqi Unified Qi Formula and Xiantian 9 Swords. He could easily claim that his ancestors possessed the legacy of the Xiantian lineage, but that he had previously refrained from revealing it due to a lack of understanding, which would undoubtedly convince them. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Yang Yi's lips. After observing his surroundings in the room, he exited the inn and, by spending some silver, successfully gathered information on the location of the Shattered Shadow Blade sect ruins. Yang Yi's inquiries about the sect's location quickly reached the ears of the Windcatchers, a development he had anticipated. The three of them had disguised themselves, presenting no concern about being discovered by the Windcatchers. In fact, there was an element of intention in Yang Yi's actions. In this town, the Windcatchers are not particularly formidable, making it a suitable opportunity to capture a few individuals and inquire about the events in Shui Village. Previously, his lowly strength had deterred him from probing into the matters of Shui Village, but the situation has changed dramatically. Now a minor master of the 7th rank, few in the Linen Prefecture possess greater strength than him. He feels emboldened to investigate the events surrounding Shui Village, sensing that they are far more complex than merely an act of murder and false merit. The Windcatchers, upon learning that someone was inquiring about the location of the Shattered Shadow Blade sect, chose to exercise caution. They dispatched individuals to monitor the inn where Yang Yi and his companions were staying, while simultaneously relaying messages back to Linen City. As the night unfolded, with the bright moon hanging high in the sky, the trio set out from the inn towards the ruins of the Shattered Shadow Blade sect on General Mountain. The Windcatcher guards, trailing Yang Yi and his companions, promptly followed suit. Li Yinluo contemplated turning back to eliminate these persistent watchers, but was halted by Yang Yi. "Senior sister, let them live for now. We shall discuss matters atop the mountain. My junior brother harbors a profound enmity with the Windcatchers and requires their insights." Upon hearing Yang Yi's reasoning, Li Yinluo relented, allowing the guards to follow them. The location of the Shattered Shadow Sword sect lay halfway up the peak of General Mountain. Departing from a small town, the trio took an hour to finally arrive at the site of the Shattered Shadow Sword sect. Under the luminous moonlight, Yang Yi navigated the terrain according to the treasure map etched in his mind. Before long, he discovered the correct path leading to the treasure vault. Turning to Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, he spoke softly, "I appreciate your assistance, esteemed senior sisters." Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu exchanged gentle smiles, responding, "There is no need for such formality, junior brother." As they spoke, the two vanished from sight, heading towards the pursuing wind catchers. A guard trailing at a distance felt a surge of dread and exclaimed, "Oh no, we've been spotted. Prepare for battle." In response, the remaining guards swiftly drew their wind catcher blades, ready to confront Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu. However, the most formidable among them had merely attained mid-level 5th rank, a stark contrast to the senior sisters' prowess. With just a few waves of their true essence, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu incapacitated all the wind catchers, who collapsed to the ground, rendered unable to fight. Subsequently, the two seized their necks, each effortlessly carrying two back to Yang Yi's side. Pleased with the 4 captured guards, Yang Yi anticipated extracting valuable information from them, and perhaps even acquiring some spoils in the process. He turned to Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, stating, "Senior sisters, this is not a place to linger. Let us move with haste." With that, Yang Yi lightly pushed off the ground, vanishing in a few graceful leaps, heading towards the treasure location of the Shattered Shadow Sword sect, with Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu swiftly following suit. The treasure site was exceptionally concealed, situated far from the main sect area. The three descended the main peak, traversed a canyon, navigated several small hills, and ultimately submerged themselves in a river, entering a hidden passage that led to a cavern. The location was extraordinarily secretive. Without Yang Yi's treasure map, it would have been nearly impossible to uncover. It was little wonder that the Windcatcher Bureau had searched extensively without success. Chapter 42, Interrogation. The cavern was not particularly spacious, yet it was entirely visible at a glance. It bore distinct marks of chiseling, suggesting it had been deliberately designed and modified. The interior of the cavern was remarkably dry, with numerous recessed spaces carved into both sides, resembling bookshelves laden with an array of tomes and treasures of gold and silver. It remains a mystery how the modest fragments of Shadow Sect managed to amass such an abundance of gold and silver treasures, with boxes numbering at least 20 or 30. Yang Yi cast a cursory glance over the numerous tomes and riches before shifting his focus to the 4 Windcatcher guards captured by Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu. The time had come to interrogate them. Yang Yi addressed his senior sisters, instructing them, "Sister, please release them. I shall conduct the questioning." Upon hearing this, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu unceremoniously tossed the guards into a corner of the cavern. Concerned that these guards might suddenly retaliate against Yang Yi, they unleashed a few bolts of true essence that pierced through the joints of the guards' hands and feet, ensuring their incapacitation, before turning to Yang Yi and saying, "Junior brother, it's all set. You may proceed with the interrogation." The two then positioned themselves behind Yang Yi to continue guarding him. Seeing their unwavering support filled Yang Yi's heart with warmth. Before the wealth laid before them, these two devoted senior sisters remained unperturbed, continually mindful of his safety. Indeed, they were exceptional and dedicated sisters. Yang Yi refrained from expressing his gratitude with words, understanding that some sentiments are best conveyed through actions. As the 4 Windcatcher guards observed Yang Yi and his companions approach, their eyes reflected sheer terror, silencing even their cries of distress. One guard, gritting his teeth against the pain, feigned composure and asked, "Who are you? Why did you suddenly attack us?" Although he appeared calm, his inner turmoil was evident, and he struggled to control the tremors of his lips. Yang Yi perceived the guard's fear and anxiety, but chose not to expose it. He crouched slightly in front of the guard, locking eyes with him, and spoke slowly, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yang Yi, a resident of Jishui village in the tranquil town of Ping'an County." As soon as these words left his mouth, the guard's pupils dilated in panic before he swiftly masked his expression. Despite his rapid attempt to conceal his emotions, Yang Yi maintained his gaze, easily detecting the subtle shifts in his demeanor. Xiao Qinyu glanced at Yang Yi, then whispered to Li Yinluo, "Sister, wasn't our junior brother surnamed Wang? How has it changed, Yang?" She continued, "One moment he is Zhou Yi, the next Wang Yi, and now Yang Yi. Which name truly reflects his identity?" Li Yinluo shot a reproachful look at Xiao Qinyu and replied softly, "Sister, do not speak so freely. Regardless of whether he is called Wang Yi or Yang Yi, he is still our junior brother. In this world of wandering heroes, who doesn't have a few aliases? At that moment, Li Yinluo felt a sense of satisfaction. Although she harbored slight displeasure regarding Yang Yi's earlier concealment, she soon realized that his enemies were the wind catchers, and it was prudent for him to exercise caution. What was the significance of hiding a name in such circumstances? Furthermore, by openly addressing them in their presence, Yang Yi was essentially acknowledging and affirming their contributions. Hearing Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu whispering behind him, he chose to disregard their murmurs, a decision made with intent. Both Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu had been quite supportive of him, and there was no need to conceal this trivial matter from them. It was prudent to take this opportunity to inform them, thereby preventing any prolonged delay that might lead to them discovering it on their own, which would necessitate convoluted explanations. A cold glint flashed in Yang Yi's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the windcatchers. He demanded to know the rationale behind the extermination of over 100 individuals from Jishui village, stating that honesty was imperative. Otherwise, they would find themselves in a dire predicament. The four wind catchers bowed their heads, reluctant to respond to Yang Yi's inquiries. Observing their silence, Yang Yi suddenly smiled. Drawing forth his bamboo sword to slice away a portion of flesh from one of the wind catcher's arms. Unable to endure the excruciating pain that pierced his very soul, the wind catcher promptly fainted. Yet, Yang Yi showed no mercy. He thrust the sword into the man's thigh, unleashing another wave of agony that jolted the wind catcher back to consciousness. Yang Yi withdrew his sword and crouched down to scrutinize them, a grotesque smile stretching across his face. I advise you to cooperate willingly. Do not underestimate my methods of interrogation. If you confess sincerely, I might grant you a swift end. However, if you resist stubbornly, you shall experience the full extent of 18 torturous methods. By the way, are you familiar with the concept of the 18 tortures? Without awaiting their response, he lowered his head, counting on his fingers. Have you heard of the combing punishment? It involves using an iron brush to repeatedly scour your skin until it is a bloody mess, revealing the flesh beneath. There is also the copper cauldron punishment, the flaying punishment, and the lynchy punishment. As he elaborated on the characteristics of these tortures, a sinister smile crept upon his face. He concluded with a chilling remark. I wonder how my methods compare to those employed by your wind-catching division. If you believe you can withstand them, I have many more tortures at my disposal. At this point, the four wind catchers trembled uncontrollably, gazing at Yang Yi as if he were a demon. Yang Yi, unfazet, continued to glare at them with increasing impatience. The horrific tortures he had described shattered their resolve. None wished to endure such torment. In a frenzy, the four wind catchers clamored to speak. I will tell you everything. Just promise to make it swift. Yang Yi smiled and nodded gently. As long as you provide a truthful account, I shall indeed grant you a quick end. But should you dare to deceive me in the slightest, you will experience every torment imaginable. With that, he turned to Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, inquiring, Sisters, could you create a true essence barrier to separate these four? The junior disciple intended to separate them for interrogation to prevent any collusion. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu exchanged peculiar glances with Yang Yi, pondering the nature of the tortures devised by the junior disciple, which were chilling to hear even once. Fortunately, the junior disciple was not an actual hound of the court. Otherwise, countless individuals would suffer dire consequences. As these thoughts crossed Li Yinluo's mind, her hands moved swiftly. She began to form seals with her fingers, unleashing her true essence to create several transparent barriers that isolated the four wind catcher guards from one another. Very well, junior disciple, they can no longer hear each other's words, she announced. Yang Yi promptly proceeded to interrogate the four wind catcher guards individually. With the opportunity for collusion eliminated, the guards were exceedingly compliant, divulging everything related to Jishui village and the shattered Shadowblade sect, even revealing numerous secrets of the Linen Prefecture's Windcatcher division. Through the words of these four guards, Yang Yi finally grasped the truth behind the annihilation of Jishui village. It was indeed the Windcatcher division of Linen City that had mistakenly identified the villagers as cultists, resulting in their slaughter under the command of the Windcatcher chief, Shenshi Dao. However, Yang Yi also learned from their accounts that there were deeper secrets surrounding the village's destruction. After the massacre, Shenshi Dao had ordered a thorough search of Jishui village for undisclosed reasons, but the guards were uncertain about the specifics, as they were not present during that time. Those who participated in the village's destruction were subsequently silenced, and they dared not inquire further. Unaware if Shun Chi Dao had achieved his objectives. The events surrounding Jishui village did not come as a surprise to Yang Yi. He had long suspected that there was a hidden motive behind the village's obliteration. With his eyes slightly closed, he recalled every individual from Jishui village, attempting to unearth some clue. However, he soon relinquished this pursuit. In the memories he inherited, he found no indication of anything amiss among the villagers. The only way to uncover the ultimate truth would be to capture Shun Chi Dao. Aside from the events concerning Jishui village, the guards were quite knowledgeable about the Shattered Shadow Blade sect. Its destruction was executed under the direct orders of Wei Yan, the head of the Windcatcher Pavilion. The Shattered Shadow Blade sect was intricately linked to the once mighty Xinghe Blade sect from a millennium ago. Wei Yan believed that the Shattered Shadow Blade sect might harbor the legacy of the Xinghe Blade sect, which prompted his decisive action against them. The sect members proved to be more resolute than the Windcatcher division had anticipated, revealing nothing about their heritage even amid the massacre. The Windcatcher division was entirely unaware of any treasure maps associated with them. After compiling the accounts of the 4 Windcatcher guards, Yang Yi silently concluded that the Shattered Shadow Blade sect indeed had profound ties to the Xinghe Blade sect, especially considering that the Heavenly Blade manuscript had been discovered among the disciples of the Shattered Shadow Blade sect. However, reflecting on the manuscript's fragmented condition, Yang Yi surmised that the members of the Shattered Shadow Blade sect may not even be aware of their lineage as descendants of the Star River Blade sect. Beyond this, he gleaned from the Windcatcher Guard that the Windcatcher division in Linen City possesses formidable strength. This division comprises over 200 individuals, including 1 8th-grade Grandmaster, 3 7th-grade Minor Masters, and notably, aside from Wei and the head of the Listening Wind Pavilion and General Shun Chi Dao, the Prison Master Zhang Huaidong is also a 7th-grade Minor Master. Furthermore, there are more than 26th-grade Windcatcher guards. Upon learning the true might of the Windcatcher division, Yang Yi felt a profound shock. It was no wonder they could dominate the various sects within the Linen jurisdiction with such unparalleled power. After acquiring this intelligence, Yang Yi swiftly broke the necks of the 4 Windcatcher guards and took the opportunity to loot their bodies. The system indicated his findings: a piece of black fish dragon attire, a Wind Whisper token, a Wind Patrol blade, and 20 years of martial arts experience. Observing the items retrieved from the 4, Yang Yi felt somewhat speechless. This entire set of Windcatcher Guard attire seemed rather absurd. Only the 20 years of martial arts experience provided him with a modicum of solace. Nevertheless, Yang Yi had no intention of discarding the Windcatcher Guard ensemble. After all, it belonged to the Windcatcher division. Clad in the black fish dragon attire, with a Wind Whisper token secured at his waist, and wielding the Wind Patrol blade, who would dare question his identity as a Windcatcher Guard? This attire could prove invaluable in the future. As for the 20 years of martial arts experience, he chose to withhold extraction for now. Firstly, with Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu present, it would be inappropriate to assimilate it at this moment. Secondly, he surmised that such an amount of experience would not suffice for any significant advancement. It would be wiser to accumulate more before extraction. After Yang Yi dealt with the 4 Windcatcher guards, Li Yinluo retracted the barrier and addressed him. Junior brother Yang, what do you intend to do with all the gold, silver, and jewels from the Shattered Shadow Blade sect? Yang Yi did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to face Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, slightly bowing as he spoke. Sister, my true name is Yang Yi, not Wang Yi. My earlier concealment was born of necessity. I hope you will forgive me. Upon hearing Yang Yi's apology, any lingering resentment in Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu evaporated. Ultimately, Yang Yi had acted out of compulsion. Engaging in conflict with a behemoth like the Windcatcher division required a degree of caution that was essential for survival. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu spoke gently. Junior brother Yang, there is no need for such formality. We are all wanderers in this world. We understand your plight. You have acted wisely. Being cautious is never a flaw. Upon hearing the words of Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, Yang Yi lifted his gaze towards the two of them once more. Indeed, it seemed that younger girls, like his senior sister, were relatively easy to persuade. Rising to his feet, Yang Yi turned his attention to the books and treasures housed within the cavern. He addressed a question posed by Li Yinluo earlier. Senior sister, since the Windcatcher Bureau has indicated a connection between the Shattered Shadow Blade sect and the once mighty Star River Blade sect from a millennium ago, it surely cannot be untrue. Let us search for formidable martial arts techniques and manuals. We shall collect them all. As for the treasures, we may leave them here for the time being and retrieve them when necessary. This place is quite secluded. I doubt the wind catchers would uncover it even after a decade of searching. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu nodded in agreement with Yang Yi's thoughts. Indeed, that sounds splendid. Upon concluding their discussion, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu immediately began to sift through the books stored within the cavern. Meanwhile, Yang Yi took the opportunity to wander about, exploring every nook and cranny as he sought clues regarding the Heavenly Blade. After toiling for the better part of the day, he finally stumbled upon a rather inconspicuous corner, where he discovered a severely damaged tome. The state of this book was akin to that of the first technique of the Heavenly Blade that Yang Yi had previously found. His heart raced upon seeing the characters inscribed on the cover, denoting it as the second technique of the Heavenly Blade. This discovery was truly fortuitous, a remarkable stroke of luck. With this second technique in hand, their expedition to General Mountain could be deemed a resounding success. Yang Yi did not hastily open the manual for the second technique, but instead tucked it into his bosom and continued his search, hoping to uncover the third, fourth, and subsequent techniques. However, after thoroughly scouring every corner of the cavern, he was unable to find any additional clues related to the Heavenly Blade. It seemed that the prospect of gathering all 9 techniques was growing increasingly dim. Yet, one could not blame the circumstances. If the 9 techniques of the Heavenly Blade were intact, the shattered Shadow Blade sect would not have fallen to such a dismal state. In Chapter 44, The Revelation of Cultivation. After perusing all the books within the cavern, Li Yinluo turned to Yang Yi with a hint of disappointment. Junior brother, these martial arts manuals are of little use. They're almost all incomplete, with significant content missing, rendering any attempts at restoration nearly impossible. Xiao Qinyu chimed in, indeed. Junior brother, my findings are similar. While there are several techniques marked as Earth and Heaven grade, the deficiencies are too severe. Even the foundational principles are absent. It appears there are no complete martial arts techniques or skills here. Otherwise, the Shattered Shadow Blade sect would not be so feeble. Yang Yi responded. Sister Xiao makes a valid point. The Shattered Shadow Blade sect likely lacks the complete legacy of the Star River Blade sect. Otherwise, they would not be so diminished. With the second technique of the Heavenly Blade secured, Yang Yi had essentially achieved his goal. He felt little inclination toward the other martial arts techniques or treasures within the cavern. Yang Yi approached a chest brimming with gold, extracted 3 small ingots, wrapped them carefully, and placed them within his robes. He addressed Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, saying, Sister, given that these techniques and martial arts hold little value, let's leave them here for now. We may return for them when the opportunity arises, as the distance to the city is not considerable and the journey is convenient. Naturally, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu had no objections. They had initially been reluctant to come to General Mountain and deemed the remnants left by the Shadow Blade sect unworthy. Thus, they were amenable to Yang Yi's proposal. As the trio traversed the underground passage and emerged from the cave, they realized that dawn had begun to break, indicating they had spent an entire night within the cavern. Upon exiting, they chose a route that circumvented the small town at the mountain's base. They had no intention of retrieving the horses from the inn in the town. Yang Yi had contemplated luring and eliminating more Windcatcher operatives. However, upon learning of the formidable strength of the Windcatcher Bureau, he decided it prudent to avoid confrontation, opting instead to bypass the town and return to Linen City. Although the horses held substantial value, they paled in comparison to their lives. Their plan was indeed judicious. Yet, the affairs of the world often unfold contrary to human intentions. Before they could exit the General Mountain area, they sensed several powerful auras rapidly approaching their direction. The trio attempted to conceal themselves within the forest, but it was too late. 3 strangely dressed figures, moving with peculiar grace, swiftly encircled them. Once they had surrounded Yang Yi and his companions, one of the women spoke. You're the 3 from the town below who inquired about the location of the Shadow Blade sect, are you not? Speak. What is your purpose in seeking out the Shadow Blade sect? Do you know the whereabouts of their treasure? Reveal it, and we may spare your lives. Li Yinluo, observing their encirclement, quietly informed Yang Yi of their identities. Be cautious, junior brother. They are Shiguan Yin of the Divine Worship sect, along with Ganlu Ming Wang and Huiyan Zuns. Shiguan Yin is a 7th grade minor master, quite formidable, while Ganlu Ming Wang and Huiyan Zuns are both 6th grade. Keep your distance. We shall handle them. With that, Li Yinluo swiftly drew the bamboo staff sword from Yang Yi's grasp and charged at Shiguan Yin, while Xiao Qinyu lunged towards Ganlu Ming Wang and Huiyan Zuns. Shiguan Yin possessed considerable strength, only slightly weaker than Li Yinluo. Capturing her would not be an easy feat. Xiao Qinyu faced a similarly daunting challenge. Despite her superior prowess over Ganlu Mingwang and Huyan Zuns, the incense power wielded by the divine worship sect was insidiously potent. Any attack she launched would be mitigated by their divine energy. Clad in resplendent armor, Ganlu Mingwang and Huyan Zuns appeared capable of executing combined techniques. At this moment, Xiao Qinyu found herself without an adequate weapon, rendering it challenging to fully unleash her power. In her urgency to subdue the two adversaries, she struggled. Yang Yi observed the fierce confrontation among the five, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. Although he had learned from the wind catcher about the various sects, including the god worship sect, coveting the treasures of the shattered Shadowblade sect, he was still taken aback by the actual arrival of the god worship sect's members. Their swift arrival suggested that they had indeed infiltrated the wind catcher agency. Yang Yi watched as Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu managed to push back the members of the god worship sect, yet hesitated to eliminate them. He sighed inwardly. It seemed that concealing his strength was no longer an option. The battle of a 7th-grade minor master would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. It was imperative to resolve the conflict swiftly and vacate the premises, lest they encounter further complications. With this resolution in mind, Yang Yi's gaze sharpened, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. In an instant, he appeared behind Prince Ganlu, his right hand raised, forming a blade with his palm as he struck down fiercely. In that moment, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from his hand, unleashing a formidable blade-like aura that tore through Prince Ganlu. This strike was executed with Yang Yi's full power. Caught off guard, Prince Ganlu couldn't even muster the divine power of incense to defend himself before being slain by Yang Yi. With Prince Ganlu no longer a factor, Xiao Qinyu let out a fierce cry. Kill! She swiftly appeared before venerable Huyan, pointing her sword at his brow. The instant her sword tip made contact, a torrent of energy surged forth, piercing through venerable Huyan's head, leading to his immediate demise. Upon witnessing the deaths of Prince Ganlu and venerable Huyan, Shi Guanyin was engulfed in panic. She hastily repelled Li Yinluo with a sword strike and, after a few swift movements, vanished without a trace. Xiao Qinyu intended to pursue her, but was promptly halted by Li Yinluo's admonition. Sister, do not chase the retreating foe. Let us depart. Otherwise, we shall face another arduous battle with the wind catcher. In the midst of their conversation, Yang Yi discreetly completed his search of Prince Ganlu and venerable Huyan's bodies. However, before he could review the system's notifications, he heard Li Yinluo's icy voice directed at him. You conceal yourself well, a 7th-grade minor master, no less. Such a formidable expert. Yet you stoop to address us as sister. How perplexing. This grudge shall be repaid in due time. As she prepared to leave with Xiao Qinyu, Yang Yi turned to see Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu regarding him with frosty expressions. It became evident to him that they were genuinely angered, perceiving him as a scheming individual with ulterior motives. Yang Yi gently called out, Sister, do not be upset. Let us depart first. As they returned to the city, could you perhaps provide another explanation, junior brother? Upon hearing Yang Yi still address her as senior sister, the expressions of the two softened considerably. Yet, they exchanged no further words, swiftly turning to descend the mountain. Yang Yi hastily activated his movement technique, Fuyo Yu, to follow closely behind. Chapter 45. Encirclement and Chaos. The trio of Yang Yi moved with remarkable speed. However, the commotion from their earlier confrontation with the 3 members of the god-worshipping sect had inevitably drawn the attention of many. Before they could traverse several mountain peaks, a multitude of figures began to shoot towards them from various directions. Among them were the wind catchers clad in dark dragon-patterned robes, armed with the wind-cutting sabers. There were also disciples of the demonic sect, marked by a crimson up between their brows, exuding an arrogant demeanor. Additionally, silver-clad swordsmen from the divine sword sect wielded their gleaming blades. Even the previously defeated Shiguanyin from the god-worshipping sect returned with their followers. A throng of individuals surrounded Yang Yi and his companions from all sides. The commanding officer of the wind catchers, Shun Qidao, stepped forward, casting a scornful glance at the other factions before turning his gaze to Yang Yi's group, stating coldly, Surrender the treasures of the fractured Shadowblade sect, and I shall spare your lives and ensure your safety. No sooner had Shun Qidao's words fallen than a stunning woman from the demonic sect sauntered forward, her hips swaying as she covered her mouth with a laugh, exclaiming, who would dare to believe the words of the wind catchers, Commander Shin? She then turned to Yang Yi's trio, sweetly suggesting, Come with us. With our holy sect's protection, the wind catchers cannot harm you. A middle-aged swordsman from the Divine Sword sect, evidently concerned that Yang Yi's group might be swayed by the demonic woman's allure, stepped forward as well, declaring, "I am Gongsun Wuji, an elder of the Divine Sword sect. Our sect leader is a true master of the 9th rank. Accompany me, and your safety is assured." Among the various factions, only Shiguanyin from the god-worshipping sect remained silent. Her eyes filled with hatred as she glared at Yang Yi and his companions. Each of these factions was far from virtuous. The Divine Sword sect, the demonic sect, and the Xuantiang lineage harbored a vendetta against one another, while the wind catchers held an irreconcilable grudge against Yang Yi. The god-worshipping sect's motives were even clearer, having just suffered the loss of 2 of their 6th-rank experts at Yang Yi's hands. None of the words spoken by these factions could be trusted, and Yang Yi's group had no intention of engaging in dialogue with them. Yang Yi surveyed the surroundings, taking a small step closer to Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, and softly inquired, "Senior sister, what shall we do? Shall we fight our way out?" Despite some lingering reservations towards Yang Yi, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu recognized that this was not the moment for grievances. They nodded in agreement, affirming, "Then let us break through. The 3 of us are 7th rank, and they cannot hold us." Yang Yi focused his mind into the system space, extracting the wind-cutting saber he had previously acquired. Without hesitation, he summoned his vital energy and struck down towards the Divine Sword sect with a powerful blow. The blade's aura, extending several meters, descended in an instant. Only Gongsun Wuji, the elder from the Divine Sword sect, managed to react in time, drawing his sword to block Yang Yi's fierce attack. However, Gongsun Wuji was somewhat slow in his response and failed to completely block Yang Yi's blade aura. 2 disciples of the Divine Sword sect behind him were caught in the aftermath, their bodies torn asunder by Yang Yi's dissipating blade energy. Yang Yi swiftly closed the distance, striking once more at Gongsun Wuji, forcing him to retreat. He then seized the long swords of the 2 fallen disciples and returned to Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu. Yang Yi's actions were so sudden that in the blink of an eye, he had slain the 2 disciples and returned to Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu's side. He handed the long swords to them, saying, "Sister, let us fight our way out together." Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, armed with the long swords, charged towards the Divine Sword sect and the demonic cult. Yang Yi brandished the cyclone blade in his hand and advanced towards the cult of the deified. The cult of the deified is particularly insidious, as their incensed divine power can negate an opponent's attacks. Just moments ago, Xiao Qinyu, despite being a 7th-tier warrior, could not swiftly defeat the 6th-tier king of Du or the esteemed Huanan, showcasing the cult's peculiarities that must be dealt with first. Yang Yi's swordsmanship was not particularly formidable. Aside from the Heavenly Blade, he possessed only one advanced yellow-tier technique, the Shadow Frenzy Blade technique. Although employing this technique at a 7th-tier level produced considerable power, he found himself at a disadvantage against the equally 7th-tier Shiguanyin of the cult of the deified. After exchanging 2 or 3 dozen blows with Shiguanyin, neither side could claim victory. Through this confrontation, Yang Yi gained a clear understanding of the cult's tenacity. Shiguanyin's offensive strength was not especially high. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Yang Yi to entangle her for so long using the yellow-tier Shadow Frenzy Blade technique. The crux of the issue lay in Shiguanyin's defense. Each time Yang Yi aimed to cleave at her, a yellowish glow enveloped her, absorbing the strike. Yang Yi's blade crashing against this glow felt akin to striking a mire, rendering him unable to inflict any harm upon Shiguanyin. This frustration ignited Yang Yi's ire, and realizing that he could not defeat her alone, he turned his gaze towards the Windcatcher division, which was lurking nearby, poised to reap the benefits of the chaos. As he battled Shiguanyin, he began to maneuver towards the Windcatcher division. Once he drew closer, he repelled Shiguanyin and unleashed a strike towards Shenqidao, intent on drawing the Windcatcher division into the fray. The Windcatcher division, the Divine Sword sect, the cult of the deified, and the demonic cult each held their own rivalries and were not a united front. Stirring the waters would be advantageous for all. This strategy proved effective. After receiving Yang Yi's strike, the commander of the Windcatcher division, Shenqidao, could no longer remain passive and join the battle. Initially, he and Shiguanyin launched a fierce assault on Yang Yi, subjecting him to considerable hardship. However, as the skirmish progressed, the tide turned, resulting in Yang Yi and Shiguanyin collaborating to attack Shenqidao, or Yang Yi and Shenqidao teaming up against Shiguanyin. Throughout the conflict, Yang Yi sensed that the chaos of the battlefield was still insufficient. Continuously striking, several major faction 6th and 5th tier warriors were drawn into the fray, creating an even larger chaotic battleground. As Yang Yi battled against Shen Shidao and Shi Guanyin, he sought opportunities to eliminate those 6th and 5th tier experts ensnared in the conflict, all the while scavenging their remains. Before long, the elite forces of various factions suffered heavy losses, with more than half of their 6th and 5th tier warriors perishing. On another front, the duel between Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu reached a decisive conclusion. Li Yanluo faced the elder of the Divine Sword sect, Gongsun Wuji. After a brief skirmish, Gongsun Wuji lost an arm to Li Yanluo's Xiantian 9 swords and retreated in panic, unwilling to continue the fight. Meanwhile, Xiao Qinyu's confrontation with the alluring woman of the demon sect was nearing its end. Having suffered defeat at the hands of the demon sect in the past, Xiao Qinyu unleashed her most formidable technique, the Xiantian sword art. Although the enchanting woman was not without strength, she could not withstand Xiao Qinyu's relentless assault and had to retreat to a considerable distance to assess the situation. Once Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu resolved their battles, they wasted no time and advanced towards Shen Qidao and Shi Guanyin with their swords drawn. The entrance of these two formidable 7th tier warriors into the melee swiftly led to the demise of all remaining 5th and 6th tier combatants. Only Shen Qidao and Shi Guanyin remained, weapons in hand, confronting Yang Yi and his companions. As the trio prepared to combine their efforts to vanquish Shen Qidao and Shi Guanyin, an inexplicable aura suddenly enveloped them. From a great distance, a thunderous voice echoed, "Who dares to attack my wind-catching division as commander? Surrender now, and I may allow you to retain your corpses intact." Li Yanluo's expression darkened, and she coldly uttered, "8th tier Grandmaster." Yang Yi tensed at her words. An 8th tier Grandmaster was beyond their means to contend with. The disparity in power was insurmountable. Even if Yang Yi unleashed the first move of the Heavenly Blade, his ultimate trump card, it would still be insufficient. The situation had become exceedingly precarious. Li Yanluo glanced at Shen Qidao and Shi Guanyin, her voice cold as she declared, "We cannot kill them. We must retreat." With that, she attempted to withdraw from the battlefield. Naturally, Yang Yi and Xiao Qinyu trusted Li Yanluo's judgment and prepared to escape alongside her. However, at that moment, Shen Qidao seized the opportunity. Knowing that his reinforcements had arrived, he was intent on keeping Yang Yi, Xiao Qinyu, and Shi Guanyin trapped. With a mighty swing of his blade, Shen Qidao enveloped Yang Yi and his companions along with Shi Guanyin, aiming to buy time for the arrival of the 8th tier Grandmaster from the wind-catching division. The 8th tier Grandmaster possessed tremendous strength and terrifying speed. He only needed to delay them for a moment, and escape would be impossible for Yang Yi, Xiao Qinyu, and Shi Guanyin. Yang Yi immediately sensed Shen Qidao's malicious intent. If Shen Qidao succeeded, they would find themselves in dire straits. Yang Yi was uncertain whether Li Yanluo had any hidden tricks up her sleeve, but in this life-and-death moment, he dared not harbor any reservations. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he deftly evaded Shen Qidao's assault, reaching into his garment to retrieve 2 Sun lei pearls he always carried. Upon seeing the 2 Sun lei pearls hurled by Yang, Shen Qidao could not afford to be careless. Though he recognized them, in his haste he could not discern their potency and swiftly evaded. With a series of thunderous explosions, the Sun lei pearls struck the ground, creating a substantial crater and a cloud of dust. Yang Yi was aware of the limitations of the Sun lei pearls and understood that they posed no threat to Shen Qidao. His intention in throwing them was not to inflict damage, but to create an opportunity for a decisive strike. At the moment, Shen Qidao instinctively dodged the Sun lei pearls. Yang Yi seized his chance. The blade of his Xuanfeng knife shimmered with a chilling brilliance as he slashed diagonally toward Shen Qidao. The first form of the Heavenly Blade unleashed the essence of creation itself. In that fleeting instant, it seemed as though the universe held its breath for this strike. The dazzling blade light flickered, as if to cleave the heavens and the earth in twain, traversing layers of space in an instant to reach Shen Qidao. A cry escaped Shen Qidao's lips as his dark fish dragon robe and soft armor were rent asunder by the blow, sending his body hurtling several meters away, collapsing to the ground in a state of unconsciousness. The Xuanfeng knife in Yang Yi's hand shattered upon delivering such an overwhelming force. The power of the Heavenly Blade was so formidable that even a finely crafted Xuanfeng knife could not withstand its might. After the strike, Yang Yi felt the repercussions. The meridians in his right hand throbbed with a dull pain from the overwhelming force. With no time to assess Shun Qidao's condition, Yang Yi urgently called out to Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, "Sister, we must flee." Upon witnessing the devastating blow Yang Yi had delivered, both women felt a wave of weakness wash over them. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly positioned themselves before him, propelling him forward as they raced in a desperate flight. The presence of an 8th-grade grandmaster was profoundly intimidating, and they dared not linger. Just as the trio made their escape, a gray-robed elder with a grim countenance emerged at the scene. The elder first cast a glance in the direction where Shi Guanyin had fled, then turned to observe the path taken by Yang Yi and his companions, and finally regarded the unconscious Shun Qidao on the ground, seemingly weighing a critical decision in his mind. After a moment's contemplation, the elder sighed, approached Shun Qidao, and extended his hand to feel for a pulse. Discovering a faint breath still lingering, he exhaled in relief, hoisting Shun Qidao and departing towards Linen City. With the arrival of the 8th-grade grandmaster, the alluring female disciple of the demonic sect had already retreated. During Yang Yi and his companions' withdrawal, they encountered no obstacles. Yang Yi and his companions did not head directly towards Linen City, but instead retreated in the direction of Changle County to the north. They planned to stay in Changle County for a day before returning to Linen City. The trio hurried along the way, finding a secluded spot outside Changle County to employ their disguise technique, altering their appearances before leisurely entering the county. In Changle County, at the Yulai Inn, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu sat in a room, their expressions icy, their beautiful eyes glinting with a hint of menace as they regarded Yang Yi. "Sir, it is time for you to disclose your origins," Li Yinluo stated. A 7th-grade minor master, with a profound mastery of swordsmanship. There is no one of your caliber in the martial world. Reflecting on Yang Yi's formidable strike against Shun Qidao, both women still felt an overwhelming shock. That blow was extraordinarily powerful, almost beyond human capability. In response to Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu's inquiry, Yang Yi offered a faint smile tinged with bitterness. "Sister, is this an interrogation? Surely, we need not go this far." Nevertheless, he proceeded to share the narrative he had meticulously prepared. "Sister, I have not concealed much from you. My name is Yang Yi, hailing from Jishui village, which has been annihilated by the Windcatcher Agency. The only thing I have withheld is the extent of my cultivation." Li Yinluo queried, "If you are indeed a 7th-grade minor master, why did you feign a lower realm when we first encountered you?" Yang Yi blinked and replied, "Sister, you misunderstand me. I have only recently broken through to the 7th grade. Initially, I truly could not have defeated you, and due to certain circumstances, my abilities were akin to that of a 2nd-grade master." Hearing this, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu's expressions softened considerably, and they continued to inquire. "Does this mean the inheritance of your Xiantian lineage has not been severed?" Yang Yi nodded gently. "Then why was Jishui village so easily destroyed by the Windcatcher Agency?" Yang Yi lowered his head slightly, as if confronted with a painful memory. After a long pause, he replied, "At that time, I was not in the village. My parents were even weaker than I, unable to resist Shun Qidao." After a moment, Yang Yi continued, "In fact, the first time I saw you, I recognized your identities as heirs of the Xiantian lineage. However, out of caution, I feigned ignorance. It was only when you took me to Xianmen Mountain that I fully confirmed your identities." To reinforce their trust in him, Yang Yi gestured with his hand, illustrating the moves of the Xiantian sword technique. In truth, there were many aspects of Yang Yi's explanation that were difficult to substantiate. However, he preferred to say no more, believing that saying less would invite fewer complications, allowing them to deduce the rest on their own. Chapter 47. Comprehending the second form of the Heavenly Blade. Indeed, upon witnessing Yang Yi demonstrate the Xiantian sword technique, the last lingering doubts in Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu's minds dissipated entirely. Although they had yet to impart the Xiantian sword technique to Yang Yi, his mastery of it was sufficient proof of his sincerity. Following Yang Yi's elucidation, the atmosphere shifted. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu no longer wore stern expressions. Li Yinluo turned to Yang Yi and remarked, "Junior brother, let this matter pass this time, but such significant affairs must not be concealed from us in the future. I understand your nature is one of caution. Yet with the Xiantian legacy resting solely upon the three of us, we ought to support one another. Should any issues arise in the future, do not hesitate to seek our assistance." Yang Yi humbly accepted the words of his senior sister, appreciating her sentiment. Seeing his response, Li Yinluo chose not to elaborate further. A smile graced her beautiful face as she departed with Xiao Qinyu, returning to their own quarters. Yang Yi watched their retreating figures and exhaled deeply. Over the past few days, he had developed a favorable impression of both Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu. They were undoubtedly the finest individuals he had encountered since his arrival in this world. Interacting with them had been the most relaxed experience he had enjoyed since his journey began. He did not wish to sever this connection lightly. His interest was not in their beauty. His singular pursuit now was the path of martial arts. However, one cannot live a solitary existence forever, akin to a wandering spirit. Apart from martial arts, he required additional support to continue on his journey, be it love or friendship. Otherwise, he would inevitably find himself in a state of profound loneliness that could drive him to madness. The trio spent a day at the inn in Changle County. The following morning, after partaking in breakfast, they resolved to part ways and return to Linen City. Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu departed first, while Yang Yi set off half an hour later. The distance from Changle County to Linen City was not particularly great, and Yang Yi hurried along the way, reaching the outskirts of Linen City by afternoon. Once he found a secluded spot outside the city, he transformed back to his original appearance before leisurely making his way to the city gate. At the entrance, Yang Yi observed a crowd gathered in animated discussion. As he approached, he discovered it was a wanted notice issued jointly by the Windcatcher Division and the local government. He, along with the sisters Li Yanluo, the enchanting Shiguanyan of the God Worship sect, and an elder from the Divine Sword sect, were all listed as wanted individuals. A glance at his own wanted poster revealed the bounty. A reward of 100 taels for information leading to this person. Capture brings a reward of 1,000 taels. Yang Yi smirked and dismissed the notice from his mind. The three had altered their appearances and even changed their auras, as long as they remained cautious. It would be nearly impossible for the Windcatcher Division to apprehend them. Once inside the city, Yang Yi headed directly to his small courtyard. During this period, he would refrain from any further interactions with Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu to avoid attracting unwarranted attention. After tidying up his abode, he retreated to his room, seated himself cross-legged on the bed, and immersed his mind in the system to review his recent gains. Following the skirmish at General Mountain, he had taken the opportunity to loot nearly 20 corpses. Young, he had amassed a lifespan of 20 years, acquired 2 sets of the Windcatcher battle armor, and cultivated his martial arts for 30 years, in addition to a collection of miscellaneous items. With the additional 20 years of martial cultivation obtained from scavenging in the cave, he now possessed a total of 50 years of martial prowess. It was uncertain if 50 years would suffice to advance by a minor realm in the 7th rank. Contemplating this, Yang Yi proceeded to extract all his martial cultivation. Instantly, the 50 years of martial prowess surged into his body, causing him to feel a slight discomfort. However, in the next moment, the Shintian Ichi technique activated alongside the Angry Sea and Wild Waves technique, causing several martial arts to operate autonomously. Yang Yi's internal essence solidified further, and his cultivation progressed from the early stage of the 7th rank to the mid-stage. After an hour, he concluded his practice and rose to his feet. It appeared that a break through a minor realm in the 7th rank, approximately 50 years of martial cultivation, was required. Yang Yi was not particularly surprised. He simply acknowledged that future breakthroughs might take longer. With his realm stabilized, he extracted his lifespan as well. The infusion of 20 years of lifespan rejuvenated him, leaving him feeling invigorated yet not overly affected otherwise. Subsequently, he retrieved the 2nd volume of the Tiandao technique and began to peruse its contents. The 2nd form, known as the duality of life and death, was described as possessing power more than double that of the 1st form, the genesis of heaven and earth, rendering it an utterly fearsome strike. As Yang Yi immersed himself in the text, his fingers began to mimic the movements illustrated within. In a trance, he found himself transported back to that mysterious space. In the desolate and barren realm, yellow sand blanketed the ground, and a fierce wind whipped up the sand, creating a terrifying sandstorm. The sky loomed dark and oppressive, akin to a cataclysmic disaster. Merely gazing upon this scene sent shivers down Yang Yi's spine. At the heart of the tempest stood a towering figure, a man brandishing a sword, his hair whipping wildly in the wind, yet he remained unyielding amidst the chaos. Moments later, the man twirled his sword in a flourish, exuding an awe-inspiring aura, before soaring into the air and delivering a mighty slash across the heavens. In an instant, Yang Yi perceived 2 beams of light, one black and one white, erupting from the blade's edge, intertwining to form a serpentine torrent of sword energy that descended upon the world. The very fabric of the realm trembled under the weight of this strike, and the once terrifying sandstorm dissipated into nothingness. Yang Yi's eyes were fixed on the man, his pupils vibrating with astonishment as he observed that within a 10-meter radius of the figure, the yellow sand had been reduced to dust. As his consciousness returned to his own body, the shock in his eyes lingered long after. That man was extraordinarily powerful. The Tiandao technique was formidable. Yang Yi could not ascertain whether the Tiandao truly constituted a high-tier heavenly martial skill. At this moment, he began to suspect that each form within the Tiandao was a complete high-tier heavenly martial technique. Previously, he had never entertained such thoughts. However, now that he has mastered the rudimentary sword technique of the heavenly stage, the Xiantian sword technique, such thoughts could not help but surge forth uncontrollably. Despite both being classified as heavenly martial arts, the potency of the Xiantian sword technique pales in comparison to that of the heavenly blade. One is merely a beginner skill, while the other is an advanced technique. Such a vast disparity should not exist. It is worth noting that the heavenly blade is merely a remnant technique. As Yang Yi watched the text of the second move of the heavenly blade disintegrate into dust from his fingertips, he felt no sense of regret. Having witnessed the man wield the blade in that mysterious space, Yang Yi had already grasped a fragment of the true essence of the second move. The two forms of life and death. With diligent observation and practice, it would not be long before he could execute this move, rendering the existence of a manual irrelevant. In pursuit of mastering and executing the second move of the heavenly blade as swiftly as possible, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on his bed, immersed in contemplation. It was not until the night had deepened that he emerged from his meditative state. Chapter 48. The Resurrection of the Corpse Refining Sect. The following morning, Yang Yi donned his constable's attire and, with 2 taels of silver tucked in his pocket, he made his way to the yamen for roll call. Having returned 2 days later than expected, this silver was intended to silence Yuan Cheng'an as he passed through the bustling southern market. The commoners and stall owners, upon seeing Yang Yi's return, displayed expressions of delight, eagerly approaching him to offer their greetings. "Lord Zhou, you're back. Have you had breakfast? Would you care for some pancakes?" No. How could we trouble Lord Zhou with pancakes at this early hour? How about some meat soup in my humble stall?" Throughout his journey, the merchants and vendors showered Yang Yi with flattery and goodwill. From their eager gazes, he discerned a profound weariness. It seemed that during his absence, Ma Lu had given them quite a rough time. Although they had always sought to curry favor with him, such fervor had never been displayed before. In fact, they might have even muttered a few complaints behind his back after his departure. Now, in comparison to Ma Lu, Yang Yi appeared almost saintly, earning the affection of the people. Yang Yi did not stand on ceremony. He casually consumed a few pancakes and drank 2 bowls of soup before heading toward the yamen. Upon arriving and completing the roll call, the chief constable, Yuan Cheng'an, cast a glance at Yang Yi and, with a stern expression, remarked, "Zhou Yi, you only requested a 7-day leave. Why have you returned late? Do you not realize that significant events transpired in Tian City over the past 2 days, and we are short-staffed?" Yang Yi wore a smile, reaching in his robe to retrieve the 2 taels of silver, which he discreetly placed into Yuan Cheng'an's hand, saying, "I hope you can forgive me, sir. I encountered a few issues on my journey that delayed my return. I regret the trouble I caused you during these days. Please accept this small token of my sincerity." Yuan Cheng'an weighed the silver in his hand, his countenance shifting from stern to warm as he replied, "Consider this a one-time pardon, given that this is your first offense. Should it happen again, I will not be so lenient." With that, Yuan Cheng'an waved his sleeve and continued, "Since you have returned, let us resume our patrols without delay. By the way, procure several wanted notices to distribute. Remain vigilant during your rounds and report any suspicious individuals immediately. These are notorious bandits, and Lord Shun, the commander of the Windcatcher Guards, nearly met his demise at their hands. Exercise caution while patrolling." Upon hearing this, Yang Yi's mind stirred. It appeared that his blade had failed to claim Shun Qi's life. Evidently, the commander of the Windcatcher Guards possessed considerable skill, having withstood his strike. However, enduring a blow of such magnitude would surely leave one grievously injured if not dead. Perhaps an opportunity would arise to send him on his way. Yang Yi contemplated eliminating Shun Qi while responding to Yuan Cheng'an. "Your subordinate is grateful for your guidance." Subsequently, Yang Yi and Ma Lu departed the government office, heading towards the southern marketplace. Throughout their journey, Yang Yi keenly sensed the animosity emanating from Ma Lu, who had even ceased to address him as Yi Ge. Yang Yi could not help but sigh inwardly. It was remarkable how swiftly Ma Lu's demeanor had shifted in just a few short days. He understood the root of Ma Lu's hostility. His return had curtailed Ma Lu's audacious extortion and deceitful practices. In essence, he had obstructed Ma Lu's means of income. Yang Yi feigned ignorance, considering Ma Lu merely a petty insect, incapable of threatening him. For the time being, it would be prudent to keep him alive. Perhaps Ma Lu could serve a greater purpose, such as taking the blame for his misdeeds. This was certainly more advantageous than simply eliminating him. Moreover, removing one Ma Lu could lead to the emergence of others like Niu Lu or Hu Lu, which would only complicate matters further. Currently, wanted notices bearing the names of Yang Yi and his companions were plastered across every corner of the city. The Windcatcher guards had also set up checkpoints at various crossroads, striving to uncover Yang Yi's whereabouts. Yang Yi smirked inwardly as he discreetly patrolled the southern marketplace. In the morning, the duo had patrolled for half the day without encountering any unexpected events. However, as afternoon approached, Yang Yi spotted a slightly plump, kindly-faced elder appearing in the southern marketplace. Yang Yi's attention was drawn to him primarily due to the familiar chill that emanated from the old man. This unique chill was unforgettable to him, a signature aura associated with the corpse refinement sect. The memory of the shock he experienced from the corpse at the mass grave lingered vividly in his mind. The old man's presence exuded the same chilling energy he had sensed from that corpse. The elder skillfully concealed his aura. Had Yang Yi not possessed some knowledge of the corpse refinement sect's techniques, he might have failed to detect it. As Yang Yi scrutinized the elder, the old man suddenly lifted his head, scanning his surroundings before hastily departing. Yang Yi quickly averted his gaze, reflecting on the elder's sharp instincts. It was remarkable how perceptive he was. A mere glance was sufficient for him to sense Yang Yi's attention, suggesting he was a seasoned veteran. Yang Yi then pondered further, could it be that this individual is targeting me? That dried corpse from earlier was likely his handiwork. The thought that such a person might be coming for his own interests sent a flicker of tension through Yang Yi's mind, quickly followed by a surge of murderous intent aimed at the old man. A glance at Ma Lu, who trailed behind him, prompted Yang Yi to concoct a pretext to send Ma Lu away, allowing him to blend into the crowd and stealthily follow the slightly portly elder from a distance. It was only when he observed the elder enter a modest dwelling in the west of the city that Yang Yi decided to abandon his pursuit. Knowing the elder's whereabouts sufficed for now, he could return at a later time to settle the score. Presently, the atmosphere in Linen City was fraught with tension, and it was broad daylight. Donned in the garb of a constable, he found it unwise to act at this moment. Inside the dwelling in the west of the city, the adept of the corpse refining sect, Mu Junzi, peered through the cracks of the door and window, attentively surveying the street outside, his heart racing incessantly. Moments ago, while in the South Market, he had sensed a subtle gaze upon him. It was not until he returned to his room in the west of the city that he felt that gaze dissipate, though that scrutiny was exceedingly discreet. His innate talents had always set him apart. His heightened senses allowed him to distinctly perceive when someone was watching him. Mu Jinzi held a deep trust in this instinct. After decades of wandering the martial world, had he not possessed such faculties, he would have perished countless times by now. Even though he saw no one on the street gazing at him, he chose to trust his feelings. After remaining in the room for half an hour, Mu Jinzi gathered his belongings and slipped out through the rear window, heading southward. Under no circumstances could he linger here. A change of location was imperative. Moving to the southern part of the city, where the population was denser, would surely provide cover. Moreover, he resolved to lead a more reclusive existence. Yang Yi could scarcely fathom that Mu Junzi of the corpse refining sect would resort to such extreme measures, opting to relocate and hide at the first sign of trouble. Meanwhile, Yang Yi pondered when he might return to confront this formidable practitioner of the corpse refining sect. Chapter 49. A Chance Encounter. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the wind-catching division had been particularly active, conducting rigorous inspections. Yang Yi was left with no choice but to act as an inconspicuous constable. However, he was not entirely idle. In recent days, Yang Yi had gathered intelligence regarding the vicinity of Shun Qidao's residence. Yet, executing a plan against Shun Qidao proved far from simple. The wind-catching division in Linen had suffered significant losses, attracting attention from the capital. A team of wind-catching guards had been dispatched to Linen, comprising a formidable 8th-grade Grandmaster, 2 7th-grade Masters, and 4 6th-grade practitioners. This was the reason for Yang Yi's recent compliance and restraint. Throughout these days, numerous disciples from various sects encountered misfortune. 2 6th-grade experts from the cult of the divine deity were apprehended, an officer from the sword god sect was captured, and several disciples from the demon sect were slain. This turmoil left the disciples of the various sects in linen feeling anxious, prompting them to conceal themselves even more deeply. Numerous minor sects, fearing repercussions, chose to temporarily withdraw from Linen City. The major sects, striving to conceal their presence, witnessed the minor sects' departure ease the tensions in the region. After several days of fruitless inquiries, the Windcatcher Bureau gradually relaxed its vigilance, dismantling the checkpoints at various street corners. As the scrutiny diminished, Yang Yi remained inactive. 3 days later, having discerned that the Windcatcher Bureau's strategy was one of outward leniency, yet inward vigilance, he resolved to take action. That evening, after returning home from his duties, Yang Yi diligently practiced for 2 hours as per his routine. Once nightfall enveloped the surroundings, he employed the disguise technique to alter his appearance, donned a nocturnal garb, armed himself with a dagger, and set forth towards the western part of the city. 10 days prior, he had detected traces of a formidable practitioner from the corpse refining sect and suspected that this individual had come in pursuit of him. It was imperative to investigate further and resolve the matter. However, upon arriving at the initial residence, Yang Yi discovered that the individual had long since departed. The dust accumulating on the table indicated that the person had likely left decisively on the very day he had been tracked. Yang Yi could not help but exclaim in admiration at the individual's caution. He was confident that he had left no trace while following, maintaining a considerable distance and never making direct eye contact. This suggested that either the individual had sensed his presence during their brief encounter in the southern market or possessed an innate talent allowing them to perceive his pursuit. With the individual absent, Yang Yi found himself at an impasse, cursing softly as he departed the dwelling and returned to his own courtyard. This was his first encounter with such a person, one who seemed to surpass him in every regard, vanishing without a trace at the slightest disturbance. Unbeknownst to him, in a courtyard just a street away, Mu Jinzi sat beneath the moonlight, lost in contemplation. For 10 days, after invading this residence and subduing its male and female proprietors, he had not ventured outside even once. With the situation in the city stabilizing, Mu Jinzi began to entertain the idea of stepping out for a brief exploration. Reflecting on the time he sought refuge here, he recalled sensing a familiar aura while passing another courtyard. After much deliberation, he resolved to investigate the following day. Having made up his mind, Mu Jinzi abruptly seized the trembling female host and led her toward the bedroom. The next day dawned bright and clear. Yang Yi rose early, tidied himself slightly, and planned to enjoy a hearty meal at the southern market before reporting for duty. As he made his way towards the market, he turned a corner and spotted a slightly portly elder emerging from a courtyard. At that moment, Yang Yi's expression faltered, and he quickly diverted his gaze from the elder, who was none other than the elusive practitioner from the corpse refining sect he had sought the previous night. Unexpectedly, he has taken refuge in the southern part of the city. No wonder he was so elusive. Truly, one might tread upon iron shoes yet find no trace, only to discover the sought after with ease, concealed right beneath his very nose. To avoid alarming the prey, Yang Yi refrained from casting another glance at the slightly plump elder, maintaining a calm demeanor, his heart devoid of any turbulence. It was early morning, bustling with people, making it imprudent to confront the elder directly. He resolved to return under the cover of night to settle matters. With the target rediscovered, Yang Yi felt a surge of joy, indulging in 2 hearty bowls of meat soup noodles at South Market before proceeding to the government office for his morning duties. Once again, there were no significant events to attend to. The wind-catching department had only recently dismantled its checkpoints, and their intimidating presence lingered. Even the most vicious of criminals dared not emerge to commit offenses at this juncture. Yang Yi relished the ease of the day, idly passing time with Ma Lu in South Market. While Yang Yi was patrolling the South Market, Mu Jinzi slowly approached the entrance of Yang Yi's courtyard, cautiously scanning his surroundings. Noticing no one was about, he gathered his energy and leaped over the courtyard wall. Earlier, outside the courtyard, his perception had been unclear. He sensed a familiar aura. However, upon entering the courtyard, Mu Jinzi immediately recognized the source of the familiar energy. It was the essence of the corpse-suppressing seal, which he had honed with his own blood over several decades. The corpse-suppressing seal had been fundamental to his suppression of the 6th-grade corpse. More than a year ago, his corpse was destroyed, and the seal had seemingly vanished. To his astonishment, he detected its presence here. A look of delight crossed Mu Jinzi's face as he dashed into Yang Yi's room, rummaging through the space. Yet, after half an hour of searching, he found nothing. He was convinced that the corpse-suppressing seal resided within this courtyard. He had scoured every room, but to no avail. Nevertheless, his search was not entirely fruitless. He discovered a concealed arrow within Yang Yi's room. This sleeve arrow led him to conclude that the owner of the courtyard was indeed the one who had slain Wang Ding at the Wang family's charitable establishment. The same individual who had destroyed his sixth-grade corpse at the mass grave. A surge of hatred surged within Mu Jinzi. At last, I have found you. Allow you a few more hours of life. Tonight, after extracting the whereabouts of the corpse-suppressing seal, I shall ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. He meticulously restored the traces of his search in the room and the courtyard before departing. He was still unfamiliar with the owner of the courtyard, and to ensure nothing went awry, he needed to ascertain the identity of the owner. Returning to the courtyard he had seized, Mu Jinzi summoned the male and female owners to inquire about Yang Yi. As a constable of Linen City, responsible for patrolling South Market, Yang Yi was quite well known in the vicinity. While not everyone had seen Yang Yi, at the very least, everyone was aware of which courtyard belonged to him. As soon as Mu Jinzi mentioned the location of Yang Yi's courtyard, the male and female owners promptly divulged his identity. Learning that Yang Yi was merely a lowly constable in Linen City, Mu Jinzi felt a great sense of reassurance. In the city of Linen, a modest constable, whose highest cultivation level barely reached the 4th rank, found himself in a precarious situation. Despite his lack of combat prowess and the absence of his necromancy techniques, he was confident in his ability to handle the situation, particularly given that his adversary was at the pinnacle of the 6th rank. Chapter 50. Capturing Mu Jinzi. As evening descended, Yang Yi returned to his courtyard after a fulfilling meal in the southern market. Anticipating an operation that night, he ensured he was well-fed and well-rested. However, upon entering his courtyard, a jolt of unease coursed through him. Someone had trespassed into his domain. With a swift stride, Yang Yi reached the door of his room, pushing it open and casting a sharp gaze across the interior. After a brief moment of scrutiny, he confirmed his suspicions. During his absence, an intruder had rummaged through his belongings. Although the intruder had taken care to restore many items to their original positions, Yang Yi's meticulous nature allowed him to detect the disturbances. He had a specific arrangement for everything, and any alteration would not escape his notice. His mind raced with possibilities. This was no ordinary thief. A typical burglar would not bother to return items to their rightful places. The fact that 1,000 copper coins, deliberately placed in plain sight, remained untouched indicated that he was being targeted. Extending his senses, Yang Yi surveyed his surroundings. Satisfied that no one was present, he quickly changed into another set of clothing and discreetly left his courtyard. He did not venture far, opting to conceal himself in a nearby yard. Though hidden, he remained vigilant, observing the situation in his own courtyard. The intruder had clearly been searching for something in his room. If they had failed during the day, it was plausible they might return at night to interrogate him. He needed to exercise caution. If the individual were someone of significant influence, he would have to devise a plan to escape Linen. Conversely, if they were not, he would ensure they faced the consequences of their actions. The anxiety they instilled in him would not go unpunished. As time passed and darkness enveloped the land, Yang Yi noticed a slightly plump figure slowly making its way toward his courtyard. His heart leaped. At last, the awaited individual had arrived. Upon observing the figure's physique, he was astonished to realize it was the elder from the necromancy sect, whom he had intended to confront that very night. In that moment, Yang Yi deduced the reason behind the search of his courtyard. The elder was likely after the corpse-controlling seal. Although Yang Yi had no intention of practicing the corpse control technique, he had thoroughly mastered the teachings of Wang Ding and understood the significance of the seal to the experts of the necromancy sect. He had refrained from discarding the seal due to its unique material, contemplating that if it could be forged into a weapon, it might yield remarkable results against necromantic entities. A cold smile crept across Yang Yi's face. Since the elder had come to him, he would take full advantage of the opportunity. Yang Yi swiftly averted his gaze from Mu Jinzi, not wishing to alert him and allow for an escape. Outside Yang Yi's courtyard, Mu Jinzi suddenly felt a surge of trepidation, as if calamity were imminent. Trembling, he instinctively turned to flee. However, upon turning, the thought of his corpse-sealing talisman and the intelligence he had gathered about Yang Yi halted him in his tracks. His inquiries had not been limited to the couple. He had also pressed several nearby households for information. Only after confirming that Yang Yi was indeed an inconspicuous constable, did he resolve to take action that night. Mu Jinzi's expression shifted dramatically as he cast aside his earlier unease, deciding to retrieve his talisman from Yang Yi. He believed the constable to be a mere minor figure, incapable of posing a threat to him. Resolute by nature, Mu Jinzi, having made his decision, promptly leapt into Yang Yi's courtyard, stealthily making his way towards Yang Yi's room. At the very moment Mu Jinzi entered the courtyard, a faint smile graced Yang Yi's lips. He then silently emerged from the shadows of his courtyard, his toes barely touching the ground as he vaulted over the wall into his own domain. By now, Mu Jinzi had pushed open the door to Yang Yi's room. The instant the door swung open, Mu Jinzi's alertness peaked. Alarmingly, the constable was not present. Stunned, Mu Jinzi recalled having seen him return, yet now he was nowhere to be found. Coupled with the frantic warnings from his instincts, Mu Jinzi swiftly resolved to retreat. However, before he could exit the threshold, Yang Yi materialized like a specter at the door. In response, Mu Jinzi flipped his wrist, drawing a dagger and lunging at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's fingers curled slightly, and a surge of energy erupted, shattering the dagger. Mu Jinzi's heart raced as the words 7th rank nearly escaped his lips. Yet, Yang Yi was not about to grant him the opportunity to alert others. With a swift maneuver, he closed the distance to Mu Jinzi, his left hand darting out to cover Mu Jinzi's mouth, lifting him effortlessly. With his right hand, he unleashed a series of punches that shattered Mu Jinzi's limbs. Holding him aloft, Yang Yi rummaged through the room and found several unwashed, foul-smelling socks. Releasing his grip on Mu Jinzi's mouth just before he could wail in despair, Yang Yi swiftly stuffed the socks into Mu Jinzi's mouth. Finally, he secured Mu Jinzi with a rope within the room. Emerging from the confines of the room, Yang Yi made his way to the residence where he had previously encountered Mu Jinzi that very morning. For his own safety, it was imperative that no one learned of Mu Jinzi's visit. The dwelling was not far from Yang Yi's courtyard. With a few swift moves, he arrived at the backyard. However, upon entering, Yang Yi's brow furrowed in alarm as he detected a strong, metallic scent of blood permeating the air. Yang Yi followed the scent of blood into the room. Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by the moonlight illuminating two lifeless bodies within. He stepped forward and ignited the oil lamp in the chamber. Before him lay a male corpse, bound and sprawled on the floor before the bed. A gaping wound in his throat and his eyes gouged out. The expression of torment etched upon his face suggested he had endured unspeakable agony before his demise. The female corpse, disheveled and reclining on the bed, had a cloth stuffed in her mouth, her eyes wide with terror, and a dagger plunged into her chest. It was evident that she too had suffered inhuman torment prior to her death. At this sight, a flicker of indignation crossed Yang Yi's countenance. He was not a man of virtue, having come with intentions of silencing witnesses. Yet, the brutality displayed before him ignited a flame of righteous anger within him. Such acts were utterly reprehensible. With a grim expression, Yang Yi refrained from rummaging through the bodies. Instead, he swiftly erased any trace of his presence, extinguished the oil lamp, closed the door, and returned to his own courtyard. There, he altered his appearance, donned his night attire, and, armed with a wooden figure, made his way toward the western part of the city. This was not the place for interrogating the captured figure. To conduct such an interrogation, he would need the assistance of Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu in their courtyard. The Li residence in the western district, acquired by Li Yinluo's parents, was well equipped with secret chambers and tunnels, making it an ideal location for questioning the captured individual. Chapter 51. Interrogating Mu Jinzi. Yang Yi stealthily carried Mu Jinzi as he approached the Li residence. Upon arriving outside, he glanced around to ensure the area was clear before lightly leaping into the compound. As he entered the courtyard with Mu Jinzi in hand, a green-clad figure wielding a long sword swooped down from the air. Recognizing the impending threat, Yang Yi quickly called out, "Sister Xiao, hold your hand. It is I." Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Qinyu immediately halted her advance. She approached Yang Yi, pointing at Mu Jinzi, and inquired, "Junior brother, what has happened? Who is this person?" As she posed her questions, Li Yinluo, clad in a striking red outfit and also holding a sword, emerged into the courtyard. Yang Yi lifted the captured figure slightly, responding, "Sister, this man is likely from the corpse refining sect. He infiltrated my home today, and I apprehended him. My courtyard is not suitable for interrogation, so I thought to bring him here." Without a moment's hesitation and without questioning how Yang Yi had crossed paths with the corpse refining sect, Li Yinluo replied, "Junior brother, if that is the case, follow me." With that, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu led Yang Yi towards the secret chamber. Upon reaching the secret room, Li Luo assured Yang Yi, "Rest easy in your interrogation. This chamber is constructed from special materials, ensuring that no sound will escape." After this, Li Luo and Xiao Qinyu left, granting Yang Yi solitude in the chamber. Yang Yi entered the secret room and unceremoniously discarded Mu Jinzi. Mu Jinzi was forcefully thrown to the ground by Yang Yi, emitting anguished groans of pain. Yang Yi leaned down to extract the foul sock stuffed in Mu Jinzi's mouth, which prompted an immediate and heart-wrenching wail from him. With a sullen countenance, Yang Yi coldly interrogated Mu Jinzi, inquiring about his identity and the purpose of his intrusion into his courtyard. "Was it you who rummaged through my room in broad daylight? What are you searching for? Why have you set your sights on me? I advise you to confess honestly, for my methods are beyond your capacity to endure." Upon finishing, Yang Yi flicked his fingers, unleashing a surge of true essence that obliterated the 3-inch root of sin beneath Mu Jinzi. The latter let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, writhing on the ground in agony. Yang Yi observed him with cold indifference, waiting for the sounds of Mu Jinzi's lament to diminish before speaking again. "That was merely a demonstration of my capabilities. Should you fail to cooperate, you will experience torment far worse than what you just endured." At these words, Mu Jinzi trembled, raising his head with great difficulty to face Yang Yi. He had never anticipated that his lifetime of caution would lead him to a downfall due to a single reckless act. Driven by an urgent desire to reclaim the corpse sealing seal, he found himself ensnared by someone he deemed an insignificant threat, a mere officer of the law. Internally, Mu Jinzi cursed vehemently. How insidious! This officer is exceedingly treacherous, utterly devoid of morality. As a dignified 7th-grade minor master, he was considered a formidable figure across the Easternly realm, capable of serving as an elder in any sect. Yet here he was, stooping to the level of a minor constable in a provincial city, not even worthy of entering the wind-catching division. Was there any justice in this world? It was utterly humiliating. Though Mu Jinzi harbored thoughts of defiance, the excessive caution he had cultivated over the years had long since eroded his courage. The memory of Yang Yi's earlier methods sent shivers down his spine, rendering him incapable of standing firm. Without needing further interrogation, Mu Jinzi divulged everything in a torrent. "My name is Mu Jinzi, an officer of the corpse refining sect." Upon hearing Mu Jinzi's confession, Yang Yi finally understood why Mu Jinzi had sought him out. This Mu Jinzi was indeed the master of the corpse he had slain at the mass grave. The individuals he had previously encountered from the corpse refining sect were all disciples of Mu Jinzi. The latter had come to Linen City under the impression that his corpse had been killed by the god-worship sect, having heard rumors of their presence in the city and intending to confront them. However, just as Mu Jinzi was about to act after discerning the god-worship sect's hidden location, he was chased away from the west side of the city and had to hide for 10 days. It was during his retreat from the west to the south of the city that he inadvertently sensed the aura of the corpse sealing seal outside Yang Yi's courtyard, prompting him to search through Yang Yi's room. Earlier that day, Mu Jinzi had inquired about Yang Yi's whereabouts from 3 households, but he had silenced them all. Yang Yi shook his head, realizing that these individuals were merely unfortunate victims caught in the turmoil. This revelation filled him with immense relief, as he had chosen the path of practicing martial arts through the exploration of corpses. The world they inhabited was utterly inhospitable to ordinary people. Even inaction could lead to calamity descending from the heavens. After gleaning such information from Mu Jinzi, Yang Yi pondered deeply. Mu Jinzi had located him through the aura of the corpse suppression seal. If Mu Jinzi could sense it, it was plausible that other adept practitioners of the corpse refining sect could as well. The corpse suppression seal needed to be dealt with post-haste. He decided to consult his senior sister shortly, instructing her to prepare the necessary materials for forging. Together, they would meld the corpse suppression seal with other components to craft several formidable weapons. The location of the god-worshipping sect was an unexpected stroke of fortune. It must be said, Mu Jinzi possessed considerable skills. While the wind-catching department had been unable to uncover the whereabouts of the god-worshipping sect, Mu Jinzi had succeeded. Given that the stone guanyin of the god-worshipping sect had previously acted against them, now that Yang Yi was aware of their hiding place, he felt compelled to seize the opportunity to eliminate the stone guanyin. Yang Yi would never admit that he was motivated by the desire to plunder corpses. For a moment, he realized he had numerous tasks ahead of him. The commander of the wind-catching guards, Shun Chi Dao, sought his demise. Weapons needed to be forged. and the stone guanyin of the god-worshipping sect had to be eradicated. Indeed, there was much to be done. Yang Yi's gaze sharpened. Though the tasks were many, there was no urgency. One by one, he would address them all. In the midst of Mu Junzi's terrified gaze, Yang Yi pointed his sword towards Mu Junzi's heart. Mu Junzi wished to cry out for mercy, yet the plea had not escaped his lips before Yang Yi's sword energy pierced through him, exploding within, reducing his heart to a mass of pulpy flesh, while his chest bore no visible wound. With eyes wide open, Mu Junzi gasped his last breath. What followed was the process of plundering the corpse. As the host made contact with the body, random items were obtained. 30 years of martial arts cultivation. 30 years of martial arts prowess was a modest yield, insufficient for him to break through to a higher minor realm. Yang Yi was in no rush to extract it. He would wait until he had accumulated 50 years of martial arts cultivation before proceeding. Carrying Mu Junzi's lifeless form out of the secret chamber, he soon encountered Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, who were waiting nearby. Upon seeing Yang Yi emerge, they approached him. Li Yinluo glanced at Mu Junzi's corpse and inquired, "Junior brother, has the matter been resolved?" Yang Yi nodded, smiling. "I apologize for the sudden intrusion. I hope I have not disturbed your rest, senior sister. Do you have a sack at home? I need to attend to the body." Chapter 52, Teaching the Heavenly Blade. Li Yinluo looked at Yang Yi and spoke gently. "There is no need for such formality. Junior brother, you may leave the body to us for handling." Then she asked, "Junior brother, have a recent inspections by the wind-catching department loosened? Do you have any plans?" Yang Yi stroked his chin and replied, "Indeed, I do. During the recent interrogation of this individual, I unexpectedly uncovered the hiding place of the cult of the divine. I intend to take action against them. Additionally, it is likely that the wind catchers from Kyoto will soon withdraw from Linen City, at which point I wish to eliminate Shunqi Dao, and may require the assistance of my senior sister. By the way, could you investigate whether there are any opportunities to discreetly acquire a blacksmith shop or procure some forging equipment? It is high time we fashion our weapons." Li Yanlu responda. "Very well. When you prepare to strike against the cult of the divine and Shunqi Dao, do inform us. This is not a matter for you alone. We shall act together. In the coming days, I will find a way to acquire a blacksmith shop, although we still need to select a suitable blacksmith." Yang Yi replied with a gentle smile. "Senior sister, we need not rely on others for our weapons. I possess some knowledge of forging. I would appreciate it if you could prepare the necessary materials and equipment." Upon hearing that Yang Yi also had expertise in forging, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu exchanged astonished glances, as if encountering a rare species. Xiao Qinyu directly exclaimed, "Junior brother, you can forge as well? You are indeed a man of many talents. What else can you do? Please do share." Yang Yi scratched his head, feigning modesty. "It's not easy to say. It's not that I wish to conceal my abilities. Rather, I prefer that you discover my various skills on your own in due time." After exchanging a few more words with Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, Yang Yi decided to take his leave. So many lives have been lost in the southern part of the city today, and it would be much for him to attend to tomorrow. Just before departing, an idea struck him, and he turned to Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu. "Senior sister, do you have a knife at home?" Xiao Qinyu assumed Yang Yi desired a knife for self-defense and promptly said, "Please wait a moment. Junior brother, I will fetch a knife for you." She hurried away and soon returned with a handguard straight sword, which she handed to Yang Yi. Upon receiving the sword, Yang Yi immediately drew it from its sheath and performed a few flourishes, testing its feel. He then turned to Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, saying, "Senior sister, I possess a blade known as the Heavenly Blade. I invite you to appraise it." Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu felt a tremor in their hearts. They understood Yang Yi's intention. What he termed as appraisal was, in fact, a transmission of knowledge. Both had witnessed the formidable power of Yang Yi's swordsmanship, which was undeniably terrifying and surpassed even the Xuantian sword technique. They had long been curious about Yang Yi's technique, but out of respect for his personal journey, they refrained from inquiring. To their astonishment, Yang Yi was willing to impart such a fearsome sword technique to them. Yang Yi intended to teach them the first form of Heavenly Blade, the World-S Dawn, a decision made after careful consideration. Having already mastered the second form, the cycle of life and death, he found that sharing the first form would not greatly affect him. Moreover, after this period of camaraderie, Yang Yi has fully acknowledged Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu as exemplary companions. Furthermore, the innate talents of Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu are undoubtedly of an extraordinary caliber, and it is likely that he will need to rely on them in the future. Yang Yi is acutely aware that in the realm of martial arts, One cannot traverse far as a lone wolf. In this world, pursuing the path of cultivation necessitates intelligence and the exchange of martial knowledge to navigate effectively. Yang Yi has no intention of establishing any factions, nor does he wish to affiliate himself with others, much less recklessly engage with a larger number of individuals. Thus, the significance of Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu to Yang Yi becomes apparent. Yang Yi refrained from employing his true essence or vigor, instead demonstrating the first stance of the heavenly blade, known as the opening of heaven and earth, for the two to observe. While performing, he meticulously explained the essence of executing the heavenly blade, akin to how Li Yanluo had once imparted martial arts to him, with painstaking detail. After several demonstrations and explanations, and only when both had assured him they had comprehended the technique, did Yang Yi sheath his blade and stand at ease. Senior sister. This move is called the opening of heaven and earth, an advanced technique of the heavenly tier, possessing formidable power to serve as a trump card. I hope you can master it swiftly. Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu gazed at Yang Yi, their eyes shimmering with brilliance. This junior brother had not been a poor choice. Such a high-level sword technique was imparted to them with such ease. They were not naive young maidens, and the advanced sword techniques of the heavenly tier were likely scarce throughout the entire Easternly. In the realm of the Easternly kingdom, even the initial level of the heavenly tier was regarded as the pinnacle, only accessible to the court and a few formidable sects and noble families. Should this sword technique be disseminated, it would undoubtedly incite a tempest of bloodshed across a multitude of neighboring nations. With a graceful bow, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu expressed in unison, their voices ringing clear as bells. We, as sisters, extend our heartfelt gratitude to our junior brother for sharing this technique. Yang Yi raised a hand to support them, lifting them back to their feet, and replied, Senior sister, there is no need for such formality. You both have previously bestowed upon me techniques of the heavenly tier. The world is fraught with challenges, and we are fortunate to be siblings in this journey. We must support one another as we forge ahead. This is but a mere sword technique. How could it be of greater importance than the two of you? The sincerity of Yang Yi's words was uncertain, yet his demeanor was serious and earnest, evoking strong emotions. Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, illuminated by the moonlight, gazed upon Yang Yi's resolute visage, their hearts stirred in a manner they had never experienced over the past decade. In that moment, they found Yang Yi to be particularly handsome and dependable, a blush creeping onto their faces, though the cloak of night concealed their embarrassment from him. Had Yang Yi realized the effect of his words, he would have certainly refrained from uttering such sentimental sentiments. Li Yanluo slightly lowered her head, hiding the warm blush on her cheeks, and gently said, Junior brother, it is getting late, and you still have duties tomorrow. Please return and rest. Yang Yi, oblivious to the tremor in her voice, nodded lightly. As the evening drew to a close, Yang Yi bid farewell to his senior sister, acknowledging the prolonged disturbance he had caused her. With a graceful leap over the wall, he vanished into the moonlit night, leaving Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu in contemplative silence as they gazed at his retreating figure. After a span of approximately 10 minutes, the two regained their composure. A mutual glance revealed the unspoken embarrassment in their eyes. Just as Xiao Qinyu was about to voice her thoughts, Li Yanluo, with a serious expression, interjected, Dear sister, whether it concerns us or our junior brother, we all bear the weight of deep-seated grievances. Now is not the moment for discussions of romantic entanglements. I perceive that our junior brother harbors no such intentions. Let us reserve our affections for a future time. We are but unfortunate souls, and it is best to let fate take its course. Xiao Qinyu remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Chapter 53. Crossing the Thunder the following day. Yang Yi dutifully reported to the magistrate's office for his shift. The tragic demise of several households at the hands of Mu Jinzi had yet to be discovered, likely remaining concealed until midday or afternoon. After the roll call, as Yang Yi prepared to patrol the southern market with Ma Lu, he unexpectedly overheard a conversation between Yuan Qingshan and two other captains. With a tone heavy with concern, Yuan Qingshan remarked, Alas, the officials from the capital's Windcatcher division are set to return today. Given the recent tumultuous events, the perpetrator who harmed Lord Shun remains at large. I have urged my subordinates to exercise utmost caution. Should any further blunders occur, we shall all bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi felt a stirring within. The Windcatchers from the capital were departing. The opportunity to act against Shin Chi Dao was at hand. However, careful planning was essential. Shin Dao was no ordinary individual. He seemed to possess significant connections in the capital, making him a challenging target. Yang Yi also worried that this might be a ruse orchestrated by the wind catchers before their departure, a strategy to lure them into a trap. After all, they had achieved little since their arrival in Linen, and Yang Yi found it hard to believe they would willingly return empty-handed. Throughout the morning, Yang Yi patrolled while contemplating how to discern the true intentions of the wind catchers and how to utilize the Baishan sect to his advantage. Despite his musings, no solid plan emerged. Just as he was about to abandon his thoughts, he inadvertently glanced up to see a one-armed figure peering down from the second floor of the Qingfeng building, a nearby tavern. Yang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Although the figure was partially obscured, he recognized him immediately. It was Gongsun Wuji, the elder of the Divine Sword sect, who had lost an arm to Li Yanluo on General Mountain. To his surprise, this individual still lingered in Linen. Yang Yi had assumed he had returned to the Divine Sword sect long ago. Yang Yi recalled that the Divine Sword sect was also among those sought by the Windcatchers. The sight of Gongsun Wuji sparked a thought. Although he could not enlist the Baishan sect to clear his path, the presence of the Divine Sword sect could prove beneficial. He merely needed to discreetly convey the news of the Windcatchers' impending departure to Gongsun Wuji. Perhaps the Divine Sword sect might reach out to the demon cult to take action against Shin Dao. Yang Yi turned his gaze towards Ma Lu, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he pointed towards Qingfeng Tower. Ma Lu, feeling weary today, shall we indulge in some wine? Upon hearing the mention of food and drink, Ma Lu immediately perked up, responding with a cheerful demeanor. That sounds splendid. After patrolling all morning, I am positively famished. Yang Yi, however, observed Ma Lu's increasingly round cheeks with a hint of skepticism. Hungry? This fellow has been on patrol all morning and has feasted throughout, he mused. He has never turned down the offerings from street vendors. How could he possibly be hungry? It's merely his gluttonous nature. Yet, it was precisely Ma Lu's disposition that brought Yang Yi greater amusement. Otherwise, managing him would have proven troublesome. With that, Yang Yi led Ma Lu towards Qingfeng Tower. Ma Lu, it has come to my attention that despite our long-standing camaraderie, I have yet to treat you to a meal. I have been preoccupied until recently. But now that things have settled, I shall make amends. Feel free to eat your fill. I will take care of the bill. Ma Lu's excitement was palpable at this declaration, and he regarded Yang Yi with newfound appreciation. Qingfeng Tower was no ordinary establishment. It possessed a certain prestige and often extended courtesies to them, occasionally offering complimentary snacks. However, the thought of dining there without paying was beyond Ma Lu's boldness. The dishes at Qingfeng Tower were not inexpensive, and given their meager salaries as constables, affording such luxury was unlikely. In fact, he had never had the opportunity to savor Qingfeng Tower's cuisine until now, and the prospect of being treated by Yang Yi filled him with overwhelming delight. Upon entering Qingfeng Tower, Yang Yi guided Ma Lu to a table on the second floor, selecting a spot that was neither too far nor too close to Gongsun Wuji. Their chosen position formed a blind spot, rendering them invisible to Gongsun Wuji, yet given his cultivation, he would undoubtedly overhear their conversation with clarity. As soon as Ma Lu settled in, he called over a waiter, enthusiastically ordering 7 or 8 signature dishes and 2 jars of fine wine. After placing his order, he turned back to Yang Yi, seeking reassurance. Zhou Yi, is it all right for me to order all this? Yang Yi felt a pang of anxiety at Ma Lu's words. However, realizing that this might be a final opportunity for Ma Lu, he chose not to contest the matter. The service at Qingfeng Tower was remarkably swift, and soon, the dishes and wine arrived. Ma Lu immediately began to feast, downing a jar of wine in mere moments. Noticing Ma Lu becoming slightly inebriated, Yang Yi began to steer the conversation towards the withdrawal of the Kyoto Wind capturing division. He distinctly sensed that the moment Ma Lu mentioned this development, the sound of Gongsun Wuji's wine cup striking the table grew noticeably heavier. A faint smile curled at the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. The plan was nearly in motion. The Divine Sword sect and the demon cult would surely not let this opportunity slip by. All he had to do was play the role of a bystander. The sumptuous feast laid upon the table was swiftly devoured. Ma Lu, now thoroughly intoxicated, lay sprawled like a heap of discarded clay, while Yang Yi feigned a similar drunken demeanor, staggering as he walked. After settling the bill, Yang Yi requested a servant from Qingfeng Tower to escort Ma Lu home, before he himself wobbled towards his own courtyard. As he rounded the street corner, Yang Yi caught a glimpse of Gongsun Wuji emerging from Qingfeng Tower. causing a wave of relief to wash over him. Upon returning to his abode, he promptly succumbed to a deep slumber. After the passage of approximately an hour, a constable rapped insistently on the door of Yang Yi's courtyard. Hearing the commotion, Yang Yi made no effort to respond, merely turning over to continue his repose. The constable, finding no response, decided to scale the wall and enter. "Zhou Yi, come out. A grave matter has arisen," urged the constable. Only then did Yang Yi rise from his bed, his face flushed as he opened the door, exclaiming, "What is it?" After finally enjoying a drink, "Must I now be denied my rest?" Stepping forward, the constable grasped Yang Yi's arm and led him outside, continuing, drinking so heavily in broad daylight. "I wonder how you will explain yourself to Captain Yuan. A homicide has occurred nearby. Are you aware?" Yang Yi, fully cognizant of the situation, knew better than to reveal his knowledge. With bleary eyes, he mumbled, "What homicide? I know nothing of it." The constable dragged Yang Yi to the scene of the crime from the previous day. There, Yuan Qingyan and a captain surnamed Tang, accompanied by 2 other constables, were meticulously examining the site. Yuan Qingyan wore a foul expression, irked that such a calamity had transpired just after the departure of the capital's wind-catching bureau. Upon seeing Yang Yi brought in, visibly inebriated, his anger flared further. "At this hour, still indulging in drink? Do you not grasp the gravity of the situation?" Chapter 54. The Siege of Shunqidao. The toll of yesterday's fatalities weighed heavily on Yuan Qingyan as he unleashed a tirade of invective upon Yang Yi. Yet, Yang Yi maintained his act of drunkenness, feigning ignorance. Observing his comically inebriated state, Yuan Qingyan eventually waved him away, weary of his presence. For a man in such a stupor was of no use, only adding to his vexation. Yuan Qingyan had long been aware of the inadequacies of his subordinates, yet, having accepted their wages, he felt reluctant to lay further blame. Once back in his own courtyard, Yang Yi shook off the remnants of intoxication, the scent of alcohol dissipating as quickly as it had come. His earlier demeanor had been but a ruse. As a minor master of the 7th rank, no amount of common liquor could incapacitate him. All his actions had been a calculated ploy to buy himself some time. After changing into fresh attire and employing his energy to adjust his physique and alter his appearance, Yang Yi departed towards the Li residence in the western part of the city. In his estimation, the Shunjian sect was likely to strike that very night, and he felt compelled to inform Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, readying for a cunning ambush. Even if the Divine Sword sect chose to act with caution and refrain from taking action, they would not suffer a loss. They could merely observe for a few more days. At this moment, in the hidden lair of the Divine Sword sect, Gongsun Wuji convened the remaining 2 stewards to deliberate on how to deal with Shunqidao. He informed them of the news regarding the withdrawal of the capital wind-catching division, to which the stewards expressed their strong agreement with Gongsun Wuji's decision. The battle at General Mountain had resulted in heavy casualties for the Divine Sword sect. Although Gongsun Wuji's arm was not severed by the wind-catching division, their subsequent manhunt against them had undeniably fostered enmity. Despite their eagerness to eliminate Shunqidao, they did not lose their composure. One of the stewards, stroking his beard thoughtfully, suggested, "Elder Gongsun, why not divulge this information to the demon sect? They harbored deep-seated grievances against the wind-catching division and would surely seize this opportunity. In this way, even if there are any schemes from the wind-catching guards, the demon sect would take the brunt of it." The other steward concurred, adding, "This plan is feasible. Apart from Lady Yinming, the demon sect is composed of brutes, simple-minded and easily misled. Lady Yinming would not concern herself with their fates." Gongsun Wuji pondered for a moment before responding, "In that case, let's also notify the worship god sect. Although it is highly unlikely that Shi Guanyin would involve herself, one can never be too certain." After speaking, Gongsun Wuji addressed his 2 stewards, saying, "Chun Hu, you shall immediately proceed to the demon sect's base to meet with Lady Yinming. Tang Song, you will go to the worship god sect to relay the message to Shi Guanyin. Yang Yi will visit the Li residence in the west of the city to inform Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu of the situation." Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu swiftly transformed their appearances and accompanied Yang Yi northward. In the northern part of the city, Li was precisely where Shunqidao and other dignitaries resided, boasting the highest level of security in all of Linen. Yang Yi had exerted considerable effort to ascertain Shunqidao's residence. By the afternoon, the trio arrived early at Li. They chose to stay at an inn located slightly farther from Shunqidao's abode, though this inn was somewhat distant. Their quarters on the 4th floor afforded a clear view of the vicinity surrounding Shun Shidao's residence. With time still on their side, Yang Yi requested some refreshments from the innkeeper. The three leaned against the window, dining while observing the surroundings. Initially, nothing noteworthy transpired. Yang Yi reminded Unditaret. It was still early, and even the Divine Sword sect or the Demon sect, despite their boldness, would hesitate to act recklessly. After all, the 8th grade Grandmaster of Linen City might still be present. Yang Yi relayed this information to the Divine Sword sect, expressing his concerns not only about the capital wind-catching guards, but also about discerning whether the 8th grade Grandmaster was in the city. Historically, 8th grade Grandmasters seldom remained in Linen, but their current status was uncertain. For the sake of his own life, a prudent probe was essential. If the Windcatchers of Kyoto or that 8th rank Grandmaster from Linen were to appear, Yang Yi would undoubtedly refrain from taking action. The three of them waited for several hours, and as the night deepened, no signs of movement were observed. Just as Yang Yi suspected that the Divine Sword sect would not make a move, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a one-armed figure darting past the street corner. Yang Yi's spirits soared. Finally, after such a long wait, there was movement. Upon spotting Gongsun Wujia, he soon noticed over 10 figures stealthily approaching the residence of Shun Qidao under the cover of darkness. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, witnessing Yang Yi's gaze fixed outside, exchanged knowing smiles, realizing that Yang Yi's plan had succeeded. They rose to peer through the window towards Shun Qidao's abode. Before long, chaos erupted in the direction of Shun Qidao's residence, flames flickering to life. This group had brazenly stormed into Shun Qidao's home, unleashing a bloody massacre. Yang Yi observed from above as numerous servants within Shun Qidao's residence were mercilessly slaughtered. Shun Qidao, despite being grievously injured, wielded his blade and charged out of his room, while the local wind catchers hastily rallied towards his residence. However, these wind catchers were merely from Linen. The Kyoto wind catchers had yet to reveal themselves, and that 8th rank Grandmaster remained absent. The clash between the demonic disciples invading Shun Qidao's residence and Shun Qidao, alongside the wind catchers, erupted into a cacophony of battle cries. Kill! Slay the imperial hounds! Kill Shun Qidao! Gongsun Wujia, seeing no trace of the Kyoto wind catchers at the scene, grew bolder. He swiftly led the remaining disciples and stewards of the Divine Sword sect from Linen into the fray, aiming to assassinate Shun Qidao. Had Gongsun Wujia not lost an arm to Li Yinluo, Shun Qidao, in his severely weakened state, would likely have been swiftly dispatched. Shun Qidao, gravely injured, could not maintain his grip on the wind catcher blade after enduring several strikes from Gongsun Wujia, causing it to clatter to the ground. Without a weapon, Shun Qidao saw the glimmer of hope for his demise in Gongsun Wujia's eyes, who, with a sinister grin, lunged towards him like a bolt of lightning. In that moment, even Yang Yi believed Shun Qidao was destined to perish at Gongsun Wujia's hands. However, in this critical moment, Shun Qidao desperately called out, "Brother Wei, Brother Zhang, are you not going to make your move? Are you truly content to watch me be slain?" Upon hearing this, Gongsun Wujia's heart skipped a beat. Yet he gritted his teeth and continued his assault on Shun Qidao. This was undoubtedly Shun Qidao's most vulnerable moment. If he did not strike now, the opportunity might never arise again. Ultimately, Gongsun Wujia could not bring about Shun Qidao's end. The sudden appearance of Wei and Zhang Huaidong was too swift. From a distance, Zhang Huaidong hurled his ghost head blade towards Gongsun Wujia, forcing him to abandon his attempt to kill Shun Qidao and evade Zhang Huaidong's attack. Chapter 55, The Scheme. The arrival of Wei and Zhang Huaidong filled Gongsun Wujia with dread. Both individuals are of the 7th tier minor master realm. Had he been in his prime, he might have engaged them in a prolonged struggle. However, in his current state, he only yearns to flee. On the upper floor of a distant inn, Yang Yi beheld Wei and Zhang Huaidong for the first time. Wei donned simple, unadorned garments, his face perpetually adorned with a cheerful smile, exuding an air of tranquility and elegance, resembling more a scholar than a martial artist. In contrast, Zhang Huaidong sported a thick beard and had brows that slanted menacingly towards his temples, projecting an intimidating and fearsome presence. Yang Yi turned to Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, softly inquiring, "Sister, what are your thoughts on these two? Do you believe they can be slain?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu exchanged glances before gently shaking their heads in response. It is not easy to kill them in haste. Yang Yi comprehended their implication. Both women were indeed exceptional talents among the 7th tier, possessing formidable strength, and there were few at this level whom they could not defeat. Yet, Those who had ascended to the 7th tier invariably possessed unique advantages and formidable trump cards. Attempting to eliminate a 7th tier minor master in a rush proved to be a daunting challenge. It was akin to when Yang Yi attempted to wield the Heavenly Blade, yet failed to slay Shen Qidao. Not solely due to his recent breakthrough to the 7th tier and his inadequacy in mastering the Heavenly Blade, but also owing to Shen Qidao's own substantial capabilities. After addressing Yang Yi's query, Li Yinluo furrowed her brow and asked him, "Junior brother, do you wish to engage in battle at this moment?" Yang Yi, intently observing the unfolding situation from a distance, gently shook his head. "No, it is not yet the right time. While the Windcatcher Division has indeed made preparations, the Divine Sword sect does not act solely on fervor. Let us wait and see." As Yang Yi spoke, the situation ahead underwent a dramatic transformation. Just as Gongsun Wuji intended to flee, a stunning woman clad in a black dress, with fiery red lips, materialized at the heart of the conflict. This enchanting figure was none other than Lady Yiming of the Devil Sect, followed closely by Shi Guanyin of the Worship of the Gods Sect. The arrival of Shi Guanyin took Gongsun Wuji and Lady Yiming by surprise. Based on their understanding, Shi Guanyin should not have intervened. Dressed in white, her garments rustled in the night breeze, her tone icy as she spoke. The Windcatcher Division of Kyoto has indeed departed, along with that 8th tier elder. This is the opportune moment to eliminate Shen Qidao. How could I, Shi Guanyin, let such a chance slip by? From the heights of the distant inn. Upon witnessing Shi Guanyin's appearance, Yang Yi felt a significant sense of reassurance. Su Zhongliang, the Lord of Linen Prefecture, was a member of the Worship of the Gods Sect. Since Shi Guanyin dared to show herself, it indicated that the Windcatcher Division had truly vacated Kyoto, and the 8th tier elder was likely absent from the city as well. Yang Yi's expression grew slightly solemn as he addressed Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu. "Sister, it seems the Windcatcher Division has indeed departed. It is time for us to take action. Once they have exhausted themselves in their struggle, we shall strike and capture them all in one fell swoop." Upon hearing Yang Yi's words, Li Yinluo's brow, which had just relaxed, furrowed slightly once more. She was acutely aware that the information regarding the deity-worshipping sect's connection to Lord Su Zhongliang of Linen was divulged by her to Yang Yi. She understood well the basis for Yang Yi's judgment. However, she found such reasoning to be lacking in rigor and feared that he might impulsively rush out at any moment. Hastily, she grasped his sleeve and urged, "Junior brother, do not act in haste. Su Zhongliang and the Wind-Catching Division are not part of the same system. His information may not be accurate. What if the Wind-Catching Division intends to deceive Su Zhongliang? Or perhaps this is precisely the information they wish to disseminate." Yang Yi was instantly drenched in cold sweat upon hearing her words. Indeed, she was correct. Such a possibility existed, and it was rather substantial. Just moments ago, witnessing the fierce battle between the Wind-Catching Division and various sects from afar, he had glimpsed a renewed hope for his own cultivation, driven by a sense of greed that clouded his judgment. Fortuitously, with Li Yinluo's timely reminder, he avoided a potentially disastrous outcome. Yang Yi swiftly recalibrated his mindset and sincerely expressed his gratitude to her, saying, "Thank you, senior sister, for your reminder. Had it not been for you, I would have nearly caused a grave disaster." With this reminder, Yang Yi refrained from making any rash moves and continued to observe with a calm demeanor. In the distance, Weiyan, upon encountering the sudden appearance of Lady Yiming, Shi Guanyin, and a multitude of disciples from the demonic sect and the deity-worshipping sect, displayed no signs of fear. Instead, he exuded an air of confidence, as if everything was well within his control. Weiyan's smile grew ever more pronounced as he addressed Gongsun Wuji, Lady Yiming, and Shi Guanyin in a tone devoid of urgency. "Indeed, you have arrived. We have been waiting for quite some time. You must have embedded spies within our Wind-Catching Division or the government office." At these words, with the exception of Gongsun Wuji, who appeared somewhat perplexed, both Shi Guanyin and Lady Yiming felt a sudden pause in their hearts. Weiyan was correct. They had indeed placed spies within the Wind-Catching Division and the government office. Had it not been for the accurate intelligence they received, their cautious nature would have prevented them from appearing here, yet they had unwittingly fallen into a trap laid by the Wind-Catching Division. After delivering his statement, Weiyan cast a sidelong glance at Gongsun Wuji, seemingly regretful. "Gongsun Wuji of the Divine Sword sect, born of a prestigious lineage, yet you consort with the demonic sect. It is a disgrace to the Divine Sword sect. I advise you to surrender. There may still be leniency in your punishment. Do not harbor any illusions of escape. Given the net we have cast, You must realize that your chances of fleeing are exceedingly slim. As Wei Yan spoke, several masked figures clad in black emerge around them, encircling Gongsun Wuji, Shi Guanyin, and Lady Yinming. The expressions of Gongsun Wuji, Shi Guanyin, and Lady Yinming turned ashen. Although the black-clad figures wore masks, their formidable auras were unmistakable. 2 of the 7th rank and 4 of the 6th rank, undoubtedly members of the Wind-Catching Division from the capital. Gongsun Wuji of the Divine Sword sect, upon witnessing this faction, smiled bitterly and remarked, "Indeed, one cannot underestimate the Confucian Sword Guard. They have managed to ensnare us all with their very first move. However, if they expect me to surrender without a fight, they are sorely mistaken. I would rather perish with my sword in hand than abandon it for the sake of survival. Let your 8th-tier Grandmaster reveal themselves before I meet my demise. I wish to witness the prowess of an 8th-tier Grandmaster." Wei Yan gently shook his head with a smile, saying, "There is no need for further probing. It matters not to inform you that the Grandmaster is no longer within the city. Moreover, is it truly necessary for an 8th-tier Grandmaster to deal with you?" Upon hearing Wei Yan's words, Gongsun Wuji, Madame Yinming, and Shi Guanyin collectively breathed a sigh of relief. With the absence of the 8th-tier Grandmaster, their chances of survival had improved. The 3 of them, possessing profound backgrounds and extraordinary skills, might just carve a path to safety even against the 7th-tier minor Grandmaster of the Windcatcher Guard. Chapter 56. Capturing Shunqi Dao. With the threat of the 8th-tier Grandmaster absent, Gongsun Wuji, Shi Guanyin, and Madame Yinming felt a modicum of comfort. Gongsun Wuji, wielding his sword with one hand, was the first to charge towards Wei Yan. Wei Yan's face was alight with mirth, yet a trace of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth, his eyes glinting with a cold, murderous intent as he met Gongsun Wuji's advance. Originating from a prestigious sect, Gongsun Wuji was a master of swordsmanship, his techniques elusive and formidable. Yet, Wei Yan was no less impressive. His reputation as the Confucian sword was forged by his own endeavors, and against the one-armed Gongsun Wuji, he felt confident. Meanwhile, Shi Guanyin of the God-worship sect actively engaged the warden of the Wind Prison, Zhang Huaidong. Shi Guanyin's strength was considerable, protected by divine power, rendering Zhang Huaidong's fearsome, ghostly blade ineffective for the moment. Madame Yinming had harbored thoughts of retreat since the Windcatcher Guard's appearance in the capital. Yet now, encircled by 2 7th-tier minor Grandmasters, she had no choice but to fight. Before Shunqi Dao's residence, a terrifying battle erupted between the Windcatcher Guard and the 3 major sections. The center of the fray was rife with rampant energy, blades and swords clashing violently. Buildings within a radius of 200 meters were torn apart, the ground marred by horrific gashes from swords and blades. Half an hour later, over 90% of the disciples from the Divine Sword sect, God Worship sect, and Demon sect had been slain on the spot, with only a handful managing to escape. The forces of the 3 sects laid out in linen had been nearly obliterated. Ultimately, Gongsun Wuji, with only one arm, could not withstand Wei Yan's might. He was pierced through the chest by Wei Yan's sword, his internal organs shattered by the energy coursing through the blade, and he perished instantly. Seeing Gongsun Wuji fall, Shi Guanyin and Madame Yinming, who had been desperately seeking an opportunity to escape, were struck with a sudden change of expression. Without regard for whether it was the optimal moment to flee, they each fought fiercely to repel their opponents, retrieving a few Sun Lei pearls and unleashing them toward their foes. The Sun Lei pearls shot forth from Shi Guanyin and Madame Yinming's hands with formidable power, sufficient to pose a threat even to 7th-tier minor Grandmasters. In the midst of chaos, Zhang Huitong harnessed his vital energy to withstand the explosive force of the Sun Thunder Pearl, charging forth to deliver a devastating blow to Shi Guanyin, leaving her gravely injured. However, the backlash from the explosion severely affected Zhang Huitong's internal organs, and after striking Shi Guanyin, he succumbed to his injuries, allowing her to escape amidst the turmoil. The 2 7th-tier masters, tasked with besieging the sinister Lady Yinming of the Demon sect, promptly chose to withdraw upon witnessing the emergence of the Sun Thunder Pearl. Seizing this opportunity, Lady Yinming swiftly executed her escape. Wei Yan, having just slain Gongsun Wuji, turned to see Shi Guanyin and Lady Yinming fleeing, a flicker of anger crossing his face. Though ultimately, he refrained from voicing his frustrations. Zhang Huitong had exerted himself to the utmost, leaving little room for reproach. The other 2, having come from the capital, had already fulfilled their obligations, making it unreasonable to demand that they risk their lives further. Consequently, Wei channeled his pent-up fury towards the severely injured disciples of the three major sects, ordering the execution of all gravely wounded members. From a distant high-rise, Yang Yi observed the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground, a spark of fervor igniting within his eyes. There lay dozens of lifeless bodies, all of skilled practitioners. If he could gather their remains, he would surely be on the cusp of reaching the 8th tier, perhaps even poised to achieve a breakthrough. He pondered whether the Windcatcher Division would enlist their help in dealing with the bodies the following day. If they were not to assist, he would need to devise a way to uncover how the Windcatcher Division would manage the disposal of these corpses. Turning his gaze towards the direction of Shi Guanyin and Lady Yiming's retreat, he softly instructed Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, sister, follow them discreetly and ascertain their whereabouts. Remember, do not alert them. Tonight is not the time for confrontation. At his command, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu melted into the shadows, pursuing the fleeing figures of Shi Guanyin and Lady Yiming. As they departed, Yang Yi remained motionless on the balcony, observing the battlefield, biding his time for the opportune moment to strike down Shen Qidao. This night, the Windcatcher Division had already faced an assault from the three major sects and would likely be remiss in their vigilance. They would hardly anticipate another attack on Shen Qidao. Indeed, as Yang Yi surmised, after nearly annihilating the forces of the Divine Sword sect, the Worship sect, and the Demon sect in Linen, the experts of the Windcatcher Division were utterly exhausted. After assigning 2 5th-tier Windcatchers to guard Shen Qidao, Wei signaled for the others to depart. Shen Qidao's residents had been reduced to rubble amidst the conflict, and he, accompanied by the 2 Windcatchers, retreated to a nearby prepared abode to rest. Yang Yi silently observed this unfolding scene from the inn's upper floor, unhurried in his actions. The battle had only just concluded, and it was unlikely that Shen Qidao and his companions would find rest anytime soon. Thus, it was not the ideal moment to strike. He waited until the early hours before quietly descending from the inn, making his way towards Shen Qidao's new refuge. The courtyard prepared by Shen Qidao was not far, and with a few agile movements, Yang Yi soon arrived at its entrance. Outside the courtyard, he detected the thunderous snores emanating from within, a faint smile gracing his lips. Silently, he slipped into the courtyard and beheld 2 Windcatcher guards leaning against a pillar, their eyes tightly shut in slumber at the doorway of a room. Undoubtedly, Shen Qidao resided within that chamber. Yang Yi slowly unsheathed his long blade, and in a flash he appeared at the room's entrance. A cold glimmer of steel flashed, and the heads of the 2 5th-grade Windcatcher guards fell to the ground. After dispatching the guards, Yang Yi strode into the room without hesitation. Shen Qidao, awakened by the aura exuded by Yang Yi as he struck down the guards, was just about to flee when Yang Yi burst into the room. Upon seeing the unfamiliar visage of Yang Yi, Shen Qidao suppressed his rising panic and spoke. "Who are you? Do you know who I am? I am the commander of the Windcatchers, the legitimate heir of the Shun family in the capital. Should you take my life, there will be no place for you in this world." Unmoved, Yang Yi had no desire to engage in idle chatter with Shen Qidao. He launched an immediate strike with the first stance of the heavenly blade, cleaving down upon Shen Qidao, severing one of his arms. Already gravely injured, Shen Qidao could hardly withstand the blow. Had Yang Yi not deliberately restrained himself from taking his life, that strike would have surely sent him to the afterlife. As Shen Qidao was struck, he could not help but cry out in anguish. However, Yang Yi was quick to act, swiftly stuffing a piece of cloth into his mouth, stifling any scream before it could escape. Then, Yang Yi began to press his fingers against Shen Qidao's body, infusing him with a surge of energy to obstruct the flow of his vital essence. Finally, he tore the bed linens to bind Shen Qidao securely, preparing to take him away. This was not the time for Shen Qidao's demise. Yang Yi still had some inquiries to make of him. Before departing, he did not forget to pilfer the belongings of the 2 slain 5th-grade Windcatchers. Chapter 57, Citywide Search. Yang Yi carried Shen Qidao as he stealthily made his way towards the Li residence in the western part of the city. After rendering Shen Qidao unconscious and binding him in the secret chamber of the Li residence, he immediately proceeded to the abode of Ma Lu. Ma Lu could no longer be allowed to live. Today he had carelessly hosted a banquet for Ma Lu, inadvertently leading him to divulge information regarding the departure of the Windcatchers. If Ma Lu were to awaken tomorrow and recall the events of this night, he would surely piece together the truth. Even if Ma Lu did not connect the dots himself, should he spread the word, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of certain individuals. Yang Yi had witnessed firsthand how the wind catchers nearly eradicated the members of the three major sections. There were undoubtedly capable individuals within the wind catchers, while killing Ma Lu might also draw attention during the day. Yuan Chengyan and others had witnessed him in a drunken state, making it unlikely that suspicions would fall upon him. Upon arriving at Ma Lu's residence, he found Ma Lu still fast asleep. Yang Yi directly snapped Ma Lu's neck, then turned his residence upside down, absconding with all his wealth, crafting the scene to appear as if a murder had been committed for greed. Having dealt with Ma Lu, Yang Yi made a swift return to the Li residence in the west of the city. At this moment, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu had already returned. Yang Yi entrusted the two to keep watch over Shun Qidao in the secret chamber. He did not inquire about the results of their surveillance on Shi Guanyin and Yiming Lady, and hurriedly departed. By now, dawn was approaching. Given the enormity of the events that transpired last night, even if he had been severely intoxicated the previous day, Yuan Chengyan would undoubtedly send someone to seek him out. Not only him, but it was likely that the entire constabulary of Linen would be alerted as well. Upon returning to his own courtyard, Yang Yi restored his appearance and reduced the discarded clothing to powder using his formidable energy, flushing it down the drain. Finally, he retrieved a bottle of wine offered by others and took a couple of swigs before lying down on his bed, falling into a deep slumber. Yet, before an hour had passed, daybreak had already arrived. Knock, knock, knock. Brother Zhou, open the door. Brother Zhou, hurry and open the door. The Lord is summoning all the captains and constables. Yang Yi furrowed his brow in irritation as he pulled open the courtyard gate, only to find it was the constable who had previously come to find him. He immediately inquired, "Lu Yang, what has happened? Why is the Lord summoning us again?" The moment Yang Yi spoke, a strong odor of alcohol wafted out, causing the constable to step back hastily. "Brother Zhou, be quick. Get ready and come with me to the Yamen." Last night, a group of strong men plotted against Lord Shun of the Capture Wind Division, and it is said that hundreds perished. The Lord has gathered us to handle the bodies in the north of the city. Yang Yi was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Such a thing has occurred? These brigands are utterly audacious and lawless." "Little Yang, please wait a moment while I freshen up," the constable replied. Yang Yi promptly returned to his room, hurriedly washed up, and then set off with the constable toward the northern part of the city. When Yang Yi arrived, several captains led by Yuan Chengyan were already present, directing the constables and officers in the transportation of the corpses. Good heavens! The Capture Wind Division is truly allowing these bodies to remain on the streets overnight. Dozens of corpses lay strewn about, and one could only wonder how many had been terrified by the sight this morning, without needing instruction from Yuan Chengyan or the others. Yang Yi eagerly stepped forward to lend a hand in moving the bodies. This was precisely the kind of task he relished, requiring no prompting. It was a prime opportunity to surreptitiously collect from the deceased. Seizing the moment, Yang Yi discreetly searched through the dozens of bodies present. Just as Yang Yi and his companions had gathered the corpses in one place, Weiyan, the head of the Listening Wind Pavilion, and Zhang Huaidong, the lord of the Wind Prison, approached with stern expressions. Weiyan's gaze swept over the gathering, and he ordered the Capture Wind guards to pull two individuals from the officers, one from the constables, and even one from the guards behind them. Without uttering a word, he executed them on the spot. Then, in a cold voice, Weiyan declared, "I know that among you, there are certainly spies from the god-worshipping sect and the demon cult. Today I, the head of this assembly, present you with an opportunity. Last night, the esteemed Lord Shun, commander of the Wind-Catching Division, mysteriously vanished. Should anyone provide a clue to his whereabouts, I shall grant them immunity from punishment." Upon hearing these words from Weiyan, everyone present, from the chief inspector Yuan Chengyan down to the constables and officers, fell into a deep silence. Fearful of attracting Weiyan's attention and being mistaken for spies to be dealt with harshly, after a moment of waiting, seeing that no one stepped forward, Weiyan coldly threatened, "Very well, I sincerely hope that none among you are spies, for if I catch any, your suffering will be beyond imagination." Turning his icy gaze towards Yuan Chengyan, he commanded, "Chief Yuan, immediately compile a list of your constables. Anyone absent today shall be treated as a suspect and apprehended without delay. Furthermore, commence a thorough search throughout the city, inspecting every household meticulously. We must unearth Shun Wei's whereabouts, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. If anything has happened to him, your lives will not suffice to atone for it." Yuan Chengyan felt a chill run down his spine. This was a monumental predicament. He cursed the ancestors of the person who had abducted Shun Qidao countless times in his mind. However, conducting a citywide search was no task for mere constables to manage. Gritting his teeth, he approached Wei in and said, "Lord Wei, while I have no objection to the citywide search, my subordinates number only 50 to 60, which is grossly insufficient for such an undertaking. Perhaps it would be prudent to inform Lord Fu Jun and request additional soldiers to assist us in this search." Wei shot him a sharp glance. His suggestion sounded like an attempt to shirk responsibility, or worse, a means to undermine his authority through the influence of Su Zhongliang. Yet, upon reflection, Yuan Chungin's reasoning was not without merit. With such a limited number of constables, a comprehensive search of the city did indeed seem implausible. The longer the search took, the greater the risk of Shun Qidao's disappearance becoming permanent. Wei regarded Yuan Chungin and replied, "I understand. You shall arrange for the constables to commence the search, while I will seek additional soldiers from Lord Fu Jun." With matters as they stood, Yuan Chungin could only comply. He proceeded to apprehend the few constables present in Linen City who had failed to report, while also organizing the remaining constables and officers to begin their search throughout the city. Before long, news returned that 3 constables had been slain the previous night upon investigation. They were found to have connections with the demon sect and the worshippers of the gods, leading to suspicions of foul play. Yang was uncertain whether they were truly linked to these cults, but having someone else take the blame for Ma Lu's death was undoubtedly advantageous for him. What now posed a challenge for Yang was the citywide search demanded by Wei, which involved examining each household. He was not particularly concerned about the secret chamber in the Li residence being discovered, as it was cleverly constructed and difficult to detect. What troubled him was whether Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu might encounter constables and officers at their door, leading them to feel exposed and act against them. If that occurred, they would surely reveal themselves. Additionally, there might be certain discordant items within the Li residence, such as weapons, that could draw unwarranted attention. A method must be devised to notify Li Yinluo and the sisters Xiao Qinyu. Fortunately, with the current manpower being scarce, it will take some time before they can locate the Li residence in the west of the city. The soldiers will not be able to descend upon the scene until tomorrow, granting us some time. Chapter 58. The Execution of Shun Qidao. The grand search begins in the bustling Hehe Lane in the northern part of the city. Over 120 constables and officials are assembled, organized into groups of 3, systematically knocking on doors to conduct searches. Should any household refuse to cooperate, they will forcibly break in. Although Hehe Lane is home to the affluent and powerful, none dare to resist due to the backing of the wind-catching guard. Young Yi, at rogue, blends into the search team, feigning diligence as he participates in the search. However, the exhaustive method of searching each home proves to be laborious. With over 120 individuals divided into 40 small teams, they barely manage to scour the northern city by the end of the day. That day, Yang experiences his first overtime since his arrival in this realm, finally being relieved from duty around 8 or 9 in the evening. Upon finishing his shift, he changes his appearance and promptly heads to the Li residence in the west. Upon arrival, he informs Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu of the citywide search initiated by the wind-catching guard, advising them to secure their valuable possessions and weapons safely. He also cautions them to slightly obscure their appearances in the coming days, as both women are breathtakingly beautiful and may attract unwanted attention, leading to unforeseen complications. After imparting this advice, Yang Yi proceeds to the secret chamber within the Li residence, having had no time to interrogate Shun Qidao the previous night. He cannot afford to waste time tonight. Inside the chamber, Shun Qidao has regained consciousness, leaning against the wall, clutching his severed arm, groaning in agony. Upon seeing Yang Yi enter, he slowly rises, glaring at him with palpable resentment, as if wishing to devour him whole. Yang Yi, unconcerned by Shun Qidao's malevolent gaze, regards him merely as a dying prisoner, unworthy of his attention. He kicks Shun Qidao, sending him crashing back to the ground, then places a foot upon his chest, coldly interrogating him. "Do you recall the village of Jishui in Ping'an County? Why did you massacre the villagers there?" At the mention of Jishui, Shun Qidao's pupils constrict sharply, yet he remains silent. Yang Yi applies pressure with his foot, unleashing a torrent of qi that manifests as countless needles piercing Shun Qidao's body. The pain is excruciating, and within moments, fear overtakes Shun Qidao's countenance as he begins to wail for mercy. "Spare me, spare me. I am of the Shun family in the capital, where my family has a 9th-grade master to protect us. If you kill me, you will find no refuge anywhere in this world. If you let me go, all past grievances can be forgiven." Yang Yi, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. Such words were mere child's play, unlikely to deceive even the youngest of children, let alone him. He was not to be trifled with. In an instant, he intensified the influx of his vital energy, causing Shun Chi-Dao's body to be pierced by countless needles of energy, leaving him riddled with wounds, blood gushing forth like a small fountain. Had Yang Yi not deliberately avoided his vital areas, he could have easily ended Shun Chi-Dao's life right then and there. Do not use the Shun family to intimidate me. I seek only the truth. Ultimately, Shun Chi-Dao could no longer withstand the terror of death and divulged everything regarding the events of Jishui village. Upon hearing Shun Chi-Dao's testimony, Yang Yi was momentarily taken aback. The reason for the annihilation of Jishui village was quite straightforward, linked to the Zhuanshan sect from centuries past. According to Shun Chi-Dao's account, a powerful figure of rank 9 had emerged from the Zhuanshan sect hundreds of years ago. After this esteemed individual perished under mysterious circumstances, various sects sought to seize the rank 9 legacy, leading to the sect's obliteration. Jishui village was comprised of the descendants of those disciples who had fled the Zhuanshan sect. This was a conclusion drawn by the Shan family, based on various clues. However, it was evident that, through the passage of time, Jishui village had completely lost the sect's legacy, becoming mere commoners. Initially, the Shun family in the capital, after conducting an investigation, determined that Jishui village held no ties to the Zhuanshan sect and thus lost interest in them. Yet, fatefully, this information reached Shun Chi-Dao, who had been reassigned to Linen City. Before his transfer, he had also received word of remnants of the Zhuanshan sect appearing at Xinyan Mountain. By the time Shun Chi-Dao arrived at Linen, the remnants had already been destroyed, confirmed to be the work of the Divine Sword sect and the Demon Cult. In his pursuit of the rank 9 legacy, Shun Chi-Dao had set his sights on the Demon Cult and, during the chase, fortuitously passed through Jishui village. Remembering that Jishui village was also considered a remnant of the Zhuanshan sect, he seized the opportunity to slaughter the village, even going so far as to behead the villagers to pass them off as demon cult disciples, thus adding to his own achievements. Upon uncovering the truth about Jishui village, Yang Yi's gaze turned icy. The villagers had met a most unjust fate. The Shun family in the capital had long abandoned any hope of gleaning information about the Zhuanshan sect from Jishui village, only to have it extinguished by a member of their own family while pursuing the demon cult. Truly, human life was as trivial as grass. Learning that he was indeed a remnant of the Zhuanshan sect left Yang Yi in a state of amusement. The lineage he had fabricated was not entirely fictitious, which was rather surreal. Having acquired the information he sought, Yang Yi disregarded Shun Chi-Dao's pleas for mercy and, with a forceful step, unleashed his vital energy, crushing Shun Chi-Dao beneath his foot. Upon exiting the secret chamber, he requested a sack from Xiao Qinyu, placing Shun Chi-Dao's corpse within it, preparing to dispose of it in the eastern part of the city. Before his departure, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu had already hidden away items that should not be present in their home, including disguising their appearances. Yang Yi gazed at the two individuals and spoke, "Sister, please take care to cleanse the bloodstains in the secret chamber. We must exercise utmost caution in the coming days." Upon noticing the heavy bag in Yang Yi's grasp, Li Yanluo understood that Shun Chi-Dao had met his demise at Yang Yi's hands. With a serious expression, she earnestly cautioned him, "Junior brother, remember to remain vigilant at all times. Should you encounter danger, do not be reckless. Immediately inform us, and we shall fight together." Having confirmed his identity as a descendant of the Xintian lineage, Yang Yi felt a deeper sense of kinship with Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu. Hearing Li Yanluo's words, he finally set aside his reservations towards them. Indeed, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu were rare allies. A smile graced Yang Yi's face as he gently replied, "Sister, rest assured, all be well. With the 8th tier Grandmaster absent, I fear no one within Linen City." With that, Yang Yi hefted the bag and scaled the high wall, making his way under the cover of night to a secluded area in the eastern part of the city. Upon arrival, he filled the bag with several large stones and sank it into a cesspit. Given Shun Chi-Dao's misdeeds, even this fate seemed lenient. The stench of the cesspit would serve as an effective concealment, rendering it improbable for others to locate Shun Chi-Dao in the short term. Having completed this task, Yang Yi dusted off his hands and headed towards a small courtyard in the southern part of the city. He had more pressing matters to attend to that night. Chapter 59, Great Gains, Late 7th Tier. By the time Yang Yi returned to his courtyard, it was already past midnight. He estimated that in just over an hour, dawn would break. However, he had no intention of resting. Instead, he seated himself cross-legged on the bed and began to review the system's reports from the past 2 days. He had looted the bodies of dozens and had yet to examine the results. The notifications read, "Host has come into contact with a corpse. Randomly acquired, 20 years of martial arts cultivation. Host has come into contact with a corpse. Randomly acquired, 10 years of lifespan. Host has come into contact with a corpse. Randomly acquired. Martial technique Shun family's 7 absolute knives. Host has come into contact with a corpse. Randomly acquired. Cultivation method Demon King's Celestial Patrol. Host has come into contact with a corpse. Randomly acquired. 30 years of martial arts cultivation. Host has come into contact with a corpse. Randomly acquired. 5 years of martial arts cultivation. Host has come into contact with a corpse. Randomly acquired. 18 years of lifespan. Host has come into contact with a corpse. Randomly acquired. 1 year of martial arts cultivation. Host has come into contact with a corpse. Randomly acquired. A wind-cutting blade. Host has come into contact with a corpse. Randomly acquired. A set of black fish dragon attire. After reviewing the report of his gains, he felt somewhat dissatisfied. Despite looting dozens of bodies, these few rewards were merely adequate. The rest were mostly worthless debris, with perhaps a handful of coins to speak of, hardly worth mentioning. Among the numerous acquisitions, lifespan was, of course, invaluable. One could never have too much of it. The 7 absolute blades of the Shun family is a foundational technique of the Earth tier, discovered by Shun Shidao, possessing considerable power that could indeed enhance Yang Yi's martial arts foundation. The Devil King's Celestial Patrol technique is an advanced skill of the Xian tier, which may prove useful should one wish to masquerade as a disciple of the demonic sect in the future. Over the past 2 days, Yang Yi has gleaned a total of 56 years of martial cultivation from the corpses he has encountered, coupled with the 30 years acquired from Mu Jinzi. He now possesses a total of 86 years of martial experience, sufficient for him to ascend a small tier and reach the late stage of the 7th rank. However, it remains insufficient to break through to the pinnacle of the 7th rank, which starkly contrasts with his aspirations of achieving the 8th rank Grandmaster. Seated on his bed, Yang Yi silently recited the incantation for extraction. His lifespan, martial cultivation, and martial techniques seamlessly fused within him. In an instant, his martial prowess surged from the mid-7th rank to the late 7th rank. At this juncture, Yang Yi finally matched the strength of Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, who were both at the mid-7th rank on Mount Xianmin, teetering on the brink of a breakthrough. Shortly after returning from General Mountain, they had ascended to the late 7th rank, and now he had caught up with them. Following his cultivation breakthrough, Yang Yi took a moment to solidify his newfound strength. He then rose to dispose of the useless items he had collected, shattering them into powder with his vital energy before sending them down the drain. These superfluous items were not something he wished to retain within the confines of the system space. By the time Yang Yi completed this task, dawn had broken. He rested briefly, washed up, and donned the attire of a constable before heading to the magistrate's office. After the roll call, the search for Shun Qidao's whereabouts commenced anew. Today, Lord Su Zhengliang had deployed 800 soldiers into the city to assist in the search, significantly accelerating the process. Within a day, they had scoured the remaining areas of the northern city, as well as the entirety of the southern and western districts, even covering much of the eastern side. Yet Shin Shidao's whereabouts remained elusive. During this time, some followers of the worship god sect and disciples of the demonic sect were uncovered. But Shi Guanyin and Lady Yinming still evaded capture, their hiding places remaining unknown. Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu were aware of their locations. Yet Yang Yi had not had the opportunity to inquire, recognizing that now was not the appropriate moment to confront them, nor was there any necessity to ask. The city of Linen was placed under lockdown, with extensive house-to-house searches conducted over 5 days. The city had been turned upside down after 3 thorough searches. Yet results remained elusive. Wei Yan wished to continue the lockdown and searches, but Lord Su Zhengliang opposed this. A fierce argument erupted between the two in the magistrate's office, with Wei Yan glaring at Su Zhengliang, his eyes aflame. Lord Su, Shun Weishui is a scion of the powerful Shun family in the capital, with his whereabouts unknown. Are you not afraid of the Shun family's wrath for abandoning the search? Can you bear the consequences, Lord Su? Su Zhengliang's face quivered with fat, his eyes narrowing into slits as he regarded Wei Yan, responding slowly, Lord Wei, do not leverage the Shun family against me. Indeed, they wield immense power. Yet I am not without my own foundation within the court. This official has mobilized 800 soldiers to seal the city for 5 days, and in conjunction with the search, has exhausted all avenues of reason and duty. The city of Linen serves as the central hub of the prefecture. A single thread pulled may disrupt the entire tapestry. I intend to preserve my own life and enjoy a few more years of sustenance, and I cannot allow your wind-catcher bureau to act recklessly. With words that failed to resonate, Wayan turned on his heel and departed, leaving behind a stark warning. In light of this, my lord, I shall report your words to the council, and you should contemplate how to deal with the Shun family. As he watched Wei An's retreating figure, Governor Su Zhongliang raised his teacup and drained it, subsequently ejecting a leaf from his mouth, his eyes betraying a trace of disdain. Ha! The Confucian swordsman Wei and is nothing extraordinary. Su Zhongliang slowly rose, and a young maiden approached to assist him. He waved her off, signaling that no assistance was needed. After pacing thoughtfully for a moment, he addressed the maiden. Lin Ke, return to the residence at once, and inform Elder Shirguanin that the city of Linen will soon be unsealed. She ought to depart swiftly. Upon hearing this, the maiden promptly bowed and replied, Yes, protector. I shall return to inform Elder Shirguanin. After she left, Su Zhongliang took a few steps and retrieved a reclining chair from behind a screen, settling into it and swaying, lost in thought. Moments latte. A smile crept across his face. How intriguing indeed. It appears there are still forces concealed within Linen. The chaotic conflict between the Wind-Catcher Bureau and the three major sects must surely be propelled by unseen hands. They abducted Shun Chi Dao without revealing their faces and deftly shifted the blame onto the demon cult and the god-worshipping sect. Truly remarkable. At that moment, Yang Yi remained unaware that Governor Su Zhongliang could deduce their existence from mere traces of evidence. Had Yang Yi known, he would undoubtedly have sought a means to eliminate Su Zhongliang first. After receiving the order from Governor Su Zhongliang, the 800 soldiers gradually withdrew from Linen, and the search operations conducted by constables and officials were halted at his command. Wayan of the Wind-Catcher Bureau, upon witnessing Su Zhongliang's cessation of the search, was immediately consumed by frustration, wreaking havoc in his own courtyard. Yet finding himself powerless, he could only silently mark Su Zhongliang for future retribution. Within the northern Yihong building, an elderly woman, frail and hunched, overheard the patrons discussing the unsealing of Linen and the withdrawal of the soldiers. She quickly sought an excuse to leave the Yihong building and headed north. This woman was none other than Madame Yinming of the demon cult. After hiding behind the guise of an old woman for so long, if she did not depart soon, her disguise would surely decay. Chapter 60. Preparing to forge weapons. With the search no longer necessary, Yang Yi saw no reason to continue the charade. He visited the Li residence in the west of the city, intending to collaborate with Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu to eliminate Shi Guanyin and Madame Yinming. However, upon discovering that Shi Guanyin was hiding in Governor Su Zhongliang's residence, he was left with no choice but to abandon his plans. Su Zhongliang was no weakling, and the divine power of the god-worshipping sect was indeed formidable. If the strike could not be decisive, complications would surely arise. Moreover, one cannot dismiss the possibility that Su Zhongliang's residence harbors some concealed experts. Yang Yi and his companions abandoned their pursuit of Shi Guanyin, redirecting their focus towards the enigmatic Lady Yinming, who was hidden within Yihong building. However, upon their arrival at Yihong building, they discovered that Lady Yinming had long since departed. In the room she had occupied, they encountered a grotesque sight, a skinned corpse. As they made their way back to the Li residence in the western part of the city, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu were in low spirits. Their enmity with Lady Yinming ran deep, and her escape only served to exacerbate their discontent. Yang Yi, lacking in skills of consolation, simply regarded the two with determination and stated, Sister, do not be troubled. Let her head dangle upon her neck for the time being. We shall inevitably confront the demonic sect, sever her head, and lay waste to the sect itself. His words brimmed with unwavering confidence. With just a bit more time to develop, he believed that vanquishing the demonic sect would be a trifling task. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu exchanged grateful glances with Yang Yi, their spirits somewhat lifted. Upon returning to the Li residence, Yang Yi inquired about the forging equipment, a matter that had previously lacked his attention but now needed to be prioritized. Their strength was considerable, yet they still lacked suitable weaponry. Sister, how goes the preparation of the forging equipment? He asked. Li Yinluo replied, her crimson lips parting, it is ready. We have secured a secluded courtyard in the western part of the city, and the forging equipment has been acquired and is ready for use. We need not worry about disturbing others, even if we forge through the night. Yang Yi stroked his chin, nodding slightly. Excellent. Your foresight is commendable. Let me there, sister, and let us transport the necessary ores. I shall commence forging tomorrow night. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu escorted Yang Yi to the secluded courtyard in the western part of the city, where they inspected the forging equipment. The two women proved to be quite reliable. All relevant equipment was present and of commendable quality, which greatly pleased Yang Yi. After reviewing the equipment, he parted ways with Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, returning to his own courtyard. The following day, Yang Yi proceeded to the government office for roll call, only to find numerous constables discussing their resignations. Particularly among the seasoned constables, the desire to resign was notably strong. It appeared they were alarmed by the recent spate of events. First, the nighttime murders of several captains and constables, and now, the assault on the Capture Wind Division by the three major sects, with the whereabouts of the division's commander, Shun Shidao, remaining unknown. The city of Linen had become perilous. While being a constable offered considerable rewards, one's life ultimately held greater value. At this juncture, Yang Yi also contemplated resigning. Having recently advanced to the late stage of the 7th rank, he found that the advantages of being a constable in Linen had become largely superfluous. However, he would not resign at this moment, for the matter concerning Shun Shidao is far from resolved. To resign now would likely place him in the crosshairs of the Shun family in the capital, who might easily perceive him as a spy to be eliminated. You claim you're not a spy? The incident has only just passed, and you are already eager to flee. Do you think the Shun family in the capital would believe you? Of course, remaining in the city as a constable carries its own risks, as one could easily attract the attention of various sections. Nevertheless, these risks are ultimately lesser. After all, the wind-catching division stands as a buffer. Moreover, the governor, Su Zhengliang, is affiliated with the cult of the divine, and it is highly improbable that he would permit any harm to come to the constables. As long as Su Zhengliang's identity remains concealed, the constables are effectively under his command, and he would not willingly cut off his own limbs. With the cult of the divine diminished, the pressure is considerably lessened. When many of his subordinates collectively resigned, Yuan Cheng'in, the chief constable, naturally erupted in fury and scolded them vehemently. However, this did not deter their resolve to resign. Following the morning roll call, Yang Yi learned that he needed to find Yuan Cheng'in. The chief constable, with an unsavory expression, looked at Yang Yi and inquired, "What is it? Do you intend to resign as well?" Yang Yi slightly shook his head. "Chief constable, you've misunderstood. I have no intention of resigning. I have invested a great deal into this position, and it has only been half a year. I have yet to recover even a fraction of my efforts. How could I possibly resign?" Seeing Yang Yi's response, Yuan Cheng'in's demeanor softened significantly, and he asked, "If it is not resignation, then what is it for?" "Chief Constable, I wish to request a few days of leave. I am utterly exhausted and my health is suffering. I need to rest for 3 to 5 days." Although Yuan Cheng'in was somewhat displeased, granting leave was ultimately far better than a resignation. With many of his men gone, retaining even one was crucial. If they all departed, his position as chief constable would be rendered meaningless. Yuan Cheng'in promptly approved 5 days of leave for Yang Yi, allowing him to return home and recuperate. In truth, Yang Yi's request for leave was rather spontaneous. It was only after witnessing so many people clamoring to resign that he sought a respite from the chaos. Of course, his primary objective remained to carve out time for weapon forging. Presumably, by the time the weapons were completed, the members of the Shun family from the capital would have arrived. Should any complications arise and the people from the Shun family uncover them, possessing a good weapon would provide some measure of defense. In Yang Yi's heart, there also lingered the thought of remaining to gather intelligence on the Shun family, the cult of the divine, and the demonic sections. The recent assault on the wind-catching division by the 3 major factions was far from over. The wind-catching division, under Wei Yan's orders, had commanded the wind-catching guards to hang the corpses of the sword of the divine sect, the cult of the divine, and the demonic sect members on the city walls for public display. Given the nature of the 3 factions, they would undoubtedly seek revenge. When that time comes, the city would inevitably witness another bout of bloodshed, which is the primary reason behind the constable's resignations. However, Yang Yi is not overly concerned. Following such a significant incident as that involving Shun Shidao, the 8th grade Grandmaster patrons of Linen City have already returned to maintain order, coupled with the arrival of the Shun family from the capital. At that moment, It would merely be a fierce contest of dragons and tigers. Should he execute his maneuvers with precision, he might seize an opportunity to harvest the fallen, possibly even achieving a breakthrough to the 8th tier. Despite the minor risks associated with remaining in the city, Yang Yi resolved to stay. After departing from the government office, he returned to his residence to change his attire, equipped himself with the corpse restraining seal, altered his appearance, and promptly made his way to the Li residence in the western part of the city. Time was of the essence. He needed to forge the weapons without delay. Upon arriving at the secluded Li residence, Yang Yi, after a brief exchange with Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, the three of them proceeded to transport the forging materials, such as ore and fallen iron, to a remote courtyard in the west. Chapter 61, The Weaving Pavilion. Once they reached the secluded courtyard, Yang Yi immediately began examining the Qiyang iron. According to senior sister Li's earlier assertions, the influence of Qiyang iron could be neutralized beyond the 7th tier. He needed to verify this, for he dared not forge with it otherwise. The moment he grasped the Qiyang iron, an unusual force surged into his body, wreaking havoc upon the tissues of his palm in an instant. Startled, Yang Yi quickly relinquished his hold on the iron. The power of the Qiyang iron was indeed formidable. Even in the late stages of the 7th tier, his body, though not specifically tempered, possessed considerable resilience. Noticing the crimson hue of Yang Yi's palm, evidently injured by the peculiar force of the Qiyang iron, Xiao Qinyu promptly advised, "Junior brother, quickly circulate your energy to expel the force of the Qiyang iron from your body. Otherwise, your palm may succumb to decay." Heeding her words without hesitation, Yang Yi swiftly complied. Moments later, observing his palm devoid of the burning sensation, he breathed a sigh of relief. The energy had indeed expelled the intrusive force, albeit not without difficulty. With the influence of the Qiyang iron successfully neutralized, Yang Yi's eyes gleamed with newfound hope. Senior sister Li had spoken the truth. The 7th tier could indeed mitigate the effects of Qiyang iron. Yang Yi felt a surge of anticipation regarding the Qiyang iron. Its potency was remarkable and aggressive. Merely touching it could inflict harm upon his body. If forged into a weapon, it would undoubtedly become a formidable divine armament. Coupled with his energy and sword intent, it would surely not be disregarded even at the 8th or 9th tier. In an instant, a multitude of strategies for utilizing the Qiyang iron flashed through Yang Yi's mind. After conferring with Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, they resolved to divide the Qiyang iron into 6 portions, incorporating 1 into each weapon. The reason for 6 portions was that all 3 were adept in both sword and saber. Thus, they aimed to forge 3 sabers and 3 swords. The Huanqing iron and mashi also needed to be partitioned into 6 portions. The amalgamation of these 3 extraordinary materials, supplemented by fallen iron, would undoubtedly yield terrifying weaponry. Yang Yi first presented the dozen or so weapon designs he had meticulously crafted to Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu for their review and selection, allowing for any suggestions or improvements. After perusing the designs, both Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu each selected 2 blueprints. The 2 blueprints chosen by Li Yan depict a sword named Yohao Yin, a concealed blade hidden within a flute, measuring approximately 68 centimeters in length. The blade is somewhat slender, making it remarkably convenient for carrying without impeding the act of playing. The knife, named Duanyin Kai, is a refined adaptation of the Yanling knife, slightly narrower and exuding an air of delicate elegance. The 2 blueprints selected by Xiao Qinyu feature a sword named Kangwu, with the blade concealed within Xiao, echoing the design of the Yohao Yin, but extending slightly longer at about 75 centimeters. The knife, called Yinyan Hui, is longer and broader than the typical Yanling knife, presenting a somewhat domineering appearance. As for Yang Yi, he opted to forge his sword in accordance with the previous bamboo staff sword design. While his knife was inspired by the Tang horizontal knife style he had encountered in a past life, he believed that the Tang horizontal knife, named Xianyuan, better suited his use compared to the Yanling knife. Upon finalizing their blueprints, the trio promptly commenced the process of segmenting the materials, Huanqing iron, mashi, and Qiyang iron, dividing them into 6 unequal portions. The next phase involved forging. Li Yan's Yohao Yin and Duanyin Kai were primarily crafted from Qiyang iron, supplemented with Huanqing iron, mashi, fallen iron, and fragments of the corpse sealing seal. Conversely, Xiao Qinyu's Kangwu sword and Yunyan Hui knife were chiefly made from Huanqing iron, augmented with mashi, Qiyang iron, fallen iron, and fragments of the corpse sealing seal. Yang Yi's bamboo staff sword and Xianyuan knife were predominantly forged from mashi, with Qiyang iron, Huanqing iron, and fragments of the corpse sealing seal as additional materials. The difficulty of this forging endeavor was considerable. Yang Yi's proficiency in melding advanced forging techniques was not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, under his guidance, the combined efforts of the 3 7th-tier minor masters resulted in the creation of only the rough blades and knife bodies over the span of 5 days, primarily due to the significant challenges posed by the fusion of the 3 types of ore. It took them immense effort to successfully combine the materials into rough forms. Yang Yi estimated that an additional 3 to 4 days would be required to fully shape the weapons. Furthermore, due to the incorporation of Qiyang iron in all 6 weapons, the sword and knife sheaths necessitated special treatment. After all, they could not constantly manipulate their aura to create a barrier, nor could they allow the weapon's energies to permeate their bodies only to expel them later. Once the rough shapes of the swords and knives were forged, Yang Yi instructed Li Yin and Xiao Qinyu to venture out to procure bamboo and lead powder. Meanwhile, he himself set out to gather intelligence. His leave was nearing its end, but he deliberated on whether to return to work. Yang Yi resolved that unless the Shun family, the Divine Sword sect, the Demon cult, and the followers of the Worship God sect showed up, he would remain absent. A few extra days away posed no significant concern for him. In fact, not returning at all was a viable option, as he merely wished to seize the opportunity to scavenge for corpses. After a thorough investigation, Yang Yi returned to the secluded courtyard in the western part of the city to continue his forging endeavors, based on information acquired from the Weaving Tower in Linen City. The journey to the Shun family in Kyoto will require approximately 5 or 6 more days, while the arrival of the Divine Sword sect and the Demon cult will take even longer, leaving ample time to prepare. Acquiring this intelligence from the Weaving Brocade Pavilion cost Yang Yi nearly 300 taels of silver, a sum that caused him considerable discomfort. The existence of the Weaving Brocade Pavilion was revealed to Yang Yi by Li Yinluo. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that a merchant dealing in exquisite fabrics in Linen City was, in fact, one of the largest intelligence agencies in the realm. The pavilion is renowned for its adage, "An inch of brocade is worth an inch of gold," and has earned a reputation for its unerring accuracy, albeit at a rather exorbitant price. Upon learning of the Weaving Brocade Pavilion's influence in the martial world, Yang Yi felt a deep-seated apprehension towards it. Given that the pavilion has established its roots in Linen City, it is inconceivable that the Listening Wind Pavilion would be unaware of it. Yet, the previous disturbances in Linen City had barely touched the Weaving Brocade Pavilion, underscoring its formidable nature. Furthermore, it is likely that other intelligence agencies would hesitate to trade information regarding the Shun family, the Divine Sword sect, or the Demon cult. However, the Weaving Brocade Pavilion dares to do so. Its profound foundation is indeed somewhat terrifying. It remains a mystery how Li Yinluo came to possess such knowledge about the pavilion. Not long after Yang Yi returned to his secluded courtyard in the western part of the city, Li Yinluo arrived with a batch of fine bamboo, followed closely by Xiao Qinyu, who brought back a quantity of lead powder. The procurement of lead powder proved to be significantly more challenging than that of bamboo. Upon her return, Xiao Qinyu could not help but express her frustrations, recounting how she had scoured every apothecary in the city only to find herself lacking, ultimately having to venture outside the city to a Taoist temple to gather the necessary lead powder. Yang Yi took the lead powder and bamboo from them, and entrusted the continuation of the forging process to Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, while he attended to the treatment of the bamboo and lead powder. The lead powder is toxic and requires special handling before it can be safely utilized. Chapter 62. The Forging Completed. The bamboo procured was of high quality, seasoned and dried as per Yang Yi's specifications, requiring only minimal processing before use. After carefully treating the lead powder and bamboo, Yang Yi, alongside Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, resumed the arduous task of refining the sword and blade. This labor extended over 3 days, culminating in the successful forging of the blades. All that remained was to await the completion of the scabbards for assembly and sharpening. During these 3 days, the specially treated lead-infused bamboo became ready for use. Although Yang Yi lacked knowledge of musical instruments, he possessed a decade's worth of carpentry skills. Under the guidance of Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, he swiftly crafted bamboo flutes, xiaos, and scabbards. Thereafter, the process became straightforward. Once the blades were sharpened and assembled, their monumental task was deemed complete. The finished swords and blades were perfectly aligned with the trio's expectations. Li Yinluo's Yufeng Yin and Duan Yunkai were predominantly dark red. with flecks of blue stars adorning the blades, imparting an air of sinister charm. Conversely, Xiao Qinyu Songwu and Yun Yanhui were characterized by a deep blue hue, sprinkled with starlight, while the edges exhibited a subtle dark red tint, evoking the mystique of the starry sky. Yang Yi's bamboo staff sword and the Xian Yuan knife are both entirely black, resembling an endless abyss, captivating yet intimidating. The 6 blades, crafted from various ores, each possess unique strengths while inheriting the qualities of 3 types of minerals. Though they have yet to taste blood, they undeniably qualify as fearsome weapons. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, having acquired their formidable armaments, were in high spirits and immediately performed a duet for Yang Yi using the Yuhuan flute and the Zhangwu Xiao. Their proficiency in playing the bamboo flute and Xiao was remarkable. The sound of Li Yinluo's flute resonated like the cicadas of summer, while Xiao Qinyu's Xiao echoed the stillness of a remote mountain. Although Yang Yi was not well versed in music theory, he found himself entranced. The weariness from days of forging weapons dissipated with the melody. Once the performance concluded, Yang Yi intended to part ways with Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu to return home for some much-needed rest. After 8 consecutive days of relentless forging, he had to utilize his vital energy to shield against the corrosive effects of the Qiyang iron, which even he, a 7th-rank minor master, found somewhat taxing. Soon, the members of the Shun family from the capital would arrive, and it promised to be a tempest of blood and strife. He needed to recuperate properly in the days to come. Just as Yang Yi was wrapping the bamboo staff sword and Xian Yuan knife in cloth to head home, Li Yinluo called out to him, "Junior brother, wait a moment. I possess a method for nurturing swords and blades that I wish to impart to you. By using your essence, blood, and vital energy daily, you can intertwine the fate of the sword with its master, nurturing the sword intent and blade intent, thereby potentially enhancing the quality of the weapons. Our forging materials are extraordinary, and their potential is high. Perhaps one day, they may become truly legendary weapons that resonate throughout the world." Upon hearing of Li Yinluo's profound technique, Yang Yi swiftly turned around, fully attentive. Li Yinluo generously shared the method with him. After committing the secret technique to memory, Yang Yi departed with his bamboo staff sword and Xian Yuan knife. Upon returning to his courtyard, Yang Yi suddenly recalled that amidst his fervent forging, he had forgotten to inquire with Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu about matters concerning the 9th rank and above of the Xintian sword sect. He wondered if they might possess any insights, as this was a matter of some significance, especially since the Shun family had their sights set on the Xintian sword sect, due to this very issue. In a few days, the Shun family would come, and he needed to be vigilant. Shaking his head, he decided to set this matter aside for now, knowing he had a few days left to seek out his senior sister for answers. Once in his room, Yang Yi first nourished his swords using his fingertip blood according to the secret method, then infused them with vital energy to refine them. He placed the swords under his pillow, freshened up, and went to bed. He slept soundly until the following evening. Upon waking, his first task was to nurture the bamboo staff sword and Xian Yuan knife, after which he indulged in a hearty meal. Returning afterward, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on his bed, delving into the second form of the heavenly blade. Although he had already managed to execute the second form, 2 instruments of life and death, he sought to deepen his understanding further. However, there remains a sense of constraint, indicating that further contemplation is necessary. After 2 hours of delving into the heavenly blade, Yang Yi chose not to rest, instead immersing himself in his cultivation practice once more. The following day, upon rising, he felt a refreshing clarity of mind. At this stage of his development, the pursuit of cultivation had become an addictive endeavor. Initially intending to meditate for merely an hour, he became so engrossed that he lost track of time, only awakening from his trance at dawn. Despite the all-night session, he felt no trace of fatigue. After freshening up, he tucked 2 taels of silver into his pocket and made his way to the government office. Having been absent for 4 days, he knew he must offer Yuan Cheng'en a token of goodwill to avoid any potential trouble. Upon arriving at the office for roll call, Yang Yi noticed a significant absence of familiar faces among the constables, replaced by many new ones. It seemed that after the departure of the older members, Yuan Cheng'en had hastily recruited a new batch. Upon seeing Yang Yi return, Yuan Cheng'en did not extend a warm welcome. After the roll call concluded, he summoned Yang Yi for a private conversation. Yang Yi was well aware of Yuan Cheng'en's intentions, which were simply to reprimand him. Without waiting for Yuan Cheng'en to speak, Yang Yi stepped forward and discreetly placed the 2 taels of silver into Yuan Cheng'en's hand, scratching his head as he offered an explanation. "Chief, I sincerely apologize. The allure of the tender embrace was simply too enchanting, causing me to miss my return. I hope your honor can overlook this minor transgression and accept this humble token of my esteem. Yuan Cheng'an, feeling the silver in his sleeve, softened his demeanor considerably and coldly remarked, "Be more mindful next time," thus putting the matter to rest. With a smile plastered across his face, Yang Yi nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood, sir." Once Yuan Cheng'an departed, Yang Yi exited the government office and proceeded to patrol the Southern Market District. He held no particular sentiments towards Yuan Cheng'an. Although the man was notoriously greedy, he had one redeeming quality. He delivered results in exchange for his fees and never inquired about the origins of one's funds. In this corrupt world, Yuan Cheng'an's choice of lifestyle was not entirely misguided, especially since he had never targeted Yang Yi specifically. Thus, Yang Yi had no intention of eliminating Yuan Cheng'an. Leaving him be might prove advantageous in the future. Though it was likely that their paths would not cross again after Yang Yi left Linen City, one could never be too certain. It was wise to keep a contingency plan. According to information from the Weaving Pavilion, the Shun family from the capital would arrive in Linen City by the day after tomorrow at the latest, while the Divine Sword sect and the demon cult would likely follow closely behind around the same time. Yang Yi felt a surge of anticipation at the thought of witnessing a confrontation between the Shun family, the Divine Sword sect, and the demon cult. He envisioned the potential rewards from such a clash, hoping that amidst the turmoil, he could transform his ethereal elixirs into substantial ones, thus breaking through to the 8th-tier Grandmaster realm. The mere thought of this prospect filled him with delight. Chapter 63. The Shun Family, the Proud Cloud Sword King. After a day spent mingling in the Southern Market District, after the sun set, Yang Yi discreetly changed his appearance and ventured to the Li residence in the west of the city. Upon his arrival, he found Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu engaged in practicing the new sword technique, Heavenly Blade, with the first form, the world unfolds. Although they had yet to employ true essence or formidable qi, Yang Yi could discern from their sword movements that both had begun to grasp the fundamentals of the world unfolds. Presumably, they had devoted considerable time to reflection and practice during their leisure hours. Upon noticing Yang Yi's presence, the eyes of Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu brightened. After executing the technique twice more, they paused. Xiao Qinyu sheathed her sword and swiftly approached Yang Yi, inquiring playfully, "Junior brother, what brings you here today?" Li Yinluo, equally curious, cast a questioning glance in his direction. Logically, given that the three of them had been forging swords together just days prior, it was unusual for him to seek them out so soon. Yang Yi did not respond immediately. Instead, he opened his mind to sense the surroundings before addressing the two. "Sister, during the interrogation of Shun Chi Dao, I neglected to share some pertinent information with you." Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu held their breath, awaiting further details. Yang Yi's visit at such a critical juncture suggested the significance of the news he bore. He relayed the information concerning the Xiantian sword sect that Shun Chi Dao had revealed, then posed a question. "Sister, you once mentioned that aside from the Divine Sword sect and the demon cult, there's a mysterious entity pursuing you. Is it the Shun family of Kyoto? After all, our Xiantian sword sect once boasted a legacy beyond the 9th rank." Listening to Yang Yi's inquiries, Li Yinluo gently shook her head. "The mysterious entity pursuing us is not affiliated with the Shun family of Kyoto. I acquired intelligence on them from Jijin Lu, and they're not a faction of Dongli. We remain unaware of the Shun family's interest in the Xiantian legacy. As for whether the Xiantian sword sect ever produced anyone above the 9th rank, that is indeed the case. However, that ancestor did not leave behind any legacy of the 9th rank within our sect. According to my grandfather's accounts, that ancestor did not simply pass away, he vanished." With no valuable information gleaned from Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, Yang Yi expressed understanding, as the Xiantian sword sect had perished centuries ago, which was entirely reasonable. He cautioned them earnestly, "Sister, you must exercise utmost vigilance in the coming days. The Shun family of Kyoto has pursued the traces of the Xiantian legacy for many years, and I fear they may possess means to track you." Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu's expressions turned serious as they replied, "We understand. Junior brother, you two must remain cautious. Should anything seem amiss, inform us immediately, and we shall confront it together." After bidding farewell to Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, Yang Yi returned to his small courtyard in the southern part of the city to resume his training. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated and remote dwelling in the eastern part of the city, an atmosphere of chilling unease pervaded the air. The night wind whistled through the windows, adding an eerie and sinister quality to the already foreboding abode. Upon the bed within a residential dwelling lay three imposing figures, their faces exhibiting an eerie shade of bluish-gray. Each bore a piece of yellowed talisman affixed to their chests, intricately adorned with vermilion lines that delineated a peculiar design. At that moment, the vivid crimson symbols inscribed upon the talisman began to gradually fade. At this rate, it would not be long before the colors of the symbols completely diminished. Had Yanni been present, he would have recognized them as the corpse-fixing talismans of the corpse-refining sect. These three figures were the sixth-grade corpses introduced in a linen city by Mu Zhenzi, temporarily sealed here by him with the corpse-fixing talismans. Mu Zhenzi had been captured by Yang Yi far too swiftly, leaving him no time to awaken the corpses. Now that Mu Zhenzi was gone, the talismans were on the verge of losing their efficacy, and the sixth-grade corpses were about to emerge in Linen City. On the following day, Linen City remained tranquil. The members of the Shun family from the capital had yet to arrive, and Yang Yi spent another day mingling in the southern market. The next day, in the afternoon, 8 swift steeds galloped in from the north, charging through the northern city gate and into Linen City. These 8 riders did not dismount as they continued to race through the streets until they finally halted before the government office. Along the route from a northern gate to the office, numerous citizens, men, women, and children, were caught unawares, some trampled underfoot or struck down by the galloping horses. Yet, the expressions of the 8 riders remained utterly impassive, as if they were entirely accustomed to such occurrences. These 8 individuals were indeed envoys from the Shun family, each adorned in resplendent robes, their faces bearing an air of arrogance that marked them as superior beings. Before the government office, the foremost among them, a middle-aged man with a long beard, spoke slowly. "Where is Su Zhengliang, the Lord of Linen? I am Shen Aoyun of the Shun family. Do hurry and present yourself." Shen Aoyun's voice was not loud, yet resonated throughout the office, clear as if whispered directly into the ears of all present. Inside the office, Su Zhengliang felt a sudden tightening in his expression upon hearing this voice. Shen Aoyun, the Sword King of Aoyun. He had not anticipated that the Shun family would place such importance on Shun Qidao, sending forth the renowned Sword King of the martial world. Shen Aoyun ranked as the 12th strongest on the Eastly Master list, a formidable presence among the 20 most powerful 8th-grade grandmasters within a realm. It was said that ordinary 8th-grade grandmasters would struggle to withstand even 10 moves against the formidable beings listed on the master list. This highlights the terrifying prowess of Shen Aoyun. With Shen Aoyun's presence, Su Zhengliang dared not exhibit any negligence. Although he possessed some concealed strength, it paled in comparison to that of Shen Aoyun. Should he offend Shen Aoyun and meet his end by a single sword strike, there would be no recourse for grievance. Su Zhengliang promptly turned to the young woman beside him and commanded, "Quickly assist the lord outside. We have esteemed guests arriving." Shortly thereafter, Su Zhengliang's portly figure appeared at the entrance of the office. Su Zhengliang wore a smile that seemed to ripple with the excess flesh on his face, obsequiously welcoming. "Lord Shen has arrived. Please come in. I apologize for not greeting you properly. I hope you can forgive my oversight." Shen Aoyun, the commander of the Kyoto Wind Catching Division, was rightly addressed as Lord by Su Zhengliang. Shen Aoyun, not one to stand on ceremony, promptly dismounted and strode toward the government office, followed closely by the other 7 members of the Shun family. At the entrance of the office, Su Zhengliang watched the retreating figures of the Shun family, his eyes narrowing into slits. The Shun family wielded considerable influence. For the sake of Shun Qidao alone, they had dispatched 6 minor masters of the 7th rank and 2 grandmasters of the 8th rank, one of whom was a formidable figure on the master list. Given the Shun family's prowess, it was likely that additional wind-catching guards were in tow. What forces the Divine Sword sect and the demon cult could muster remained uncertain. Should they prove too weak, they would surely be unable to withstand the Shun family's assault. After a moment's contemplation, Su Zhengliang utilized a telepathic method to communicate with a nearby maidservant, instructing Linke convey a message to the sect not to come to Linen City, lest they be caught in the crossfire. Yes. Chapter 64, Arrangements. The maidservant then assisted the ever-smiling Su Zhengliang into the office before withdrawing. The discussions between the Kyoto Shin family and Su Zhengliang within the office remained a mystery to outsiders. However, the darkened countenance of Su Zhengliang upon the departure of the Shun family indicated that their negotiations had not been amicable. Once outside the office, Shen Aoyun led his family members to reside in the Linen City Wind Catching Division. Meanwhile, Su Zhengliang summoned Yuan Chang'an. instructing him to gather all the constables in the office and prepare them for immediate action. Upon receiving Yuan Cheng'en's command, Yang Yi surmised the gravity of the situation without probing further and returned to the office alongside the officers. Back at the office, Yang Yi immersed himself within the ranks of the arriving constables, striving to remain inconspicuous. He spent an entire afternoon there, yet nothing transpired, nor did he witness the anticipated arrival of the Shun family from Kyoto. Yang Yi speculated that the Shun family might be preoccupied with some business, which explained their absence. On the following day, at the appointed hour, Yang Yi's assumptions were validated. Outside the office, a group of individuals was apprehended by the wind-catching guards led by Wei Yan, lined up and kneeling at the entrance. The assembly included men, women, and children of all ages. As Yang Yi approached, he recognized many familiar faces among the captives. They were the constables who had resigned days prior, and the elderly and frail among them were likely their families. At that moment, the group was bound with ropes, kneeling on the ground, their faces pale and trembling. Some quietly wept, while others frantically pleaded for mercy. Yet, the wind-catching guards standing nearby remained indifferent to their plight. Yang Yi shook his head, feigning ignorance of the scene before him, and walked straight into the office. This group was undoubtedly doomed, likely to become victims of the Shun family's wrath. Life, it seemed, was as expendable as grass. Upon entering the precincts of the magistrate's office, the head constable Yuan Cheng'en and several nearby constables had already assembled, standing in 2 orderly rows, awaiting some event. Alongside the constables, the bailiffs were also arranged in 2 neat lines. Yang Yi remained silent, his right hand resting on the standard goose-feathered saber, swiftly integrating himself into the ranks. After approximately half an hour, all the constables from Linen had arrived. At this moment, the magistrate Su Zhengliang, leaning on the support of a maid, approached with a group of individuals. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yi glanced up. At the forefront was a middle-aged man clad in brocade, with a long beard, who was so imposing that even Su Zhengliang seemed to trail behind him. Yang Yi understood that this man must be associated with the prestigious Shun family of the capital. He sensed a formidable power emanating from this individual. Not daring to gaze for long, he averted his eyes after a fleeting glance, resting his hand on the saber and keeping his head bowed, blending inconspicuously among the constables. As Shun Aoyun approached, his piercing gaze swept over the assembly, and he commanded, "Let us proceed to the entrance. I invite you to witness a spectacle." With that, Shun Aoyun led the way towards the entrance of the magistrate's office, followed promptly by the others. Upon reaching the exterior, Shun Aoyun pointed towards a group of over 100 individuals kneeling on the ground, stating, "I trust some of you are familiar with them. They are agents of the Divine Sword sect and the demonic cult lurking within the city. Today, they shall face public execution as a warning to others." "Wei Yan, Zhang Huaidong, where are you?" "At your service," replied the subordinates promptly. With an impassive expression, Shun Aoyun issued a direct order: execute them immediately. After beheading, display their bodies at the city gate. Subsequently, more than 10 constables drew their swords, and with swift motions, the kneeling individuals, pleading for mercy, were all dispatched in one stroke. The pungent scent of blood quickly permeated the air. All watching constables and bailiffs fell into stunned silence, many trembling slightly in fear. Satisfied with the reaction of the crowd, Shun Aoyun proclaimed, "The scoundrels of the Divine Sword sect and the minions of the demonic cult shall soon arrive in Linen. I trust none among you will act as spies again. When the time comes, I hope you will collaborate with the Wind-Catching Division to eradicate these rogues and cultists entirely." In awe of Shun Aoyun's authority, Yuan Cheng'en and the other head constables promptly stepped forward, leading the chant, "We shall faithfully obey your command, with your guidance as our beacon. We will eradicate the scoundrels of the Divine Sword sect and the minions of the demonic cult." With a leader to rally them, the multitude of constables and bailiffs echoed, "We shall faithfully obey your command, with your guidance as our beacon. We will eradicate the scoundrels of the Divine Sword sect and the minions of the demonic cult." The magistrate Su Zhengliang cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Cheng'en and the other head constables, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. Shun Aoyun found their performance satisfactory, leading his family members away from the magistrate's office towards the Wind-Catching Division. Just as Yuan Cheng'en intended to dismiss his subordinates, Wei Yan approached him, pointing at the corpses on the ground and addressing him with a directive tone. "General Yuan, these individuals are now entrusted to you and your constables. Ensure that their remains are hanged upon the city walls, alongside those of the 3 major sections." Yuan Cheng'en dared not refuse, and could only acquiesce. Subsequently, he selected 20 individuals from the ranks to carry out this grim task, among whom was Yang Yi. With over 100 corpses, Yang Yi and his companions utilized ox-drawn carts, laboring for several hours to hang all the bodies upon the city walls. Yang Yi personally touched each of the corpses, gaining a decade's worth of martial arts cultivation, 30 years of lifespan, and various sundry items. Yet, he felt no thrill in plundering the dead. Among the deceased were aged men in their 80s, as well as innocent infants who had yet to see their first year, stirring a sense of reluctance within Yang Yi. While it was true that many among this group had met their demise justly, the infants bore no guilt. It took Yang Yi a considerable time to adjust his mindset. Such is fate. In a world like this, one is powerless. No other incidents occur that day. Upon returning to his own courtyard after the evening watch, Yang Yi refrained from further cultivation. He needed to tread carefully in the city, as many formidable experts were present. A careless mistake could lead to dire consequences. At present, he lacked the means to confront the shuns of Kyoto, and even the middle-aged man in brocade with a long beard was beyond his capabilities. Though they had not yet clashed, Yang Yi could sense the terrifying power contained within that man's body, far beyond his ability to contend with. Even the combined efforts of himself, Li Yanluo, and Xiao Qinyu might not guarantee victory. At this moment, Yang Yi felt an urge to flee. However, upon reviewing his recent actions, he found no faults. Thus, he resolved to remain, awaiting the next opportunity to profit from the corpses. On the following morning, approximately 50 individuals clad in dark fish dragon attire, wielding wind patrol knives, rode into the city. These were the wind patrols sent by Shun Aoyun from other locales. They constituted the backbone of Shun Aoyun's efforts to combat and eradicate the disciples of the Divine Sword sect and the followers of the demonic cult. In addition to the wind patrol, several hundred soldiers were also mobilized from outside the city to encircle and annihilate the disciples of the Divine Sword sect and the demonic cult. The Shun family of Kyoto had only recently arrived in Linen, yet they had already transformed the city into a veritable net, poised for the impending arrival of the Divine Sword sect and the demonic cult. Chapter 65. The Arrival of the Divine Sword sect and the demonic cult. Shun Aoyun made grand preparations, showing no concern that the display might deter the Divine Sword sect and the demonic cult. As two of the most prominent sects in Dongli, their foundations were profound. The corpses of their disciples had been left to rot upon the city walls for days. They would never consider retreating. Or rather, Shun Aoyun and the wind patrol of Linen alone were insufficient to instill any thoughts of withdrawal in them. At midday, a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the skies above Linen, followed by the rolling of dark clouds. Within those clouds, serpentine flashes of lightning danced, accompanied by a deafening roar. In the city of Linen, the populace believed that a torrential downpour was imminent, causing a flurry of activity as they sought shelter from the impending rain. Only a handful of individuals understood the ominous presence of thunder in dark clouds. Their expressions were grave as they gazed into the void. This was the might of an 8th-tier Grandmaster. Upon reaching the 8th tier, one could sense the profound mysteries of the cosmos. The tremors of their inner essence resonated with the natural forces of the world, creating a unique aura. A powerful 8th-tier Grandmaster could merge this extraordinary aura with their own comprehension, thus forming a distinctive domain. Those of profound cultivation could invoke celestial phenomena within a limited range, as if a deity had descended. Soon, the dark clouds enveloped the entirety of Linen, casting a shadow that rendered the day akin to night, instilling a sense of dread among the city's inhabitants. Under the cover of these ominous clouds, several hundred individuals leapt from outside the city walls and surged toward the Windcatcher Bureau and the government office. They came seeking vengeance, intent on annihilating the Windcatcher Bureau and the government of Linen, ensuring their notorious names would be etched into the annals of history. Before the disciples of the Divine Sword sect and the sorcerers of the demonic cult could reach the Windcatcher Bureau and the government office, a piercing sword aura ascended from within, dispersing the thunder and dark clouds. Shun Aoyun's figure appeared atop the Windcatcher Bureau, his renowned sword, the flowing cloud sword, angled towards the ground. He gazed into the void ahead, and with a slight movement of his throat, a terrifying sound wave resonated forth. Thunderous Sword Gong Sun Haoren. Mad Demon Staff Sun Wengong. Since you have arrived, why not reveal yourselves for a duel? Upon uttering these words, those who had heard the names of Gong Sun Haoren and Sun Wengong felt a chill run down their spines. It was indeed them, the thunderous Sword King Gong Sun Haoren. and the Mad Demon Staff Sun Wukong, one ranked 15th and the other 17th on the Grandmaster list, both towering figures in the Jianghu of Dongli. In all of Dongli, there were only 15 ninth-tier true masters, and below them stood these Grandmasters on the ranking list. No matter how one calculated, Gongsun Haoran and Sun Wukong were among the top 40 formidable warriors in Dongli. As Shun Aoyun's words echoed, two figures materialized in the void. One appeared as a man in his 60s, his hair flecked with gray and his frame somewhat gaunt, yet his eyes sparkled with a fierce brilliance. In his hand, he wielded a treasured sword, on which the glimmer of lightning seemed to dance. The other figure, cloaked in black, had his face obscured by a hood, his diminutive stature reminiscent of a monkey, yet his arms were sinewy and strong as steel, grasping a long, pitch-black staff approximately 2 meters in length. Upon the appearance of Gongsun Haoran and Sun Wukong, Shun Aoyun slowly ascended, aligning himself with them in the air, and coldly inquired, "Where is my nephew, Shen Qidao? Surrender him to me, and I may allow you to depart in peace." Yet, the two men regarded Shun Aoyun's inquiry with disdain. Their purpose for coming today was to obliterate the Wind Catcher Bureau and the Government Office of Linen. The gruesome spectacle of hanging corpses in Linen City has severely tarnished the reputations of both factions within the martial world. This enmity must reach a resolution. Otherwise, how could they face the world or claim to be prominent sects in the realm? Shun Aoyun alone is insufficient to compel their concession. Gongsun Haoran, eager to clarify that Shen Qidao is not in their grasp, finds his words preempted by Sun Wukong. With a voice laced with cold mockery, Sun Wukong retorted, "Such audacity from the Sword King Aoyun. You rank 12th on the master list, while I am 17th. I am quite intrigued to experience the prowess of the illustrious Sword King." As his words fell, Sun Wukong brandished his demonic staff and, with a flicker, transformed into a wisp of black smoke, sweeping towards Shun Aoyun. Known as the Demon Staff Fiend, his staff techniques are as enigmatic as a specter, moving like a horde of phantoms through the woods or crashing like a tempest against the shore, fearsome and elusive. Yet, Shun Aoyun is no ordinary warrior. His name precedes Sun Wukong on the master list, a testament to his formidable strength. Confronted by the torrential flurry of Sun Wukong's staff strikes, Shun Aoyun let out a disdainful snort. "How presumptuous! Do you dare challenge me? Today, I shall grant you a defeat." Without flinching, he charged toward Sun Wukong with his sword drawn. Shun Aoyun's aura erupted, and where his flowing sword pointed, clouds began to gather, transforming into rain suspended in midair. The raindrops then shot forth like transparent blades, piercing through the multitude of staff shadows. As Shun Aoyun and Sun Wukong clashed in the void, the dispersing energy was akin to razor-sharp edges plowing through the ground below. The cobblestone path shattered into fragments, and nearby homes and taverns were reduced to ruins. Many unsuspecting civilians hiding within these structures met their demise without even a scream. Below, Yang Yi shifted to a relatively safe position, gazing up at the titanic duel unfolding in the sky, overwhelmed with emotion. This was his first encounter witnessing an 8th-tier Grandmaster in battle. The terror of an 8th-tier Grandmaster defies imagination. Their every gesture can wreak colossal devastation. To describe an 8th-tier Grandmaster like Shun Aoyun or Sun Wukong as a deity or demon descending to the mortal realm would not be an exaggeration. However, this is only true for those at the pinnacle of the 8th tier. Lesser Grandmasters do not wield such formidable might. Reflecting on his previous encounter with an 8th-tier Grandmaster on General Mountain, Yang Yi mused that he might now possess the means to vanquish such foes. Yet when it comes to the likes of Shun Aoyun and Sun Wukong, he could only think to flee as far as possible. Yet, Yang Yi's moment of contemplation was abruptly interrupted as disciples of the Divine Sword sect and the demon cult charged towards them. The forces unleashed by the Divine Sword sect and the demon cult were formidable. In addition to Gongsun Haoran and Sun Wukong, 2 other 8th-tier Grandmasters emerged. Fortunately, within Linen City, there remained the 8th-tier offerings from the Windcatcher Agency and another 8th-tier Grandmaster from the Shun family, who intervened to hold them at bay. Otherwise, with merely over 100 Windcatcher guards, a few hundred warriors, and a handful of ineffectual captains, it is unlikely they could withstand the might of those 2 8th-tier Grandmasters. The Grandmasters of the Sword Sect and the Demon Cult were intercepted, yet numerous 7th-tier and 6th-tier fighters displayed their ferocity. Fortunately, the Windcatcher Division had dispatched reinforcements in advance, resulting in a fierce confrontation of equal measure. Yang Yi and his fellow constables fought desperately to retreat to the rear. their efforts seemingly limited to raising their blades and shouting encouragement. Occasionally, however, some unfortunate souls of lesser cultivation would be wounded by the wind catcher guards and fall into their midst. In those chaotic moments, they would swarm and mercilessly slay the hapless individuals, and Yang Yi took advantage of the melee to pilfer from several corpses. Chapter 66. The Battle Between 8th-Tier Grandmasters. The rankings of the Grandmaster list hold significant authority. The Mad Demon Staff Master, Sun Wengong, is one of the rare experts from the Eastern Li, fighting like a man possessed, with his staff weaving a demonic shadow. Yet, the formidable Aoyun Sword King, Shun Aoyun, brandished his flowing cloud sword, emanating a terrifying sword intent. Each strike imbued with the power to rend all asunder. In a brief span, he managed to suppress the Mad Demon Staff Master. Although it seemed improbable to defeat Sun Wengong swiftly, he found himself utterly lacking in the capacity to retaliate. Observing from the sidelines, the Thunder Sword King of the Sword Sect, Gong Sun Haoran, noted Sun Wengong's plight and charged towards Shun Aoyun with his Thunder Sword, calling out loudly, "Brother Sun, Stunt Azida, allow me to contend with the Aoyun Sword King." Sun Wengong, upon hearing this, felt a sigh of relief within. The Aoyun Sword King was indeed terrifying. He had exerted all his strength, yet still sensed an insurmountable depth in Shun Aoyun's prowess. Should Gong Sun Haoran delay any longer, he would likely face defeat. The Mad Demon Staff Master gathered his energy and struck Shin Aoyun's sword away with a powerful blow, retreating swiftly. Shin Aoyun sought to pursue, but Gong Sun Haoran had already arrived. Shin Aoyun had no choice but to turn his attention to Gong Sun Haoran. The latter wielded the Thunder Sword, accompanied by the fury of lightning, akin to a deity of thunder, fierce and dominating. Shin Aoyun stood undeterred, unleashing his flowing cloud sword domain to collide fiercely with Gong Sun Haoran's Thunder Sword domain. The air erupted with violent shockwaves, collapsing many precarious structures below, sending constables of 1st and 2nd tiers sprawling to the ground, grievously injured and spitting blood. Some, unfortunates in fate, were flung into the enemy's midst, only to be swiftly dispatched by a blade. Witnessing the numerous 1st and 2nd tier fighters being thrown aside, Yang Yi could not afford to appear unaffected. He feigned a stumble, retreating a step, preparing for an immediate escape should the Shun family and the Windcatcher division falter against the onslaught of the Sword Sect and the Demon Cult. Though he felt a pang of envy for the fallen corpses, he ultimately valued his life more. Besides, he had already looted quite a few, ensuring he did not leave empty-handed. The Mad Stick Demon, Sun Wengong, observed the fierce clash between the Proud Sword King, Shun Aoyun, and the Thunder Sword King, Gong Sun Haoran, his expression turning grave. Both warriors possessed formidable strength, surpassing his own abilities. However, Gong Sun Haoran, when compared to Shin Aoyun, was somewhat lacking. Although he would not be defeated, he certainly had no chance of triumphing over Shin Aoyun. Sun Wengong meticulously analyzed the techniques employed by the two fighters, showing no inclination to assist Gong Sun Haoran or intervene in the battle below. Hailing from the demonic sect, he was not bound by any notions of chivalry or righteousness. The concepts of overwhelming the weak with the strong were utterly foreign to him. Rather than aiding Gong Sun Haoran, he deemed it far more crucial to study and comprehend the techniques of Shun Aoyun and Gong Sun Haoran, regardless of the outcome of today's conflict. As long as they had arrived in Linen City, even if their subordinates were completely wiped out, they would not be considered failures. Following this battle, the Imperial Court would undoubtedly recognize their resolve. The next time they were targeted, careful consideration would be taken, and their adversaries would hesitate to act recklessly. This dreadful battle raged on for the better part of a day, with numerous 7th and 8th tier warriors fighting desperately. True essence and vital energy surged through the air, wreaking havoc on the surrounding structures, with even the official government office suffering significant destruction. The Wind-Catching Division's base had been reduced to ruins. Ultimately, the Wind-Catching Division gained the upper hand in this confrontation. All members of the Godsword sect, and those below the 7th tier from the demonic sect were slain, with even several of the 7th tier warriors meeting their end. However, the losses for the Wind-Catching Division were also catastrophic. Hundreds of soldiers summoned from outside the city were annihilated. The team of constables, who had been idling during the battle, suffered heavy casualties, leaving only a handful of survivors, with Captain Yuan Cheng'in being the sole remaining leader. As the main force, the Wind-Catching Guards also endured losses exceeding 80%. The Linen City Wind Prison's warden, Zhang Huaitong, was pierced through the dantian by a sword, pinned to the ground. the head of the Listening Wind Pavilion, Wei En, was besieged by several 7th-tier masters and lost an arm in the fray. In the clash between 8th-tier masters, the 8th-tier offerings of Linen City and the 8th-tier masters of the Godsword sect were nearly evenly matched, neither side gaining a definitive advantage. Yet, the battle between the Shun family's 8th-tier master and the demonic sect's 8th-tier master presented a different scenario. The Shun family's 8th-tier master wielded his blade with profound insight, his strength considerably surpassing that of an average grandmaster. Initially, the demonic sect's 8th-tier master could contend with him on equal footing. However, as time progressed, the Shun family's 8th-tier master grew increasingly vigorous, and his swordsmanship became more ferocious, while the demonic sect's grandmaster grew weaker. In this ebb and flow, the demonic sect's 8th-tier master was nearly slain by a decisive blow to the back from the Shun family's 8th-tier master. In the void, the mad stick demon, Sun Wengong, had been observing the battle for quite some time and had thoroughly analyzed the techniques of Shun Aoyun and Gong Sunhauren. Witnessing his own 8th-tier master sustain severe injuries, he decided it was time to cease further observation. With the mad staff in hand, he charged towards the esteemed master of the Shun family. Witnessing this, the Sword King of Pride, Shun Aoyun, immediately expanded the range of his flowing cloud sword domain, drawing the mad staff demon into the fray. Shun Aoyun's strength was formidable. Neither Gong Sunhauren nor Sun Wengong could stand against him individually. However, facing both of them simultaneously placed an immense burden upon him. Sun Wengong mocked while wielding the mad staff, besieging Shun Aoyun alongside Gong Sunhauren. Sword King of Pride, your arrogance is indeed excessive. Do you truly believe you can contend with both of us alone? Such hubris is unwarranted. In truth, Shun Aoyun felt a twinge of regret when he instinctively pulled Sun Wengong into the flowing cloud sword domain. Both Sun Wengong and Gong Sunhauren were not ordinary adversaries. He was uncertain whether he could withstand their combined might, but with the situation at hand, he could only brace himself. The 8th-tier master of the Shun family, upon seeing Shun Aoyun besieged by Gong Sunhauren and Sun Wengong, felt a pang of concern for his well-being. He immediately intensified his assault on the 8th-tier master of the demon sect, unleashing blade light like a crashing tide. The demon sect's 8th-tier master, already gravely injured, could hardly endure the onslaught and was soon struck again by the Shun family's 8th-tier master, losing an arm in the process. Initially, the Shun family's 8th-tier master intended to eliminate the demon sect's 8th-tier master at once. However, at that moment, Shun Aoyun found himself at a disadvantage against the combined efforts of Sun Wengong and Gong Sunhauren. Fearing for Shun Aoyun's safety, the Shun family's 8th-tier master abandoned the demon sect's master and rushed to the battlefield where Shun Aoyun was engaged. The demon sect's 8th-tier master, realizing he could no longer continue the fight, seized the opportunity to flee the city. With the arrival of their own 8th-tier master, the battle between Shun Aoyun, Sun Wengong, and Gong Sunhauren reached a stalemate. Although the Shun family's 8th-tier master could not match the strength of either Sun Wengong or Gong Sunhauren, Shun Aoyun had the power to dominate either of them individually. The forces on both sides reached a balance, rendering neither able to gain the upper hand. Chapter 87. The Conclusion of Battle. The conflict persisted until this point, with both sides suffering significant losses. There was no longer a necessity to continue. The surviving disciples of the Divine Sword sect and the Demon sect were beginning to falter, retreating as they battled. The Thunderbolt Sword King, Gong Sunhauren, and the Mad Staff Demon, Sun Wengong, sensed this and no longer harbored the desire to fight. They exchanged a fierce blow with the Sword King of Pride before retreating to cover the withdrawal of their disciples. The 8th-tier master of the Shun family sought to pursue them, but was halted by Shun Aoyun's outstretched hand. Aoyun, let them go. The 8th-tier master, Shun Aoqing, wore a reluctant expression. But, Brother Aoyun, the small knife is still unaccounted for. It could very well be in their possession. Shun Aoyun shook his head gently, responding slowly. The small knife should not be in their hands. If they had captured it, they would surely have some intention, and upon seeing us, they would have made demands or threatened us with a knife. If they claimed that the dagger had perished at their hands, they would undoubtedly voice it to undermine our morale. However, their silence speaks volumes, indicating that the dagger has not fallen into their possession. Upon hearing this, Shun Aoqing fell into a contemplative silence, acknowledging that Shun Aoyun's assertion bore no flaws. Brother Aoyun, could it be the cult of a deity? Unlikely, for the cult has recently allied with that person. Had the dagger truly fallen into their grasp, that individual would have already instructed them to return it. Shun Aoqing felt a surge of agitation. Then where could the dagger have vanished? Shun Aoyun sighed softly. Alas, the dagger may be in grave peril. There are likely deeper mysteries surrounding this affair, as hidden forces appear to be at play. It seems we must thoroughly investigate the sequence of events. After a moment's reflection, Shun Aoyun continued, Aoqing, I need you to visit the weaving pavilion and seek any clues. I shall consult Wei and to unravel the entirety of this matter. In the heart of Linen City, the aftermath of a fierce battle left the area in ruins. Numerous factions alongside countless innocent civilians had suffered, with the death toll nearing 800. As the fighting ceased, Shun Aoyun entrusted the task of handling the bodies to the wind catcher guards and local constables, while he summoned Wei and departed from the scene with his family. Handling corpses was a task that Yang Yi executed with remarkable ease. Without needing any prompt from Yuan Cheng'an, he proactively began moving the bodies, seizing the opportunity to pilfer valuables. He worked tirelessly, gathering the lifeless bodies until nightfall, and he was astonished by the immense bounty he had collected, nearly unable to suppress a smile. At the Li residence in the west of the city, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu had been gazing anxiously towards the government office since the battle erupted. During this time, Xiao Qinyu made several attempts to stealthily confirm Yang Yi's situation, but each time, Li Yinluo restrained her. While Li Yinluo shared her concern for Yang Yi, she ultimately chose to place her trust in him. In Xiao Qinyu's most anxious moments, Li Yinluo offered words of comfort. Do not worry, little sister. You know our junior brother well. He is exceedingly prudent. His involvement in this risk must be part of a greater plan, ensuring his own safety. Should we rashly approach, we risk disrupting his strategy and becoming a burden. Li Yinluo's words managed to quell Xiao Qinyu's fears, yet both remained deeply troubled. Over time, Yang Yi had come to hold significant weight in their hearts. They waited in the courtyard until night fell, convinced that if their junior brother was safe, he would surely return to reassure them. After completing the grim task of moving the bodies, Yang Yi returned to his small courtyard, changed his attire, and altered his appearance before stealthily making his way to the west of the city. Upon arriving at the Li residence, he exchanged brief reassurances of safety with Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu before hastily departing. Were it not for the concern over Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu potentially making ill-advised decisions, he would not have come tonight. Presently, there are 3 8th-rank grandmasters in the city of Linen. The risks involved in this venture remain exceedingly high. Just as Yang Yi was on his way to the Li residence to assure Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu of his safety. At the home of Wei and in the northern part of the city, Shun Aoyun, Shun Aoqing, and several members of the Shun family, along with Wei Yin and Yu Tsangyu, another 8th-rank grandmaster of Linen, gathered together. Wei Yin, pale and enduring excruciating pain, relayed every detail of recent events to Shun Aoyun. After Wei Yin finished speaking, Yu Tsangyu supplemented his account, recounting the injuries inflicted upon Shun Qidao at General Mountain and concluding with the day Shun Qidao went missing. Nearly every conceivable detail was articulated. Once Wei Yin and Yu Tsangyu had concluded, Shun Aoyun turned to Shun Aoqing. Shun Aoqing first handed a portrait to Shun Aoyun before speaking. Elder Brother Aoyun, someone purchased intelligence regarding our dealings with the Divine Sword sect and the demon cult at the Weaving Tower a few days ago. The individual depicted in this portrait is the one in question. According to the Weaving Tower, there is indeed a mysterious force lurking within Linen. However, the Weaving Tower could only speculate based on scanned evidence and is unaware of the specific identity of this force. Upon hearing Shun Aoqing's words, Wei Yin's complexion grew even more ashen. Shun Aoyun cast a glance at Wei Yin, his expression impassive, yet his words were laced with icy disdain. Wei Yin, you have proven to be an incompetent leader of the Listening Wind Pavilion. You are responsible for intelligence, yet remain oblivious to the forces lying in wait within Linen, resulting in the calamity befalling my family's direct descendants. This sin is one for which you cannot atone, even with your life. Having heard this, Wei Yin's face turned a ghastly white, and he fell to his knees. Shun Aoyun flung the portrait at Wei Yin. Do not say, I am heartless. I shall grant you an opportunity to redeem yourself. This individual is undoubtedly affiliated with the one who harmed Qidao at General Mountain. You have 7 days to uncover their identities. I shall only hold you accountable. Your family shall remain unharmed. Should you fail in your duties again, do not blame me for being ruthless. Wei Yin, prostrate on the ground, trembled as he spoke. I humbly thank you for your leniency, my lord. I shall exert every effort to provide you with a satisfactory account, driven by the desire to protect his family. Wei Yan left the parlor and immediately summoned an artist to create dozens of copies of the portrait. He then ordered his subordinates to compile a list of all families in the city with 2 daughters. After issuing his orders, Wei Yan promptly made his way to the residence of Su Zhengliang to disseminate the portrait throughout Linen and to gather all families with 2 daughters. He needed the support of the magistrate, Su Zhengliang. Without it, even with his remaining scant manpower, he would be unable to accomplish the task in 7 days. Or even 17. Though the local constables had suffered heavy losses, Su Zhengliang still held the authority to mobilize troops from outside the city. At this moment, Yang Yi, just returning home, remained blissfully unaware of these developments. Wei Yan is already contemplating how to locate him. Should he discover this, he would undoubtedly urge Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu to swiftly depart from Linen City. As for himself, he remains indifferent. He typically employs disguise, making him a challenging target to find. Chapter 68. A Bountiful Harvest, late stage of the 8th rank. In the southern part of the city, Yang Yi had just returned to his residence. He eagerly retreated to his chamber, settling cross-legged upon his bed to examine today's acquisitions. This day marked the pinnacle of his endeavors since his arrival in this realm, yielding an unprecedented number of corpses and remarkable treasures, a risk well worth taking. Upon contact with the corpses, the host randomly acquired the following items: 1,000 taels of silver notes, 50 years of martial arts cultivation, a wisp of wind listening sword intent, 20 years of lifespan, a secret technique, burning yuan technique, a wisp of rainfall sword intent, a martial art, mysterious iron body forging method. Yang Yi was momentarily dazzled by the multitude of harvest notifications, taking a considerable time to organize this information. The bounty was truly extraordinary. The total cultivation time amounted to 420 years, combined with the previous 46 years, bringing his total to 466 years. Although he remained uncertain about the years of martial arts cultivation required to break through to a minor level beyond the 8th rank. Reaching the 8th rank itself was undoubtedly within his grasp. Today, he accrued 282 years of lifespan, adding to the previous 68 years. The total lifespan he had collected now reached 350 years, surpassing the lifespan of an entire dynasty in his former existence. He was exceedingly pleased with the wind listening and rainfall sword intents, as his time of practice was still relatively brief. Most of his skills and techniques had been acquired through serendipity. Previously, he relied on formidable techniques to subdue his adversaries, yet he had yet to comprehend sword intent. Now, having directly acquired a fragment, albeit minuscule, it was sufficient for him to grasp the essence of complete sword intent. As for the burning yuan technique, it was a rather sinister secret art, lacking a defined rank in its detailed description. It temporarily enhances cultivation by consuming one's lifespan and vitality. For most, this technique would be deemed rather impractical, only to be utilized in life or death situations. However, for Yang Yi, it was perfectly suited. He could acquire lifespan and was unperturbed by consumption. The mysterious iron body forging method was a mid-tier body refinement technique of the mysterious grade, emphasizing the body as a furnace and qi as fire, absorbing the essence of earth and stone to temper the flesh. Although its rank was somewhat lower, it was precisely the body refinement technique Yang Yi required. His offensive capabilities were already sharply honed, and this method would enhance his resilience to strikes. Additionally, he had gathered various low-tier techniques in blades, swords, palms, and fists, along with an array of skills related to thievery, lock-picking, and seduction. In addition to skill-related items, there exist a considerable number of tangible goods, such as clothing, belly bands, trousers, toys, and candied hawthorns, most of which serve little purpose. Yang Yi intends to find a moment to dispose of them. After taking stock, he silently recited an incantation to extract his cultivation, lifespan, techniques, martial skills, secret arts, and sword intent. A magnificent surge of energy instantaneously melded into Yang Yi's being, prompting all his techniques to operate in unison, resulting in a rapid ascension in his cultivation level. From the late 7th rank to the pinnacle of the 7th rank, Yang Yi's breakthrough momentarily paused. Once the illusory core transformed into a tangible one, his advancement resumed. Upon entering the 8th rank, an enigmatic aura emanated from Yang Yi, gradually radiating outward and eliciting a resonance with the heavens. This also awakened the acquired sword intents of listening wind and transforming rain, invoking a gentle drizzle that enveloped the entire city of Linen. At the moment the wind and rain descended, Yang Yi's comprehension of the sword intents surged dramatically. His cultivation and understanding of sword intent advanced in tandem, progressing from the early to the mid-8th rank until reaching the late 8th rank when his rapid growth ceased. And his grasp of sword intent approached perfection. Observing the complete depletion of over 400 years of martial cultivation he had acquired, Yang Yi shook his head slightly, realizing that the cultivation required for a breakthrough at the 8th rank was far greater than he had anticipated. A mere increment in tier demanded approximately 150 years of cultivation. He could hardly fathom the terrifying nature of the 9th rank that lay ahead. Concurrent with his breakthrough, the intricate pathways of various techniques within him began to subtly intertwine, indicating the formation of a new method. Yang Yi felt no surprise at this development. With the limited number of meridians in the human body, it was inevitable that multiple techniques would share the same pathway, leading to the emergence of a new, efficient trajectory. The commotion of Yang Yi's breakthrough did not go unnoticed as he ascended to the 8th rank. It drew the attention of certain individuals. In the northern garrison, Shun Aoyun and Shun Aoqing promptly exited their chambers, leaping onto the rooftops to discern Yang Yi's location. However, at that moment, the gentle drizzle infused with the dual sword intents of listening wind and transforming rain cascaded down, disrupting their perception. Shun Aoyun reached out to catch the raindrops falling from the sky, a look of gravity crossing his features. The two nearly perfected, complementary sword intents indicated that this individual was no ordinary person, possessing the potential to be listed among the masters. Shun Aoqing sought to deepen his perception of Yang Yi's whereabouts. Eager to locate him, "Brother Yin, do you think this could be someone from that mysterious faction?" Shun Aoyun shook his head, remaining silent. Even if it were related to that enigmatic power, they would still be unable to pinpoint his location, as the rain and wind, infused with sword intent, rendered them incapable of sensing anything. Soon, the wind and rain dissipated, yet Yang Yi's aura had already been withdrawn. At this moment, Yang Yi was still immersed in the joy of having broken through to the late stage of the 8th rank, unaware that he had nearly exposed himself. His understanding of the martial arts at the 8th rank was rather superficial. He did not realize that such a breakthrough would create such a commotion. Had he been aware, he would undoubtedly have chosen to undergo his advancement elsewhere, away from the city. Fortunately, his breakthrough was brief, and the disruptive sword intent provided a veil of concealment, preventing detection. As Yang Yi ascended to the 8th rank, nearing the perfection of his sword intent, a torrent of information regarding martial arts techniques flooded his mind. Upon digesting this influx of knowledge, he mastered all the techniques, albeit most of them were of a lower tier. Nonetheless, this undoubtedly fortified his foundation and depth. Lower tier and rudimentary techniques are never without value. Although they may seem of little use, they serve as the bedrock for higher-level abilities. It is those with a solid foundation who can traverse further. After assimilating the various techniques, Yang Yi pondered briefly before extracting the skills he had acquired. While some of these skills appeared unremarkable, possessing a broader knowledge was not disadvantageous. Even if he did not utilize them himself, they could serve as a means of defense. Following the integration of numerous skills, Yang Yi nourished his swords with blood from his fingertips and infused them with refined energy before retiring to bed. The tangible items he had collected were not convenient to deal with at the moment, so he opted not to extract them, planning to dispose of them when the opportunity arose. That night, Yang Yi slept soundly. His strength now placed him among the elite at the pinnacle of the pyramid within the easternly region, alleviating the need for the caution he had previously exercised. Chapter 69, Time to Flee. With the support of the burning element technique, he felt emboldened enough to confront even the most formidable figures on the master rankings. Should they provoke him? As long as the 9th rank true masters did not intervene, he harbored no fear of anyone in the easternly region. Late at night, while most in Linen City were resting, 3 figures with skin tinged a bluish gray struggled to rise from their beds in a secluded courtyard in the eastern part of the city. They followed the scent of blood towards the city center. As they moved, faded yellow talismans slipped from their forms. In the city center, many were working tirelessly to clear the battlefield. Yang Yi's group had merely transported the corpses to one location. Numerous tasks remained to be addressed. The center of the city was piled high with bodies, the aura of blood and malevolence rising ominously. The 3 undead were irresistibly drawn to this surging energy, driven by an instinctual craving. At dawn, Yang Yi stretched lazily and arose from his bed. After tidying himself, he donned his attire and headed towards the government office. At this juncture, the role of constable held little significance for him. The events of the previous day had been extraordinary, and to continue enhancing his prowess, he would need to consider alternative methods. The Shun family from the capital still lingered in the city. Now was not the opportune moment to abandon his identity as a constable. The spectacle from the previous day had been overwhelmingly shocking. Today, as Yang Yi passed through Nanchifang, he discovered the entire area was desolate, likely frightened into hiding by the grand spectacle of the previous day. After some time, he managed to find a bewildered vendor and procured a few morsels to eat. He strolled leisurely towards the yamen. The yamen had been destroyed the day prior, and it seemed there was no need for morning assembly today. Upon reaching the city center, Yang Yi observed several early arriving constables huddled together, too intimidated to approach the heart of the scene. Scattered across the ground lay over 20 corpses, those of the officials and guards who had been on duty the previous night. As Yang Yi drew closer, he noticed the deep bite marks etched into their necks, each victim having been drained of their lifeblood. A chill ran through him as he gazed at the pile of unprocessed bodies from yesterday, an ominous sense emerging within him. He gently expanded his senses and discovered that the blood energy of the more than 800 corpses from yesterday had completely withered, as if entirely siphoned away. This was the method of the corpse refining sect. A torrent of thoughts swirled in Yang Yi's mind. Had a master from the corpse refining sect arrived in Linen? What was their strength and purpose? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could they be the handiwork of Mu Jinzi? We had slain Mu Jinzi. It seemed there were no corpses found nearby. While mulling over this, Yang Yi approached the constables, joining them in their somber gathering. Although he recognized the cause of death, he knew he could not voice it. Before long, the chief constable, Yuan Cheng'an, arrived. Upon seeing the sea of corpses, his spirit waned further as he examined the bodies, then called for someone to notify the governor, Su Zhenliang. Soon, Su Zhenliang arrived, supported by maidservants, accompanied by members of the Shun family and the guards. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene, Su Zhenliang's face turned ashen, and he immediately retched. After regaining his composure, he lumbered toward Shun Aoyun, sternly questioning him. Lord Shun, I entrusted the yamen, constables, and soldiers to your care yesterday. Is this the outcome you provide? Hundreds of soldiers lost, the yamen reduced to ruins, and nearly all constables dead. I regret having mobilized the soldiers to assist you. How could you set the battlefield in the city center? How shall I account for such losses to His Majesty? In response to Su Zhenliang's inquiries, Shun Aoyun remained unperturbed, merely responding, The losses in Linen City shall be borne solely by my Shun family. His Majesty shall remain unaware of your unilateral mobilization of soldiers, Lord Su. Afterward, Shun Aoyun examined the wounds of the deceased from the previous night and addressed Su Zhenliang and Wei and beside him, stating, These deaths are the work of the corpse refining sect. The refining must be at least of the 6th grade. We must locate the one responsible for this. The blood aura here yesterday was overwhelming. The corpse must have absorbed a vast amount of blood energy and undergone a transformation. If we do not act, unforeseen calamities may arise. Once we depart, the populace of this city shall become mere sustenance. Lord Su, proceed to mobilize the soldiers into the city. Su Zhenliang, upon hearing this, wore a grave expression and promptly dispatched individuals to the military camp outside to summon the soldiers into the city. Shun Aoyun was correct. If the corpse refining entity remains undiscovered, he would encounter serious troubles. Although he did not fear this entity, his carefully cultivated identity over the years would be in jeopardy. While Shun Aoyun and Su Zhenliang conversed, Yuan Cheng'an informed Yang Yi and others to prepare the bodies of those who perished last night. Yang Yi managed to recover over 20 corpses. Taking a moment to review the retrieval information, he found that there were not many noteworthy items among them. After deliberation between Su Zhenliang and Shun Aoyun, it was decided that once the soldiers entered the city, they would be tasked with transporting the gathered corpses to another location for cremation. The reasoning for not assigning this task to Yang Yi and the other constables was due to their other responsibilities. Yang Yi and the other constables, along with the yamen runners, were summoned by Wei. He first presented a stack of portraits, distributing them as he instructed, immediately affix these portraits throughout the city, disseminate them across Linen Prefecture, and locate this individual. Wei then described the appearances of the sisters Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, whom they had encountered at General S Mountain, and continued, search the entire city for these two sisters. Bring forth all households that have sisters for identification. Amidst the gathering, Yang Yi blended into the crowd, holding the portraits in hand, and listened intently to Wei N's description of the sisters' features, feeling a surge of alarm within. It seemed that staying in Linen City was no longer feasible. The portraits were indeed accurate, as were the descriptions of the sisters provided by Wei Yan. The portrait depicted his appearance after disguise, with only Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu having seen him in that form. However, the people of Jijin Lu could not possibly discern his identity. Wei Yan's description of the sisters had also been altered through disguise. Thus, they could not be easily identified based on those 2 points alone. The trouble lay in the fact that Wei Yan had already conceived the notion of locating them. Should they congregate the individuals, even if Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu's concealment techniques were formidable, they would likely not evade the scrutiny of an 8th-rank grandmaster. Unlike him, they did not possess a systematic means of concealment. Yang Yi sighed softly. It was imperative to notify his senior sisters to evacuate swiftly, for delaying further would likely hinder their escape. The list of household with sisters had already been largely compiled by Wei Yan last night, and today, it sufficed for them to bring the individuals forth. Wei Yan distributed the list to Yang Yi and the others, instructing, "You are to escort them to the Jingyun Academy in the north of the city. The venue is spacious enough. There will be wind catcher guards accompanying you, so there is no need to worry about safety. Should the target attempt to flee, raise the alarm immediately." Chapter 70. It's time to flee. After dispersing, under Wei Yan's arrangements, in the city, a constable, a wind guard, and a yamen runner began to solicit information or post notices. Yang Yi and this cohort were the vanguard. Once the soldiers entered the city, they would seal off the area and conduct a thorough search. Yang Yi, accompanied by a wind guard, headed directly towards the southern part of the city. Residing in the south, he was well acquainted with the southern market district, which was under his jurisdiction. As he walked, Yang Yi contemplated his escape strategy. The current restrictions were not yet stringent, providing a relatively easy opportunity for flight. Once the soldiers arrived, evasion would become significantly more challenging. While strolling, Yang Yi discreetly observed the wind guard from the corner of his eye, realizing that in order to flee, he would first need to eliminate this individual. With this thought, he led the wind guard down a secluded path. Today, the townspeople remained timidly ensconced within their homes, inadvertently granting him considerable ease. The wind guard, recently transferred from the Shun family and unfamiliar with the city's layout, followed Yang Yi through a series of twists and turns without suspicion. Believing Yang Yi was simply leading him on a shortcut, he felt secure in his position, being a 5th-grade official while Yang Yi was merely a 2nd-grade one. There was little cause for concern. Having turned into a remote alley, Yang Yi sensed his surroundings, confirming the absence of onlookers before abruptly halting. The wind guard furrowed his brow and inquired why they had stopped, admonishing Yang Yi for delaying an official matter. Before the wind guard could finish his sentence, Yang Yi swiftly turned, a pointed finger poised at the center of his forehead. With a surge of sword energy, he penetrated the wind guard's mind, rendering it to a mere pulp. The wind guard's eyes instantly filled with blood, and he collapsed to the ground. Yang Yi quickly disposed of the body and hastened back to his residence. Upon returning to his room, he changed into a different set of clothes and swiftly gathered several essential items. He wrapped his bamboo staff and Xianyuan blade in cloth and donned them on his back, employing a disguise technique to transform into a middle-aged figure before exiting his courtyard and making his way to the Li residence in the west. Upon arriving at the Li household, Yang Yi met with Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, succinctly relaying the events and urging them to prepare for a hasty departure. Grateful, the 2 women exchanged appreciative glances with Yang Yi before swiftly gathering their belongings. Had it not been for Yang Yi's timely warning, they might have faced dire consequences, as they lacked confidence in evading the scrutiny of an 8th-grade grandmaster. Even if they managed to elude detection, they could not be certain that the Shun family would not resort to a ruthless strategy of wrongfully eliminating them. Observing the 2 women hastily packing, Yang Yi reminded them, "Sister, just take the most vital items. We are short on time." Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu led a life of simplicity, their courtyard adorned only with an assortment of weapons, devoid of any significant possessions. Li Yinluo donned a set of worn garments, carefully packing her essentials, a box containing the Yuhuang Yin and Duanyun Kai, along with some silver bills before stepping out. Xiao Qinyu, similarly, transformed into male attire, securing the Kangwu sword and Yunyan Hui in a box, and prepared to leave. Notably, Xiao Qinyu had also prepared a box for Yang Yi to accommodate his bamboo staff and Xianyuan blade. Despite the wealth still residing in their home, their current predicament rendered such considerations trivial. Before exiting, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu practiced the transformation technique taught by Yang Yi. altering their appearances to that of a middle-aged woman and a young man. The trio then departed towards the western city gate. The gates were not yet under strict lockdown, and they encountered minimal resistance while leaving the city. The guards, upon seeing the two men and a woman, posed no significant inquiries, especially after Yang Yi discreetly offered them some silver, allowing their exit to proceed smoothly. Once outside the city, the three found themselves in a state of confusion. The suddenness of their situation left them unprepared regarding where to seek refuge. Ultimately, they chose to hasten westward. With some funds still in their possession, they were confident they could sustain themselves, and staying behind to confront the Shun family would be unwise. Yang Yi, undaunted by the formidable Sword King Shun Aoyun, felt bolstered by his newfound strength and techniques, such as the Ranyuan art and Tiandao, believing he could at least safeguard himself even in defeat. However, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu were not afforded the same confidence. While they might withstand the pressures of Yu Sangyu, an 8th-rank official of the Capture Wind Division, they were also aware of Shun Aoqing, another 8th-rank grandmaster, lurking within Linen City, alongside several 7th-rank masters. Remaining in the city would surely lead to their demise. Having spent considerable time together, Yang Yi was acutely aware of Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu's sentiments towards him, particularly after their initial misunderstandings. The thought of witnessing their untimely demise was unbearable for him. Though he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he reciprocated the sincerity directed towards him with warmth. Fearful of death, yet recognizing the necessity of courage in the pursuit of martial prowess, he understood that without it, even reaching the pinnacle of martial arts would still leave one branded as a coward. Cowardice, after all, has never been synonymous with one's level of strength. Shortly after their departure from the city, a group of constables accompanied by the Capture Wind Division arrived at the Li residence in the west. After several attempts to elicit a response went unanswered, the constables forcefully breached the door, entering the courtyard. Upon entering, one constable immediately spotted the hastily concealed weapons, causing his heart to race. With only two sisters residing in the home and the presence of hidden armaments, the suspicion surrounding Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu escalated sharply. Without hesitation, the constable activated the Chuan Yin arrow to signal an alert. Simultaneously, the body of the constable dispatched by Yang Yi was discovered in the southern part of the city. In that moment of urgency, Yang Yi merely dealt with the situation superficially, assuming that the remote location would delay its discovery. However, fate intervened as the wind catcher encountered him, and the pungent scent of blood was immediately detected. Upon revealing the corpse, it became apparent that it was a colleague who had been slain. The wind catcher instinctively suspected the involvement of a mysterious force and promptly sounded the alarm. At the North City guardhouse, Shun Aoyun and Shun Aoqing, upon hearing the alarm, found themselves without other pressing matters and decided to investigate personally. They were intrigued by the enigmatic power that managed to elude the watchful eyes of the weaving pavilion and sought to uncover the identity of those audacious enough to oppose the Shun family and abduct their direct descendants. At this juncture, they had little hope remaining for Shun Qidao's survival, given the passage of time without any ransom demands, suggesting that the abductors had deemed his life expendable. Chapter 71. The Scent-Seeking Sparrow. Shun Aoyun and Shun Aoqing set out to explore the western and southern parts of the city, respectively. Shun Aoyun swiftly arrived at the Li residence in the west. As a peak 8th-rank grandmaster, he possessed an acute awareness that set him apart from others. Upon his arrival, he sensed the lingering presence of Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, who had long inhabited this place. With his exceptional olfactory acuity, he located a secret chamber still faintly imbued with the scent of blood. This was evidently the abode of the two women, both of whom were 7th-rank martial artists. It seemed likely that Qidao had met his demise here. With this thought in mind, Shun Aoyun exited the chamber and stepped into the courtyard. Gazing skyward, he suddenly puffed his cheeks and emitted a sharp, penetrating sound. Shortly after this peculiar utterance, a dark spot appeared in the air. The spot circled around before releasing a shrill cry and landing on Shun Aoyun's shoulder. He gently stroked the scent-seeking sparrow and spoke softly, "Little sparrow, guide me to the master of this place." The sparrow appeared to comprehend his words. As soon as he finished speaking, it pecked at his shoulder and flew toward the quarters of Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu. After circling their room, it returned to perch on Shun Aoyun's shoulder, nudging him affectionately before soaring westward. Observing this, Shun Aoyun promptly took flight in pursuit. "Ah, Mr. Ufos, I am eager to unveil your true nature," he declared. The scent-seeking sparrow excelled in tracking, and Shun Aoyun was confident in his ability to uncover the whereabouts of this enigmatic power to avenge Shenqi Dao. Shortly after Shun Aoyun's departure, Shun Aoqing, through diligent investigation, had also narrowed his focus onto Yang Yi, who was currently being escorted by the guards to his residence in the southern part of the city. Upon entering Yang Yi's courtyard, Shun Aoqing beheld the discarded attire of the constables and the accompanying blade. He sensed the lingering, ethereal aura of the sword intent of wind and rain within the room, and his expression soured considerably. A wave of indignation surged within Shun Aoqing as he berated the officials of Linen City for allowing such a formidable being to masquerade as a mere constable. Utterly preposterous. The entirety of Linen City was filled with incompetence. At that moment, Shun Aoqing completely overlooked that Yang Yi had been moving about right beneath their noses for several days without their notice. After conducting a thorough search of Yang Yi's quarters and uncovering no valuable clues, Shun Aoqing summoned a spirit sparrow, following it as it soared westward. Meanwhile, the chief constable of Linen City, Yuan Chengyin, learned that his subordinate, Zhou Yi, was a master in his own right and likely the perpetrator behind the murder of Shenqi Dao. Overcome with despair, he collapsed to the ground, murmuring to himself, "It's over. This time it's truly over." Zhou Yi had been brought into the fold by him, and the Shun family would undoubtedly seek retribution. In that moment, Yuan Chengyin was consumed by regret, frantically slapping his own face. If only he had not been so avaricious, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. Not only was his own fate at stake, but he feared for the safety of his family as well. With thoughts of his loved ones igniting a flicker of determination, Yuan Chengyin hastily made his way home, driven by a singular thought. There was still time to send his family away. Alas, upon his return, he discovered that his family had already fallen into the clutches of the Wind Catcher Guards, led personally by Wei and of the Listening Wind Pavilion. The fate that awaited Yuan Chengyin was all too evident. In truth, Yuan Chengyin's downfall had been sealed the moment he accepted his first bribe. It was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, Yang Yi, Li Yinluo, and Xiao Qinyu raced westward with unwavering determination, covering hundreds of miles in a matter of hours before finally resting atop a hill. Having traveled such a great distance, the trio believed that the Shun family would not easily track them down, prompting them to pause. Additionally, their relentless flight had left them all quite famished, for they had departed without provisions. Yang Yi instructed Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu to meditate and recuperate while he ventured into the forest in search of game. He felt no weariness. Having attained the rank of an 8th-tier Grandmaster, his capabilities far surpassed those of a 7th-tier practitioner, allowing him to traverse great distances with minimal exertion. Fortune favored him, for as he delved into the woods, he encountered a magnificent, large-eyed white tiger. Yang Yi's eyes sparkled. This formidable creature would serve as an exceptional source of sustenance. This beast was indeed a fierce one, letting out a thunderous roar upon spotting Yang Yi, and charged toward him with astonishing ferocity. Yet the great tiger is ultimately but an ordinary beast, a fearsome presence to the common folk. However, Yang, as an 8th-rank Grandmaster, is not one to be harmed by such a creature. As the great tiger lunged towards him, Yang Yi deftly sidestepped, grasping the thick fur around its neck, and with a resounding thud, he pinned it to the ground. No matter how fiercely the tiger struggled, it could not break free. Yang Yi swiftly shattered its limbs and carried the defeated beast back to the mountaintop, where Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu were meditating. Not wishing to disturb their tranquility, he released a surge of energy, ending the tiger's life. After skinning and dismembering the great tiger, he kindled a fire and began to roast its flesh. Before long, the meat was ready, and as Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu awakened, they beheld the succulent feast before them, their mouths watering at the sight. Yang Yi invited them to share in the meal. Though the tiger's meat was not particularly palatable, possessing an unpleasant gamey flavor, the energy contained within was substantial. After satisfying their hunger, the trio prepared to pack the remaining tiger meat and continue their journey westward, for this desolate place was not suited for lingering. As they shouldered their swords and prepared to depart, a sharp cry suddenly pierced the air above. Their hearts raced as they looked skyward, spotting a dark figure circling ominously. Yang Yi was uncertain of its nature, but Li Yinluo's face paled as she exclaimed, "The scent spirit sparrow? Junior brother, this is bad. Our presence has likely been detected. If the scent spirit sparrow has locked onto us, escape may prove impossible." With a determined glint in her eyes, she turned to Yang Yi and Xiao Qinyu, asserting, "You both must leave first. I will deal with the scent spirit sparrow and catch up to you. Yang Yi sighed softly, fully aware of her intentions. She was willing to sacrifice herself to ensure their safety. Chapter 72. Battle with the Flowing Cloud Sword King. Ignoring the Yanlu's plea. Yang Yi gazed up at the scent spirit sparrow and calmly remarked, "Since the scent spirit sparrow is hovering above us, the pursuers must be close behind." No sooner had he spoken than a formidable aura approached from the distance. Yang Yi slowly lowered his sword box from his back, opened it, and drew forth his bamboo staff sword and the Xianyuan blade, his tone steady as he declared, "Senior sister, since there is no escape, let us prepare for battle." Yang Yi recognized the approaching presence. It was Shun Aoyun, the Sword King of the Shun clan. Having witnessed Shun Aoyun's battle against Gong Sun Haoran of the Divine Sword Sect and Sun Wengong of the Demon Sect, he had memorized the distinct aura of Shun Aoyun. This time, Shun Aoyun had come alone, and this battle was far from unwinnable. Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu observed Yang Yi, who had already unsheathed his bamboo staff sword and Xianyuan knife. They promptly opened their sword boxes and retrieved the blades within. Li Yanluo held the Yohao In in her left hand and the Duanyan Kai in her right, positioning herself to Yang Yi's left. On his right, Xiao Qinyu wielded the Kangwu sword with her left hand and the Yunyuan Hui with her right. Both gazed resolutely in the direction of Shun Aoyun's approach. Yang Yi refrained from instructing them to advance first. Knowing the two, he understood they would never agree to such a proposal. It was better not to suggest it at all. Moreover, both were late-stage, 7th-rank small masters, not powerless individuals, and their presence here might prove unexpectedly advantageous. The trio stood side by side, awaiting Shun Aoyun's arrival. Shun Aoyun approached swiftly, appearing before them in mere moments. Perched atop a treetop, he held the renowned sword. Lu Yun, and looked down at the three with a cold demeanor. "You run quite swiftly, but can you outrun the tracking prowess of the spirit-tracking sparrow? It was you who harmed my kin, Shan Chi Dao, was it not? What force do you hail from, and why do you oppose my Shin family? My nephew is of such benevolence. Why did you feel the need to take his life? Surrender his remains and yield, and I may yet allow you to retain your lives." Upon hearing these words, Yang Yi couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Shin Chi Dao benevolent? How laughable! The mere thought of engaging in discourse with Shun Aoyun turned his stomach. Not wishing to endure any further of Shun Aoyun's drivel, he turned to Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, instructing, "Senior sister, I shall take the lead. You two cover me." With that, Yang Yi's figure blurred as he gripped the bamboo staff sword in his left hand and the Xianyuan knife in his right, activating the Fuyo Yu technique and charging toward Shin Aoyun with all his might. For the first time, Yang Yi revealed his late-stage 8th-rank prowess to the public. Upon witnessing Yang Yi's execution of Fuyo Yu, Shin Aoyun instantly comprehended the reason behind Shun Chi Dao's demise. "Fuyo Yu, so you are the Xiantian lineage," he exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "So, my nephew was targeted due to your lineage." While Shun Aoyun spoke, his movements were unrelenting. He drew his famed sword, Lu Yun, and lunged at Yang Yi, his expression betraying disdain. "Late-stage 8th rank, to me is akin to an ant." Yang Yi remained silent, immediately unleashing his most formidable sword technique, the Xiantian sword art. Concurrently, he charged the Xianyuan knife in his right hand, awaiting the opportune moment to deliver a lethal strike. As the Xiantian sword art commenced, a faint golden radiance began to manifest. With a thrust of his sword, a wisp of pale golden light coalesced at the tip, warping the very air around it. And a shadow of sword energy surged towards Shun Aoyun, as if to rend the heavens themselves. Shun Aoyun, witnessing the might of Yang Yi's attack, felt a profound shock within. However, as the 12th-ranked master on the leaderboard, he remained undeterred. Despite the strength of this move, it could not easily ensnare him. Shun Aoyun wielded his renowned sword, Lu Yun, and with a swift motion, unleashed a myriad of sword lights that danced like the ever-changing clouds, enveloping Yang Yi. Yang Yi's own sword techniques were swiftly shattered by this formidable strike. Observing this, a flicker of excitement stirred within Yang Yi. Since his journey of cultivation began, he had only unleashed his full power once on General Mountain, encountering an opponent as pressuring as Shun Aoyun was a first for him. At this moment, his blood surged with fervor. Armed with a sharp blade, a murderous intent arose within him. After years of cultivation, it was time for his sword to truly emerge from its sheath and reveal its brilliance to the world. With the Xiantian sword art, he executed the techniques, shadows sweeping across 1,000 peaks, flowing shadows piercing through Yang, and winds howling across the 9 wilds. As Yang Yi continued to unleash the Xiantian sword art, he clashed with Shun Aoyun, unleashing terrifying gales of energy and sword qi. The mountain summit trembled under the ferocity of their battle, nearly leveled by their exchange. It was evident that Shun Aoyun had also cultivated a celestial-grade technique and swordplay. Although slightly inferior to the Xiantian Ichi technique and the Xiantian sword art in rank, the difference was negligible, especially considering Shun Aoyun's superior cultivation level compared to Yang Yi. After a fierce clash, Yang Yi found himself at a disadvantage. However, Shun Aoyun's attention was consistently drawn to the mysterious Xianyuan blade in Yang Yi's right hand, preventing him from unleashing his full potential. At this moment, neither Yang Yi nor Shun Aoyun had fully committed their powers, yet the intensity of their confrontation was already formidable. Below, Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu had been compelled to retreat a considerable distance from the mountain peak due to the overwhelming energy and sword qi unleashed by their battle. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu watched with concern as the fight unfolded. The moment Shun Aoyun's Luoyun sword was drawn, they recognized him as the illustrious Aoyun Sword King. Ranked 12th on the master list, despair washed over them, while they were untroubled by ordinary initial stage 8th grade cultivators. Facing the renowned Aoyun Sword King left them utterly devoid of confidence. Yet, to their astonishment, their junior brother Yang erupted with the prowess of a late-stage 8th grade cultivator, engaging in a back-and-forth struggle against the Sword King. In that instant, Yang Yi became shrouded in mystery in their eyes. They no longer pondered how he had advanced so rapidly in cultivation. Their sole concern was whether he would be harmed by Shun Aoyun. Regrettably, they found themselves with no opportunity to intervene in this fierce contest. The exchange between the two masters was extraordinarily swift, with Yang Yi and Shun Aoyun dismantling hundreds of techniques in mere moments. When Shun Aoyun realized that ordinary tactics would not suffice to subdue Yang Yi, a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. This opponent was astonishingly formidable, despite being merely a late-stage 8th grade cultivator. He had yet to be bested by the 12th ranked master on the list. In contrast, an unranked peak 8th grade grandmaster would have been vanquished by now. With common methods proving ineffective, Shun Aoyun resolved to cease wasting effort and directly unleashed his Luoyun sword domain, seeking to subdue Yang Yi within its confines. The most significant distinction between an apex 8th grade grandmaster on the master board and an ordinary 8th grade grandmaster lies in the possession of a complete domain. Shun Aoyun aimed to subdue Yang Yi through his flowing cloud sword domain. In Chapter 73, titled Victory over Shun Aoyun, Yang Yi recognized that Shun Aoyun had resorted to genuine tactics. Without a trace of hesitation, he promptly unleashed his own sword intent aura. The dual forces of listening wind and transforming rain erupted forth, establishing an incomplete sword domain around him. Although termed a sword domain, it was merely a simulation crafted by Yang Yi, merging the two sword intents with his innate perception of the world's energy, and thus bore significant differences from a true sword domain. Nevertheless, possessing two forms of sword intent allowed Yang Yi to mitigate some of his disadvantages. Upon sensing Yang Yi's two sword intents, Shun Aoyun was somewhat astonished. This sword intent, you must have broken through to the 8th grade last night. No, wait, you are in the late stage of the 8th grade. Your breakthrough occurred last night. As Shun Aoyun spoke, he wasted no time, deftly wielding his renowned sword, Flowing Cloud. With a series of intricate sword techniques, countless sword intents coalesced into clouds, swirling around Yang Yi with unpredictable movements. Drawn into Shun Aoyun's flowing cloud sword domain, Yang Yi remained highly alert, surrounded by numerous flowing cloud sword intents. He swiftly executed the mysterious sky sword technique in conjunction with his listening wind and transforming rain sword intents. With the enhancement of two nearly perfected sword intents, Yang Yi's sword techniques saw an instantaneous surge in power. Under the influence of the transforming rain sword intent, the moisture in the air rapidly condensed into myriad sword intent droplets. These droplets, bolstered by the listening wind sword intent, transformed into countless crystalline blades that cascaded outward like a torrential downpour. The thunderous clashes of the three sword intents unleashed terrifying waves of energy, resembling a natural disaster. The entire mountain trembled slightly, as surrounding trees were uprooted by the fearsome energy surges, shattered into fragments by the dispersed sword intent. Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu exchanged solemn glances, their expressions betraying their awe. Incredible! Is this the true caliber of a grandmaster on the masterboard? And my junior brother is equally formidable, able to contend with the 12th-ranked Aoyun Sword King to such an extent. The brilliance in their eyes reflected their admiration. Witnessing this riveting clash of titans, both felt a surge of enlightenment, as if their recently attained realms had experienced further refinement. However, the battle between Yang Yi and Shun Aoyun was not as effortless as it appeared to Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu. Shun Aoyun exerted immense pressure upon Yang Yi. Although Shun Aoyun wielded only a singular sword intent, Flowing Cloud, his mastery rendered it a perfected form. Within his sword domain, every move he executed possessed tremendous power. Conversely, while Yang Yi held two sword intents, neither were perfected, and his domain was merely a simulated, incomplete version. Initially, he managed to stand toe-to-toe with Shun Aoyun. However, as time passed, he inevitably found himself at a disadvantage. After exchanging a few fierce blows with Shun Aoyun, Yang Yi employed Soaring Gale to create some distance between them. Drawing back, Yang Yi gasped for breath, hastily channeling his internal energy to calm the boiling blood within. Once his vitality settled, he cast a grave look towards Shun Aoyun. Indeed, Shun Aoyun proved to be a figure of unparalleled stature on the master ranking, an astonishing force to be reckoned with. His martial arts and techniques were of the highest caliber, and the bamboo staff he wielded was no ordinary weapon. Yet, despite their prolonged battle, Yang Yi had failed to inflict even a scratch on Shun Aoyun, underscoring the immense prowess that the master ranking embodied. It was imperative to break the stalemate. Prolonging the confrontation would yield no benefits. Should another 8th-tier grandmaster from the Shun family arrive, the situation would become dire. Contemplating this, Yang Yi raised his long-prepared Xian Yuan blade, directing it menacingly at Shun Aoyun. The Sword King indeed lives up to his name. I have but one strike. Dare you test your mettle against it? Shun Aoyun understood that this attack had been meticulously charged with power, certain to be formidable. He recognized Yang Yi's taunt as a mere provocation, an attempt to lure him into recklessly absorbing the blow. However, he was no fool. Yang Yi's strength was terrifying, comparable even to the madly ferocious Sun Wengong. To withstand such an attack would be sheer folly. Choosing silence, Shun Aoyun gripped his renowned sword, Luyan, and surged towards Yang Yi, intent on interrupting the execution of his blade. Yang Yi, witnessing Shun Aoyun's immediate advance, could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. He had failed to provoke Shun Aoyun into taking his strike head-on. Were not these famed figures known for their arrogance, easily roused into action? The reality was starkly different. Adjusting his mindset, Yang Yi unleashed his strike towards the approaching Shun Aoyun. Heavenly Blade, first form, the opening of heaven and earth slay. Yang Yi poured all his strength into this initial form of the Heavenly Blade. As the blade sliced through the air, it seemed to awaken something profound. Behind him, an imposing figure with long hair shimmered into existence, merging with Yang Yi as they wielded the blade together. In that moment, Yang Yi found himself enveloped in an inexplicable state. To him, in that instant, there was nothing in the universe but this singular strike. His understanding of the first form of the Heavenly Blade surged to completion in the midst of this execution. It was beyond imagination, a blow that could shake the heavens and earth, radiating with blinding brilliance. A flash of white light streaked through the air as the blade's edge sliced through the void, as if it sought to cleave the world in twain. Shun Aoyun, rushing towards Yang Yi, felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He knew instinctively that should he be struck by this blow, no amount of skill or stratagem would save him from death. He swiftly sidestepped, evading with fervor. Shun Aoyun could not help but feel grateful for his foresight, having reserved some energy for evasion. The blade grazed past him, shattering his protective armor, leaving behind a gash in a mountainside that was over 10 meters deep and several hundred meters long. The entire mountaintop appeared as though it had been cleaved in two by a single stroke, although the strike did not find its mark on Shun Aoyun. The terrifying aura of the blade had infiltrated his very being, rendering him devoid of the strength to continue fighting. It was only after the blow had been delivered that Yang Yi regained his senses, realizing that he had been momentarily entranced by the imposing figure before him, allowing Shun Aoyun to evade the strike. As Yang Yi contemplated raising his weapon to slay Shun Aoyun, he felt his body weaken, almost unable to maintain his grip on the sword in his hand. The force of that single strike had drained him of his vital energy. Turning to glance at Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, he sought to summon them for assistance in eliminating Shun Aoyun. However, at that moment, a formidable presence surged forth from the distance. Reinforcements from the Shun family had arrived. The instant Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu perceived the troubled look in Yang Yi's eyes. They understood that something was amiss. In an instant, they appeared beside him, lifting him as they fled with haste. Before departing, Li Yanluo took a moment to strike down the two hovering spirit sense birds above. Yang Yi wished to convey that he had yet to unleash his full potential, but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Shen Aoyun was not worth the expenditure of his precious lifespan, which he intended to reserve for confronting the 9th grade true person. There would be time to deal with Shen Aoyun later. The trio had scarcely distanced themselves when Shen Aoqing's figure descended upon a mountaintop. Observing the retreating silhouettes of Yang Yi and his companions, he contemplated pursuing them. However, upon noticing Shen Aoyun's pained expression and tattered garments, he hesitated and ultimately chose not to follow. Shen Aoqing approached Shen Aoyun, channeling his own vital energy into him to expel the invasive blade's aura from his body. The aura of the celestial blade was exceedingly domineering. After a prolonged effort, Shen Aoqing managed to remove only a fraction of the blade's essence, allowing Shen Aoyun to regain a modicum of mobility. Chapter 74, Guangling City. Once Shen Aoyun had regained his ability to move, he regarded the direction in which Yang Yi and his companions had departed with deep apprehension. Shen Aoqing inquired, "Brother Aoyun, who are they? Should we pursue them?" Shen Aoyun sheathed his flowing sword. His countenance darkened as he shook his head. The memory of Zhou Yi's final, godlike strike, which seemed capable of annihilating the heavens, sent tremors through his body. Had Zhou Yi not appeared to be affected by the blade's intent, momentarily losing focus, and had he not evaded swiftly, he would have perished. How could he dare to pursue? "Return," he commanded. "This person is no ordinary foe. I am currently wounded by his blade's aura and am unable to subdue him. Yet I observe that he seems to be exhausted." Ouching. Such a figure must possess means of self-preservation. My injuries are grave. If we continue the pursuit, we may leave some of us behind here forever. After a pause, Shen Aoyun's expression grew somber as he added, based solely on the power of his final strike, "He is surely worthy of a place among the top 10 on the Master S list. Unless a 9th grade true person intervenes, capturing him would be akin to grasping at the heavens." Shen Aoqing gazed at Shen Aoyun in astonishment. He was acutely aware of the pride possessed by his cousin. The very fact that his cousin uttered such words was sufficient to reveal the formidable nature of the individual they had just encountered. Shen Aoqing let out a soft sigh. "Alas, it is truly lamentable for my nephew. We, as uncles, are unable to advocate for him." Upon hearing this, Shen Aoyun's countenance darkened, and he flew back in silence. At this moment, he could not help but harbor some resentment towards Shen Shidao. Had it not been for Shen Aoqing's timely arrival, he might have perished here. If Shen Shidao had not provoked this individual, he would not have found himself in such a life-and-death crisis. As Shen Aoyun hastened along, he contemplated ways to take revenge on Yang Yi. Coming from a noble lineage, he had never experienced such a humiliating moment. If he did not retaliate, his heart would remain unsettled, potentially hindering his breakthrough to the 9th rank. Upon returning to Linen City, his plans for vengeance against Yang Yi had already begun to take shape. "Ouching, please visit the Weaving Pavilion. Spread the word of my defeat at the hands of the heir of the Xintian legacy, Zhou Yi. Bring along his portrait and sell his information to the Weaving Pavilion. His cultivation level is at the late stage of the 8th rank Grandmaster, possessing mastery over 2 complete sword intents, and he is suspected of wielding at least a high-tier heavenly saber technique. After selling this information, utilize the channels of the Windcatcher Division to disseminate news of this individual widely. I want everyone in Dongli, Xiling, Nans, Beiyuan, and indeed throughout the 13 nations of the Qian domain to know his name. I wish to elevate his notoriety." Shen Aoqing was taken aback by this request and pondered for a moment before speaking. "Elder brother Aoyun, would this not tarnish your reputation?" Shen Aoyun gazed skyward and gently stroked his long beard as he replied, "Aoqing, you are mistaken. What is reputation to me? How does it benefit my martial path? Sacrificing a modicum of reputation to thrust this individual into the spotlight, even to the point of his potential demise amid the ensuing turmoil, is a worthwhile endeavor. It is merely a slight loss of reputation. In time, who will remember?" Upon hearing this, Shen Aoqing ceased to hesitate and made his way directly to the Weaving Pavilion. Unbeknownst to them, after departing the mountain where they had battled Yang Yi, another figure on a nearby peak, armed with paper and brush, unveiled a mystical cloth and swiftly documented the fierce confrontation that had just unfolded. This person was the Rusted Needle envoy, responsible for gathering intelligence for the weaving pavilion. Once the recording was complete, a gleeful smile spread across the envoy's face. Goodness, how formidable. Who is this individual? He nearly brought down the 12th-ranked Sword King Aoyan. I never imagined I would witness such a grand conflict. Hee, if this news is sold, it shall surely shake the entire martial world. The pavilion master shall no longer scold me for my ineptitude. No, I must uncover this person's identity. Such a remarkable figure cannot remain nameless. After this reflection, the rusted needle envoy put away the paper and brush and swiftly headed towards Linen City. As Shun Aoyun, Shun Aoqing, and Yang Yi engaged in a fierce battle, the city of Linen also erupted in a brutal conflict. Within the city, 3 corpses, once mere 6th-grade refined corpses, were unearthed by the soldiers orchestrated by Su Zhengliang. No longer under the suppression of Majinzi, and having absorbed an abundance of bloodthirsty energy from numerous adept warriors, these corpses underwent a transformation. They not only ascended to 7th-grade refined corpses, but also developed an impenetrable physique akin to bronze and iron. In a fleeting moment, they unleashed their bloodthirsty aura, ensnaring the minds of over 100 soldiers, draining them of their life force. Had it not been for Wei and the leader of the wind-catching pavilion, along with the wind-catching guards and the Shun clan members arriving just in time, it is likely that these hundreds of soldiers would have been slaughtered. The transformed corpses were extraordinarily fearsome, withstanding considerable resistance even against Wei and the Shun clan. In this confrontation, 2 7th-grade refined corpses were subdued. However, one managed to escape their encirclement, fleeing through the southern city gate. After a distance, inexplicably, it altered its course toward the west. Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu rushed westward. Ying Yang Yi. The trio traversed an unknown number of miles before finally halting in a city known as Guangling City. After some inquiries, they discovered that Guangling City served as the capital of Guangling Prefecture. This prefecture, like Linen, was under the jurisdiction of Qingwu Prefecture, yet it lay several thousand miles apart. As long as they kept a low profile, their safety was assured. Li Yanluo expended some funds to rent a courtyard in Guangling City, providing a temporary refuge for the 3. With no clear plan for their future, they were in no rush to acquire property. During the battle with Shun Aoyan, Yang Yi had unleashed the first form of the Heavenly Blade with all his might, inadvertently triggering an extraordinary phenomenon, nearly exhausting himself in the process. Upon arriving in Guangling City, he required a full 3 days and nights of rest to regain his peak condition, much to the gratitude of Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu for their care during this period. Once Yang Yi awakened, he immediately sought out Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, saying, "Sister, I have burdened you both this time. Had I not slain Shinchi Dao, this would not have occurred. Do you have any plans moving forward?" Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu exchanged glances before Li Yanluo replied gently, "Junior brother, there is no need for concern. We are already bound together in this journey. I trust that if we encounter difficulties, you will not stand idly by. However, our strength is insufficient, and we were unable to assist you this time." At the mention of cultivation realms, Xiao Qinyu could not help but inquire, "Junior brother, are you not also a 7th-grade minor master like us? How did this change so suddenly?" Yang Yi had no intention of deceiving them. However, the truth of his transmigration and the system he possessed was his greatest secret, one he could never share with another. Thus, he could only offer an alternative explanation. Chapter 75. The Abode of Immortals. Yang Yi pondered for a moment before speaking. "Sister, my cultivation level indeed began as a minor master of the 7th rank. However, just a few days ago, I experienced a sudden epiphany, allowing my realm to swiftly ascend to the late stage of the 8th rank. The enhancement of my abilities through the system bears a striking resemblance to the legendary enlightenment spoken of in this world. Thus, it seems quite reasonable to say so." Upon hearing this, Li Yanluo did not believe that Yang Yi was deceiving them. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "It has long been rumored that in ancient times, a Buddhist practitioner achieved Buddhahood under the Bodhi tree after a moment of enlightenment. It appears that my junior is indeed a person of great fortune, blessed with such an opportunity." Yang Yi wished to divert the conversation from this topic and interjected, "Sister, do you have any plans moving forward? Will we quietly re-establish the Xiantian sword sect?" Xiao Qinyu turned her gaze towards Li Yanluo, as she typically followed her sister's lead in such matters. Li Yanluo thought for a brief moment before shaking her head. "Now is not the time to re-establish the Xiantian sword sect. Our strength is still insufficient. I plan to travel with my younger sister for a while. Once we break through to the 8th rank of the Great Master, it will not be too late to re-establish the sect. Pausing for a moment, Li Yanluo then asked Yang Yi, "And what do you plan to do, junior brother?" Yang Yi contemplated for a moment before responding, "I do not have a specific direction yet. I will likely stay here for a while. Reaching the 8th rank of the Great Master will not be an easy feat. I intend to immerse myself in comprehending the realm of the sword." Li Yanluo nodded in agreement. "Indeed, junior brother, your thoughts are quite sound. Although your strength is formidable, lacking mastery over a realm remains a significant shortcoming compared to those great masters on the master ranking. Should you grasp a realm, even those among the top ranks would find it difficult to contend with you. It is fortuitous that we, as sisters, witnessed your battle with Shun Aoyun that day. We have gained some insights. Let us linger here for a while longer, and after we break through to the pinnacle of the 7th rank, we shall venture out." Yang Yi gently nodded. "That sounds wise. Reaching the pinnacle of the 7th rank is indeed a safer option. With the skills possessed by Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, they would undoubtedly be able to contend against typical early-stage 8th rank opponents, unless they were specifically targeted by major sections. In that case, self-preservation would be assured." In truth, Yang Yi had his own plans, though he found it inconvenient to disclose them to the two sisters. Certainly, the most pressing matter at hand was to comprehend his own realm. Relying on luck to stumble upon a realm was unlikely. Only a few tens of individuals in the entire easternly region had managed to grasp a realm, making the chances exceedingly slim. Once he comprehended his realm, Yang Yi intended to pay a visit to the strongholds of the Divine Sword sect, the Demon Cult, the God Worship sect, and the Corpse Refinement sect. These sects had stood the test of time for several centuries in the martial world. The ancestors who had passed away should possess numerous treasures buried deep underground. It would indeed be a pity to let them remain hidden, and thus it would be better to unearth them and return the favor. However, since grave robbing is not particularly honorable, Yang Yi decided not to involve Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu in this endeavor. After an engaging conversation, the three individuals retreated into seclusion. Time swiftly passed, and several months went by. Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu both achieved a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the 7th rank. In contrast, Yang Yi's mastery of the Storm and Rain Sword domain still fell short, as the integration of sword intent and a unique aura to construct a complete domain proved to be quite a formidable challenge. The difficulty was further compounded by Yang Yi's endeavor to merge two distinct sword intents. After a few months, he finally gained a clear direction for the development of the Storm and Rain Sword domain. Indeed, discerning a direction constituted a significant accomplishment, with clarity established. The remaining task was to delve deeper into the pursuit. During the months of seclusion in Guangling City, the martial world was stirred by Yang Yi's actions, which had sent ripples through the community. Firstly, the Weaving Pavilion, in conjunction with the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, announced the latest rankings within the martial realm. Yang Yi was positioned as the 14th on the Master List. Master List Position 14. Name, Zhou Yi, suspected alias, affiliation, allegedly a remnant of the Xintian sword sect from 3 centuries past realm. Late stage 8-rank Grandmaster weaponry, Black Sword. Black Blade achievements, a dual master of sword and blade, having engaged in several hundred rounds against the proud Cloud Sword King without a decisive victor. It is suspected he has mastered advanced heavenly level sword techniques and nearly defeated the proud Cloud Sword King. However, due to a lack of supporting achievements, he is currently ranked 14th. Yang Yi's likeness, along with this ranking, spread throughout the martial world. The identity linked to the remnants of the Xintian sword sect, combined with the allure of advanced heavenly level sword techniques, sparked endless discussions among many eager enthusiasts. Naturally, a greater number sought to seize the legacy of the Xintian sword sect and the advanced techniques for themselves. A fervor to locate Yang Yi surged through the community, with several grandmasters, previously ranked on the master list but now displaced by Yang Yi, vocally challenging him to a life-and-death duel in public forums. Furthermore, the Heavenly Mechanism sect calculated and disseminated Yang Yi's approximate whereabouts throughout the martial realm. In recent months, the major cities within Guangling Prefecture have been abuzz with activity. The three individuals were not entirely oblivious to the commotion. They were not in complete isolation, as they still needed to procure supplies and were somewhat aware of developments in the martial world. However, they chose to feign ignorance, dedicating themselves to their cultivation. As Yang Yi remained absent for an extended period, many martial experts began to regard him as a mere jest, perceiving him as a figure of empty reputation. retreating into obscurity. Once Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu had solidified their cultivation, they planned to embark on a journey through the martial world. Before their departure, Yang Yi emerged from Situlucian. Knowing not when they would meet again, it was essential to bid them farewell. The trio altered their demeanor and appearance and proceeded to the largest inn in Guangling City, the Immortal Abode. This establishment was favored by high-ranking officials, martial elites, and affluent merchants. Upon arriving at the Immortal Abode and entering the Grand Hall, Yang Yi looked up to see the various prestigious rankings displayed prominently in the center. The hall exhibited 6 major lists: the Supreme Realms list, the Master list, the Hidden Dragon list, the Stunning Beauty list, the Weaponry list, and the Influence list. Li Yinlu softly explained beside Yang Yi, "It is not surprising that the Hall of Immortals features a pavilion of heavenly secrets, with various prestigious rankings prominently displayed in the main hall." Yang Yi gently nodded and found a spot to sit within the hall. It has been quite some time since his arrival in this world, and his knowledge of the various factions in Dongli remains rather limited. This opportunity to examine the rankings would indeed enhance his understanding of the martial world in Dongli. After taking a seat, Li Yinlu summoned a waiter to place their orders, while Yang Yi gazed with great interest at the displayed rankings. Observing Yang Yi's intrigue, Xiao Qinyu leaned slightly closer and began to elucidate the various lists. The Supreme Master's ranking includes all the 9th-tier masters in the martial world, presently comprising only 15 individuals. The Grandmaster ranking features the 20 most formidable 8th-tier peak Grandmasters. The Hidden Dragon ranking showcases 100 prodigies under the age of 30, judged solely by talent rather than cultivation. The Stunning Beauty ranking presents the 10 most enchanting figures in the realm. The Weapon ranking lists the 20 most renowned and powerful weapons. Lastly, the Influence ranking highlights the 13 most powerful super factions. As Yang Yi listened to Xiao Qinyu's explanations, he raised his gaze to scrutinize the rankings. Chapter 76. The Ranking Supreme Masters Ranking. 1. Ji Xianling, an esteemed ancestor of the Dongli royal family, 9th tier peak. Druhi Yi Zvanfeng, an esteemed ancestor of the Dongli royal family, 9th tier late stage. 3. Han Cuishan, the leader of the demon sect, 9th tier late stage. 4. Shen Guantao, an esteemed ancestor of the Shun family from the capital, 9th tier late stage. 5. Gong Sun Wen, an esteemed ancestor of the Divine Sword sect, 9th tier late stage. 6. Shi Rilai, the leader of the Worship God sect, 9th tier mid stage. 7. Lian Shizhen, an esteemed ancestor of the Corpse Refinement sect, 9th tier mid stage. Osmi Yicheng, the Emperor of Dongli, 9th tier early stage. Grandmaster ranking. 1. Zhao Tai Xian, the head of the Qing Xian Temple, 8th tier peak. Hidden Dragon ranking. 1. Ji Zhao, a prince of Dongli, 7th tier peak. Stunning Beauty ranking. 1. Lu Li Xianzi, Lu Qingli, the legitimate daughter of the Lu family from Danxiao Mansion. Veapol Hunking, Pan Long Chong, held by the Dongli royal family. Influence ranking. 1. The Dongli royal family. In a short while, Yang Yi had thoroughly examined the various rankings, gaining a deeper insight into the martial world of Dongli. Overall, it appears that the Dongli royal family stands as the foremost power, boasting 3 9th-tier masters, which explains their ability to dominate the entire martial realm of Dongli. However, as Yang Yi perused the lists, he noticed that neither the Weaving Brocade Tower nor the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets appeared among them. This struck him as rather intriguing. The rankings are jointly issued by the Weaving Brocade Tower and the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, and their audacity to include the royal family on the lists underscores their might. Yet, none of their members are featured. Does this signify their withdrawal from worldly disputes? Yang Yi shook his head. How could that be? The people of the martial world are fond of fame and fortune. Behind these rankings lie countless bloody disputes. If one does not wish to engage in worldly strife, why issue such lists? Moreover, the Zhijin Tower is involved in the trade of intelligence. Claiming to abstain from worldly conflicts is rather implausible, given that the major factions tacitly acknowledge their existence. One can only surmise 2 possibilities. Either the Zhijin Tower and Tianji Pavilion possess strength that far surpasses that of other factions, or they are supported by a force even more formidable than the Easternly royal family. Yang Yi could not help but lament the profound depths of the martial world. Shaking his head, he decided to ponder no further. Although the Zhijin Tower and Tianji Pavilion had thrust him into the limelight by placing him on their list and revealing his approximate location to the world, thereby creating enmity with him, he knew better than to recklessly seek trouble with them. Self-awareness is paramount. A force that even the royal family cannot handle is not one he could confront at this point. Soon, food and drink arrived. The three engaged in casual conversation, not delving into matters of the martial world. Their dialogue was lighthearted, punctuated by soft laughter at amusing anecdotes, a rare moment of warmth among them. As they shared their meal, they quickly indulged in drink and food. Just as they were about to leave, a commotion erupted at the entrance, plunging the entire hall into silence. The three raised their gazes toward the entrance, where a figure, small and agile like a monkey yet with arms muscled like steel, entered the inn, his face obscured by a hood. He brandished a long, pitch-black staff as he strode inside. Such distinctive features made his identity immediately apparent. It was Sun Wukong, the Mad Staff Demon, ranked 17th on the master list. No, now he is in 18th place. In recent months, someone has ascended to the 14th position, displacing him. Sun Wukong has become a significant fugitive on the court's wind-catching list. However, due to his extraordinary prowess, few dare to pursue him earnestly. His temperament is erratic and violent. Yet even he refrained from any outrageous behavior in this celestial abode. He merely cast a fleeting glance at Sun Wukong before retracting his gaze. Individuals like him are acutely perceptive. Lingering too long might draw unwanted attention. Before Sun Wukong could take his seat, a middle-aged woman, clad in peculiar attire and possessing an unappealing visage, entered behind him. Those within the inn who recognized her identity gasped in hushed tones. It was she, the formidable lady of 5 poisons, Kai Wuyan, once ranked 20th on the master list. Those who had heard of her reputation instinctively lowered their gazes, eager to avoid her ire. The lady of 5 poisons is notorious, a ruthless individual who murdered her husband to seize control of the 5 poison sect. It is said that in her pursuit of mastering poison techniques, she even went so far as to ruin her own appearance. Those who are ruthless to others, and even more so to themselves, if they set their sights on you, are destined to bring about ruin and despair. Madame Wudo surveyed the grand hall of the immortal abode, and her gaze fell upon the mad staff demon, Sun Wukong, who had just entered and not yet taken a seat. Instantly, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Brother Sun, she approached the mad staff demon. It has been a long time. I offer my respects. Have you come to Guangling Prefecture in pursuit of the unparalleled swordsman, Zhou Yi? I wonder what remarkable skills Zhou Yi possesses to have secured the 14th position on the master ranking, which has unfortunately cost you a place. Sun Wukong, with his face concealed beneath a hood, revealed little emotion, yet his tone betrayed his dissatisfaction with Madame Wudo's words. Do not speak of me. Your Wudo sect is also thousands of miles away in Danxia Prefecture. You too have come for Zhou Yi. Now that Zhou Yi has pushed you out of the master ranking, it is likely that your mood is far from pleasant. At these words, Madame Wudo's heart sank momentarily, a flicker of malice flashing in her eyes, though she quickly regained her composure and forced a strained smile. Since we are both here for Zhou, shall we not join forces? Zhou Yi possesses a celestial-grade high-tier sword technique. The number of those seeking him will be considerable. I have heard that the royal family has dispatched the 8th-ranked master, the Heartless Blade King, Qin Aoshuan. Without cooperation, we stand no chance individually. The mad staff demon fell into silence at her proposal, but soon replied, perhaps we should forego the alliance. I do not trust you. Zhou Yi is deeply concealed. Even the Heavenly Machine Pavilion's divination techniques can only ascertain his general location. To track him down is akin to climbing to the heavens. As for the legacy he carries, let each rely on their own abilities. With that, the mad staff demon disregarded Madame Wudo and sought a seat for himself. A flicker of anger crossed Madame Wudo's face, swiftly replaced by a calm facade as she beckoned a servant from the immortal abode, wishing to secure a private room. However, she was informed that all the private rooms were occupied. Her irritation intensified, yet considering the esteemed nature of the immortal abode, she suppressed her fury and departed. Yi cast a glance at the direction in which Madame Wudo had vanished, shaking his head slightly. This mad staff demon and Madame Wudo are either overly bold or simply lacking in wisdom. They speak without a hint of discretion. Chapter 77, The Farewell. The words of the mad staff demon, Sun Wukong, and Madame Wudo echoed in the ears of Li Yinluo and Xiao Qinyu, who exchanged worried glances with Yi. Xiao Qinyu instinctively opened her mouth to speak, but was silenced by the knowing looks from Li Yinluo and Yi. Realizing her concern was misplaced, she understood that this was not the time for discussion. If they inadvertently revealed anything, it could jeopardize their identities. Li Yinluo called for the servant to settle the bill. and the three made their way towards the courtyard where they had rented accommodations. As they left the immortal abode, the weight of the encounter lingered in the air. Seated in the grand hall of the immortal residence, the eccentric Sun Wengong seemed to sense something, casting a fleeting glance towards the trio. However, he discerned nothing unusual and dismissed them as mere ordinary patrons. Returning to the courtyard, Xiao Qinyu could no longer contain her anxiety and gazed at Yang Yi with deep concern. Junior brother, the entire martial world is currently searching for you. Do you have a plan to counter this? Yang Yi replied with a gentle smile. Sister Xiao, there is no need for you to worry about me. They may not be able to locate me. Moreover, even if they do find me, without the 9th-ranked true man present, not even Zhao Taiyuan, the foremost of the Grandmaster rankings, would be able to pose a threat to me. You should feel free to explore the world. He paused before adding, however, it would be prudent for you to avoid the East during your travels. The neighbors of Linen City must have seen you, and the Windcatcher Division likely possesses portraits of you. Head towards Shieling instead. Although it is farther away, it is considerably safer. Having remained silent until then, Li Yanluo could no longer hold her tongue after hearing Yang Yi's words. Junior brother, we shall not depart just yet. It is better for us to stay together for mutual support. Yang Yi understood that Li Yanluo was concerned for his safety. Nevertheless, they were merely at the pinnacle of the 7th rank, which, while formidable in the grand scheme of the martial world, paled in comparison to those on the Grandmaster rankings. Even if they could defeat an 8th rank opponent, they would still appear as children in the eyes of those atop the rankings. They would be of no assistance to him and might even hinder him. Of course, he did not harbor any disdain for the two. He simply believed that their presence was unnecessary at times. Furthermore, he had his own plans that made it inconvenient to bring them along. After a brief contemplation, Yang Yi reassured them, Sisters Li and Xiao, you truly need not worry about me. My Storm and Rain Sword domain is nearing completion, and with the Heavenly Blade as my trump card, I can ensure my safety even against those formidable individuals. Additionally, you both should seek to hone your skills and strive for breakthroughs to the 8th rank Grandmaster, preparing for the revival of the Xiantian Sword sect. Upon hearing Yang Yi's words, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu exchanged hesitant glances before arriving at a decision. Li Yanluo's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. What you say is true, junior brother. We cannot assist you now, so we shall embark on our journey. Xiao Qinyu, with a reluctant expression, added, Junior brother, take care in all matters, and we shall await your return. With that, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu turned towards their rooms to gather their belongings in preparation for departure. Having shared a farewell toast, their resolve was firm, and there was no need for further delay. This parting, though bittersweet, was merely a prelude to a more promising reunion in the future. Their luggage was minimal, consisting of some silver notes, a few garments, and a single scabbard each. Once they were prepared, Yang Yi accompanied them to the Eastern market of Guangling City to procure fine steeds. He then escorted the two ladies to a pavilion 10 miles outside the city. At this juncture, deep autumn has enveloped the landscape, with the trees stripped of their crimson leaves, standing solitary in their bare majesty. The atmosphere is imbued with a profound sense of desolation, and the autumn breeze caresses the cheeks with a gentle chill, adding a touch of melancholy to the impending farewells. Outside the western gate of Guangling City, at the 10-mile-long cool pavilion, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu gaze at Yang Yi, a mysterious pang of sorrow stirring within their hearts. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yanluo suddenly regains her composure and smiles, saying, Junior brother, take care, remember us, and do not forget, await our return. With those words, she gracefully mounts her steed and gallops away. Xiao Qinyu, regaining her true appearance, follows suit, addressing Yang Yi with a similar farewell. Junior brother, take care. She swiftly mounts her horse, pursuing Li Yanluo into the distance. As the steeds thunder away, none notice the glistening tears at the corners of the two enchanting maidens' eyes, blending into the autumn wind. Watching their retreating figures, Yang Yi cannot help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Senior sister, do take care. On the galloping steed, Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu hear Yang Yi's voice piercing through the air, their eyes shimmering with light, and an involuntary smile graces their lips. After bidding farewell to the sisters, Yang Yi returns to his courtyard in Guangling City, immersing himself once more in seclusion. His domain of wind and rain swordsmanship remains incomplete. It is not yet time for him to emerge and contend with the world. Thus, Yang Yi retreats into solitude for several months. Finally, He achieves a flawless fusion of the sword intent of listening to the wind and transforming rain with his own aura, constructing a complete domain of wind and rain swordsmanship. During these months, Guangling Mansion has become the focal point of the Jianghu martial world of the easternly region. Countless martial experts from all corners of the world converge, eager to uncover Yang Yi and seize the legacy of the Xiantian sword sect and its advanced heavenly tier sword techniques. Over these months, numerous renowned figures have made their presence known. The master of the Qingxian sect, Zhao Taixian, ranks first on the Master S list. The Heartless Sword King, Qin Ao Shuang, holds the 8th position. The Thunderbolt Sword King, Gong Sun Haoren, is 16th, while the 18th is the Mad Demon Staff Master. Additionally, there is the former 20th, the Lady of 5 Poisons. This is merely the tip of the iceberg, as countless experts lurk in the shadows. Many have journeyed from afar, West Ling, South Zhe, North Yuan, seeking to hunt down Yang Yi and claim his legacy for themselves. The allure of his advanced heavenly tier sword techniques is undeniably immense. It has been ages since such a caliber of martial skill has graced the Qian domain's 13 nations, rendering its temptation all the more potent. Yet, these seekers have scoured every corner of Guangling Mansion, failing to locate Yang Yi, were it not for the unwavering assurances of the Tianji Pavilion, which predicted that Yang Yi's whereabouts lay within Guangling Mansion. They might have long since abandoned their quest. Yang Yi is acutely aware of all that transpires in Guangling Mansion. His residence has been subjected to several investigations by those in the Jianghu martial world, yet his adept concealment has kept him undiscovered. Furthermore, he routinely makes visits to the immortal abode, seeking news from the martial world. However, he concealed his identity and, thus far, no one has discerned his whereabouts. Within the celestial abode, he had heard whispers of Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu. Li Yanluo and Xiao Qinyu, under the aliases of Li Yu and Xiao Yan, respectively, had forged a formidable reputation in Shilin, renowned for their prowess in uniting their dual swords to slay an 8th-grade grandmaster, gaining fame throughout the realm. They even ranked 3rd and 4th on the Shiling's hidden dragon list, being revered as the Celestial Maiden of the Whispering Bamboo and the Celestial Maiden of Kangwu. Chapter 78. The Figures of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. There was no need for him to fret over the two. They were far from foolish, possessing a sense of measure in their actions and the capability for self-preservation. Ordinary individuals posed no threat to them. For the moment, we shall refrain from discussing their experiences in the martial world. After such an extended period of seclusion, their cultivation had borne fruit. Even someone as cautious as Yang, he felt a twinge of restlessness, yearning to step outside and test his abilities. He suppressed his agitated heart, contemplating whether he should take action. Moments later, his gaze grew resolute. For him, the current level of self-preservation sufficed. Unless beset by a multitude of peak 8th-grade grandmasters or confronted by a 9th-grade true master, no one could secure a decisive victory over him. He had yet to unleash the second form of the heavenly blade, the two instruments of creation and destruction, not to mention the burning yuan technique. After over 3 centuries of lifespan, who among the peak 8th grade could rival him? Even the foremost figure on the master list, the Azure Xian's Lord Zhao Taixian, would fall before him, and perhaps even a 9th grade true master might be challenged. Given this, it seemed prudent to take action, to hunt for corpses and enhance his abilities further. Yang Yi emerged from his seclusion, freshened up, and prepared his sword and the Xian Yuan blade, gathered some valuables, altered his appearance, suppressed his aura to the late 7th grade, and set off towards the celestial abode. The celestial abode served not only as an inn, but also as a hub for various information and intelligence exchanges. During this period, many skilled individuals had taken residence there, awaiting news of him. Now, as he sought to validate his capabilities and hunt formidable opponents, his targets would naturally be chosen from within the celestial abode. Regrettably, the members of the Shun family from the capital had not shown themselves. Otherwise, they would have been his primary target. Upon arriving at the celestial abode, Yang Yi initially intended to secure a private room. However, due to the influx of numerous individuals from the martial world, all of whom were well off, the private rooms had long been occupied. Yang Yi did not press the issue and simply found a spot in the main hall to sit. His current strength was insufficient to confront the mighty celestial mechanism pavilion, which was indeed a colossal entity. After all, he was merely seeking targets. It mattered little where he sat. Yang Yi, with his sword case in tow, entered the celestial abode without attracting any attention. There were many in the martial realm who donned similar attire. Even if someone's gaze briefly passed over him, They quickly lost interest upon recognizing his late 7th grade cultivation. Once seated in the main hall, Yang Yi ordered some food, eating and drinking while discreetly surveying the individuals in the hall with the corner of his eye. Within the private booth, numerous formidable figures congregated, and Yang Yi could sense their overwhelming presence, yet he found it challenging to discern their identities. The individuals within the booth were not his primary targets. As he scanned the grand hall, his gaze landed upon a familiar silhouette in one corner. A subtle smile graced Yang Yi's lips. His target had revealed itself. The individual he had set his sights on was none other than the notorious Mad Stick Demon, Sun Wengong, whom he had encountered on several occasions. Though Sun Wengong ranked lower on the Master S list and was somewhat weaker than the previously formidable Shinayan, he was still capable enough to validate Yang Yi's intentions. However, accompanying the Mad Stick Demon was an initial stage 8th rank Grandmaster, which posed a slight complication. Yang Yi harbored no fear of a potential alliance between Sun Wengong and the Grandmaster. His concern lay in the possibility of the 8th rank Grandmaster escaping during their confrontation, thus exposing his whereabouts and attracting unwanted attention. Contemplating this, Akuyet Chukle Eschaped Yang Yi sleeps. He resolved that he would first deal with the initial stage Grandmaster. With his combat prowess, the 8th rank Grandmaster would barely withstand 2 exchanges with him. Yang Yi merely cast a fleeting glance at the Mad Stick Demon and quickly averted his gaze. Both were 8th rank Grandmasters, and prolonged scrutiny would surely arouse their suspicion. As he dined, he attentively listened to the various discussions taking place among the celestial beings, with the most frequent topic being his concealed location. Yang Yi shook his head in disbelief. He had not anticipated that so much time had passed, yet his notoriety remained unabated. He initially thought that after several months, his prominence would have diminished significantly. Continuing to listen, Yang Yi soon grasped why his notoriety persisted. Jiang Hu guessed, TSK, that Zhou Yi is indeed an extraordinary individual. No one has managed to uncover even a trace of him for such a long time. Jiang Hu guessed B concurred. Indeed, but his days of comfort are soon to be over. Jiang Hu guessed CO, what is this about? Has any news surfaced? Please elaborate. A smile crept across Jiang Hu guessed B's face. What you do not know is that Zhou Yi has concealed himself too well. The major factions have grown impatient and have pooled substantial resources to summon a prominent figure from the Tianji Pavilion to calculate Zhou Yi's whereabouts in Guangling. The esteemed individual from Tianji Pavilion will soon arrive in Guangling, and when that time comes, no matter how deeply Zhou Yi hides, he will find it difficult to evade capture. As Jiang Hu guessed B finished speaking, he was poised to continue, but was promptly interrupted by Jiang Hu guessed E, who tugged at his sleeve and whispered, I think you're courting danger. These matters pertain to those formidable figures. Do not let your foolishness lead you astray, or you may find yourself in grave peril. A cold sweat broke out on Jiang Hu guessed B at these words. At that moment, Jiang Hu guessed E also spoke up to shield Jiang Hu guessed B, diverting the conversation by saying, speaking of which, some other strange occurrences have transpired in Guangling Prefecture over the past few months. In every county, there exist villages, and when a plague strikes a small town, countless lives are lost. Are you aware of any details surrounding this? A few nearby individuals shook their heads, dismissing it as a trivial matter. Merely the demise of ordinary folk, inconsequential in the grand scheme. As for us martial artists, with our profound cultivation and robust physiques, no plague could possibly affect us. Thus, why should we concern ourselves with such matters? Yang Yi, while partaking in food and drink, could not help but adopt a grave demeanor as he listened. Regarding the plague, even if there were hidden truths, he remained largely indifferent. What truly concerned him was the fact that various major factions had summoned individuals from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion to ascertain his whereabouts in Guangling. This realization stirred a sense of crisis within Yang Yi. He did not believe that the considerable sums spent by these factions on the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion's prominent figures would yield results as vague as before. This time, it was highly likely that they would accurately discern his exact location. The ambiguity of previous calculations might have merely stemmed from distance or other issues, not indicative of any limitations on the pavilion's capabilities. A flicker of anger ignited within Yang Yi. His enmity with the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion seemed irreconcilable. First, they had placed him in the spotlight with a list, then they had calculated his vague location, attracting numerous formidable experts to hunt him down. Now, they had accepted remuneration from the major factions to determine his precise position. Such conduct from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion was utterly contemptible. Yang Yi resolved fiercely within himself that one day he would bring down the pavilion, for otherwise his resentment would never abate. Chapter 79. The Frenzied Demon Staff Demon. Upon hearing that a significant figure from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion was approaching, Yang Yi felt an inexplicable pressure. Though his strength was formidable, he was still merely at the late stage of the 8th rank. Should his location be exposed, he would likely face dire consequences in a melee. It appeared imperative that he elevate his cultivation before the arrival of the pavilion's esteemed member. The swiftest method for him to enhance his strength was through the act of corpse looting. Clearly, he needed to hunt down more enemies in the coming days. Numerous disciples from various factions had come for him. If he could successfully eliminate a group, he should have no trouble breaking through to the peak of the 8th rank. The frenzied demon staff demon, Sun Wengong, was engaged in a leisurely meal with an 8th rank grandmaster from the demon sect, seemingly deep in conversation. However, they were at a distance, and Yang Yi refrained from probing too deeply, concerned not to disturb them. In the realm of the divine, one could not act recklessly. Even within Guangling City, it was not an opportune place for confrontation. The frenzied demon staff demon, being of the demon sect, could not remain in the city indefinitely. He merely needed to await the opportune moment for the demon to exit the city and follow to strike. Yang Yi waited for more than an hour until the sun began to set in the west. Finally, Sun Wengong rose to depart alongside the initial stage 8th rank grandmaster from the demon sect. Observing this, Yang Yi called upon his attendant to settle the bill for the food and drink before stealthily following them out of the divine realm. It was now the midst of the 1st lunar month. Though the weather is clear, the snow on the road remains unthawed. The streets are nearly deserted. Even a few passers-by are bundled tightly against the biting wind. This time of year is certainly not ideal for tracking or surveillance. In the city of Guangling, Yang Yi could only follow the 2 figures of the mad demon staff demon from a distance, relying on their footprints to guide his way. Such a method of tracking is rather rudimentary and could hardly escape the notice of a peak 8th grade grandmaster, let alone that of an early stage 8th grade elder from the demon sect. Of course, Yang Yi had no expectations of evading their keen senses. After all, tracking a peak 8th grade grandmaster is no simple feat. However, this is Guangling City, where countless masters reside, and regardless of how arrogant the mad demon staff demon may be, he would not act recklessly without knowledge of the forces to which Yang Yi belongs. Thus, Yang Yi followed the mad demon staff demon for over 20 miles beyond the city. Finally, the mad demon staff demon halted within a grove, turning to face Yang Yi's direction. "Sir, having followed us for so long, why not reveal yourself for a conversation?" The voice of Sun Wengong, the mad demon staff demon, boomed, mingling with the drifting snow as it surged toward Yang Yi. With a cold snort, Yang Yi continued to stride, stepping heavily forward. A barrier of vital energy suddenly formed before him, isolating the sound waves and snow from his vicinity. Seeing Yang Yi effortlessly dispel his attack, the mad demon staff demon was taken aback. Though it was a casual strike, it was not something an average 7th grade could easily negate. However, the mad demon staff demon quickly regained his composure, his gaze sharpening as he fixed his eyes on Yang Yi. "You're not a 7th grade. Could it be you are an 8th grade grandmaster? Your concealing techniques are remarkably sophisticated, managing to deceive even me. It seems you are not merely an ordinary 8th grade grandmaster. I wonder what your purpose is in following us." As he spoke, Sun Wengong had already gripped his mad demon staff tightly, while the early stage 8th grade grandmaster from the demon sect unsheathed his large blade. Yang Yi naturally observed their movements without any intention of engaging in conversation. Swiftly, he lowered the sword sheath on his back, reaching inside to draw forth the bamboo staff sword and the Xianyuan blade. With the bamboo staff sword in his left hand and the Xianyuan blade in his right, he executed the Fuyo Yu stance, transforming his figure into a fleeting shadow as he advanced towards the early stage 8th grade grandmaster of the demon sect. With the Xiantian sword technique, the mystical light began to manifest. The 7 absolute blades of the Shun family, one strike severing the mountains. Yang Yi unleashed both sword and blade, targeting the early stage 8th grade grandmaster with the intent to incapacitate him in the shortest possible time. The primary materials of Yang Yi's blade and sword were inkstone, forged into weapons that possessed an enchanting allure. His black blade and black sword had recently gained considerable notoriety. At the moment the bamboo staff sword and Xianyuan blade were drawn, the eyes of Sun Wengong, the mad demon staff demon, and the 8th grade grandmaster from the demon sect were irresistibly drawn to them. In an instant, their focus was captured. although they quickly realized the anomaly. Their minds broke free from the constraints of the bamboo staff sword and the Xian Yuan blade. At that moment, Yang Yi's assault had already commenced. The bamboo staff sword plunged directly into the chest of the early-stage 8th-grade Grandmaster, while the Xian Yuan blade simultaneously struck his body. The Xian Yuan blade inflicted terrifying wounds upon him, and in that instant, the intent of the listening wind and transforming rain sword erupted. The 8th-grade Grandmaster of the Demon Sect was instantly torn apart, transforming into a rain of blood, leaving only his skeletal remains behind, utterly devoid of life. The span from Yang Yi's initiation of the attack to the demise of the Demon Sect's early-stage 8th-grade Grandmaster was but a fleeting moment. Even the frenzied Devil's Staff Demon, Sun Wengong, was unable to provide aid, forced to witness the Grandmaster's fall before his very eyes. With a face ashen and teeth clenched, the frenzied Devil's Staff Demon remarked, "Black Blade, Black Sword, you're the 14th on the master ranking, the dual prodigy Zhou Yi." Yang Yi remained silent, unleashing both his sword and blade as he advanced toward the frenzied Devil's Staff Demon. Having little time for idle conversation, not far from Guangling City, he was compelled to act swiftly. Sun Wengong, having witnessed Yang Yi slay the 8th-grade Grandmaster beside him, dared not underestimate Yang Yi. His expression grave as he swiftly wielded the frenzied staff to clash fiercely against him. Indeed, Sun Wengong proved worthy of his rank on the master ranking, his strength formidable, particularly the terrifying might of his frenzied staff. Each strike against Yang Yi's sword and blade left his arms numb from the impact. A prolonged battle was not feasible. Yang Yi held his Xian Yuan blade defensively, gathering strength for a decisive blow against the frenzied staff demon. Simultaneously, he unleashed his listening wind and transforming rain sword domain, launching a relentless onslaught with the bamboo staff sword, denying Sun Wengong any chance to breathe. The frenzied Devil's Staff Demon also activated his frenzied domain to counter Yang Yi's sword domain. The terror of Yang Yi's listening wind and transforming rain sword domain lay in its essence. Where the wind stirred, every gust was a sword, and every raindrop fell as a blade. The sword intent pervaded like wind and rain, omnipresent and inescapable. Even though Sun Wengong fought with frenzied madness, utilizing his frenzied domain to resist Yang Yi's sword domain, within the range of Yang Yi's sword domain, how could he completely isolate himself from the sword winds and rains? Before long, the black garments of the frenzied Devil's Staff Demon were torn by the sword intent, revealing the fuzzy torso beneath. At this moment, the frenzied Devil's Staff Demon seemed to grow increasingly agitated, becoming more frenzied in battle, forcing Yang Yi to evade the barrage of staff strikes. Just as Yang Yi's right hand had fully charged the Xian Yuan blade, preparing to unleash the heavenly blade to sever him, suddenly, a sword intent pierced through the frenzied demon's hood, revealing what lay beneath.